Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, and that is common knowledge. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that the story begins in Azkaban, is it? Chapter 1. Daily Life in Azkaban. Tom's performance in his magical examinations was less than stellar. Yet, William sat by the solitary window that allowed sunlight into the dank cell, earnestly recounting a tale to the surrounding prisoners. However, before he could delve deeper into the narrative, he was interrupted by raucous jeers from below. What magical exams? OWL or NEWT? Silence. Am I the one telling the story, or are you? William shot a glare at the loudest offender, who merely chuckled and shrank back slightly. Ahem. William cleared his throat, regaining the attention of the crowd. Tom's performance in his magical examinations was not particularly commendable, yet it was sufficient for him to gain admission to Hogwarts. Hogwarts does not require examinations. New students receive their acceptance letters directly delivered by owls. William fell silent, fixing a steely gaze upon the persistent contrarian. Beat him up. It was merely a story, an attempt to create a sense of immersion through its backdrop. Was it really necessary to nitpick? Were it not for his desire to elevate his status within the confines of the cell, he would have been disinclined to speak at all. The vast repository of magical knowledge swirling in his mind felt like a treasure trove, akin to a connoisseur encountering an unassuming eatery or a discerning reader stumbling upon a million-word masterpiece that perfectly catered to their taste. A new world, brimming with the unknown yet satisfying his curiosity, lay before him, as if he had just scratched off a winning lottery ticket. He yearned to abandon these prisoners and immerse himself in the study of magic, yet such a notion was patently impossible. This was Azkaban, where nonconformists were not only ostracized but also subjected to beatings. The cell housed 8 light offenders, with 8 iron beds firmly affixed to the floor, occupying the majority of the space. A water basin rested against the wall, while a toilet lurked in the shadows beside the beds. A dilapidated iron table, also secured, completed the meager furnishings of the cell. The inmates were stratified into 3 tiers. 2 individuals who could procure scarce supplies for Azkaban naturally claimed the uppermost tier. William, along with 3 others who could converse and navigate the social dynamics, formed the 2nd tier, while the remaining 3 unfortunate souls constituted the 3rd. At that moment, the one receiving the beating belonged to the lowest tier. He had arrived long before William and had been sentenced for a relatively minor offense provoking an irate muggle during a subway ride, resulting in a scuffle. After the altercation, he had secretly transformed the muggle into a pig and beaten him before turning himself in, ultimately receiving a 3-year sentence due to the lack of significant impact. Little William, I tend to speak without a filter, so don't take it to heart. The brothers are waiting, he said, huddled and receiving a kick to his rear. He seemed unfazed, clearly aware that the kicks were more for show than anything else in the daily life of Azkaban. Aside from the prisoners themselves, everything else was lacking. Listening to a fresh story was a supreme delight, though his loose tongue might have led to his own reprimand. You all watch a bit of film while I revise the storyline. I shall continue tomorrow. Reclining in the sunlight, William waved his hand dismissively, contemplating abandoning the story altogether, recognizing that it was not sufficiently polished and rife with inconsistencies that required rectification. The collective disappointment was palpable as they sighed in unison and began to rummage through the crevices of their beds or walls. Carefully, they unfolded crumpled paper scraps, remnants of countless performances that flickered back to life before their eyes. These remnants, smuggled in alongside food, were considered valuable commodities among the prisoners, though their scarcity, fragmented plots, and high repetition rate rendered them somewhat less desirable. More critically, the Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, were known to confiscate any items emitting magical signatures, making these scraps of paper perilous to possess. Just as the group exchanged the familiar paper scraps, a prisoner at the edge of the cell, known as Nine Fingers, suddenly emitted a mournful wail. His hand, which had been clutching a piece of paper, fell limply, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably as he desperately shoved the paper into a crevice in the wall. The other prisoners' faces paled in unison, hastily concealing their own scraps. Those nearest to the beds quickly lay down, while others leaned against the walls or simply collapsed onto the floor. A suffocating chill enveloped the cell, causing everyone to tremble, their arms tightly wrapped around their chests, bodies curling inward as they sought to minimize their presence. The heavy cell door creaked open, the rusty hinges groaning, as a tattered black cloak slipped through the gap, followed by the entrance of the Dementor. Its face, shrouded in the folds of the dark cloak, slowly scanned the room, nodding in apparent satisfaction at the gathered prisoners, before the door creaked shut with a resounding thud. After a lengthy silence, the cell erupted in curses. Damn it. Those dark-skinned wretches never arrive on time. If it weren't for my quick hands, I would have lost something again. The voice carried a sense of fatigue, and the prolonged exposure to the Dementors had exacerbated the prisoners' reactions, rendering them more severe than those of ordinary individuals. While the light offenders fared slightly better, the heavy offenders, with a few exceptions, had been rendered utterly feeble in their daily lives. 9 fingers, you manage to hold it together and hide your belongings even with the Dark One present. When the next newcomer arrives, let him take your place at the lookout. The fact that they had not suffered any losses seemed to have uplifted the mood of the cell's leader, who granted 9 fingers a glimmer of hope as he lay nearest to the toilet. Close to the passageway, as he spoke, he rummaged through his own belongings and generously produced 8 chocolate balls, tossing 1 to each inmate. In the sporadic presence of Dementors in Azkaban, chocolate, a source of warmth, held the highest value, surpassing even the glimmering galleons. The meager provisions brought in weekly were simply insufficient to meet their needs. William accepted the chocolate with a weak thank you, trembling as he unwrapped it, relishing the warmth that enveloped him as it melted in his mouth. With a year left on his sentence, this daily ritual of the Dementors visiting for their meal would persist for another year. Fortunately, the magical knowledge swirling in his mind, even if it were to last a decade, would sustain him, let alone the hope that such knowledge would remain for at least another year. Chapter 2. The Release from Azkaban. Azkaban is a prison. Regardless of the terrifying reputation it has garnered from the outside world or the bizarre legends that have sprung up around it, the fundamental truth remains that it is indeed a prison. Even the unfortunate soul who, upon hearing the verdict of being sent to Azkaban, died from sheer fright, cannot alter the reality that the inmates endure a life worse than death. If that were truly the case, the prison would have long since been abolished. This is the sole penitentiary in the British magical community, whether male or female, minor or major offenders. All are confined to Azkaban following their sentencing. If this establishment did not categorize its inmates, but rather confined everyone together, it would inevitably lead to chaos in every conceivable sense. Inmates like William, who are classified as minor offenders, are housed in communal cells. The Dementors, who oversee the prison, do not remain there incessantly. They periodically visit under the guise of inspections, indulging in the despair of the inmates, but otherwise, they refrain from frequent appearances. This is partly to minimize protests from those released, and partly to allow the inmates time to cultivate new joys amidst their grim surroundings. Among the minor offenders who enjoy prolonged intervals without contact with the Dementors, a flicker of social interaction persists. Food, alcohol, and literature smuggled in through various means circulate among these minor offenders, establishing a nascent trading system. 9 chocolate bars, the latest stash from the proprietor of Leaky Cauldron. 7 pages, 5 sickles. Enough with the chatter. Last time, you brought over mere fairy tales. Such exchanges swiftly occur among the gathered inmates, while the guards, temporarily assigned to oversee them, turn a blind eye. For the guards, this is not laborious work. In fact, they often reap considerable rewards for their oversight. This day marks the monthly release, the most bustling day for trade on the island. The Dementors do not partake in this event, unless absolutely necessary. They prefer to refrain from consuming the joy surrounding them, delegating the task to the Ministry of Magic's enforcers. On this day, inmates are gathered together, having their hair groomed, consuming potions to resist common prison ailments, and undergoing thorough magical cleansing, tasks that are evidently beyond the scope of what the Dementors could facilitate. At this moment, William is being fervently persuaded by a towering cellmate, who stands at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. This cellmate, despite his imposing stature, engages in dealings akin to a middleman, calculating exchanges when parties cannot agree on prices, thus facilitating transactions and pocketing a small commission, often a piece of candy or a cigarette. Prior to his incarceration, he was involved in similar enterprises, and due to his size, he caught the attention of enforcers during a black market raid, failing to evade capture. His sentence of 2 years is not particularly severe. Now, he is eagerly convincing William to host a book club of sorts, not to sell books, but to gather a group of inmates to clandestinely discuss literature for half an hour, charging an entrance fee. William would be responsible for the discussion, while his cellmate would handle recruitment and payment collection, splitting the proceeds 60-40 in favor of William. Given the abundance of contraband brought in on this significant day, the two may well find themselves with a modest windfall. Are you not aware of the legitimacy of your intentions? William was too weary to engage with him. This was not the first time the giant had attempted to persuade him. After numerous attempts, all reasons had been articulated, yet this fellow remained obstinate. Thus, William decided to let him speak, for he had no intention of cultivating a horde of fans while incarcerated. His storytelling was merely a means to navigate prison life. And with a relatively short sentence, could one truly accumulate a wealth of galleons through mere tales? The prisoners within did not possess the inclination to pay for story. This was a mixed prison. Had it been an all-male facility, he would hardly have the time to smear mud on his face, let alone narrate tales for better treatment. The reason William tolerated the giant's grievances was to conceal his identity. He had arrived at Azkaban during transfer. Alongside him were comrades caught in smuggling, with his original self receiving the lightest sentence, yet he alone succumbed to sheer terror. Many of his companions remained imprisoned in Azkaban. They were unfortunate souls who believed that by bribing enough, they could evade trouble. However, with the recent change in the Ministry of Magic, the new minister, Fudge, sought to fulfill his campaign promises by cracking down on smuggling. When the enforcement officers appeared, they assumed it was merely a case of black market dealings gone awry. Save for William, who was too timid to act, they were all burdened with numerous charges, the lightest resulting in a decade behind bars. Upon encountering William, his former companions scarcely recognized him. The prolonged presence of Dementors had stripped them of much of their autonomy, rendering them almost robotic as they shuffled along with the other inmates. This realization brought a bittersweet relief to William, mingled with sorrow. Such is the plight of the fallen. Had it not been for his original self's cowardice, his own fate might not have been much better. The giant clasped William's shoulder, guiding him away as he remarked, "All right, little William, stop staring. They won't know. The hard criminals rarely maintain lucidity. Those greedy black-skinned wretches would even gnaw our bones if they could. Focus on yourself." With a heavy sigh, he added, "In truth, they might be better off. Their sentences will pass in a haze, while we're the real victims here. The Dementors come daily, and they don't even pay us." With a theatrical shrug, the giant succeeded in evoking a laugh from William. All right, I see you're popular. But I never imagined those wretches liked you so much. Next time, try standing with your back to the door. Perhaps they won't even dare to enter." Go on, William retorted, though the banter continued, "but you must promise me we'll hold a book club with a split of 60-40 in your favor." William stepped aside, creating distance between them. During their time outside, it felt as though time itself had been enchanted, before he could fully grasp its passage. The sun had already descended in the west. The guards were checking identities, confirming numbers, while the Dementors impatiently awaited their meal, having craved it all day. 7? Where's the liar? Panic erupted among the inmates. Disappearing in prison was no trifling matter. Either escape or death awaited. The kiss of a Dementor was no mere legend. Should anyone exhibit signs of a genuine escape attempt, those creatures would indeed kill. If the jailbreak was indeed successful, it was inevitable that the remaining inmates would face harsher sentences, a grim outcome. But wait, do not panic. Let us search for clues. A swift rummage through their belongings revealed the truth. All the galleons hoarded by the inmates had vanished, while more valuable items, such as chocolate, remained untouched. If a jailbreak had occurred, such replenishing sustenance would certainly not have been left behind. The answer was evident. That rascal had escaped, taking with him a substantial sum of startup capital. Chapter 3. You seem utterly disinclined to engage in matters concerning others. One can only imagine that the departed individual had long anticipated his release on this day. Yet, he restrained his excitement, choosing not to confide in anyone. The magical realm is neither vast nor minuscule, and if that fellow was deliberately evading detection, it would likely be quite challenging to encounter him again. William's personal loss was not significant, merely a handful of galleons, while the others collectively suffered a loss exceeding 300 galleons. Though the purchasing power of such currency was limited within the confines of the prison, it remained a valuable commodity. Under normal circumstances, the inmates were rather careless about concealing their possessions, never expecting that the recently released individual would seize everything in one fell swoop. As the group sat in indignation, their spirits, once buoyed by the day's fresh air, were now utterly deflated. Just as the silence deepened, the cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cell. With a clang, the cell door swung open, revealing a short, stout man with unkempt facial hair, dressed in a tattered coat, being shoved in by a guard. "Your new neighbor," the guard announced cheerfully to William and the others, as if delivering delightful news. The heavy door slammed shut behind them, and the previously seated individuals rose to their feet, their expressions brightening instantly. While it may not be entirely accurate, one could surmise that half of the prison's populace consisted of scoundrels. Yet there were certainly a few who had slipped through the cracks. Nine Fingers, ever the opportunist, was the first to step forward, particularly eager since the warden had just promised him a change of bunk yesterday. "A newcomer? What crime did you commit?" "I assisted the Ministry of Magic in transporting some cheap cauldrons," the newcomer replied, dutifully squatting down, offering no resistance. A low chuckle rippled through the crowd, with a larger inmate playfully whistling at William. "Little William, your fellow traveler." In response, William raised his middle finger in a gesture of defiance. "Wait, I recognize you. Montague Flitch." Nine Fingers growled, "It's you? The last time you crossed the line, you almost got your legs broken." The larger inmate tilted his head, his formerly amiable expression now cold, having suffered the greatest loss of galleons that day, and harboring a deep disdain for deceivers. Soon enough, a rag used for cleaning the toilets was stuffed into the mouth of the newcomer, Montague. Bite down hard. If you make a sound, you'll find your head submerged in the toilet for the night. Nine Fingers whispered menacingly as he forced the rag in. What followed was a relentless half-hour of blows exchanged, with one fighter tiring and another stepping in. By the time the third round commenced, Montague, who had been cowering with his arms over his head, suddenly sprang to his feet, determined to charge at William. In that moment of chaos, he had discerned who held sway in the cell and decided to gamble on the boy's inherent kindness. William initially believed that his opponent had been severely beaten and was preparing to find someone he could overpower. Just as he was about to deftly reach for his weapon, he noticed the other party had stopped at a distance, fervently bowing his head. In the midst of his hesitation, a sound resonated in his mind. The seventh magical creature acknowledges your presence. Treasure extraction in progress. A floating, translucent frame unfolded before William, revealing a wooden chest bound with iron locks. Subsequently, 3 pale, translucent cards materialized before him, each depicting the very individual standing in front of him. Deserting the battle, Montan, or during the process of assisting Harry Potter in evasion. Montan abandoned his teammates, leading to a significant deviation in their plan. Skill, escape. Discard this card to execute an uninterruptible apparition. Thief Montan, are following the demise of his comrades. Montan infiltrated their homes, pilfering their belongings. Skill, Thief's Aid. Discard this card to potentially disable a nearby mechanism, with success probability contingent upon the complexity of the device. Neglecting duties. Montan, or while on a mission, Montan diverted from his target to purchase contraband, resulting in a grave incident. Skill, Distraction. Discard this card to cause the target to recall something important with a high probability of abandoning their current task. Success rate dependent on the target's strength. Upon glancing at the 3 cards before him, William instinctively chose the escape option, oblivious to the underlying strangeness of the situation. How did a system manifest itself so suddenly? The mere acquisition of magic, once merely a figment of his imagination, was already astonishing enough. He had even considered a year in Azkaban a necessary price to pay, intending to use the time to diligently practice magic and explore the magical world upon his release. Yet now, it seemed he had inexplicably acquired a system. Well, having traversed into another realm, accepting a system was not entirely unwelcome. Disregarding the system, William turned his attention back to the individual before him. With short, stumpy legs, a mane of unruly ginger hair, and swollen, bloodshot eyes gazing pleadingly at William, the figure seemed utterly pitiful. Just a minute prior, William would likely have persuaded the others in the cell to teach this individual a lesson. As for the matter of sleeping beside the toilet, he would certainly have turned a blind eye to the pleading individual. However, at this moment, disregarding everything else, solely based on the 3 cards he had drawn, he held a singular thought about this character. Why did this individual seem wholly disinclined to engage in any matters involving others? Deserting in battle, looting the belongings of deceased comrades, neglecting his duties, individuals of such ilk were certainly someone William would avoid on a rainy day, lest a bolt of lightning strike him instead. Thus, after a brief pause, William spoke. Hope ignited in Montan's eyes, and the others turned to him, especially the 9-fingered one, who feared that William's compassion might lead to the loss of his own bed. All right, this is sufficient for a beating, William said, smiling at his fellow inmate. Gratitude shimmered in Montan's eyes. Everyone deserves a chance for redemption. Incessantly beating someone holds little merit. Although he had intended to deceive us once, he ultimately failed. Did he not? The warden raised an eyebrow, sensing that he could not allow William to continue speaking. However, William swiftly shifted his tone. There's an event among the muggles called confession. 9-finger, you shall assume the role of a priest, encouraging him to sincerely repent and divulge all the misdeeds he deems sinful, aiming for a total of 300 transgressions. 300? Laughter erupted among the crowd. For even counting childhood mischief, such as throwing cow dung, would barely suffice. 9-finger, enthusiastic as ever, stepped forward theatrically. Come on, speak up. We will grant you forgiveness. But you must genuinely repent. If you refuse to confess, do not expect us to extend a chance for atonement later. A few idly bored individuals gathered around, claiming they were ready to assist with the counting. In an instant, the cell was filled with mirth and laughter. Chapter 4. The Desperate Confessor. While the others amused themselves by surrounding the newcomer named Montan, William took the opportunity to retreat to a corner and examine the so-called system. As he quietly called out, a transparent screen materialized before him, even as he pressed against the wall. Currently, the system displayed 4 panels. Personal panel, card draw panel, inventory, achievements. Neglecting the others for the moment, William first accessed the personal panel. Lee William. Age, 17. Human. Wizard. Magic level. Normal adult wizard. Specialties. Magic 2. Eloquence 1. Learning 1. Arithmetic 0. Language 0. The final note was a stark mockery, setting aside the lack of numerical indication regarding his magic level. The absence of any plus signs on the entire personal panel spoke volumes. Clearly, the notion of Deep Blue granting him additional points was an impossibility. The eloquent score of 1 plunged William into contemplation. Could it be that his ability to weave stories was not merely a result of the prison's entertainment deficiency? Amidst his musings, he casually opened the inventory, revealing a solitary card labeled Last Minute Escape, Montan. However, upon opening it, additional character information appeared on the card. Montan Gressfleck, Stealing 2, Magic 1, Stealth 1, Communication 1. Special card locked, standard card locked, friend card locked, unknown card XN locked. So it was a small card pool. Based on the system's unlocking hints, perhaps he could uncover a few treasures for Montan. After closing the inventory and discovering the achievements page filled with gray question marks, William transitioned to the card draw panel. Excellent. Still no hints whatsoever. After spending another 10 minutes scouring every corner of the panels for any semi-transparent text or nearly invisible writing, he still found nothing. No hints, no prohibitions. Every function remained a mystery. This was worse than having restrictions imposed. Yet he had no choice but to proceed. Despite saying this, William had no intention of using that escape card to flee from Azkaban. This is not due to the remarkable talents of the inmates, nor their eloquent speech. Rather, it is because he has merely a year left on his sentence. Escaping now would only lead to being hunted by the Ministry of Magic and pursued by Dementors. A futile endeavor indeed. The burly man, unable to suppress a smirk, leaned towards William, continuing his coaxing. William, in a fit of irritation, shoved him away, finding it absurd that someone who lurked in alleys at night with a knife could engage in such mediatory antics, leading him to question whether the capture of these offenders was merely a mistake. The inquiry was far from over. They had only fabricated 80 charges, and already they were repeating themselves. Nine Fingers, having made a couple of gestures, was striving to concoct more fabrications. Everyone was aware that the newcomer was just making things up, yet no one cared. The Dementors had drained the joy from their lives, so they sought amusement elsewhere. Bullying the newcomers had become a tradition, for it was well known that anyone who ended up in Azkaban was likely of dubious character. At that moment, amidst the gathering of onlookers, the newcomer gritted his teeth and announced his 91st charge. When I was at Hogwarts, I sneaked into the girls' dormitory to spy. He exhaled deeply, only to become tense once more as he racked his brain for the next fabrication. The girls' dormitory? Boys aren't allowed in there. At the peak of everyone's satisfaction, a rebuttal suddenly emerged from the crowd. All eyes turned, and the accused instinctively shrank back, but then, defiantly, he retorted, "What are you looking at? I tried it." This time, he narrowly escaped a beating. The crowd, with eyes gleaming with malicious intent, fixated on the bewildered Montan. "Oh, so you think confessing grants you a chance for redemption? Do you dare to continue deceiving us?" Nine Fingers, struggling to maintain his facade of righteousness, pointed threateningly at the burly man beside William, warning him, "Do you see that fellow over there? He has been here 2 years, killed 3 inmates. And the Dementors just chewed on the bones, burying them by that wall without adding to his sentence. This is Azkaban. Dying here is quite normal." Such words held great weight for those who had never set foot in prison, causing one hapless soul to tremble and curl up, clutching his head. "Bro, just keep beating me. I've already confessed to the time I didn't change my underwear as a child. I truly have no more crimes to admit." His voice, tinged with a hint of desperation, elicited laughter from the crowd. After a brief show of violence, they tossed him a rag and sent him off to clean the toilet. Montan had lost all desire to resist, dutifully making his way to the toilet, while Nine Fingers chuckled and shifted his belongings. The other inmates, no longer inclined to continue tormenting the newcomer, gathered together and pulled out a set of stone-carved wizard chess pieces. They arranged themselves around a drawn chessboard, engaging in a game devoid of magic, merely indulging in their whims. William chose not to join them, observing Montan struggling with the toilet, ultimately deciding against imposing further pressure. A multitude of unclaimed cards lay conspicuously before him. The only potential change lay in the emotions swirling above, where many feelings remained unaddressed. However, it is indeed somewhat excessive to exploit a mere sheep's wool. The other party is not entirely to blame, as this matter merely serves as a suggestion on the card, which can be regarded as a reference but not taken at face value. If one becomes so obedient, it would be rather extreme to take advantage of them further. So, young William, Do you think this is a tad too harsh? How did you discern such a thing? Well, seeing you in such distress, it is evident that the majority of the individuals in this prison are scoundrels. That Montan has always been unscrupulous. It is only fitting that he receives some lessons while incarcerated. You, my lad, are fortunate. Your crimes have drawn no disdain, and your appearance is pleasing enough to escape punishment. As for lowlifes like him, if they are not taught a lesson, they might soon turn the entire cell upside down. The jailer shook his head, concluding his lecture with a tone of utter disdain, reclining against his pillow and closing his eyes. He had brought back a considerable amount of contraband from outside and had engaged in numerous exchanges within the various cells, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. The others, observing this, lowered their voices to a whisper. As time passed, the moonlight shifted away from the narrow window, enveloping the entire cell in darkness. Another night at Azkaban came to a close. Chapter 5. Montan could no longer bear it. The days spent in prison were both monotonous and dreary. Without the Dementor's daily scheduled visits for meals, life here would be as bland as water. Alas, no inmate welcomed the Dementor's presence for a taste of excitement. Even the slightest morsel of news was a rare treasure for the prisoners. Should newspaper be passed through, the greedy inmates would not overlook even the advertisements nestled within, let alone any new happenings within the confines of their cells. The prisoners' tales revolve around the same old stories: thieving, robbing, deceiving, kidnapping, and committing murder and arson. Initially, one might be astonished by the narratives upon arrival, but after a couple of months, upon witnessing newcomers, it becomes all too clear why they are there, leaving little desire for inquiry. Occasionally, if an individual with an unusual crime were to arrive, the nearby cells would buzz with excitement as if celebrating a festival. For instance, just a fortnight ago, a fellow inmate who had violated the Magical Creatures Protection Act was lodged next door to William and his companions. Typically, those who breach this law either harm endangered species or secretly breed prohibited magical creatures. However, this individual was different. He had willingly subjected himself to Azkaban for research purposes. Facing a lengthy sentence, had he not received prior warnings before his incarceration, he would undoubtedly be among the most hardened criminals by now. According to his self-introduction, he had published 13 papers on centaurs, including titles such as a study on centaur reproductive behaviors, feeding behaviors of centaur offspring, and embryonic development in centaurs. Following the notoriety of these papers, enraged centaurs engaged in negotiations with the Ministry of Magic, resulting in his prosecution and subsequent imprisonment in Azkaban. It is said that ministry officials took considerable time to discover the grounds for his prosecution. This tale became the talk of the prison for a whole week, illustrating just how scarce entertainment is in this place. This idleness led to the acceptance of a new routine where newcomers would confess their misdeeds, embraced by nearly every cell. Azkaban is a realm devoid of democracy, where 8 individuals are crammed into a single cell, and the entertainment of 7 seasoned inmates derives from tormenting one newcomer, a proposition too enticing for anyone to refuse. As for the newcomer, their willingness is preferred. Yet if they resist, the others will ensure compliance. Thus, when William relinquished his research on the abruptly manifested system in favor of delving into the arcane arts, he unexpectedly received a continuous stream of system notifications. A magical creature recognizes you. You have acquired a treasure chest. Such messages appeared 20 times, and each of the 21 dilapidated wooden chests appeared so precarious that even a gust of wind could shatter them. These boxes, far more pitiful than those offered by Montan, yielded merely 2 cards each, the accompanying skills being utterly dismal. Ignoring the disparate names and images, 19 of the 21 cards pertained to thievery, with success rates that were astonishingly improbable. If William's conjecture held merit, the origins of these chests lay within the cells of inmates currently enduring various forms of punishment. As the character descriptions on the cards bore the suffix resentment, the remaining 2 cards included one that guaranteed a certain probability of successful deception, while the other, the sole card devoid of a character image, featured a blue design depicting a blue meal voucher. Meal voucher. It could be used to offset the cost of a card's usage. This was perhaps the only item of value among the 20 chests. Concurrently, William gleaned a rough understanding of how to procure more chests and whether they exclusively yielded character cards. Yet it was all in vain. Trapped within the confines of his cell, he lacked the means to amass additional treasure chests. The system offered him little assistance at this juncture, unless he was willing to risk the pursuit of a bounty by attempting an escape, which might not succeed. William stowed away the system and resumed his studies of magic. Once again, the monthly opportunity for fresh air had arrived. William once more declined the boisterous invitation of the towering inmate and began to meander among the throng of prisoners. Massages were on offer, enriched with potions, 2 chocolates for 1, genuine and fair, with female inmates enjoying a limited-time half-price offer. Gallons were exchanged for cigarettes. 1 gallon for an entire cigarette, 3 sickles for a mere stub. Canned goods were traded for newspapers, for cards for each can, a bargain indeed. The various shouts and calls were pitched perfectly to be heard by the inmates while remaining undetected by the guards. Amidst this atmosphere, William reveled in the semblance of a normal market. Though some transactions would not be witnessed in a conventional marketplace, they constituted a unique form of trade within Azkaban. However, apart from assassins, there had been an ancient form of commerce previously conducted here, but the excessive joy in the air had drawn the attention of Dementors, who, when unable to control themselves, could not be restrained. It is said that the male participant, upon his release, is now anxiously perusing various magical newspapers and magazines for advertisements. As William meandered through the corridors, Montan, who had spent an entire month scrubbing toilets and standing guard against the Dementors, stealthily approached a corner of the prison. The enforcers were animatedly discussing how much gold they could exchange for the trivial items they had acquired during their shift when they noticed the prisoner's arrival. Their expressions swiftly changing. Their apprehension was not rooted in fear of being reported, but rather in the fact that this new inmate had dared to challenge their authority. In an instant, Montan was ensnared by magic. As he bellowed, "I demand to see Mad-Eye Moody," one of the enforcers delivered a swift kick. "You dare invoke the name of Lord Moody?" scoffed the tall, lanky enforcer. Mad-Eye Moody was an Auror, a paragon among the elite of the Ministry of Magic, celebrated for his formidable prowess and illustrious record. Though retired, he occasionally graced the enforcers with his presence for lectures, earning immense respect. Despite the enforcers' lucrative dealings, their admiration for Mad-Eye Moody remained unwavering. "I have agreed to be an informant. I kindly ask that you relay this to Mad-Eye," Montan implored earnestly. The 2 foremost enforcers exchanged glances and nodded. It was not uncommon for informants to secure leniency for minor offenses, thereby garnering more intelligence. "I'm Montan Gressfleck. Mad-Eye is aware of my existence." Montan exhaled, hastily addressing the enforcers. He had long been acquainted with Mad-Eye and had assisted Dumbledore in various endeavors. However, the nature of his previous work had been perilous, and now, with a short sentence ahead of him, he wished to avoid any contact with Mad-Eye. This sentence was far preferable to the dangers he had previously faced. Unfortunately, after a month of life in Azkaban, he found himself reflecting that aiding Mad-Eye and his associates might not be so dreadful after all. Chapter 6. Montan's release from prison bang. Montan slammed his hand against the iron table, his face contorted with rage. What kind of life had he endured for the past month? Living in constant fear. He was jolted awake each morning by the sounds of toilet use. If someone arose during the night, his slumber was invariably disrupted. Yet, he could not express his frustration. After everyone had finished using the toilets, he dutifully cleaned them with a rag, washed his hands, assisted the prison warden in organizing the luggage, and prepared the day-as supply of cigarettes while the warden and others dined. Once the breakfast was over, he was left with the half-cold, tasteless remnants of their meal. While the other inmates might share a can or two, his portion was often reduced to a mere broth, devoid of any meat. As if this were not enough. Before bedtime, he was tasked with massaging the wardeness muscles, only to collapse into his dark and damp cot, drenched in sweat. Even the lowest-ranking inmates felt emboldened enough to mock him while he swept the floors, and all of this stemmed from the special treatment he received upon his arrival. The prison, originally divided into 3 tiers, had swiftly transformed into 4 levels upon his arrival, and it was his solitary influence that had elevated those around him. After enduring such special treatment for several days, Montan felt it was entirely reasonable to take away the entire savings of the miscreants in his cell before his departure. However, in comparison to his own labor, the meager stash of these individuals paled in significance. To his astonishment, after thoroughly searching every conceivable hiding spot in the cell, he had amassed a mere 9 sickles and 15 nuts, hardly enough to fill a galleon. This paltry sum ignited a fiery indignation within Montan. These wretches gorged themselves day in and day out, never lacking in chocolate and cigarettes. Yet this was all they could muster? No, he could not leave in such a manner. He would devour their chocolate, flush their tobacco down the toilet, and scribble recklessly on their scraps of paper. He even envisioned using their blankets as makeshift toilets. Countless vengeful thoughts flooded Montan's mind, particularly directed at that seemingly mild-mannered fellow named William, who, beneath his unassuming exterior, harbored a wealth of malice. Aside from his appearance, there was nothing human about him. Without a moment's hesitation, Montan, fueled by rage, strode over to William's bed, unbuckling his belt as he approached. The cell door swung open, and every inmate, without exception, turned their amused gazes towards him. "Look who's our newcomer." A burly man stepped forward, pressing a hand on Montan's shoulder. looking down at him with an air of superiority. What do you intend to do, huh? With a sheepish grin, Montan swiftly engaged his mind, a brilliant idea striking him like lightning. This morning's tale had stirred him up, yet he had felt too embarrassed to voice his thoughts amidst the throng. As he feigned a shy smile, he buried his meager earnings deeper within his possession. At that moment, he was profoundly grateful he hadn't uncovered any more money or taken further actions. TCH, what did he think he was doing? Calling everyone over for this kid, who had a long sentence ahead of him. What trouble could he possibly cause? Nine-fingered. Let him take a look at it himself. The others also found it uninteresting and began to disperse. Just as they took a few steps away, the burly man suddenly turned back to Montan, causing his heart to quiver once more. Take it easy. Don't provoke those dark-skinned fellows. There is precedent for this. Those guys are hungry today. Yes, yes. I will be cautious. Montan nodded vigorously, like a bird pecking at grain, contemplating how to swiftly appease the crowd. The enforcers had already released the owl. The mad-eyed man would arrive today, and if he were encircled by these ruffians before that happened, any beating he received would be in vain. He had no doubts about whether the mad-eyed man would assist him, yet he lacked the face to accept such aid. Forget revenge. While everyone believed his sentence was long and dared not act recklessly, the fellow who had swapped bunks with him was no saint. From the moment they had been let out this morning, that guy had been keeping a watchful eye on him. He couldn't afford to suffer this immediate loss. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the cell door, eager to escape the sin of Azkaban, which he wished to avoid at all costs. What's the rush? The voice of the figure with 9 fingers halted him, while a scrap of paper was tossed his way. Be careful with that. If you dirty it, I'll thrash you for a week. The 9-fingered man threatened, hastily exiting the cell, still cautioning, I'll close the door for you. Just be cautious. If you attract a Dementor, you'll wish you hadn't even seen these papers in Azkaban. Huh, who cares about that? Montan retorted, I'm not like you. I have connections. I've made arrangements, and tonight I want to be gazing at the moon while the sea breeze blows. I'll be at Old Tom's Tavern, drinking to my heart's content, while you poor souls without smoke, drink, or chocolate wallow in your misery. Montan cursed vehemently, yet he did not discard the scrap of paper. To venture out recklessly would only draw the attention of his fellow inmates, which was certainly not advantageous for someone on the verge of release. Even if Mad Eye helped him deal with those ruffians, would it lessen the beating he would receive? It was all about maintaining the facade. He reclined on his bed, unfolding the paper, feigning interest for the benefit of those around him. At that moment, the cell door swung open once more. I knew those bastards wouldn't let me off easily. Thankfully, I'm clever enough to act the part. Montan forced a panicked expression onto his face as he turned to face the newcomer, but in that fleeting instant, his act became genuine. At the threshold stood a face that seemed almost stitched together, each feature marred, as if the creator had deliberately left imperfections. Montan understood all too well that every scar on that visage was inflicted by a master of dark magic, nearly beyond healing. The owner of that face had provided numerous tenants for the prison beneath his feet. His desire to escape was partially dependent on his association with this figure. However, this was the last moment he wished to encounter that visage. Now, the asymmetrical eyes were fixed intently upon him. The initial joy of reunion overtaken by a more complex emotion. A large, coin-like magical eye scrutinized the scrap of paper in his hand. Its use is vast, including the ability to see through certain objects. Good afternoon, Fleech. It seems you are rather content? William suddenly received a notification from afar. A magical creature has recognized you more profoundly, and you have earned a treasure chest. Chapter 7. The Failed Search. The new treasure chest yielded 2 duplicate cards and 1 new card. Smuggler Montan. R. Whispers of the Smuggler Montan circulate in most underground markets. It is said that with enough galleons, he can procure anything for you. Skill trade. Discard this card. When purchasing any item, you may pay a sum vastly exceeding the item's price to successfully acquire it. Without a moment's hesitation, William opted for the card with no chance of failure. He swiftly navigated to the system's warehouse, discovering the note behind Montan's card had now changed to hatred. Goodness, it seems that they have not managed to keep this under wraps. Is it possible that those 9-fingered fellows let slip something in jest, only to be overheard by Montan? William pondered this as he approached a young boy. He had diligently inquired over the past few days, and if there was anyone in the prison who possessed a profound understanding of fundamental magical education, it would undoubtedly be this lad. It wasn't merely that this young individual was a prodigy. Rather, the primary reason for his keen insight stemmed from the fact that he had recently been a student at Hogwarts. As is widely acknowledged, wherever examinations are held, there will be those who resort to cheating, and in such a vast institution as Hogwarts, instances of dishonesty are unearthed each year. While casual cheating during regular assessments might be overlooked, this young man was apprehended for cheating during the OWL examinations. leading to his expulsion and a 6-month sentence in Azkaban, a rather ironic form of further education. Hogwarts is not a place from which just anyone can graduate. Most of the inmates at Azkaban are dropouts from Hogwarts. Some fail too many exams, others perform magic outside the school premises, and some choose to withdraw due to severe violations of school rules. Among the remaining prisoners, a significant portion are indeed Hogwarts graduates. If one were to solely consider the schools attended by these offenders, one might be led to believe that Hogwarts and Azkaban were engaged in some sort of joint venture. William, who had never attended Hogwarts but was instead mentored by an older wizard, was not an uncommon figure in the magical society. However, in the context of Azkaban, he was among the rarest, as generations of wizards passed down their unique skills for survival, greatly reducing their likelihood of transgressing the law. When William finally located the individual known as Goat, he found him enthusiastically peddling potions. In truth, what he was offering could hardly be classified as a potion, as the absence of a wand during the brewing process would render most concoctions ineffective. Otherwise, the subject of potion making would not deter so many wizards. The precise measurement of ingredients and the order of their addition are vital, yet the appropriate magical energy is far more crucial for the successful formation of a potion. The potion Goat was promoting was a substandard mixture reliant on the unstable magical control of the wizard combined with the properties of herbs, resulting in an unpredictable concoction. The effects could range from severe diarrhea to a desperate rush to the hospital for treatment. However, this was not a drink, but rather a substance for use, and William easily recognized it as an incomplete version of a love potion. After all, his previous incarnation had dabbled in potion making, and he possessed a wealth of knowledge on the subject from his memories. The freshly concocted illicit substance was more addictive than chocolate. Goat eagerly began to market it to William, his animated demeanor making it impossible to discern that he was an inmate of Azkaban. A love potion? William raised an eyebrow. What is the price? Ah, connoisseur, 50 galleons a vial. Do not find it exorbitant. This is Azkaban. Mind you, this small vial, if used sparingly, will last you a month. A month? William chuckled to himself, considering that, based on his rudimentary knowledge, the mere existence of such a potion for 2 weeks could only be deemed miraculous. He feared that receiving such a half-baked concoction might cause it to explode in his pocket. Noticing William's apparent lack of intent to purchase, the goat-like merchant's demeanor shifted instantaneously. With an air of impatience, he waved his hand dismissively. "Move along, you miser. Don't hinder my business." He mockingly added, "Aren't you worried about the potion expiring and facing dire consequences?" William turned on his heel and departed, devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. Initially, he had entertained the notion that the student, upon arriving at Azkaban, would be poorly rested and in need of some comfort, thus considering offering a few leftover chocolates in exchange for insights regarding Hogwarts curriculum, a fair trade, in his view. However, the merchant's focus on lucrative dealings rendered even the thought of chocolate meaningless. Who would care for his trifling treats when their sole aim was profit? Monton had finally convinced Moody, after considerable effort, that he was merely fatigued and in need of rest, or perhaps feigned belief in this excuse. Yet he could not ask for more. In the presence of an old acquaintance, he felt a reluctance to shed his dignity for the sake of surprising his fellow inmates, ultimately leaving Azkaban with an overwhelming sense of regret alongside the Mad-Eye. Nonetheless, he did manage to take with him 9 sickles and 15 nuts. A final heist from those rascals. As a part-time smuggler, it was unbecoming to leave a stronghold empty-handed. It was a matter of pride. Although Mad-Eye scoffed at his actions, contemplating the destruction of the money along with the discarded prison garb on the departing vessel, Monton remained resolute in retaining his spoils. Monton Gus, this time upon your release, refrain from thievery. Should you find yourself in Azkaban again, do not expect me to rescue you on the basis of our old friendship. Of course not. I still have plans to assist Dumbledore for a few more years. The long-awaited freedom and the fresh air carried by the sea breeze filled Monton with immense comfort. He even found himself speaking in a cheerful tone about matters he once deemed impossible before his incarceration. Compared to the terrifying confines of Azkaban, the tasks Dumbledore required seemed extraordinarily manageable. He could even afford to be lax at work while facilitating the transport of inexpensive goods for the Ministry of Magic. Mad-Eye scrutinized Monton closely before breaking into a grin. "I suspect you may not be of much help this time. Albus is quite troubled. What could possibly vex Dumbledore?" Monton's tone brimmed with confidence, his faith in Dumbledore surpassing even his own self-assurance. "There's a vacancy for the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts again. Why not give a shot? What kind of challenge is that? Surely I, Monton, am capable." Mid-sentence, Monton swiftly covered his mouth, forcing himself to swallow the remainder of his words. Chapter 8. The New Inmate. Hogwarts is a fine institution. although the salary of a professor is not particularly impressive. The overall experience renders teaching their satisfying career choice for most, except for the defense against the dark arts professor. After Hogwarts hastily recruited a multitude of defense against the dark arts professors, allegedly at a pace akin to using them as ingredients, rumors began to circulate among the populace that Hogwarts was engaging in cannibalism, and that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed. What was more alarming was that not only did this speculation remain unrefuted, but Hogwarts continued its relentless pursuit of such professors. A thought suddenly surged into his mind, one that he could not shake off. What if those individuals were sent to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts? At this notion, Montan's smile became uncontrollable, his lips curling into a notable arc. If suitable candidates could not be found externally, perhaps Azkaban could provide some options. The inmates there, to varying degrees, had connections to dark magic, and surely, for the chance to teach in order to gain their freedom, they would be willing. Teaching them to go to Azkaban? Moody remarked with a look of disbelief directed at Montan. I believe I have apprehended sufficient criminals from Azkaban without the need for Hogwarts to further supply talent. Not every offender deserves to languish there for life. Those guilty of lesser crimes could certainly be educated in more conventional matters. Montan increasingly felt that his idea could indeed come to fruition. If professors were utilized for a limited term, those minor offenders would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Their transgressions forgivable to some extent, and unlikely to undermine their responsibilities. Moreover, the probability of his cellmate being appointed as a professor was markedly high, and any ruffian stepping into that role would be a lucrative gain for him. A single idea serving dual purposes was undeniably profitable. However, this time, the group-S spirits were notably high, far removed from the despondency of their previous gathering. After all, the total did not even amount to a galleon, which was less than the value of the chocolate they consumed daily in prison. Their joy did not stem from the loss of money, but rather from the anticipation of a new inmate soon joining their cell. This foretold a wealth of external news and fresh amusement, a cause for celebration in the otherwise monotonous life at Azkaban. Although the supply ships occasionally brought in a newspaper, such coveted items were not only expensive, but also scarce in interesting content. Nothing compared to the lively tales brought by a living inmate. What if another new inmate with talent akin to William's arrived? That would surely double their delight. William, too, was exhilarated. Newcomers indicated new treasures. What if this one possessed a card of higher rarity? Or perhaps a Hogwarts dropout, caught in examination malpractice or using magic off campus? Would provide ample opportunity to propel his gradually progressing magical research past several milestones. Regrettably, this time, everyone's guesses were misguided. The newcomer was not human at all, although he had long accepted the existence of this magical world and acknowledged the plethora of non-human entities within it. The reality of sharing a cell with a non-human magical creature left William utterly disconcerted. This creature is nothing short of a peculiar little monster, adorned with large, bat-like ears that resemble two oversized flaps. Its eyes protrude significantly, nearly the size of tennis balls, and most astonishingly, it bears no resemblance to anything remotely adorable. Not particularly tall, its attire is soiled and disheveled, having been unceremoniously tossed into the room by the enforcer, who departed with a scowl. As if the little creature owed him a substantial debt that could only be settled by confinement in this dismal place. "Ah, William, our cell has been graced with a new arrival," boomed a towering figure, clapping William on the shoulder, igniting a fleeting urge to scoff at the absurdity of the situation. Thankfully, the giant refrained from claiming that their cell had suddenly become affluent. Suppressing the urge to voice his disdain, William pointed at the unfamiliar magical being. "What on earth is that? You, a smuggler, don't even recognize this?" The giant's incredulity was palpable. "Where does your ignorance come from? Akin to a farmer who cannot distinguish grains? Curiously enough, I haven't encountered such a creature before. What is it?" "Why, it's a house elf, the pinnacle of domestic assistance. A rare treasure possessed only by pure-blood families. Quite the status symbol, I must say. Is it exceedingly expensive? You and your smuggling crew are perpetually fixated on wealth, devoid of any aspirations. No wonder your tales revolve solely around humans. There are magnificent beings like Vila and centaurs, yet you overlook them. What's more, you, a black market dealer, presume to elevate yourself above smugglers? We all find ourselves languishing in Azkaban, my friend. Let us not pretend otherwise. To clarify, these creatures require no salary, consume little, and are exceedingly devoted. When serving a household, they never entertain thoughts of switching allegiances, and their capabilities surpass those of your average school graduate." As the giant spoke, he gazed longingly out of the skylight, seemingly envisioning a life with a house elf of his own. Goodness, even smart furniture can't compete with that. William found himself envious as he fantasized about acquiring a house elf for himself. Just then, the new cellmate rose to his full height. "Greetings. I'm Goldie." The newly arrived house elf looked up earnestly. "For the right price in galleons, I shall provide my employer with the most impeccable service." Chapter 9. The School Needs Professors. Having encountered a diverse array of individuals in a magical world, Hogwarts dropouts selling illicit potions, lifeless felons, and researchers who had confined themselves to their cells, William believed himself well acquainted with the peculiarities of this realm. Yet, he never anticipated that the first non-human he would meet would be such an eccentric entity, an insatiable and money-driven house elf. The giant painted a vivid picture of the characteristics of this race through a series of introductions and whimsical imaginings, only for the creature before him to shatter the illusion with just a couple of sentences. "I must endure. The giant is a good soul, and occasional mishaps are to be expected." William could no longer contain his amusement. The giant turned towards him, a look of resigned understanding on his face, as if to say, if you wish to laugh, then by all means do not hold back. The new cellmate was indeed an oddball among house elves, and undoubtedly quite formidable. After rejecting the cleaning responsibilities that newcomers are traditionally expected to undertake, several individuals who had intended to teach the new arrival a lesson were thoroughly bested by the diminutive figure with swift fists and nimble footwork. Once tempers had cooled, the creature known as Gold Coin, a house elf, articulated his aspirations. He expressed his aversion to engaging in the customary duties of a house elf, cleaning, cooking, and managing various household chores. His dream was to become a great adventurer. Alternatively, he would settle for being a mercenary. However, all these ambitions were dashed due to his unwillingness to serve as a servant and his inability to pay the ransom fee, leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban. Leaning against the wall of his cell, Nine Fingers was relieved that the newcomer had not insisted on changing beds. He wore a look of melancholy. "Thus, I am now the mercenary Gold Coin. As long as you possess galleons, you may hire me for various tasks, though I shall not partake in menial cleaning duties." Quite the character. William surmised that someone in the cell block had surely taken an interest, for he too was intrigued. A fighter of such caliber could easily outmatch 5 or 6 prisoners. In a situation devoid of wands, fists are the ultimate currency. And who would not be tempted to hire such a formidable weapon? Yet soon, William turned to sleep, lamenting his lack of funds, and bid farewell. At Hogwarts, in the main tower of the castle, within the office of the headmaster, an elderly gentleman with a flowing silver beard pondered over a letter with a furrowed brow. He was widely recognized as the most powerful white wizard in the magical realm, a living legend, an epic in motion, and even more daunting was his long, flowing white hair that nearly reached his waist. The letter had been sent by an old friend, proposing a new solution to a dilemma he faced. However, this new method only brought forth additional complications. After considerable contemplation, the old man ultimately took a piece of parchment and hastily scribbled a few lines. With a deft fold and a flick of his wand, the parchment transformed into a paper airplane, soaring into the flames of the fireplace. In less than a quarter of an hour, the office door swung open, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of a woman's anxious voice. "Albus, I'm delighted to find you in your office during the busiest time at school. Frankly, although the school is currently devoid of students, we have an overwhelming amount of tasks to attend to. If you would mind, I would appreciate it if you could review next month's budget application and draft a funding request for the Ministry of Magic." The tall, black-haired witch-clad in emerald green robes addressed the old man in a suggestive tone, yet her unwavering gaze conveyed that a refusal would result in her striking. Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, had at last cornered the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, who had managed to escape the mundane affairs of daily administration. Albus, with a resigned expression, smiled gently and handed over the letter that had previously troubled him. "Care for some fizzing Wisby sweets, Minerva?" Habitually glancing at the name at the end of the letter, Professor McGonagall frowned, but her expression soon contorted into a nod of discontent as she tossed the letter onto the desk. "What a ridiculous notion. Albus, I fail to comprehend the meaning behind your summons. If you seek my counsel, my answer is a resounding no. Take it easy, Minerva. It is merely a suggestion. To bring a prisoner from Azkaban to teach at Hogwarts. What an absurd idea. Should we instruct those children on how to reach Azkaban? In truth, I find the prospect of an Azkaban inmate appearing less perilous than last year's defense against the dark arts professor." This thought calmed Professor McGonagall, for as one of the few privy to the truth, she was acutely aware of the dire situation concerning last year's professor. The individual chosen for the position was the least suitable candidate, having been possessed by the elusive Dark Lord for nearly a year while lurking within Hogwarts. What was even more alarming was that he seemed unable to master the curse himself. "Albus, can you not resolve it?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but inquire. only to quickly realize her folly. If that curse could be easily dispelled, Hogwarts would not be in such dire need of professors. Indeed, over the years, each professor believed they possessed unique insights into the subject of defense against the dark arts, hoping to achieve fame by solving a curse that even Dumbledore could not contend with. Each had been forewarned about the potential trials they might face, yet they all thought, "I can handle it." However, the number of challengers has dwindled significantly. In fact, as time progressed, the position even required the invaluable support of the Order of the Phoenix, when they could have been engaging in more fruitful endeavors outside the school. Convene the Board of Governors. Share the current dilemmas with them. Either allocate more funding for the defense against the dark arts position, consent to recruit inmates from Azkaban, or propose alternative candidates. Regardless, the school must secure a defense against the dark arts professor. Professor McGonagall adeptly sought endorsements for this new policy, and the decision was unanimously approved. Chapter 10. The Diary. Ordinarily, the Board of Governors holds considerable sway over the institution, and while a principal cannot be replaced on a whim, finding a pretext for a change is not an insurmountable task. However, Hogwarts is an exception. As the only magical school, the administration wields significantly more authority. Additionally, the principal himself is quite formidable. Though he may not issue harsh ultimatums, his array of titles, if rendered in a game, would occupy half the screen. Each title gleams with prestige and rarity, their worth astonishingly high. In such circumstances, the Board of Governors is left to become an organization for those pure-blood families reluctant to fade into obscurity, willing to spend lavishly for status. Thus, convening the board regarding the recruitment of a new professor is entirely warranted, not merely to shift blame, but to ensure they understand that Hogwarts does not intend to disregard the board's significance. A candid observation reveals that, even at the expense of bearing the blame, the Board of Trustees eagerly seizes the opportunity to take responsibility, almost with a sense of delight. Otherwise, who would even remember the existence of such a board? In the confines of Azkaban, William clutched his paper and pen, gazing at these once inconsequential items, unable to suppress his overwhelming joy. Finding such treasures within Azkaban proved exceedingly arduous. In times past, they held little value, and he had merely used a single sheet for drafts. Yet now, these items were scarcely less precious than silver. To elaborate, mere paper and pen occupy no less space than the pages of a book, and the Dementors within the prison do not furnish prisoners with such luxuries. Were it not for the wardeness' favor, who graciously agreed to procure extra supplies, William would have been reduced to scribbling on the floor with a stick. The warden's willingness to assist stemmed primarily from William's claim of experiencing a dearth of inspiration, necessitating paper and pen for the creation and revision of new tales. Ultimately, this ruse successfully secured him the tools for writing and drawing, significantly accelerating his capacity for magical research. Without paper and pen, revisiting the intricate theories of potions proved excessively challenging. Writing solely with a stick would have left half the cell unutilized. The other inmates had little interaction, rendering it impossible to achieve the elusive criteria for mutual recognition, while the newcomers in William's cell only acknowledged galleons. Although he, like the other wizards, felt trepidation towards the ever-present Dementors, they exhibited no interest in William's narratives. Much like the Monkey King plucking peaches after subduing the seven fairies, the indifference of the galleons dashed William's hopes of unearthing a treasure chest. Following the customary storytelling session that day, a rather large thief approached the wall and inquired, "Pray tell, Galleon, why do you aspire to be an adventurer?" "To amass a fortune in galleons," came the reply. "Ah, a noble ambition. But what then, once you've accumulated a wealth of gold? To earn even more galleons. When does the pursuit of wealth ever cease? Once you've garnered a satisfactory amount, what will you do next? Hire more individuals for grander adventures, journey to Egypt, the Arctic, Africa, to unearth treasures buried deep beneath the earth. With such riches, have you never considered other pursuits? Other pursuits? What could possibly rival this?" The galleon, with eyes as wide as tennis balls, gestured towards William, as if to say, "Like the tales you tell?" He shrugged dismissively. "Ah, women only serve to hinder my adventures." The entire cell fell silent, stunned to find themselves scorned by a mere house elf. It wasn't until the evening bathing routine on Sunday that William and his companions emerged from the humiliation of being derided by a house elf. After a hasty wash and witnessing the galleon delivering a thrashing to an inmate who had disdained him, William retrieved his precious paper and pen, once again questioning whether his recent bath had muddled his thoughts. After considerable deliberation, he finally put pen to paper. Diary. On the third day since acquiring paper and pen, though I have lost count of the days since my incarceration. On the very first day of my arrival, William silently contemplated the notion of traversing realms. I was initially mindful of the passage of time, yet this awareness swiftly faded into oblivion. The austere existence within the prison was overwhelmingly dreary. Even casual conversations were devoid of novelty. Each day melded into the next, as I languished in this confinement, secretly engrossed in the study of magic, a pursuit I dared not voice. The interminable daylight was utterly exasperating, while the nightly ritual of dining on the same dull fare became an experience one could never quite acclimatize to. My days drifted aimlessly, with no clear indication of when my release might occur, and I had grown accustomed to the tormenting of new inmates. Gold seemed foolish, yet it sparked a sense of envy within me. While I merely existed, he had a distinct ambition and diligently worked towards it. Even upon discovering that all the galloons in our cell had been pilfered by two recently released individuals, he merely succumbed to despair for half an hour. From this day forth, I resolved to become a better version of myself, quietly allocating an extra hour each day to my magical studies, symbolically marking it with a drawn clock. On the fourth day, having acquired pen and paper, I crafted a new tale, which received unanimous acclaim. However, aside from the gold, it appeared impossible to earn that fellow's approval, compelling me to abandon that aspiration. Prolonged inactivity had left me somewhat feeble, prompting me to commit to a daily half-hour of exercise. Additionally, a large individual approached me seeking to purchase manuscripts at the rate of 1 galloon for 2 pages. I wondered where he had procured such funds. On the 5th day, new inmates arrived in the adjacent cell, reportedly dispatched by the Ministry of Magical Creatures, a name I was uncertain was accurate. They claimed that one of the newcomers sought the gathering place of giants, intending to study the ecology of half-breeds. However, the ministry suspected him of hunting giants to create dark magical artifacts, nearly condemning him to a life of hard labor. Other than this, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Various endeavors met with misfortune, and I mentally noted my research. Moreover, the price increased, now 1 galloon per page. I pondered how he amassed such wealth. On the 6th day, I secured 30 galloons. It seemed the gold was amenable to this employment rate. However, after contemplating the difficulty of acquiring a chest, I relinquished the idea of spending more gold. On the 7th day, my diligence waned, yielding only 10 galloons, but unexpectedly, I made considerable progress in other areas. That large individual had become obsessed, even attempting to purchase my diary. Did I truly care for a few galloons? The 8th day proved tedious, with no events or advancements to report. On the 9th day, I recorded 15 galloons. On the 10th day, Azkaban buzzed with unusual activity. The guards arrived early, and every cell underwent meticulous cleaning. In the words of the large individual, it was so pristine that it hardly resembled a habitation. The inmates nearing release were diligently tidying every corner of the island, akin to a grand spring cleaning. Was this a custom within a magical realm? I wondered. In the 11th chapter, I lamented my own ineptitude. By the following morning, nearly everyone was aware that a significant figure would be visiting today. This morning's breakfast was no longer the usual baked potatoes accompanied by bland vegetable soup. Instead, it was a delightful spread of tomato sauce with yellow beans, fried eggs, grilled sausages, and porridge made from cereal. The once ubiquitous dark bread had been replaced by lightly toasted slices. More significantly, everyone received an entire chocolate frog, a luxury that had previously seemed unattainable. The Dementors had not appeared for dinner the night before, and the Aurors had arrived early to inspect the sanitation of each cell. This time, they did not bring any entertainment products such as cigarettes or alcohol, and even those who offered bribes found themselves unable to procure any information. There was a flurry of speculation among the inmates regarding the reason for such stringent checks. Could it be a high-ranking official visiting? Perhaps the director of the Auror office? Yet, what concern would the Auror office director have with the operations of the Aurors themselves? Was it possible that the Minister of Magic was coming? If that were the case, representatives from the Daily Prophet would have arrived long ago to capture the moment, leaving little time for dinner. There were even whispers of a royal transition, suggesting the possibility of a mass pardon for prisoners. However, many felt that such matters concerning Muggles had little relevance to them, urging caution against overthinking the situation. Various theories circulated among the prisoners, yet none knew the truth. News traveled swiftly, but as the pace of inquiries increased, the prisoners remained bewildered about the true purpose of the day's events, only aware that the interrogators seemed intent on selecting a portion of them. In William's cell, debates erupted over the intentions of their visitors. Those with longer sentences tended to believe that selected prisoners would be taken away or have their sentences significantly reduced for future employment opportunities, thus allowing them to boast about their skills in hopes of escaping the wretched confines of the prison. Conversely, those serving shorter sentences speculated that the use of prisoners for this investigation stemmed from their willingness to sacrifice much for freedom, suggesting it would be wise to downplay their abilities to avoid being chosen as expendable pawns. The heated arguments did not hinder the Auror's efficiency in processing the prisoners. When William's cell was called, he discerned an air of reverence and delight on the faces of the Aurors, leading him to suspect that this investigation would yield no favorable outcomes. The likelihood of being chosen as a mere pawn by someone who commanded such respect was exceedingly high. With less than a year remaining on his sentence, William felt that playing the fool was far more advantageous. Resolute in his decision to proudly declare himself a failure during the interrogation, William felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. Although Azkaban was hardly the ideal place for a master swordsman, the prospect of securely accepting the Ministry of Magic's protection was far more palatable than becoming a mere pawn. Soon enough, William was led by the Aurors to meet his interrogator, or rather, his interviewer. The individual was a woman with a mane of fluffy hair that oddly reminded William of a lion cub, adorned with thick glasses and dressed in an outdated and peculiar manner. Had it not been for his advanced age, William could effortlessly label the other party as a reclusive individual, a workaholic, ruthless, cold-blooded, and desperate for marriage. Numerous pejorative terms surged in his mind, yet he diligently suppressed them. He was acutely aware that his preconceived negative emotions were clouding his judgment regarding the other individual. Should he allow such negativity to proliferate, it was highly probable that he would be unable to maintain the facade of competence. The other person cast a fleeting glance at William, tilted their head to gaze at the ceiling, and after a moment of silence, inquired of the two enforcers, "Is he William?" "No problem. Is that all?" William was taken aback, but dutifully refrained from expressing any rebellious inclination. What if he voiced dissent? The figure behind the desk would surely exclaim with vigor, "Excellent. Full of spirit, that's you." Faced with such a scenario, had he not suffered a great loss? My heavens, how terrifying is Professor McGonagall still, he thought, as he transformed into a lively little rabbit, amusing everyone in the cell. The enforcer responsible for escorting the prisoners also joined in the laughter, yet continued mercilessly, conjuring a whip with his wand and striking with vigor. "You, lad, were quite verbose upon entering the cell. This time, I expressly warn you not to divulge any details of the investigation to those unaware. Should you dare to prattle again, it won't merely be a whip you face." The enforcer grumbled as he exited the cell, glancing at the list of prisoners in his hand, beginning to escort individuals from the adjacent cell, while locking the door behind him. "TSK, do you feel wronged? Why shout so loudly? No one is paying you, and here you are, locked in Azkaban, unable to keep your mouth shut." A tall figure mockingly hurled a potion bottle into the cell, causing a ruckus. This concoction was also a form of currency, as everyone kept a few on hand. "Have you all noticed? How can I not recognize? Why did no one warn me? Aren't we sharing Azkaban? Who am I? Where is this? Professor Kettleburn, are you certain you wish to recommend Mr. Layton? What are the grounds for this recommendation?" "Oh, Albus, I have inquired with 11 prisoners in total, yet only his crimes are not of the conventional sort, exerting minimal influence on the students. A rather sound rationale. Are there any other considerations?" Dumbledore smiled gently, marking notes on the documents before him with a quill. He possesses considerable strength. Having incurred the wrath of centaurs due to several investigative reports, he has been relentlessly pursued by them, yet he continues to thrive. With such capability, I believe we could potentially be long-term colleagues. Excellent. We shall take these factors into account during the forthcoming review. Would you care for some honey sweets? Then I shan't be polite. Professor Kettleburn seized 2 candies from Dumbledore's snack box and made his way toward the makeshift dining area. Once only Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall remained in the room, she spoke in a hushed and rapid tone. "Mr. Layton's resume is indeed impressive, yet his disposition is rather obstinate. Furthermore, the centaurs have been exerting considerable pressure on the Ministry of Magic. If he were summoned to the school, not only would the centaur tribes across the country be in an uproar, but even the tribe within the Forbidden Forest would likely go into a frenzy. If it truly comes to that, Hagrid will manage matters in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kettleburn has been on leave for observation 62 times this year alone." Albus, upon reflection, if it were not for their shared interests, how could Kettleburn, who is set to retire next year, disingenuously speak of wanting to remain a colleague for a longer duration? Professor McGonagall's voice grew increasingly urgent. "We already have a record-breaking professor. If Mr. Layton were to join us, would we be mere spectators as he shatters records? There is no need for such concern, Minerva. If he passes the final selection, we will address those matters as they arise. If he does not, those issues will not trouble us." Just as Professor McGonagall was about to retort, a knock echoed at the door. It was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor. "Good afternoon, Dumbledore." "Professor McGonagall, although the trajectory of Mars suggests I should refrain from venturing out today, my crystal ball indicates that I shall dine at Azkaban this evening. I cannot resist the revelations of fate. Of course, Dumbledore replied, conjuring a chair for her with a wave of his wand. I have reviewed 30 prisoners. Although their fates appear dim, I have nonetheless selected one to recommend. 30? What an impressive efficiency. McGonagall's tone dripped with sarcasm, a reflection of her pragmatic nature. Unimpressed by the eccentricities of the divination professor, my inner eye sweeps away the fog, granting me clarity concerning the unknown, Minerva. While I do not boast of my omniscience, it does not imply I shy away from utilizing my gift. Very well, Dumbledore said cheerfully, albeit with a raised voice. So, Sybil, do you have someone to recommend to us? Indeed, Headmaster, Professor Trelawney said as she placed a form upon the table. Though his fate remains dim, I believe he is the most suitable candidate. In other words, you discern nothing yet claim to know? If you must know, Minerva, my answer is decidedly affirmative. And what sets this prisoner, William, apart in terms of destiny? McGonagall inquired, her tone dry. The ignorant attribute everything to the fates of others, but I am different. Destiny guides me, Trelawney proclaimed as she rose gracefully and made her way to the dining room. Among the 30 prisoners I reviewed, although their fates were bleak, he stood out as the most promising. The door closed once more, leaving an indignant McGonagall and a tranquil Dumbledore behind. In the afternoon, as the guards escorted William away, he appeared utterly dazed. Upon learning at noon that the Hogwarts faculty had arrived to conduct an investigation, he felt a profound sense of unease, despite the fact that, at his age, receiving an acceptance letter was an impossibility. The mere prospect of engaging in conversation with a professor for a couple of hours could lead to significant advancements in his understanding of magic. After all, they were the finest educators in all of Britain. However, when it came to him, there was no opportunity for dialogue. He was whisked away without even a single inquiry, leaving him to stew in his thoughts during what was supposed to be a rare and delightful lunch. The midday meal was a welcome addition, and earlier that morning, when they had not yet seen one another, the group had nearly argued over whether to conceal their talents. In the afternoon, each individual felt they could have performed even better during the investigation. The tension was palpable. Hogwarts held an esteemed reputation so high that even the Ministry of Magic's attempts to tarnish it seemed futile. Consequently, when William was taken away, the atmosphere in the prison was thick with jealousy. Many believed that Hogwarts was merely seeking to recruit a temporary workforce for menial tasks such as site construction, waterway repairs, or the establishment of herb greenhouses. After all, among the officially recognized wizards, those willing to undertake such labor were few and far between. While designers might be more plentiful, the actual laborers were scarce, resulting in many wizards relying on their own skills to fulfill dual roles as engineers and builders. Small projects were manageable, but for larger undertakings without proper connections, one could only speculate as to how long the wait might be. Hogwarts, being an educational institution, typically scheduled larger projects during holidays, making it quite common for inmates to serve labor instead of languishing in their cells. However, should time constraints arise, careful selection of laborers would be paramount to ensure the safety of the students. William shared this sentiment and had no intention of refusing. Although the thought of laboring at Hogwarts seemed exhausting, it was infinitely preferable to remaining in Azkaban, serving as a feast for Dementors. Those who had never encountered Dementors might hesitate, but for every inmate in Azkaban, they would rather toil and wear themselves out in the outside world than endure the dark confines of their cells. As he was escorted, William gradually fortified his resolve to perform admirably, aiming for a chance at employment. While he could not become a student at Hogwarts, working there was an excellent opportunity. He had resolved to embrace this role as a laborer. Note, Sybil Trelawney, the former professor of care of magical creatures, had a temperament akin to Hagrid's with similar flaws. Therefore, Dumbledore's choice of Hagrid was not merely favoritism. During his tenure, he had been placed on leave at least 62 times, with his most infamous incident occurring before Dumbledore became headmaster, when he accidentally burned down the Hogwarts Great Hall, resulting in the cessation of mime performances at the school. This particular room, temporarily converted from the Beaters' Lounge, housed William and 6 other inmates. However, the Beaters had no intention of allowing the prisoners to converse, even in their idleness. They merely scrutinized the room's decor without engaging in conversation to pass the time, which left William feeling increasingly anxious, as he found himself lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. The first prisoner had already been ushered inside, the door securely shut, not a whisper escaping its confines. This did not resemble the training of prisoners. It felt akin to recruiting assassins. Yet, what purpose would Hogwarts have in enlisting such mercenaries? To forge an army to assault the Ministry of Magic, perhaps? Before William could conceive a second possibility, the door swung open. It was only when the enforcer led him into the chamber that he realized he was the second in line. This revelation alleviated his anxiety. According to the majority of narratives, the first contestant invariably faced defeat, while those like him, entering second, were either mere background figures or included merely to fill the ranks. Thus, he need fret over his safety. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the two examiners before him and recognized them. One was a tall, slender figure with white hair and a silver beard, adorned with half-moon spectacles, strikingly reminiscent of Gandalf. William had encountered this examiner's image in the chocolate frog cards. Learning that he was none other than the current headmaster of Hogwarts, the universally acknowledged foremost wizard, Albus Dumbledore. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore's cards had an astonishingly high occurrence rate in the chocolate frogs. William and his companions had consumed merely a few packs and had astonishingly unearthed for Dumbledore cards. The other individual he felt he had also met, most likely deducing that she was Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. However, had she not been in the company of Dumbledore, William would have lacked the confidence to assert this. To William, both individuals represented unassailable authority, despite the enforcer's ability to effortlessly manage any inmate within Azkaban. In the presence of these two, even he dared not engage in casual conversation. "Lee William, is it not?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile, glancing at the documents in his hand, his gray and white robes billowing slightly. "There is no need for such trepidation. Please take a seat." With a flick of his wand, a chair glided over to William. Once he was seated, Professor McGonagall commenced her inquiries with remarkable swiftness. "You have been incarcerated for smuggling, correct? Were you aware that this was illegal prior to your actions?" "Yes, Professor," he replied. "And what was your reasoning?" "My skills were lacking. After accepting a potion order, my failure rate was too high, resulting in a significant loss of herbs, which compelled me to resort to smuggling. However, I have learned from the Ministry's report that you possessed a considerable sum of money at the time of your arrest. Was that not sufficient? Have you never attended school?" "No. I was taken from my home by a former teacher before I turned 11. My parents, having come into a substantial fortune, happily sent me away. Later, I discovered from historical accounts that after Hogwarts was established, independent wild wizards took precedence in accepting apprentices to alleviate conflicts, although increasingly more individuals now opt for Hogwarts." William recounted his background with utmost honesty, finding it difficult to relate to the narrative and thus maintaining a stoic expression. Subsequently, after his teacher's potion experiment ended in failure, resulting in a lab being left in ruins due to an explosive mishap, he had no choice but to engage in potion dealings to sustain himself, only to face a series of failures that ultimately led him to the far east in search of herbs to concoct remedies once more. "Well, we have essentially grasped the essentials." Professor McGonagall busily scribbled and sketched on the paper before her, while Dumbledore smiled in silence. "I shall take my leave now, Professor," William said with a bow, turning towards the door. Although the events he recounted were those experienced by his former self, he could not shake the feeling that this taciturn elder could see through every falsehood. This sensation imbued William with a sense of impending exposure as he narrated those memories that did not wholly belong to him. Just as he was about to push open the door, Dumbledore spoke up from behind him. "Please wait a moment, Mr. William." Dumbledore rose and quickly approached the cabinet against the wall, retrieving a tattered stone basin. "Though it may be presumptuous, would you be willing to share the memories of that experiment? I seek only those recollections and will not intrude upon your other privacy." Memories of the failed experiment? William hesitated, allowing those memories to swirl rapidly in his mind. Was it possible that his former self had tampered with the materials prior to the experiment, awaiting the inheritance of his teacher? The memories were extensive, and he had merely skimmed through them, focusing more on the entry into the chamber and the intricacies of learning magic, while the other details held little significance for him. Given that he was already in Azkaban, what purpose did understanding the past serve? The internal threats were non-existent, and the external dangers were plentiful, guarded by numerous dementors outside. After confirming that the cowardly former self posed no danger, William quietly sighed in relief. "Then I require a wand. It is over there. Feel free to use it," Dumbledore replied, his expression as relaxed as ever, showing no concern that William might harbor strange notions with the wand. As the wand touched his temple, a slender thread was drawn forth under the influence of magic and pulled into the basin. Soon, the basin began to reveal all of William's memories pertaining to that experiment, capturing every detail without omission. William followed suit, reliving the memories. Although he knew that even if he declined the two professors, they would not protest, he was eager to explore this novel aspect of the magical realm that could resurrect memories. It was unlikely that such phenomena were commonplace in the magical world. The magic contained within those memories was almost a mere shadow compared to the magic vividly displayed before him. He turned, opened the door, and closed it in one fluid motion. Finally seated among the other prisoners, he exhaled deeply, realizing this is what a wand is. This is what it feels like to cast magic. Since it was improbable to employ only one laborer, the other prisoners in the vicinity did not exhibit excessive tension. Had it not been for the enforcers present in the room, the gathered prisoners might have even celebrated. A magical creature has acknowledged you. Treasure chest X1. What a ridiculous system. A pine box, edged with silver, suddenly burst open in midair, and 3 silver-edged cards floated gracefully out, presenting themselves before William. Master of Transfiguration McGonagall. SR, even when considering the entire world, Professor Minerva McGonagall's mastery of transfiguration ranks among the top 10. She is undoubtedly a true master of the art. One should keep their distance when she wields her wand. Skill. Permanent transfiguration. Discard this card, and your next transfiguration will become remarkably effortless, with the transformation effect being irreversible. Animagus McGonagall. SR, there are few registered animagi within the Ministry of Magic. Yet Professor Minerva McGonagall has successfully achieved this distinction. Thus, you ought to be aware, do not provoke a cat, nor should you attempt to feed any cat with treats. Skill. Animagus, discard this card, and for the next 24 hours, you may transform into an animal at any time and place without the assistance of a wand. While in Animagus form, you are immune to most magical curses. Master of Transfiguration McGonagall. SR, a true master excels in transforming decay into the marvelous. Not to mention that transfiguration is inherently a grand discipline. Though humans have their limitations, transfiguration does not. First, accomplish a modest goal through transfiguration, such as creating a 1/1 Gundam model. Skill. Transfiguration puppet. Discard this card to transform any specified material not exceeding the weight limit into a puppet. The maximum weight and combat power depend on the material and the creator's magical prowess. The presence of 2 cards sharing the same name, yet differing in effect, raises questions about whether the title of Master of Transfiguration refers to a series of cards. However, William scarcely had the time to ponder this, as the 3 cards before him compelled him to utter a classic slogan. Regrettably, he could not, for this triad of choices truly left him grappling with a dilemma: Gundam or transformation. The first option, though formidable, lacked alluring skill effects and was promptly discarded by William. His indecision lay between the second and third cards. After much deliberation, he ultimately relinquished the third card. He simply lacked the resources to indulge in creating a Gundam, especially while incarcerated with his wand confiscated upon imprisonment. In comparison to the unattainable Gundam, a wandless transformation appeared significantly more practical. Minerva McGonagall. Magic 2, Transfiguration 2, Learning 1, Quidditch 1, followed by a series of skills that William no longer wished to examine, all marked as 0. Subsequently, a cascade of locked cards appeared. Exiting the system interface, William found himself somewhat bewildered. How had things taken such a friendly turn? Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, the newly arrived inmates were nearly at the point of slamming their fists on the table alongside the 2 professors. This is research. This is academia. This is my legitimate work. His tone bore a hint of fury, completely unrestrained by his confinement. I acknowledge that the centaurs express dissatisfaction with my research. Yet all of it was conducted with their consent. Those centaurs pursuing me, due to my papers, are not of the same tribe. I cannot fathom their anger. Yes, I am aware that Hogwarts has a tribe of centaurs, but I have been able to coexist harmoniously with them. I shall forgive their violent actions born of misunderstanding, but I refuse to abandon my research. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. I have perused many of your papers which, despite containing various studies that may be perceived as persecution of magical creatures, such as those on Dragonblood, I still believe you can comprehend a researcher's unwavering dedication to their work. However, I seem to have been mistaken. My partners are intent on infiltrating Azkaban, and I shall not relinquish my research, even within its confines. In a fit of anger, he strode toward the door and then, under the watchful gaze of William and his companions, sat down in silence. The hit wizards were momentarily taken aback, only remembering after some time to usher in the next prisoner. It was inconceivable that the current Minister of Magic would be anything but courteous in the presence of those 2, let alone them. Slamming the door was simply beyond consideration. Though an unexpected system had manifested, it neither offered enhancements nor bestowed magical techniques, merely allowing for card draws. While it appeared formidable, its utility was limited to critical moments. Each card drawn diminished the available stock, necessitating diligent personal effort in daily endeavors. This system was not called Deep Blue. One could not simply rely on relentless button presses to swiftly accumulate bonuses. If he did not diligently study the intricacies of the magical world while confined in Azkaban, he might not starve upon his release, but thriving in the magical realm would prove exceedingly challenging. Other wizards at least possessed a Hogwarts diploma, but for one emerging from unorthodox paths, failing to secure a position in his most adept field of potions would leave him bereft of alternatives. Would he resort to smuggling? Leveraging the connections forged within Azkaban? What a ludicrous notion. Having traversed into an era of extraordinary abilities, if he were to perpetually teeter on the brink of imprisonment, he might as well remain in Azkaban. Such a waste would be a crime in itself. By the time William thoroughly absorbed the potion's intricacies from his memory, he realized that considerable time had elapsed, and the room in Azkaban, which had the best lighting, was beginning to grow dim. As the door closed once more, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall emerged alongside the last prisoner. "Well, the review for today has concluded," Dumbledore announced with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the hit wizards. "Bart, I appreciate the hard work you and your friends have put in today." "Oh, no, Professor Dumbledore, we merely lent a small hand," Bart replied. "Please escort them to rest first. Minerva and I have matters to discuss with Mr. Boddy, Mr. Gill, and this gentleman, William." The three designated prisoners remained behind, while the rest were led away by the hit wizards, disappointment evident on their faces. Once the hit wizards departed, the door magically sealed itself. Dumbledore approached with a warm smile. "I presume you all have surmised the nature of this affair. It is likely along the lines of your conjectures." He exaggeratedly shrugged at William and the others, saying, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, there is indeed a significant vacancy in our faculty. Hogwarts is in need of a defense against the dark arts professor, and if all three of you are willing, it could be arranged." "Three?" William could not help but ask softly. Though he had only seen a single film, he recalled that the professor in the movie seemed to refer specifically to an individual. Did it not? Of course, there were three. In reality, we hope for more. Dumbledore had evidently heard this, glanced at William, and remarked to him, "Perhaps it is because the professors at our school prefer the tranquility of teaching that news about them is seldom reported outside Hogwarts. In fact, every subject has its own department. When I was not headmaster, I was the head of the Transfiguration department, working alongside Minerva. Thus, there is no need for any of you to worry about conflicts of interest. Even if all of you wish to join, Hogwarts would still have ample positions available." "Professor, to recruit at Azkaban?" William was taken aback, pondering the significance of such an endeavor. Yet he had never dared to consider the recruitment of professors. He had heard so much about Hogwarts while in his cell that it had become tiresome. If news of Hogwarts seeking teachers in a prison were to leak, even the inmates would perceive Hogwarts as having fallen into disrepute. "Is it true, then, regarding that curse?" The tall inmate beside William appeared less astonished than he, and within 2 minutes of processing the information, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Indeed, and to this day, we have yet to discover a means to break it. We have only managed to mitigate the curse's effects, rendering it non-lethal, though various mishaps or injuries may still compel individuals to leave the school." "What is the severity of the worst injuries?" "Approximately a year and a half in a hospital." The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew solemn. The previously heated discussion regarding the recruitment of a defense against the dark arts professor among the trio dissipated entirely. "I refuse. I have only 3 months left on my sentence, and I will not risk being cursed for such a position." "That is certainly your prerogative," Professor McGonagall replied, handing over a piece of parchment. "However, please sign this confidentiality agreement first, Mr. Boddy." William could even hear the sound of the inmate, named Gill, taking deep breaths. Ultimately, like the previous inmate, he chose to sign the confidentiality agreement, leaving the room with an air of reluctance. William was in turmoil. The film he had watched was the 4th installment of the Harry Potter series, and the only 2 scenes he vividly remembered were the resurrection of the Dark Lord Voldemort, whose true name he had never heard in prison, and the death of the defense against the dark arts professor, who had been disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. Assuming that the 2 professors before him were not deceiving him, and that the curse did not possess lethal capabilities, it was likely that the curse had indeed intensified with Voldemort's revival. And if he were to join now, he would barely last a year before being confined to a hospital bed for a year and a half. By the time Voldemort truly returned, he would have long departed Hogwarts. But was it worth it? Joining Hogwarts could provide him with a respectable employment record. As a Hogwarts professor who had to resign due to unforeseen circumstances was quite esteemed in the magical community. Moreover, the library at Hogwarts, as described by those inmates, was a treasure he coveted above all else, for there was no other place in a magical world with such a vast collection of tomes. More importantly, for the next half-year, he would no longer endure the daily torment of being chosen as sustenance by the Dementors, nor would he need to queue for a sliver of sunlight that barely illuminated his cell. "May I inquire about the former defense against the dark art professor?" "Regrettably, William, I must inform you that he has passed away, though not due to a curse. Rather, he made a fateful choice long ago that sealed his demise. Not a curse. Indeed, not a curse. Have I misjudged? Even if that Dark Lord did not resurrect, could the curse still yield fatal consequences? Or is it indeed not a curse? After a prolonged silence, William raised his head to utter a thoughtless question. Now that I am imprisoned in Azkaban, what has become of the potions I owe? The other party had conducted an inquiry and discovered that you relinquished your obligations upon your entry into Azkaban. Indeed, despite efforts to avoid being troubled by unsolvable issues, the debts incurred do not simply vanish upon entering prison. Once released, one would likely be compelled to repay them immediately. This was also the reason William ultimately decided to sell his manuscript, to wager on a curse, commencing at a simple difficulty, or to forsake the curse, commencing at a higher difficulty? A most perplexing choice. At that moment, a notification chimed in William's ear. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature. Receiving a treasure chest X1. Excuse me, please provide me with a piece of paper and a pen. I must contemplate this matter thoroughly. In the presence of Dumbledore, William felt no urge to open the treasure chest in the void. Seizing the opportunity to request paper and pen, he sat at the table, drawing and writing to obscure himself, while simultaneously accessing the suddenly appeared treasure chest. The mahogany chest, adorned with golden edges, emitted a radiant glow, and 3 opulently designed cards materialized with extravagant effects. The great alchemist Dumbledore, SSR Dumbledore, has achieved remarkable feats in alchemy. He is renowned for discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Skill: transmute base metals into gold. Tier this card to transform a specified iron piece into gold, contingent upon your magical power and the size of the chosen iron. Master of Transfiguration Dumbledore, SSR. It is well known that Dumbledore was once a professor of transfiguration, yet few can fathom the extent of his prowess in this art. Skill: Transfiguration Domain. Tear this card to animate all objects within the room, transforming them into the most suitable forms for combat to shield the user or assault the enemy, with duration dependent on the user's magical power. Dark Sorcerer Dumbledore, special card. SSR. Very few recall Dumbledore's past obsession with dark sorcery, let alone the miracles this genius created in that realm. Skill: Dark Arts Researcher. Passive: while holding this card, you will maintain peak performance during your studies of dark sorcery. As the final piece fell into place, we remain unable to ascertain the maximum number of professors for a single course. 16. Release from imprisonment. After much deliberation, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall finally selected 3 suitable candidates from the prisoners. Selecting professors, even from the depths of Azkaban, necessitated the elimination of unsuitable individuals. Convicted felons were certainly disqualified, and among the minor offenders, thieves, con artists, robbers, and those incarcerated for gender-related issues were equally unfit for consideration. Otherwise, how could William ever hope to stand out in such a vast place as Azkaban? While William wrestled with his thoughts, the 2 professors were equally troubled. If the first batch of candidates were to refuse, they would have no choice but to select from those who did not make the cut, complicating matters further. Fortunately, they soon received their answer. I've come to a decision, Professor Dumbledore, William said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. However, I have one stipulation. The name of this course must be changed. Whether it be called self-defense, studies of counter curses, or even Auror preliminary training or rapid combat training, it must be renamed. My appointment letter, the course syllabus, the student schedules, the acceptance letters for new students, and even the internal references within the Ministry of Magic must all reflect this new title. Of course, I will communicate this to the Ministry, Dumbledore replied with a smile, spreading his hands open on the table. Before him lay the clothes taken upon his incarceration, the wand confiscated, a few personal items, and a book, all meticulously returned from the magical box in which they had been sealed, exactly as they had been when taken away. The guard, who had been specifically instructed to assist William with his release, became quite amiable, facilitating all necessary procedures for his departure from this isolated prison island. He even thoughtfully allotted William half an hour to bid farewell to his fellow inmates. To be precise, the guard even inquired if William required a Dementor to visit his cell beforehand, allowing him to say goodbye to each of his fellow prisoners. But William politely declined the offer. What's this? You're going to Hogwarts? A large inmate exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Yes, I'm going to Hogwarts, William confirmed. The cell erupted in excitement, the eyes of all the inmates filled with envy, longing to take his place. For these denizens of Azkaban, nothing was more coveted than freedom. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, William, who had been suppressing his exuberance in front of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the guard, felt as if he had been ignited from within, an overwhelming urge to soar. He abandoned his facade, grinning broadly, revealing a radiant smile he had never known in his life. "I'm getting out," he exclaimed, hastily running to his bunk. He yanked open the pillowcase and pulled out 7 or 8 leftover candies, thrusting them into the large inmate's hands before tossing the pillow far onto the 9-fingered bed. Beside the pillow lay a pile of manuscripts. He extracted a few diary pages and handed the remaining stack of papers, along with the manuscripts, to the jailer. With a grin, he kicked off his shoes and tossed them to the newly arrived house elf, Gold Coin. When it came to the cantankerous fellow, who had little left to his name, he simply removed his shirt and draped it over the creature, admonishing it to temper its temper, for the sentence was lengthy, and one should be wary of incurring the wrath of the jailer. When the enforcer arrived at the appointed time to remind him, William emerged barefoot and bare-chested, clutching a money pouch containing his entire savings and diary, along with 30 galleons, a personal gift from the jailer, totaling just over 100 galleons. After bathing, discarding his prison garb, and donning the clothes he was stripped of upon incarceration, within an hour, William was adrift upon the ocean, far from Azkaban. 2 other inmates, equally unhinged, were released alongside him. The enforcer, accustomed to such scenes, paid no heed to the trio emerging from Azkaban and busied himself with a game of cards. As the 3 nearly delirious men grew weary in the sea breeze, the boat docked. They were unceremoniously cast onto the beach. The enforcer, even retracting the gangplank without ensuring they were steady on their feet, casually steering the vessel away. The 3 ex-convicts exchanged glances, realizing they had not even had the chance to introduce themselves before being unceremoniously abandoned. With that, introductions seemed unnecessary. Amidst 2 soft thuds, the 2 had simultaneously been released, whom William was uncertain whether to regard as fellow inmates, vanished into thin air, leaving him alone on the beach. Should I also employ some magic? With this thought, William instinctively pulled out the wand that theoretically belonged to him. However, upon grasping it, he found it felt even less responsive than the wand Dumbledore had lent him previously, as though it were resisting his use. Nevertheless, he firmly held the wand aloft, only to be momentarily frozen in place. Did the spells he had studied encompass a means to navigate this predicament? They did not, although he understood the theory of apparition. He had never attempted it, and from the memories in his mind, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that befell those who misused such magic. So, why raise the wand? Just as William began to feel foolish and resolved to cease this absurd endeavor, a deafening roar suddenly erupted beside him. Accompanied by this tremendous sound, a brilliant light manifested, revealing a colossal vehicle with enormous wheels before his eyes. A line of golden letters gleamed in the light. Night Bus. This was a triple-decker bus, summoned forth by William's earlier actions. The conductor was a loquacious chap, and William found himself repeatedly wishing to cast a few hexes at him, though to no avail. He recalled these instances vividly, for the former William had frequently traveled on this, the fastest bus in all of Britain prior to his incarceration. Welcome aboard the Night Bus. This vehicle is for you, William. Long time no see, my friend. How have you been? Why are you still dawdling? Get on, William. I have officially become a ticket collector just a week after we last met. Where have you been making your fortune lately, William? I've just been released from Azkaban. I am heading to Diagon Alley. Thank you. A sudden silence enveloped the bus. Although William had just emerged from Azkaban, he was brimming with a fervent desire for conversation. However, the ticket collector before him was not up for it. In William's memory, this individual could engage a stranger in conversation for 3 or 4 hours without pause, and initiating a dialogue with him could lead to disastrous consequences. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ticket collector, named Sampark, cautiously revived the conversation. The fare is 13 sickles. William retrieved a galleon from his pocket and handed it over, feeling a persistent sense of despair regarding the dreadful currency exchange rates of the wizarding world. If you add 3 sickles, you can obtain chocolate. Add 4. And you'll receive a thermos and a toothbrush, color of your choice. Once the collector confirmed the authenticity of the currency, his speech flowed more freely. For more? Isn't that a full galleon? Is this fellow not bright? Indeed, this bus had no seats, only beds resembling bunks. Its mode of transport was not like that of a normal vehicle. Instead, it bounced and leapt, covering 100 miles with each jump. As he drifted in and out of sleep, the sudden sound of the door crashing open jolted William awake, causing him to grasp the headboard firmly. In that moment of clarity, he realized that it wasn't a Dementor come to feast upon him, but rather new passengers boarding the bus. A revelation that allowed him to exhale in relief. He reached into his clothing to grasp his wand, which felt somewhat discordant with him, yet it provided a reassuring sense of safety, akin to finding a flashlight in the dark. Where are we now? Anglesey, your hot chocolate is ready. Would you like it now? It's a delicacy you won't find elsewhere. William did not respond, but lifted the cup to test its temperature before gulping it down heartily. Whether it was an illusion or the chocolate was exceptionally well made. He savored an entire cup and, even after that, found himself yearning for a second. "That's quite good," he remarked, and with his spirits lifted, he resolved to endure the incessant chatter by gazing out the window to observe how this magical vehicle operated. However, this curiosity swiftly proved to be a double-edged sword. In less than a minute, he abandoned the idea of continuing to watch, realizing that this bus was even more dizzying than a roller coaster or a pirate ship. Even disregarding the terrifying velocity enhancement of hurtling 100 miles with each leap, the car's normal operating speed surpasses that of the street racers. Particularly as the vehicle seems to wield some form of enchantment that magically clears the path ahead, rendering this high-speed chase reminiscent of the exhilarating days spent tormenting the keyboard in a racing game. Especially when the vehicle takes flight and lands once more. It feels as though William has completed a lap and switched to a new map, evoking a sense of having traversed into the realm of a game. After several instances of packet loss, where the screen jolts into a vastly different scene following a network lag, the passengers gradually disembark, leaving William as the sole traveler destined for Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Magic has established various modes of transportation on that side, with the bus being the slowest, most expensive, and least pleasant option. After magically tidying up the seating area, the ticket collector boldly seated himself beside William, cautiously inquiring, "How is the environment in Azkaban? Is the food palatable? Are there particularly numerous dementors over there? How has this fellow managed to survive without being killed?" A swirl of thoughts stirred within William, and he nearly mimicked a kick reminiscent of his time in prison before recalling that he was no longer in Azkaban. He began to mentally scour for effective curses while verifying whether any of the incarcerated wizards had been imprisoned due to duels. Just then, the sound of brakes echoed as the night bus glided to a stop in front of a dilapidated little pub. This was the final destination of the journey, the entrance to Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron. "All right, William, we'll discuss further upon our next meeting." The ticket collector waved goodbye behind him. "You have received temporary recognition from a magical creature, unlocking a treasure chest X1. What on earth is temporary recognition?" William muttered as he opened the chest. From a shabby box, a solitary card sprang forth. "Skill malfunction. Tear this card. For the next hour, your voice will possess the ability to trigger the darker instincts within others, with a success rate dependent on their strength." With no other choice, William solemnly accepted the card, internally warning himself never to dabble carelessly in the art of an yin-yang master unless separated by a network line. Gazing at the direction in which the bus had departed, he quietly echoed, "You too," before striding purposefully towards the Leaky Cauldron, the tavern most frequently mentioned by all prisoners. William pushed open the door and made his way to the bar. "Tom, a pint of beer in a quiet room, please." "William? It's been ages." Tom's voice abruptly interrupted, and he seemed to recall something, quickly regaining his composure as a pint of beer slid across the counter towards William. "The beer's on me. The room costs 5 sickles a day. How long will you be staying?" "Indeterminate. I'll see when I receive notification." William accepted the beer, rummaged through his money pouch for 10 galleons, and pushed the coins forward, lifting the glass to savor a hearty sip. "Breakfast and lunch will be taken care of here. We'll settle the bill later." "All right, I'll cover dinner for today. Your room is number 16. Old Tom tossed the keys, which William deftly caught before turning and ascending the wooden staircase. Chapter 18, Arrangements for the Future. The room in the Broken Cauldron was neither particularly large nor small, resembling not contemporary architecture, but rather adhering beautifully to a style reminiscent of a century past. However, neither the oak furniture nor the ancient fireplace captured William's attention. His mind succumbed to slumber as soon as his head touched the pillow. When he next opened his eyes, a rosy golden light filtered through the window. William instinctively reached out to shield himself from the sunlight, only to discover that his entire arm had gone numb. As he moved his stiff body, having slept in his clothes, he began to search the room for a clock. Fortune favored him this time. Although the hourglass-like object on the table bore no resemblance to an alarm clock, it still illuminated the current time in glowing sand. 9 o'clock. Have I really slept this long? Upon realizing this, his stomach quickly protested, having consumed nothing but a cup of hot chocolate since yesterday afternoon. With a swift motion, he closed the room door and hurried downstairs, eager to see if any breakfast remained to satiate his ravenous appetite. Upon reaching the bar, he found Old Tom smiling as he placed a small basket of sandwiches before him. "The soup's in the kitchen. I'll bring you a portion shortly. Make sure to eat well. Those hungover fellows upstairs will likely grumble a bit, so don't engage with them." Before William could fully comprehend the situation, raucous shouting erupted from the upper floor, a cacophony of rural accents, Spanish and French, filled with incomprehensible slang and foreign curses that opened William's eyes to the world. He paid it no mind, taking his food to a slightly brighter corner to sit down. After a few minutes, the clamor from above gradually subsided, and it was then that Tom appeared with a large bowl of soup, taking a seat directly across from him. How could you be so exhausted? Why, I knocked on your door for 3 minutes last night to deliver your meal. You didn't stir. Don't mention it. I was so elated to be out of that wretched place that once the excitement faded, I collapsed from fatigue. Since yesterday, my stomach has been empty. I haven't eaten a thing. William swallowed the last bite of his sandwich before murmuring that he wasn't very familiar with old Tom. But he had conducted a couple of potion transactions here. Thus they could converse comfortably. After all, having been to Azkaban once, it was only natural to emerge changed. What are your plans now? Will you continue with potion dealings? William had no intention of abandoning his culinary pursuits, despite successfully securing a professorship. He had long prepared for the possibility of not remaining at Hogwarts for more than a year due to unforeseen circumstances, at which point he might have to rely on potions for sustenance. The label of Hogwarts Potions Professor could significantly increase the value of the potions brewed, while the title of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor might yield little more than a lengthy name, with little monetary worth for the potions crafted. As for the possibility of discovering a lack of talent in potion making, one might consider a change in profession. His current perception of the magical realm is solely derived from the memories of his previous life. Could he truly orchestrate the future without any prior knowledge? If he possessed such abilities, he would have long since activated an auto-clicker on the plus sign of the system interface, far more audacious than any modifications made by the likes of Gold Mountain's rogue. While the list of potions is indeed extensive, it would be unwise to practice with a novice. Each year, Hogwarts graduates a fresh cohort of students, some of whom are capable of brewing potions that could turn toxic. Should such a potion be submitted and cause harm, who would bear the responsibility? Very well. I shall keep an eye out for you next month, as Hogwarts is set to commence its new term, likely bringing with it an influx of auxiliary potions. William paused momentarily. Although he had perused numerous memories related to potions, the specific jargon of potion recipes eluded his understanding. However, he swiftly masked his uncertainty by nodding while taking a bite of his sandwich. Old Tom had no objections. In fact, he seemed quite pleased that his wares were well received, a favorable outcome for any proprietor. Now, you enjoy your meal. I shall procure some beverages. It appears we are running low on mead, and I must promptly place another order this morning. In just a few minutes, he discerned the nature of these auxiliary potions. Essentially, they are designed to facilitate rapid achievements in various scenarios, with a particularly explosive demand during the month when new students enroll. Nonetheless, William had yet to encounter similar potions in his studies. Who could fathom the myriad peculiar concoctions that exist within the wizarding world? Each appears to serve a unique purpose, including those meant for resurrection. It's as if there exists no potion that cannot be utilized for some purpose. After swallowing the second sandwich, William's stomach no longer pressed him for sustenance, allowing him the leisure to savor the quality of his meal. Fully satisfied, he stretched contentedly, marking the official commencement of his journey to Diagon Alley. This locale can almost be deemed the financial epicenter of the British magical community, housing the only wizarding bank in all of Britain, Gringotts. However, Diagon Alley is far from ostentatious. The leaky cauldron, serving as its entrance, provides ample evidence to support this assertion. The entire financial model of the magical world is rudimentary and rife with loopholes. Any university student with a background in finance could easily identify gaps within this system and profit handsomely from them. Cleverness? Non-existent, due to the inadequacies of financial regulations. The duration of imprisonment during apprehension is entirely a matter of whim for the Ministry of Magic, which does not hesitate to exploit the system. Did they truly believe that Azkaban was erected as a mere monument of prestige? William vividly recalled the tale of a notorious inmate who successfully predicted significant upheaval in the Far East through numerical divination, subsequently extracting a considerable sum of money from the Muggle world. As this individual prepared to exchange their fortune for gold at Gringotts, the Ministry of Magic swiftly seized all their assets, citing violations of confidentiality laws and disruption of financial order, alongside sentencing him to 20 years in Azkaban as a cautionary tale for posterity. The deficiencies in the law are the greatest source of power for the Ministry of Magic. With regulations in place, how could the ministry contend with pure-blood families? However, William found himself devoid of any grievances at the moment. He merely gazed at the entrance of Gringotts, reminiscing about the inmates of Azkaban. The extent of the Ministry of Magic's power was beyond his influence. After spending such a lengthy period in Azkaban, the once grand ambitions of unifying the ministry within a year and reforming the magical world in 2 years had dissipated entirely. Although he harbored aspirations for the future, They were no longer of an extravagant nature. If memory served correctly, he had a little under 30 galleons in the bank. But more significantly, he possessed a set of custom-made potion brewing equipment. While acquiring a new set would cost no more than 20 galleons, the time required for customization was substantial, and he lacked the funds to spare. Unfortunately, today appeared to be a payday for many, as a lengthy queue formed outside Gringotts. Wizards stood in line, each carrying small bags of gold, engaging in lively conversations. To make matters worse, the goblins, despite their bustling business, were in no rush to expedite their preparations. Only a handful of goblins were available to guide patrons to their personal vaults, and the line to the underground carts was long, with no indication that the bank could allocate additional staff to assist. After enduring what felt like an eternity in line without any sign of progress, William ultimately abandoned his plan to retrieve his belongings from the Gringotts vault and made his way directly to his second destination, Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was easy to locate on the street, and after passing by twice, he finally discovered the small, dilapidated shop. The sign above the entrance had faded, and during his earlier visits, he had mistakenly assumed it was a defunct establishment. However, upon patiently scrutinizing the sign, he confirmed that this was indeed the place he sought. Ollivander had been crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C., a millennia-old shop with a reputable standing. With a silent chuckle, he pushed open the shop's door. The interior was not spacious, hardly befitting its millennia of history. Aside from a lone chair, there was little furniture, which made the space feel less cramped. His gaze fell upon stacks of boxes reaching the ceiling, and amidst this towering backdrop, an elderly gentleman was preoccupied with some task. Beside him lay an empty box identical to the one surrounding it. "New customer?" the old man inquired, lifting his head with a gentle voice. His eyes drifted towards William's pocket, prompting William to instinctively guard his wallet. He had encountered many pickpockets during his time in Azkaban. One particular thief, known as Nine Fingers, had earned his moniker from the daily loss of a finger, a consequence of his profession. However, the elderly gentleman's gaze did not linger on William's wallet, but rather fixated on the wand that protruded halfway from William's pocket. "Ah, that one," he remarked. "Sold 8 years ago, 12 inches, made of red willow, quite powerful in its movement. It's rare for a young wizard to possess their wand at the age of 9. This ISNT Japan, is it? Your name is William, correct?" "Indeed, that is I," William replied. William was astonished, even after 8 years. This elderly gentleman could recall such extraordinary details simply by recognizing a wand he had sold. Such remarkable memory, even when attributed to magic, seemed rather implausible, akin to the vast knowledge contained within 3,000 volumes of Liu Bei, which had not led this walking repository of information to forget even once a year. What could possibly be amiss? Perhaps it was the case, for some inexplicable reason, that upon my departure from Azkaban, it began to exhibit resistance. William, in all honesty, concealed nothing. He was genuinely apprehensive that this living archive might uncover something from the wand. Even though the mention of Azkaban seemed a bit far-fetched, yet it served as a convenient excuse. "Azkaban, you say?" Ollivander withdrew William's wand, caressing it with care, diligently wiping away fingerprints and perspiration before regretfully returning it to William. Typically, a wizard's wand accompanies its owner throughout their life, unless there is a drastic shift in the owner's will. "Take good care of it, Mr. William. You no longer require it to summon courage. A new wand shall accompany you on your journey ahead." Without any hesitation, William obeyed Ollivander's instructions. For a master wand maker capable of identifying an owner merely through a wand sold 8 years prior, even the most eccentric advice was worthy of adherence. It was likely that with just a glance at the myriad wands in the room, he could recall the entire history from the wand's creation to its preservation. This level of expertise, bordering on the profound, was beyond that of a mere charlatan. Reflecting on this, William inquired about the price of an empty box, purchasing one for 3 sickles. He meticulously polished the recalcitrant wand, carefully placed it within the box, secured it, and tucked it away. Such craftsmanship warranted this level of care. Even though the wand he intended to use was yet to materialize, he was already assured that regardless of its strength or weakness, it would undeniably be the most suitable for him. Chapter 20. Wands and Magical Experiments. Every wand crafted by Ollivander awaited the arrival of its rightful owner. Regrettably, some owls failed to deliver their letters in a timely manner. William couldn't recall where he had heard this phrase, but being someone who rarely watched films, it had left little impression on him at the time. Yet, as he experimented with the 18th wand, the words inexplicably resurfaced in his mind. After a fitting process more meticulous than that of a tailor, Ollivander presented a collection of wands from the wall for William to try sequentially. While he did not perceive any magical essence in these procedures, he dutifully complied, waving the wands as instructed by Ollivander. The new wands were less resistant to his movements than the previous one. However, before William could attempt to cast a spell, Ollivander would snatch the wand away to preserve it, then retrieve the next wand from its box to hand to him. When a 19th wand was handed to him, William instinctively accepted it, only to discover that the wood, which should have felt slightly cool, had grown warm, even a bit hot, yet not painful. Rather, it felt akin to receiving a hot water bottle on a winter's day when one's hands and feet are icy, making it impossible to let go. He gently loosened his grip, allowing the wand to slip a few inches, and it became astonishingly comfortable in his hand, as if his arm had extended a fraction longer. Silver stars cascaded rapidly from the tip of the wand, transforming into splendid fireworks in the blink of an eye, painting a breathtaking display in the air. Excellent, simply splendid, perfect synergy, Mr. Ollivander applauded. 13 inches cedar wood, unicorn hair, it has chosen you. I concur, William beamed, displaying the happiest smile he had worn since entering the magical realm. The sensation felt as though he had grasped the hand of a remarkable friend, alleviating his sense of solitude in his endeavors. At that moment, he had no intention of deciphering the significance of the materials, even if offered a grand sum for it. He would not part with this wand. If not for poverty restraining his last vestige of reason, he would have gladly relinquished all his money just to possess this wand. 11 galleons, a special price for your first wand as a new student, Mr. Ollivander informed him with a smile. It was far more affordable than he had anticipated, and William stifled the urge to pull out a handful of gold, carefully counting out 11 galleons and presenting them, fully aware that he was in the presence of a true master. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ollivander once more, William departed the shop with 2 wands in hand. He had a myriad of tasks awaiting him, yet at this moment, all those concerns were cast aside. What he sought was not a jumble of potion ingredients, nor unfamiliar spells, much less galleons or any other currency, but rather a quiet room free from disturbance, where he could become acquainted with his first wand and practice the magic he had secretly studied for so long in Azkaban, the leaky cauldron. Although old Tom was slightly puzzled by William's lack of eagerness to savor the fresh air of freedom since his release, he merely informed him of meal times and offered no further commentary. Should he miss the time, complimentary meals would be exchanged for paid evening specials. While it was improbable for any dramatic, life-threatening scenarios to unfold in Tom's tavern, William found himself instinctively acting as if they might. Subsequently, he spent less than 10 minutes clearing away furniture and clutter from the floor, creating a modest practice area for himself. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, lifted his wand, and unleashed his very first spell of his life. Lumos. The newly acquired wand illuminated, its seemingly gentle light undiminished, even under the sun's rays. Huh, William exhaled, collapsing onto the bed. If even the simplest of spells required such effort to master, he suspected he would become the most comical professor in the history of Hogwarts. Once labeled as insufficiently skilled and cast out of Hogwarts, William would likely find himself adrift in distant lands, struggling for sustenance, and perhaps succumbing to starvation due to his inadequacies. The next spell was the levitation charm. The key to casting it lay in precision. Any mispronunciation could inadvertently summon a cow. William approached the task with utmost caution. While such an occurrence might be a jest among students, he possessed the genuine magical prowess to conjure a cow. Moments later, the quill designated for experimentation floated flawlessly into the air, a resounding success. The clear water charm was executed successfully, as was the Alohammer spell. By the time dinner approached, William had successfully performed over a dozen uncomplicated spells, each requiring no more than 3 attempts for success. However, these simple incantations posed little challenge, and with his ample magical energy, he found them exceedingly easy to cast. Brimming with the joy of his accomplishments, William bounded down the stairs, prompting Old Tom to call out several warnings to be cautious. When the dishes were served, Old Tom could not resist inquiring, "What is this, young William? Have you robbed Gringotts?" "Just emerged from that wretched place. I had no intention of granting the hitters any credit," William replied. "Is it true that some pure blood has taken a fancy to your looks and aims to ease your struggles?" "I would hope so, but pure bloods seek only their own kind. Do they not?" William jested, sharing his delight through playful banter. "Not necessarily. Pure bloods are not limited to the fairer sex," Old Tom retorted. "Go on. Be careful lest I report you for diluting your drink with water." William feigned indignation. "In that case, your drink must be pure spirits. Additional payment is required." Old Tom laughed, extending his hands in mock surrender. William retrieved a canute, feigning generosity. "Here, take it. No need for change." The onlookers chuckled in response, and the tavern erupted in merriment. Old Tom accepted the copper canute without a hint of disdain, gleefully waving it at a group of patrons before striding away. assured that Azkaban had not cast a shadow over the young lad's spirit. William, in turn, wore a triumphant expression, making his way to the bar, treating everyone present to a drink, thereby expressing his exuberance. The tavern's atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Clang, clang, clang. Drawn by the sound, William approached its source. Upon seeing him awaken, the visitor paused, unfurling its wings and emitting a series of cooing sounds. As the window swung open, a colossal creature, almost unrecognizable as an owl, swooped in, landing upon the table and instinctively rummaging through the assorted items. Before long, a small iron box was unearthed, which, once opened, revealed a portion of owl feed. With the number of owls nearly rivaling that of wizards, every inn typically provided a small reserve in each room. However, this particular visitor seemed quite at home. Without waiting for William's invitation, it began to feast, extending its leg toward him in a casual manner. A pale yellow letter was tied to the top, and William untied it, initially intending to say something, but his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Thus, he reluctantly unfolded the envelope. It was likely a letter of employment, though one devoid of any collectible value, he mused wryly. At this moment, aside from a madman, few would wish to receive such a missive. Otherwise, how could Hogwarts have gone all the way to Azkaban to find him? With a few deft movements, he broke the wax seal and extracted several sheets of parchment from within. The first page contained a letter. Dear Mr. William Lee, we are pleased to inform you that your application for employment has been approved by both the Hogwarts administration and the Ministry of Magic. Your offer of employment, along with allowances for professional attire, housing, living expenses, and transportation, are enclosed herewith. The new academic term is set to commence on September 1st. You are required to submit your textbook requirements and course arrangement applications 1 month in advance, and to provide a report on classroom and course funding to the administration. We will notify students to procure textbooks for the new academic year via supplementary letters, and should you have any further inquiries, you may visit the Vice Principal's office on Mondays or Wednesdays before August 1st. Sincerely, Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall. The second page contained William's letter of appointment. It bore no peculiarities compared to those from the Muggle world, save for the title inscribed on the paper, Instructor of Defensive Magical Arts, which struck him as rather incongruous. Although the letter stated a lifetime appointment, William felt it highly unlikely he would receive a second-year salary. Following this were an assortment of documents, a list of recommended textbooks for faculty, the ministry's teaching syllabus, outlines for OWL and nude examinations, guidelines for employment, and a suggested attire list, items of little immediate concern. At the conclusion of the letter was a considerable sum of money, the purpose of which was uncertain. Whether it was meant to buy a life remained ambiguous. 300 galleons, and this was merely in advance. Salary details were not mentioned, likely to be discussed in person upon his arrival at the school. In any case, his options as a professor were limited to either taking up residence at Hogwarts or fleeing abroad. Any attempt to go on strike would result in a direct warrant issued by the ministry. Is this truly how simple it is to become a professor? Could there not be a semblance of ceremony? William thought, inwardly scoffing at the letter before him. Just then, the owl, having finished a box of owl treats, waddled over and began to nibble at his fingers. What, is that not enough? William chuckled, but the owl quickly resumed pecking at the letter of appointment. He picked up the quill from the table and signed his name with a flourish. Though not particularly elegant, it was legible. He carefully placed a copy of the letter of appointment into the envelope, fastening it to the owl's leg, and watched as the visitor unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. You have been cursed, and a new treasure chest has been acquired. William stood frozen in disbelief. Cursed all of a sudden? Could this wretched system not provide a manual? Why did it sporadically introduce new functions? He hoped this time the card would be helpful, ideally one that would directly negate the curse. With such expectations, William directly opened the treasure chest. Upon the purple wooden box, a colossal eye suddenly sprang open, and a stream of violet mist flowed forth from it, coalescing in the air into 3 purple cards. Curse, bony blight, paralysis. You have been cursed by an evil and formidable foe, and as this malevolent caster's power replenishes, you will encounter repeated misfortunes. These mishaps will not directly claim your life, but you will ultimately lose the ability to control your own body. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Curse, bony blight, amnesia. You have been cursed by an evil and formidable foe, and as this malevolent caster's power replenishes, you will encounter repeated misfortunes. These mishaps will not directly claim your life, but you will ultimately lose all your memories. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Curse, bony blight, death. You have been cursed by an evil and formidable foe, and as this malevolent caster's power replenishes, you will encounter repeated misfortunes. These mishaps will not claim your life at first, but you will ultimately succumb to the curse. Duration, permanent, until the caster's demise. Before William lay a dilemma akin to choosing between a dish of bland noodles or a bowl of wonton soup. Perhaps more accurately, between the taste of foul curry and curry-flavored excrement. After a prolonged internal struggle regarding the last card, he, filled with anguish, opted for the first choice. He immediately accessed the warehouse to glean more information about this card, hoping to extract further insights from a system. Regrettably, the events had already transpired. Had he known in advance, he would have preferred to serve a year's sentence in Azkaban with decorum. However, now that he had lost the gamble, he could only seek ways to remedy the situation. Complaining to fate was futile. It was imperative to minimize the losses at this juncture. Bony blight, exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Activating once per year, nearly inescapable. Such a simple phrase, devoid of further elaboration. The terms exceedingly difficult and nearly inescapable were more terrifying together. But even the former alone was daunting enough, as it was something the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his time, had been unable to dispel even after a decade of effort. With only one option remaining, he resolved to find a way to evade the impending doom of the first year, or, at the very least, to mitigate the damage, perhaps by sacrificing a leg. Before succumbing to paralysis, he would strive to eliminate that dark wizard in the shortest possible time. Calm down, you can do this. Though the situation was undeniably complex, it was far less dire than awakening in an unfamiliar prison. William focused on controlling his breath, desperately attempting to regain his composure. He had previously devised a plan to leave Hogwarts, but now it seemed everything had to be reevaluated. His knowledge of the magical world was limited, and what little he did know pertained primarily to the general happenings at Hogwarts in a future year. The exact timing of that year remained uncertain. Yet he distinctly remembered that everything he understood would unfold when a certain child named Harry Potter participated in the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. At that moment, the name of the one who cast the curse upon him, a name that could not be uttered, was set to resurrect from the depths of the magical ritual. Undoubtedly, the curse he endured would become increasingly aggressive, and if he wished to evade greater peril, it would be prudent to discover a means to counter the curse before that time, or simply eliminate the nameless entity beforehand. This implied that prior to the so-called Triwizard Tournament, he must remain at Hogwarts, rather than executing his earlier plan to orchestrate an incident at the year's end, resulting in a prolonged stay in the hospital before successfully departing from Hogwarts. He dashed to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face to awaken his senses, then spoke to his damp reflection in the mirror. Having traversed here, you have strived enough. The Dementors of Azkaban have not defeated you. The peculiar rules of the prison have not ensnared you. You endured in that lightless abyss for a full half-year, and upon your release, you shall not serve as mere fodder for curses. Your knowledge of the Harry Potter films may be scant, yet this is no reason for surrender. You possess a body of an adult in the magical realm, with a sufficient reservoir of magic to sustain yourself. You hold a prophetic insight into a future year, clearly aware of who can vanquish that adversary. You even possess a system that you need not fear. It is the one who cursed you that warrants dread. He hastily dried his face, suppressing the fear of the Dark Lord. William had never encountered that enigmatic figure, but during his time in Azkaban, he had heard countless tales regarding those who resided in the prison's deepest recesses. Each inmate of the lighter cells trembled at the mention of those dark entities, most of whom claimed allegiance to the Death Eaters, maintaining a semblance of mental stability even after nearly a decade of confinement under the Dementors' oppressive influence. William, having dealt with Dementors, understood the terrors they embodied, and those Death Eaters were merely the followers of the Dark Lord. Starting on a difficult mode had inadvertently escalated to a hellish challenge. What else could he do but press on, hoping for a successful conclusion? He offered a grim smile to the figure in the mirror. Following this, he feared he would have little time to engage with potions, given his current level. He might manage to scrape by for half a year, but over time, he would likely be unable to teach even the students. Stepping out of the bathroom, his mood transformed entirely. William promptly rummaged through the attachments of his letter to locate the textbooks chosen by previous professors of defense against the dark arts. Concerns about potions and earning money could be set aside for now. The most studied potions, the magical creatures that intrigue him, and the vast annals of magical history, all of these have been relegated to the bottom of the box. If Hogwarts lacked a professor for the self-defense magic course, he would prepare himself thoroughly for the role, determined to excel in it and avoid any unforeseen incidents during his tenure. The forthcoming days were monotonous and devoid of flavor. He politely declined the 2 orders offered by Old Tom, opting instead for sustenance from the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Apart from the obligatory hour of exercise each day, he devoted all his time to familiarizing himself with his textbooks. Fortunately, the rudimentary spells posed no significant challenge for an adult wizard. Moreover, the curriculum for self-defense magic, which William had compelled the school to rename, comprised only a minor portion of his magical studies, alleviating his concerns considerably. During this period, there was no correspondence from Hogwarts. Old Tom had expressed understanding after William presented his appointment letter, and everything remained tranquil. If one were to mention any external communication, it would pertain to the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, who had sent via Owl the funds for all the books William had purchased, along with a collection of the latest publications on the defense against the dark arts. Without exception, these were the newest editions, unavailable in second-hand form. Cursing the unscrupulous merchant inwardly, William stowed the new tomes at the bottom of his trunk. On the 17th day of his seclusion, his room was rapped upon. "Young William, someone is looking for you." Old Tom stood outside, his voice barely concealing his delight. The subsequent textbooks would need to be selected from those he had acquired, and he felt no apprehension about the silence of the few books he had received. Could it be that the merchant, blinded by greed, had come to insist on choosing new books as teaching materials? Initially, William intended to inform Old Tom to refuse the visitor, but after some contemplation, he decided it prudent to clarify the matter, allowing the owner to abandon any hopes. Should he truly provoke him, he would resort to using the most frequently published and oldest texts as his teaching materials, curious to see how many copies he could sell. Chapter 23. The Visit from Dumbledore. Books are not inexpensive commodities, particularly textbooks. Even slightly specialized editions can leave one questioning whether the pages are crafted from silver. William fully comprehended the merchant's visit, yet given his current state, adhering to established protocols was already a feat. Selecting suitable teaching materials himself would only invite trouble. He prepared to convey this clearly to the owner, resolutely refusing to choose newly released books as textbooks, regardless of the prevailing crisis. However, upon sternly opening the door, he was taken aback by the figure behind it. A deep voice emerged from behind Old Tom. "Good afternoon, Mr. William. I apologize for my impromptu visit without prior correspondence, but the matter is urgent, and I believe we must converse in person." Despite these words, the visitor's tone lacked urgency. His tall, slender frame allowed his face to be entirely visible behind Old Tom, and the gentle smile upon his countenance belied the fact that he was universally recognized as the most formidable figure in the wizarding world. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. To be honest, I did not anticipate your visit just before opening the door." William struggled to suppress an eager expression. The generosity of the man before him was overwhelming. Currently, William has haphazardly drawn over 20 boxes from the system. In comparison to the others, Albus Dumbledore's endorsed box is unparalleled, eclipsing all others. While others rely on a chance-based lottery, Dumbledore's box is akin to selecting a coveted prize after an extravagant indulgence in the rewards. Furthermore, considering his prior experience of acquiring a second box from Monton, William is convinced that with Dumbledore, he can at least secure another box, akin to gaining another card. It was this very consideration that compelled him to resolutely choose to spend half a year at Hogwarts. Although it now seems his choice has led him into a predicament, having already committed, he cannot simply forsake the benefits of his earlier decision. Perhaps this reflects a certain stubbornness of the old fellow. Men of his ilk often prefer to act according to their own whims. "Will you not treat me to a cup of hot chocolate?" he inquired. "Of course, the finest hot chocolate, infused with a hint of white wine. This is my specialty," replied Old Tom eagerly, extending his hand towards the room. "Please, take a seat, Professor. The hot chocolate will be ready shortly." "Isn't it said that the bar does not sell chocolate?" William sighed softly, calling out to Old Tom, who was hastily descending the stairs. "I would like a cup as well." After completing these exchanges, he strode into the room and seated himself on the bed, leaving the sole chair for Dumbledore. The lighting was quite pleasant. After casting a glance at the room's ambience, Dumbledore's gaze settled upon the pile of books on the table. Beside the books lay a thick stack of notes concerning matters of life and death, which William approached with the fervor of a student during finals week. "Thorough preparation. It seems we have made the best choice." I wager even Minerva would be moved to exclaim upon seeing these notes. Dumbledore's expression became increasingly genial, evidently appreciating a professor who takes academic duties seriously. "After all, I have not undergone systematic training in these subjects, although it's somewhat late to supplement my knowledge. Preparing is certainly better than remaining unprepared," William admitted, partially revealing the truth. Aside from his self-study during his time in Azkaban, he could hardly claim to have received any formal magical education. His present diligence was not revision, but rather self-directed learning. The professor of what is now called the Defense Against the Dark Arts, renamed as Wizarding Self-Defense Magic, was not far removed from Azkaban. as one must understand dark magic to competently hold that position. A wizard of legal age who can sustain themselves in the wizarding world, even if lacking in prowess, would still manage to grasp the fundamentals of this subject, particularly given the curse that has thwarted the professor's departure from the school, which has notably lowered the selection criteria for this position. Under such circumstances, a professor who is both dedicated to teaching and modest in demeanor would surely delight Dumbledore, especially in contrast to the newly appointed professor. It is indeed the case that black magic and the self-defense spells for wizards are part of the curriculum we offer. We have received a new application from a wizard, and considering the absurdity of one individual managing 7 grades, note 1, we have decided to accept his candidacy. A newcomer? William was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps the previous professor's most harrowing experiences led the school to underestimate the potency of that curse. Or perhaps the Dark Lord's lack of resurrection diminished its power. Nevertheless, William was acutely aware that this course was akin to a perilous abyss. Those who ventured into it would inevitably encounter calamity. I believe I am capable, Professor Dumbledore, William stated earnestly. If the curse's potency were to diminish upon the new applicant's arrival, he might have hesitated before declining. Yet, given the current circumstances, there is no need to draw anyone into such treachery. I certainly trust you, especially after seeing the materials on the table, but I have conferred with Professor McGonagall. If there are other wizards willing to attempt this, we shall not dismiss their applications for the sake of our students. The workload of 7 grades could overwhelm a young professor, Dumbledore gently elucidated. And what of the curse? This is no ordinary position. Professors have annually succumbed to its effects. Over time, we have exhausted every conceivable method to counter the curse. While we have been unable to eradicate it, we have endeavored to mitigate the associated dangers. The new professor is well aware of this. The curse is not a concern. You have encountered a curse, and in the presence of a sharer, you have received a box of blessings. There are no more excuses, nor are any needed. If he was not mistaken, as Dumbledore approached to inform him, Professor McGonagall was likely finalizing a contract with another candidate. A vibrant green box slowly opened in the void, revealing a shimmering card. The confounder of the blessed curse. After the last curse utterly annihilated its victim and rebounded upon the caster, this curse fell into a peculiar state. As you, the newly cursed, muddle the name of the target, the curse enters chaos once the new victim becomes its aim. Confusion, passive when the number of cursed targets exceeds 2. The lethal effect cannot manifest, and the remaining effects are significantly weakened. Once the first victim of this round of curses perishes, this card is destroyed. The latter statement need not be considered. William feigned silence and opened the box at once. The outcome surprised him. The information regarding the last curse's lethal nature was entirely different from what Dumbledore had conveyed. Prior to his enrollment, he was informed that the most gravely injured individual had been hospitalized for a year and a half. The newly appointed professor would not succumb to the curse, and the curse's effects would be considerably diminished. Both were positive developments. However, he could not overlook the news of the fatality. Feigning silence, he raised his head and casually inquired of Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire about the identity of my predecessor? There is much I do not yet comprehend, and I wish to send an owl to him with some queries, hoping he would not mind. Additionally, if it is permissible, could you enlighten me as to how last year's professor met their demise? As a successor, it is entirely customary to consult with one's predecessor, and the matter of curses pertains to life itself. He sought clarity on certain issues. The professor from 2 years prior. I shall contact him once you arrive at Hogwarts to ascertain if he is willing to communicate with you. Very well, I swear it. William extended his hand, directing his wand towards it, as the concoction of various illicit potions in the black market often necessitates oaths of differing levels of confidentiality. A pale, yellow beam flowed forth, and after a pledge with a compensation amounting to 3,000 galleons, William received the answer he desired. Your predecessor was Professor Quirrell, and regrettably, he perished during his tenure. However, it was not due to a curse, but rather because he placed his trust in the wrong individual, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the curse's liberator. The liberator? Indeed, my former student, Voldemort. He was incensed that I did not appoint him as the defense against the dark art professor, and he cursed the position. While I have dabbled in dark magic, I am not proficient enough to dispel this curse. William glanced at the Taka dark wizard Dumbledore, in his bag, refraining from interjecting. Wait a moment, Professor Dumbledore. If I recall correctly, that Dark Lord was vanquished a decade ago. How could he have resurfaced at Hogwarts to slay the previous professor? I stated a decade ago that he would ultimately return. He ensnared Professor Quirrell, infiltrating Hogwarts through him, and after being defeated, he killed Professor Quirrell. William recalled the scene of Voldemort's resurrection he had witnessed, realizing that Hogwarts was likely far more perilous than he had previously imagined. The Dark Lord, whom even the inmates of Azkaban referred to as the Mysterious One, did not merely plot in shadows to resurrect himself. He commenced his assault on Hogwarts even before his revival and ultimately succeeded in restoring himself. Had it not been for the curse that plagued him, William would have likely fled the country. At present, I can only divulge this much. Many matters I merely speculate upon and am still seeking evidence to substantiate them. I hope this information alleviates your confusion. The circumstances surrounding Professor Quirrell cannot be disclosed to the outside world, as I do not wish for you to feel deceived upon discovering the truth about him in the future. Dumbledore spoke earnestly. I shall, Headmaster. After bidding Dumbledore farewell, William found himself unusually lost in thought for an extended period. It was unavoidable. The revelations he had just received were overwhelming. Upon reflection, he had merely inquired about the previous defense against the dark arts professor. Was there truly a need for such heartfelt candor from Dumbledore toward a mere temporary instructor? Although bound by oaths, such unnecessary matters hardly warranted Dumbledore's considerable effort. When one extends courtesy, there must be a motive. From what he gathered from the prisoners and Old Tom, Dumbledore had no granddaughters or grandsons of suitable age preparing for marriage. Thus, the only possible reason for his actions could be Dumbledore's so-called prophecy from a decade ago regarding the return of the Mysterious One. This lackluster speculation filled him with disdain for the notes he had meticulously crafted on the table, yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he was already ensnared by that troublesome curse, he was determined to vanquish Voldemort. Even if the new card indicated a weakening of the curse's effects, he remained exceedingly cautious. What constituted a weakening? Would it mean being confined to a wheelchair in the next life? Permanently losing an arm or a leg to dark magic? Losing an ear or an eye? He found it difficult to relinquish these organs, which he cherished, for the whims of a certain mysterious individual. With this thought, he abandoned any notion of rest, flipping to the page marked by his bookmark, readying paper and quill to continue his studies. Killing Voldemort was not merely a matter of words, although it seemed nearly impossible to achieve such a feat through study alone. Learning would bring him closer to that enigmatic figure. Then, relying on the system, the uncertain prophecies, and the powers of the first white wizard, he could eliminate the one known as Voldemort. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was rapped upon. Come in. The door is unlocked, William called out grumpily. Without needing to inquire, he was certain it was Old Tom. Indeed, upon the door's opening, the individual who met his wand was none other than Tom, who had visited for the fourth time since discovering the curse. Ever since, William's wand had been drawn at the first sign of trouble. The assortment of snacks on the table, hot chocolate, nuts, and other tidbits that certainly did not belong in a bar, had been provided by Tom, all for the sake of seeing Dumbledore. Ah, Professor Dumbledore has left? He has. If he stayed any longer, he might burst. The bar could hardly accommodate such an abundance of snacks. Quite impressive. Snacks? I nearly forgot. The rest are mine. Your cup of hot chocolate comes at a price. There's no such food in this bar. That's from another establishment. William rolled his eyes dramatically at him. Although he remained unaware of the identity of the wizard who had also been cursed alongside him, he certainly owed that individual a significant debt of gratitude. Thanks to him, William could occasionally steal a moment of respite amidst his rigorous studies. Though the specter of danger still loomed overhead, an extra layer of protection was reassuring. After estimating that he could scrape together enough for his first year's salary, William resolved to concentrate his energies on the spells that piqued his interest most: apparition. Both the name and the effects of its use were nothing short of dazzling. As a magic that only adult wizards were permitted to wield, it allowed for nearly unrestricted movement to another location within one's awareness, and the difficulty of mastering this spell was daunting. How long have you been an adult, and yet you still cannot apparate? Look, from here to there, this distance should suffice. Old Tom grumbled as he drew a line with his foot on the empty space behind the bar. Keep it away from the trash can and the wall. I certainly do not wish for my patrons to carry the scent of refuse into my establishment. Then you might have to expel the purebloods. Otherwise, I shall file a complaint based on your statement. Your prejudice against purebloods runs deep, my friend. One's lineage does not determine their character. However, Slytherin has a reputation, and few graduates from there can be deemed virtuous. The jest regarding Slytherin has always thrived, particularly within the taverns. Now, let us commence your training, for there are scant opportunities for white fawns in the bar, though I suspect you may struggle even with the simplest of tasks today. Focus, determination, composure, and the three elements of apparition. Now spin, my boy. Old Tom reclined back, his rocking chair creaking rhythmically. William stood behind the designated line, striving to clear his mind and fix his gaze on the opposite end. He began to spin, and with a flourish, William executed a perfect 360-degree turn. Stealing a glance at old Tom, who was not paying attention, he took a step back, feigning nonchalance. Setting a target, clearing his thoughts, concentrating once more. William increased his momentum. But after 2 spins, he lost his balance and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Ha! William, are you attempting to turn your clothes into a disjointed mess? Old Tom laughed, causing his chair to sway violently, almost displacing it from its original position. To his astonishment, William felt as if he had been thrust into an exceedingly confined space, only to be expelled through a narrow tube, discovering that the wall had seemingly shifted, appearing abruptly before him. It was as if he had experienced a frame drop, teleporting from one location to another, but this was not a mere glitch, it was genuine apparition. Did you succeed so swiftly? Old Tom exclaimed in wonder. Although apparition can be challenging, mastering such a feat in such a brief time was indeed remarkable. During his own time at Hogwarts, many students required at least 2 extensive lessons to grasp this shortest distance of teleportation. However, considering he was destined to become a professor at Hogwarts, a slightly accelerated learning curve was not unexpected. Now, the next step was not merely to practice incessantly to familiarize oneself with the sensation of success. Once he had adequately mastered this short-distance movement, he could attempt longer distances, saving quite a bit on night bus fares. As old Tom rambled on, he made his way toward the bar. I'll fetch the white fawn. You continue practicing. I anticipated you would not reach this level until at least the following day. William stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. The joy of mastering apparition ahead of schedule faded swiftly. How careless of him! What audacity he had to experiment with such perilous new magic, especially while still burdened by a debilitating curse. Losing an arm or a leg might be manageable, but should he lose his neck or, worse yet, suffer amputation below the brow, it would be quite disastrous. Even the most resilient of wizards cannot afford such recklessness, particularly with the existence of that curse, which could turn rare misfortunes into common calamities. Old Tom, have you retrieved the white fawn? Naturally, although I seldom find myself in conflicts. One cannot expect a bar to be devoid of white willow bark. Moreover, the apothecary is conveniently located nearby, even if I do not purchase any. They would likely bring along some when they come. Indeed, once one becomes entangled with alcohol, incidents of bloodshed tend to increase significantly, rendering the presence of white willow, a potent hemostatic remedy, essential. It hasn't expired, has it? William inquired cautiously. Impossible. I just used it last month, and its efficacy remains remarkable, came the response. Is there enough? Sufficient for 7 or 8 applications. Is a management at Azkaban really that stringent? No, not at all. I was merely asking for reassurance. You needn't worry. Old Tom brandished his wand, gesturing as if to duel. William promptly fell silent and stepped to the designated line, focusing intently, fearful of the prospect of disapparating. Perhaps due to this heightened concentration, the incident did not occur during the hour-long practice, and his proficiency in apparition improved significantly. By the end, Old Tom felt that William could attempt a slightly longer disapparition, but this was decisively declined by William. He intended to procure white willow bark, bone marrow essence, and a series of other healing products to keep on his person. As a former potion maker, he even contemplated concocting several particularly effective illicit potions, knowing where to obtain these rare ingredients, some of which were contraband. Old Tom, are you back there? A voice, deep and nearly oppressive, resonated from the front of the bar. Soon after, William beheld an individual nearing 4 meters in height entering through the back door. In the presence of this newcomer, Old Tom appeared diminutive, akin to a primary school student, and William himself fared little better. In comparison, he felt scarcely taller than a child. The term giant fleetingly crossed William's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Giants were not safeguarded by wizards and could not exist within a typical wizarding society. Some in a magical realm took pleasure in hunting dragons or giants, and a few were confined in Azkaban. Compared to a giant, it was far more plausible that this individual had been subjected to some perilous dark magic or curse. With this thought, William felt somewhat reassured. Since the newcomer knew Old Tom, it was clear there would be no conflict, and such a formidable stature need not be a harbinger of danger. Hagrid, why are you here so early today? Old Tom greeted the giant enthusiastically, and this name immediately triggered William's recollection of the individual's identity. Previously, the visitor's towering height had obscured his face from William's notice, but now, upon Old Tom's mention, he struggled to discern familiar features amidst the creature's shaggy visage. Well, all prior conjectures were now rendered moot. The visitor was indeed a giant, albeit a half-blood, a hybrid of human and giant. Although William felt he had encountered such topics before, now was clearly not the time for academic pursuits. Before he could determine how to greet the giant, he was startled by Hagrid's gesture of salutation. The hybrid giant bent down, gently placing his palm, which was 4 times the size of an ordinary man's, on Old Tom's shoulder, giving it a light pat. William swore he saw Old Tom's legs tremble as if they were about to give way. "I intend to visit Diagon Alley to procure some hair conditioner," he explained, as requested by the centaurs who were preparing for a feast. A few of the young lads feel their tails lack a certain elegance. It was no surprise that someone capable of nurturing such splendid creatures would have a good rapport with the centaurs. The fellow inmate would undoubtedly be envious upon hearing this. "Shall we have a drink first?" Old Tom straightened his back. "No, I should focus on my shopping for now. I'll discuss the conditioner once I find it. Last time I neglected this task, those young lads complained for 3 days straight." "Fair enough," Old Tom replied. "By the way, allow me to introduce you to someone. This individual may become your colleague. He will also serve Hogwarts for the coming year." "Oh, a new professor?" He glanced at William and extended his hand. "I am Hagrid. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." William hesitated before mustering the courage to shake the enormous hand. "I'm Lee William. Yet to commence my duties as the professor of defensive magic for wizards." Hagrid shook William's hand gently, yet the size made William feel like a primary school student, while he scratched his head with his other hand. "Ah, defensive magic, I recall. Dumbledore mentioned you. He said you might be the best professor for this subject in 5 years. Such high praise?" William thought that if he survived the first year, the risk of dismissal would be minimal. Of course, this was also due to the likelihood that the school would struggle to find a new instructor. Before William could utter any humble remarks, Hagrid continued, "He is always like this, boisterous, but not ill-natured. You'll come to see that with time. I concur with your initial observation. However, I must contemplate the latter, considering that the professor of defensive magic at Hogwarts tends to be a position with a high turnover rate." William stumbled slightly over the current name of the course, but he would never voluntarily mention its original title. "Well, I sincerely hope you last a while. Being a professor at Hogwarts is a commendable position. There are few professions that allow for the employment of wizards released from Azkaban, and I would prefer you not to revert to smuggling." Yet Old Tom firmly grasped him, insisting, "You've had enough time with your books. You've finally mastered apparition today. You should treat yourself to a day off. Go explore Diagon Alley. If you truly seek relaxation, the alley next door to Nocturne Alley is a delightful spot." Old Tom wore a rather mischievous expression, yet his desire to intervene was resolute. Furthermore, acquiring a more dignified robe was essential. His youthful appearance was somewhat suitable for younger students, but among the older ones, it could indeed be a disadvantage. He had never experienced life at Hogwarts, so he could only reference the typical high school students of a similar age. The gap from 11 to 17 or 18 was rather significant, as the students at this age were often troublesome, rebellious, dramatic, and pretentiously mature, truly the most challenging demographic to manage. With a flick of his wand, William opened the entrance to Diagon Alley, but a wave of anxiety washed over him. Previously engrossed in his studies, he had not considered the challenges ahead. Now, upon reflection, managing these students proved to be no less daunting than contending with that accursed curse. Both tasks were utterly exhausting. Why, indeed, was he so eager to be released from confinement? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain with the Dementors. When compared to them, these troublesome students seemed far more formidable. The thought of the Dementors sent a shiver down William's spine. In contrast to those ghastly beings, the challenges he faced here were relatively trivial. At least he could still glimpse hope. Whereas spending even a few minutes in the company of a Dementor would strip any ordinary wizard of all joy and hope. He hoped that teaching would not prove too taxing. Otherwise, on the day of his scheduled release, he might inadvertently share a rather distasteful joke in front of all his students. Diagon Alley was a splendid place. Although the street bore an antiquated charm, it represented the pinnacle of the magical world. Each day, it welcomed an array of visitors, country witches, reclusive wizards, expelled Hogwarts students, and foreign sorcerers, all of whom brought both endless wealth and countless troubles to this thoroughfare. And now, trouble was brewing. A skirmish had broken out. A crowd began to converge towards the source of the commotion, and William was no exception. While brawls were commonplace in Azkaban, it was his first encounter with a street fight since entering the magical realm. Following the footsteps of a tall, lanky wizard clad in a blue robe, William rounded a corner to find the gathering crowd. It was just shy of 3 in the afternoon, the peak of activity on the street. Shopkeepers, having abandoned their wares, emerged to witness the spectacle. Perhaps due to the absence of wands, there were no mediators, and onlookers focused their full attention on the two contenders on the verge of a physical altercation. With a slight advantage in height, William managed to catch a glimpse of the scene. The two combatants, both adorned in wizarding robes, were engaged in a heated exchange, one gripping the collar of the other with fervent intensity. The white-haired wizard, being manhandled, gestured with his hands, attempting to articulate an explanation, while the shorter, more menacing figure. With a scraggly beard, animatedly gestured with his long fingers as he hurled insults into the air, creating a rather ludicrous spectacle. Scattered on the ground between them lay an open magazine, and, as the bearded man continued his tirade, he occasionally pointed at the publication, suggesting that something within its pages had deeply offended him. Arriving slightly late to the scene, William could only glean a vague understanding of the situation, as the crowd's interference muddled the bearded man's words. After some time, he finally pieced together the story. The bearded man's grievances appeared to stem from an article in the magazine that had exposed some scandalous matter. And today, he had fortuitously encountered the magazine's editor amidst the throng. Enraged, he had seized the opportunity to confront the editor. It was no surprise, then, that a magazine known for its sensationalism would find its editor on the receiving end of a beating. Having discerned the cause of the altercation, William resolved to depart. He had important matters to attend to, and while a brief delay was acceptable, lingering to witness a brawl would be a disservice to his own purpose. As William contemplated, he cast another glance at the opposing sides before his gaze settled upon the face adorned with a scruffy beard. Was that beard slightly askew? Fixating on the individual, William confirmed the misalignment, and his imagination swiftly conjured an image of the man sans facial hair. Such a disguise was likely donned by one who was being hunted, a bounty of 100 galleons per head, a sum too tempting to ignore. That visage seemed somewhat familiar. Within moments, William recognized the voice, and in less than half a minute, it aligned with a figure from his memory. It was that scoundrel, the con artist. Upon his release from prison, he had pilfered galleons from the entire cell block, leaving William with substantial losses. With this thought, William hastily drew his wand, and before the onlookers could react, he unleashed the incantation. Petrificus totalis. The spell surged through the crowd, striking the boastful trickster. His body stiffened, and he instinctively reached for his wand. But before his fingers could grasp it, the full force of the binding spell immobilized him entirely. After a few erratic shakes, the bearded man collapsed to the ground. The surrounding wizards promptly brandished their wands, directing them towards the source of the spell. Everyone, relax. I've merely encountered an old acquaintance, William said with a smile, spreading his arms to signal his lack of further hostility. He then stepped through a narrow opening in the throng. After swiftly retrieving the con artist's wand, William fixed his gaze upon the trickster's face. The man's eyes darted around, revealing a look of despair. He had evidently recognized William. Ah, you remember me, old friend. William jested in a playful tone, reaching out to tug at the man's beard. To prevent any slip-ups, the non-magical beard was easily yanked away, and the onlookers quickly stowed their wands, realizing the trickster's identity. This was bound to stir up trouble. Finite incantum. With ease, William dispelled the spell binding the upper part of the man's body, allowing him to speak while he began to search through the con artist's garments. Before long, he unearthed a substantial sack filled with galleons. Tossing it up and weighing it in his hand, he estimated it contained around 70 or 80 coins. The rascal had not squandered all at once. Well, it has been quite some time, my old comrade. You disappeared without a word last time, and now you've even grown a beard? Ah, little William, it has indeed been a while. I thought I'd grow a beard to appear more mature. It tends to attract more trusting clientele, the trickster replied, forcing a smile. Both were keen to avoid exposing any details about Azkaban in public. While money could be recouped, revealing their past misdeeds could lead to a long wait before they could profit again. It seems you've had your fair share of good fortune recently, brother. Indeed, I'm a bit short on cash today, so consider this a round on me. However, I have matters to attend to, so let us not make a scene. Next time, I'll treat you properly to a drink. The swindler inwardly lamented his misfortune. Among all his fears, William was the least of them. However, today, he found himself ambushed by a lack of decorum from his adversary, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Although his primary dealings were in the murky realm of illicit affairs, the exposure of a theft from a fellow inmate would undoubtedly incite collective condemnation from his associates. Gratitude was not in order, brother, he thought. William, with a mischievous grin, stowed away the purse and placed his wand in a location inaccessible to the swindler before lifting the enchantment. With that, his debts were settled. Any further transactions with other inmates were no longer his concern. The swindler, disheartened, hastily gathered his belongings and slipped into the adjacent street. As the crowd, witnessing the spectacle, began to disperse, William seized the opportunity to blend in and pursue his objective. A few paces ahead, he realized he was being watched by the man he had just assisted. My apologies for the spectacle. I am Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of The Contrarian. Thank you for rescuing me just now. Oh, it was nothing of consequence. That fellow owed me a sum and had been evading me. It was fortuitous to finally cross paths. I suppose a chance to settle accounts, William replied, waving dismissively. Though he had little inclination to engage with the editor, He recognized the potential for trouble if he were to provoke him. While William could candidly inform old Tom of his trip to Azkaban, it did not imply that others shared his indifference regarding the matter. He found himself regretting his earlier scare tactic involving Azkaban directed at the night bus driver, having been overly exhilarated upon his release. Consequently, William was keen to avoid any interaction with the magazine editor, yet the latter had other intentions. The system emitted 2 notifications in rapid succession. You have gained a recognition of a magical creature, receiving treasure chest X1. You have gained a deeper acknowledgement from a magical creature, receiving treasure chest X1. If William's deductions were correct, it was highly probable that this individual had rewarded him with 2 favor chests. Fortunately, despite the editor's sincere gratitude, he graciously took his leave when William expressed his urgency. On his way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, William casually opened the chests. Decryptor Xenophilius, SR, ancient secrets lie buried within fairy tales, discernible only to those who transcend the mundane to unveil the truth within the stories. Skill, Insight. Tear this card to enhance your likelihood of uncovering the obscured truths from myths and tales over the next 24 hours, with activation probability dependent on knowledge. Truthful Reporter Xenophilius, SR. In a world enraptured by lies, there will always be someone willing to reveal the truth, an act of nobility. Skill, Veracity. Tear this card to dispel all concealment magic and traps in your vicinity, with scope and efficacy contingent upon magical prowess. Betrayer Xenophilius, a father, disoriented after his daughter's misfortune, finds his state of mind entirely understandable, yet undeniably unforgivable. Skill of Persuasion. Discard this card, and for the next hour, your attempts at persuasion are likely to fail, inciting an immediate uproar, the probability of which correlates with your willingness to persuade. After much internal conflict, William reluctantly relinquished the card with the highest theoretical benefit, opting instead for the infallibly successful True Reporter. The allure of treasure hunting seemed enticing, with a wealth of knowledge. The potential for multiplied returns appeared promising. However, the urgency of his current predicament left no room for such delayed rewards. The second treasure chest yielded lesser spoils, perhaps a reversal in the order of acquisition. He received a duplicate of the Betrayer card and another meal voucher. Meal voucher. This can be used to offset the cost of 1 card usage. As for the third card, it was yet another pertaining to Xenophilius' profession, the editor card. Editor Xenophilius, a renowned editor known for his contrarian stance, always eager to orchestrate a sensational headline. Having decisively chosen the meal voucher, William began to glean insights into Mr. Xenophilius. Though this news reporter would eventually emerge to unveil a major story, it did not detract from his primary role of concocting fabricated news for his magazine. William was convinced that such tales were scarcely superior to the sensational pamphlets sold at street stalls, likely fabricated beyond name and location. Nevertheless, the cards proved quite advantageous. Both the meal voucher and the True Reporter offered significant assistance to William. Although he remained uncertain as to why the other party expressed such gratitude, he was disinclined to dwell on it. Gratitude, after all, posed little threat. Were it resentment, he might have to be wary of retaliation. However, upon arriving at Madame Imogen's shop, he realized his assumptions were entirely misplaced. As he stepped into the establishment, he encountered a remarkably familiar face. Less than 15 minutes had passed since their last farewell. An awkward smile crept upon William's face, and he contemplated retreating immediately. Yet the shopkeeper, draped in a purple robe, had no intention of letting him escape. Upon his entrance, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Are you here to order a garment? We have plenty of ready-made robes, but if you prefer to wait for a custom piece, that is entirely feasible." This statement obliterated the excuse William had meticulously prepared. He had intended to claim he was in a hurry due to a pre-ordered outfit. Had he spoken quickly, the proprietor likely would have assisted him in maintaining this facade. There were no unsympathetic shopkeepers on this street. But now it was too late. The 2 patrons who had been in the shop turned upon hearing Madame Imogen's words. The tall, slender wizard with graying hair was none other than Mr. Xenophilius, who had just taken his leave from William. This was decidedly awkward. They had exchanged good nights only moments ago, yet fate had conspired to unite them once more. William quietly observed Mr. Xenophilius, hoping that this adult would adeptly navigate the situation with his years of experience and societal wisdom. He himself felt that the matter was beyond redemption and was prepared to abandon all hope. However, to his surprise, Mr. Xenophilius displayed an expression of profound embarrassment. This simply would not do. He needed to summon his storytelling flair. William urged him with a glance. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Xenophilius finally managed to utter, "Ah, the weather is indeed quite warm today." Indeed. William seized the opportunity. What a coincidence to encounter you at Madame Alken's. Just this morning, I wondered if I might run into someone familiar while shopping. And here we are, in such a renowned place as Diagon Alley. How could one not meet acquaintances? Indeed, it is quite the serendipity, Mr. Xenophilius responded, as William forcefully steered the conversation toward another customer, suspecting that she might be the source of Mr. Xenophilius' peculiar demeanor. Before him stood a small girl with tangled, dirty, waist-length golden hair, her hair slightly darker than Mr. Xenophilius', yet their facial features bore a striking resemblance. If all was as it seemed, she must be his daughter. Undoubtedly, this father wished to shield his daughter from the knowledge of his recent entanglement in a brawl. Hence he chose to omit any reference to the incident in front of William. Mr. Xenophilius, is this your daughter? Indeed, she is 11 this year and will be attending Hogwarts. I brought her here today to have her school robes tailored. It's quite delightful. Though we still need to prepare a few larger sizes. You know how quickly children grow at this age. Yes, I recall you mentioned it last time. Look at my memory. It slips my mind at the moment of need. What was her name again? Luna Lovegood. Chapter 29. Secondhand books are hidden treasures. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Mr. Xenophilius hastily led his child away. In another time and place, he might have engaged in a lengthy conversation with William, but not now. No father wishes to appear disheveled before his daughter, especially not in a situation where he was nearly embroiled in a street altercation. Given the recentness of the incident and their still nascent acquaintance, he feared the potential for revealing too much. As a single father, he could not afford to let his proud image crumble in front of his daughter. Meanwhile, William was equally troubled by how to shake off the persistent presence of this tabloid journalist. Their mutual understanding led to a swift and elegant parting, reminiscent of two individuals who had met online and were now transitioning to reality. Madame Malkin seemed to sense the underlying tension. Yet this astute lady refrained from asking any probing questions and promptly began to take William's measurements. Before long, all measurements were complete. As William was not pressed for time, he opted to wait a few days for the custom-made robes. After all, the price difference was negligible. Although Madame Malkin claimed the garments were handcrafted, the actual work was performed by enchanted tools, akin to an unpaid assistant. For the time being, he was not particularly short of funds, having received an additional income today. However, the Lehan bookstore was exceedingly conventional. It was difficult to find even books on relevant dark magic, let alone the obscure tomes mentioned by prisoners in their cells. Expecting to uncover anything useful from that direction was rather implausible. The second-hand books, clothes, cauldrons, and flying brooms available here were beyond imagination. There was nothing one could not find, except for shared girlfriends, which the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibited from being openly available. The few shops in the vicinity were not particularly specialized, with their businesses intertwined to some extent, yet the owners maintained amicable relations. William made his way directly to the store with the largest collection of old books, though he did not dismiss the possibility of discovering magical artifacts in the other shops. He felt that such fortunate occurrences were best left to the imagination. "Welcome," a hoarse voice emanated from Copperbox. The proprietor, reclining in a rocking chair, struggled to rise, gazing at William with bleary eyes. "Good afternoon," he said, covering his mouth as he yawned. "Feel free to browse. Novels are at 30% off. History books at 40%, old textbooks and magical tomes at 50%, and particularly ancient ones can be obtained at 40% off." The owner gestured towards the books inside, providing a rough estimate before returning to his slumber. "May I examine the unselected books?" William inquired. "Sure, that pile in the back is available. But if you decide to purchase, each book is 4 galleons, regardless of whether there's a price tag." "All right, then you rest for now," William replied. He carefully navigated around the books strewn across the floor, making his way to the back. His recent endeavor of taking notes from books had led him to consider the existence of second-hand bookstores. Otherwise, the owner would have never extracted a single word from him. Despite not having made any payment, he knew that with a modicum of selection, one could uncover nearly new books that had scarcely been used. If fortune favored him, and he encountered a previous owner who enjoyed leaving notes in the margins, it could feel like discovering treasure. However, William had no intention of engaging in such a treasure hunt today. Rather, he sought to peruse some less-than-legal literature, in contrast to the notes of the top students. Those books that had been sold to stores due to unforeseen circumstances held greater allure. Particularly during the chaotic upheaval in the magical world over a decade ago, many individuals, in their desperation for self-preservation, had printed and released materials that should never have seen the light of day in times of peace. For instance, William had previously come across a militia manual, a publication that would have been unimaginable in a peaceful era. However, seeking such books now was not particularly feasible. Given the passage of time, William merely hoped to stumble upon something overlooked. casting a bubblehead charm upon himself. He decided to use a pile of seemingly worthless books as a makeshift seat, one hand wielding his wand to clear a path while the other flipped through pages, diligently searching. After all, organizing these books could not be accomplished through magic, and the task was indeed laborious, with each tome stacked high. One could easily believe they were relics from a decade past. With this thought in mind, William abandoned the pile before him and began to seek out the oldest volumes based on the thickness of the dust accumulating upon them. Clearly, the realm of magic harbors more than just a singular intellect, for amidst the pile of ashes lay a tome published 2 years prior. After a considerable amount of time, William managed to unearth a collection of older publications, allowing himself to settle down, neglecting to brush off the dust from his attire, and began rummaging through the volumes. The illustrations in the antiquated picture books had turned yellow with age. The illustrious Dark Lord Grindelwald? This book has seen better days. Times have shifted, and the mantle of the Dark Lord has passed to another. An ancient and alluring architecture? This one piques my interest. As William skimmed through, he encountered numerous descriptions of archaic magical mechanisms, which he deemed potentially beneficial for the future. Thus he set aside. The usage of magical creatures? Usage? Is it not for consumption? Relying on a spell to stave off dust, William perused a few pages before discarding the book in disdain. How did such a shabby volume pass inspection? With no price or preface, it likely belonged to a once illustrious pure-blood family that had fallen into decline. Dark Arts Defense? This is an outdated edition. Upon flipping through, he found no annotations, yet a small portion referenced countermeasures that had recently been classified as dark magic, which he considered an expansion of his knowledge, gritting his teeth as he placed it in the pile to take. My first half of life. An adventure journal, perhaps? William discovered a multitude of illustrations interspersed throughout the book. The earlier segments were relatively normal, but the latter tales grew increasingly absurd. Considering the price of 4 galleons, he decided to set the book aside. In his search, time seemed to pass more swiftly than William had anticipated, especially for some books he had not chosen to take. Yet he found himself reluctant to part with them, unable to resist flipping through a few more pages, selecting and discarding based on economic considerations. He finally emerged from the back, clutching several volumes, only to find that dusk had begun to settle. So many? The proprietor's tone reflected surprise. 3 galleons is impossible, but I can offer a slight discount. The shopkeeper smiled at William, his demeanor generous. If you purchase all of these, I'll gift you 2 additional books from those you were hesitant to leave behind. Choose 2 more, and they are yours. William inhaled sharply. Merlin's socks. God only knows how much effort he expended to relinquish those few books. Now, to select 2 more from the remaining, he feared he would bleed financially. Nonetheless, he dashed back inside, extracting 3 crucial tomes from his remaining choices, thinking that a little extra expenditure was worth it, if given the opportunity to choose. He wanted them all. As William counted out his galleons, he could almost hear his wallet lamenting. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, the shopkeeper called out to him, "Young man, do not be in such a rush. There's a small gift here for you." The proprietor tapped his wand against a brick beneath the rocking chair, reached inside, and produced a paper bag, handing it over to William. "Take this. We do not sell such items, but rather offer them as gifts to our occasional guests." The bag felt heavy, if it did not contain bricks. It surely held 3 additional books. The shopkeeper flashed William a knowing glance before resuming his gentle rocking in the chair. William tucked the paper bag into his embrace and utilized the rope he had requested from his employer to bind his books. With a flourish of his wand, the volumes levitated gracefully before him. He grasped the rope as one might hold onto a balloon, bidding farewell to his boss with a wave before making his way towards the tavern. An entire afternoon had slipped away under the guise of a simple outing, yet it had culminated in this moment. Although he had unearthed some valuable reads amidst the assortment of trivial tomes, both his time and finances had been regrettably squandered. He hoped that Old Tom would remain placid for a few days, refraining from incessantly urging him to venture out. While William understood that Old Tom's insistence stemmed from a fear of him being confined indoors, akin to the sensation of imprisonment, he found himself unable to articulate his current sentiments to anyone, setting aside the confidentiality agreement signed with Hogwarts. Even if he were to inform Old Tom about the dangers at Hogwarts, the latter would likely prefer him to embark on a pleasurable journey through the magical realm, even if it meant enduring the loss of limbs. After all, in the magical world, such misfortunes were not regarded as significant. Even if he were to lose an arm or a leg, William, with his current level of skill, could concoct suitable potions, provided the wounds remained untainted by dark magic or other pollutants. He was confident that he could ensure the regrowth of those severed parts within a week. This aspiration to immerse himself in the magical world was fueled by his belief that once one has glimpsed the vast ocean, mere water becomes insufficient. Once one has traversed the peaks of Wushan, no other cloud can compare. The technological advancements of Muggles in the 1990s were commendable, yet even after 3 decades, there remained countless areas where Muggle technology fell short of imagination. Take, for instance, the simplest pursuit of longevity. Throughout history, countless Muggles have yearned for eternal life. As a self-sustaining potion master, William was acutely aware of the ultimate achievements of alchemy and potion making, the Philosopher's Stone. By combining the stone with unique potions, one could indeed create the fabled elixir of immortality. Remarkably, the Philosopher's Stone had been produced by someone who lived for centuries, an astonishing feat. William held a particular admiration for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, an ancient ruler who perished in his quest for eternal life. Thus, having perused a plethora of treatises on the merits and demerits of longevity, he ultimately judged them based on the author's credentials. Did those authors possess the grandeur of Qin Shi Huang? Certainly not. Hence, he concluded that the pursuit of immortality must hold merit. Questions about loneliness or solitude could be addressed once he had achieved everlasting life. At this moment, Old Tom's Tavern was already bustling with patrons, and the kitchen had left no provisions for him. He, like the other inebriates, would have to wait for a later supper. You say you ventured out for a stroll, yet you ended up at the bookstore, and now you're engrossed in reading? Old Tom grumbled from behind the bar, eyeing the pile of books that resembled a balloon. However, William merely chuckled and hastily ascended the stairs. After placing his books down and concealing the paper bag, William locked the door and descended to find a spot at the bar. Having spent the afternoon immersed in literature, he had initially felt no thirst. But as time wore on, his parched throat became unbearable. He ordered 2 pints of beer, downing half of one eagerly before settling into a more leisurely pace. William, it has been several days since we last met. What brings you here for a drink today? The speaker was a wizard whose name William could not recall, but was quite familiar. Occasionally, when William lost track of time while reading, he would come for a late-night snack, engaging in trivial conversations with his fellow. I've been a bit occupied these past few days, but now that I have some free time, here I am, William replied, weaving a tale as he spoke. The atmosphere was thick with spirits, and everyone was merely enjoying the banter, no one taking it too seriously. Tall tales often accompany libations, and no one cared how grand the boast became. If the other party had been slightly more inquisitive, they might have discovered that William resided above the tavern. It was evident that their intent was simply to engage in idle chatter. Well, cheers to prosperity, the wizard exclaimed, raising his glass and taking a hearty gulp. By the way, do you still remember that unicorn you mentioned last time? Ah, yes, you said that such creatures only approach the Muggle world. I might have mentioned it. But wasn't that just drunken bravado? The rumors surrounding wizards are often a mix of truth and fiction. Would you really trust a Muggle's account? Unicorn tail hair is exceedingly valuable, you know? Indeed, it fetches a staggering price. I believe I've discovered a location where a unicorn might be lurking. If your tale holds any truth, we could potentially strike it rich. The wizard, clearly inebriated, was rambling without a shred of logic. William responded with mild annoyance. I've been quite busy lately. Let me ponder it further, and I shall definitely look into it next time. Unicorn hair is 7 galleons each, no haggling. To think of capturing a unicorn based on Muggle legends. What a farce. Do not jest. I genuinely believe I have found one. What unicorn? Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed beside William. It was Hagrid, who settled into a magically reinforced chair with surprising silence, despite his size. After a long day, one ought to indulge a bit, he remarked as Old Tom moved a cup onto the table, cheerfully greeting Hagrid. That is good to know, the unnamed wizard declared. Raising his cup. To unicorns, cheers. Cheers. The surrounding revelers, intoxicated and merry, lifted their glasses, toasting to a reason they scarcely comprehended, while Hagrid, influenced by the atmosphere, took a generous swig. So what of the unicorn? Hagrid lowered his voice as much as possible, yet his words resonated loudly in William's ears. Hey, the unicorn. Young William told us last time that according to Muggle lore, they use the wizard Hiccup to lure the unicorn, and then, while it slumbers, they go and slay it. That is preposterous. An absurd rumor, Hagrid responded, taking a hearty draught from his cup. I work at Hogwarts. No one understands unicorns better than I do. William detected a potent scent of alcohol. It was improbable that the small amount Hagrid had just consumed could produce such a strong aroma. Clearly, the leaky cauldron was experiencing its second round of revelry. Enough of that, Hagrid. Everyone knows you work at Hogwarts, but unicorns TSK. The individual conversing nearby cast a glance at Hagrid, deeming his attire far from luxurious, and could not help but shake his head. The unicorn could almost be regarded as a walking treasure. If Hagrid truly had dealings with one, he would not appear so shabby. Dismissing the doubts, Hagrid wore a proud expression, effortlessly keeping his secrets, even inebriated. Of course, the presence of a dragon would alter the equation. As the evening wore on and the group of drinkers became increasingly inebriated, William, one of the few sober individuals, failed to glean any gossip regarding Hogwarts from Hagrid's lips. It was a fruitless night. Having indulged in considerable drinking himself, William decided to forego his reading and magical experiments, opting instead to retire early and utilize the last moments before slumber to meticulously plan his forthcoming endeavors. First and foremost was the matter of accommodation. Should the school provide dormitories, all would be well. If not, he would need to secure a reasonably priced and safe residence. Moreover, this dwelling must be connected to the Flynn network, or transportation would pose a significant issue, though the institution undoubtedly had solutions in place. Secondly, the issue of textbooks arose. After careful deliberation, he resolved to continue using last year's textbooks, as they were the simplest and most comprehensive among those utilized by previous professors. Even if students occasionally ventured beyond the syllabus, William would be more than capable of addressing their inquiries. After all, the defense against the dark arts curriculum at Hogwarts was notoriously lacking, rarely fulfilling the required hours, and William was diligently striving to ensure his students completed the academic year successfully. He could hardly be accused of leading them astray. Thirdly, there was the question of grade responsibility. During Dumbledore's last visit, he mentioned that the school had hired a fearless new professor. Given the preparation required, William naturally would not challenge the 7-year curriculum with a new professor alone. He hoped to teach some younger students instead. The new professor was likely better trained than he, a self-taught amalgamation of sorts. With significant examinations in the 5th and 7th years, he hoped the new arrival would take on all the upper year classes. As for his own development and the use of the system, those matters were largely contingent upon his environment. He understood that Hogwarts boasted the largest library in the British magical community. Though perhaps not as exquisite as the collections of purebloods, it would certainly aid in his growth. Yet, the specifics of his planning would depend on the scale of the collection. The system itself seemed rather unreliable. Pursuing it deliberately might hinder his ability to enhance his skills. Given his current situation, where he was more likely to draw a one-time card, relying on the system for genuine improvement was akin to playing the lottery. As he pondered these significant matters, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and William abandoned further contemplation. With a heavy eyelid, he succumbed to slumber. When one becomes engrossed in a task, time slips away far more swiftly than anticipated. After William thoroughly read through the textbooks selected by the previous professors and began to delve into the materials he had chosen, he was astonished to realize that the ample time he had originally anticipated had nearly evaporated. Hogwarts even dispatched an owl to remind him of the deadline for submitting his selected textbooks, ensuring that students could procure their materials in advance. Even Professor McGonagall's correspondence came after 3 owls had already been sent in a single day. The school was evidently growing impatient, prompting them to inquire about William's situation. Initially, he wondered if there had been some misunderstanding regarding his recruitment, but given the school's evident enthusiasm, it seemed they were eager for him to commence his teaching at Hogwarts. What could this mean? William found himself wishing to send a letter to inquire whether the salary for this teaching position was perhaps 3 times, or even more, than that of other professors. Anything less would hardly do justice to the new colleague's evident enthusiasm. The following morning, William rose early to groom himself. Donning formal attire and shaking off the lethargy that had accompanied his solitary studies as he prepared to visit Hogwarts. Since he had never been to Hogsmeade and was reluctant to use the newly acquired apparition skills for such a distant journey, he opted for flue powder instead. "Old Tom, do you have flue powder here?" William inquired, addressing Old Tom, who was busy polishing glasses at the bar. "Certainly. You're heading out?" "Yes. I need to attend to some matters at Hogwarts. Shall I prepare lunch for you?" "I believe Hogwarts has a dining hall. How was the food back when you were a student?" "Quite good, though it has been a very long time since I attended Hogwarts. Several headmasters have come and gone since then." As Old Tom spoke, William ignited a magical flame in the fireplace. "Well, I hope the Hogwarts kitchen hasn't been burnt down and that the food remains as delightful as it once was," he remarked with a shrug. Old Tom found this amusing and burst into uncontrollable laughter, which took a while to subside. "I wish you a pleasant journey." "I feel the same. It will be my first visit to Hogwarts." William tossed a handful of flue powder into the flames, calling out Hogsmeade, and then stepped into the fire. An uncanny pressure enveloped him as he felt himself spinning wildly. Thoughts of having spent a little more on the night bus flickered through his mind just as the speed of his rotation intensified. The green flames whirled around him, and at the outer edge of the fiery vortex, countless fireplaces materialized before his eyes. Just before he could no longer contain his stomach, the spinning finally ceased, and he was propelled from the flames into the fireplace he had arrived at, tumbling swiftly towards the ground. In a reflexive motion, he crossed his arms to shield his face, bracing himself for the final descent. With great haste, William sprang to his feet, extracting his wand and surveying his surroundings before he began to brush off the dust from his attire. Just prior to his emergence, he ought to have adjusted his stance to avoid stumbling as soon as he stepped out. The comfort of traveling via flue powder pales in comparison to apparition. Were it not for the fact that apparition cannot take one to uncharted destinations, he would gladly forsake the torment of this travel method for a lifetime. Upon exiting the fireplace, he felt assured he had not misstepped, although he had never before visited the village of Hogsmeade. The sheer number of shops within a single village suggested it was a unique establishment. Surrounding the public fireplace from which William emerged, there were 4 or 5 shops adorned with an array of eclectic signs. It was uncertain whether the influx of shops was a response to student demand, or if the students' purchasing power had catalyzed the establishment of these businesses. Before William could fully appreciate the scenery of Hogsmeade, a figure towering over the average height waved enthusiastically in his direction. "Is that you, Professor William?" "Indeed, it is I. Thank you for coming to fetch me, Hagrid." William had previously communicated his itinerary to the school, and naturally, Hogwarts would not permit a professor, unfamiliar with the grounds, to navigate alone. After all, what if a new professor were to be directionally challenged? Especially since the course on defensive magic was precarious. It would be quite unfortunate if this record-setting professor were to find themselves lost and unable to commence their duties, making it unlikely to recruit another professor for the following year. "I'm quite all right. I was just about to collect the rent here. And thus, I took on this task with Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said, smiling as he regarded William, revealing words that astonished him greatly. "Collecting the rent?" "Indeed. All the land in Hogsmeade belongs to Hogwarts, a legacy since the castle's establishment. Dumbledore trusts me, hence this responsibility has been entrusted to me." The notion of a village being privately owned caused William to draw in a sharp breath. However, upon reflecting that the school did not charge tuition, he felt less perturbed. The modest rent from the village would merely serve to alleviate some financial strain, likely supplemented by significant allocations from the Ministry of Magic each year. Perhaps due to the absence of outsiders and Hagrid's instinct to embrace him as one of their own, the normally reticent giant became remarkably loquacious in this moment. "Ever since I began serving Hogwarts, I have been responsible for collecting the rent here, and not once in all these years has there been a mishap." "That is indeed an extraordinary virtue," William exclaimed earnestly. From Hagrid's attire, it was apparent that he was not particularly well off, and the commendable consistency in fulfilling this role without error over the years was truly remarkable, especially for someone who had just come from a place like Azkaban, where such integrity could be likened to that of a saint. Perhaps sensing William's sincere demeanor, Hagrid could not help but beam with joy, subsequently dropping a bombshell. "What is all this money, really? Dumbledore places his trust in me, entrusting me with significant matters. For instance, last year, I assisted Dumbledore in transporting a magical stone from Gringotts into Hogwarts. Note 1. There may be some debate regarding the twins' attempt to purchase a storefront as mentioned in the 6th installment. However, I believe they must have been subleasing the premises. After all, it is a prime location within the Hogwarts campus, and it would be nearly impossible for the twins, having operated their shop for less than a year, to acquire a storefront. The village was established concurrently with the school, and the subsequent construction of secret passages further suggests that it is indeed a school property. Note 2. Hogwarts does not charge any tuition fees, and William himself is unaware of the existence of the Board of Governors. Nevertheless, the daily expenses of Hogwarts are immense, covering the costs of castle maintenance, depreciation of teaching materials, repairs for various antiques within the castle, including suits of armor, student meals, and the complete set of bedding provided to new students, as well as the salaries of professors and additional educational facilities such as herbology greenhouses and the costs associated with acquiring and caring for rare flora and fauna. It is likely that the Board of Governors exists to provide funding to the school in exchange for influence, and considering the Ministry of Magic's control over the school, it is probable that the ministry bears a significant portion of the financial burden. Chapter 33. What does it mean to have one's eyes opened? What is aching balm? This is what aching balm is. When William heard the term magical stone, he felt dizzy. As a wizard whose education began with potions, William understood better than most the significance of the magical stone in the field of potion making. The magical stone represents not only the ultimate dream of alchemists, but also the pinnacle of potion making. For alchemists, the stone signifies the ability to turn stone into gold, while for potion makers, it symbolizes the ultimate elixir of immortality, a potion that can be consumed without side effects and devoid of any dark magic. It is akin to a moment when you and your friend are enjoying skewers on the street, and your friend suddenly declares he cannot remain outside any longer because his father is about to ascend to immortality and wishes to take him along. Just as you prepare to laugh, He conjures a flying sword with a flick of his hand and soars away. Although William wishes to dismiss Hagrid's claims as mere boasting, he remains acutely aware that Hagrid, despite lacking a father who can ascend to immortality, is indeed working for the renowned white wizard, Dumbledore. Perhaps it was the atmosphere in the pub that emboldened Hagrid, as Dumbledore had once personally declared that William would be an exceptional professor, leaving Hagrid little room for subterfuge. In truth, the magical stone is rather unremarkable, wrapped in a small piece of oiled paper. It is merely a small, red gem. Dumbledore had even tasked me with creating a protective mechanism for it. At this point, Hagrid's expression darkened, as if recalling something he wished to withhold. Yet William, tense with anticipation, pressed for further details. What happened next? Was the mechanism breached? It is inevitable that any security measure will eventually be compromised. After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but there are no defenses that can withstand 1,000 days against a thief. Indeed, I was deceived by a rogue whom I trusted, but fortunately, Harry discovered the truth in time and managed to thwart him. Indeed, you must be aware, Harry. The very Harry who is currently studying at Hogwarts. Perhaps you might even become his professor, for he is truly a good boy. Upon the mention of Harry, Hagrid's demeanor brightened, dispelling his earlier despondency. Harry? What does Harry have to do with this? My concern lies solely with the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. William's mind raged internally, yet he refrained from interrupting Hagrid during his moment of enthusiasm. He was compelled to listen to Hagrid extol the virtues of this boy named Harry, while he maintained a polite facade of interest, responding with agreeable murmurs. You cannot fathom Professor William. When I first held him, he was but a tiny thing, so small. Dumbledore instructed me to bring him along, and I obediently complied. The next time I encountered him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for his eyes, which were strikingly similar to his mother's, so much so, Professor William. William, while expressing sympathy, suddenly froze. Harry, that name rang a bell. If his memory served him right, the film he had watched began with Harry Potter? Wait a moment. A realization struck him. If he recalled correctly, the resurrection of that Dark Lord occurred when Harry participated in a competition known as the Triwizard Tournament. He remembered distinctly that Harry had not yet graduated. Hogwarts is a 7-year institution, which implies that within 5 years, that Dark Lord must inevitably return. William inhaled sharply. Why was he courting danger? Surely it would have been more prudent to remain in Azkaban for a year? Professor William? Hagrid's voice broke through his thoughts, puzzled by the sudden silence of his companion. The story had reached its climax, yet the listener had become mute. I am merely feeling contemplative. Why must it be this way? Indeed, why must it be so? Hagrid sighed in agreement. Harry is such a splendid boy, yet his relatives treat him so poorly. At this juncture, Hagrid's tone softened. After all, William could not discern his expressions. Of course, I would like to familiarize myself with the school's architecture in advance. You see, I have never visited Hogwarts before. Splendid. No one knows this place better than I do, perhaps except for those two fellows, but I consider myself the finest guide of Hogwarts. Hagrid proclaimed proudly as he strode forward. The grand entrance of Hogwarts loomed ahead. Hagrid took a few steps ahead of William, approached the door, and gently tapped it with his oddly sized umbrella. He then rummaged in his pocket, producing a key which he hung on the door's railing. The door swung open. Very well, Professor William. Hagrid tucked away the key, turned to face William, and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Hogwarts. It is an honor. William offered a slight bow. This path leads to the Forbidden Forest. After navigating past the greenhouse, one will reach the castle. My residence is adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? The school's woodland, teeming with magical creatures, poses significant danger for students. Thus, a school rule was established to prohibit them from venturing there, and over time, it became known as the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid gestured towards the distant Forbidden Forest, where only a hint of green was visible as he introduced it to William. In truth, that forest had been referred to as the Forbidden Forest since I took over the responsibilities there. I had learned this from the Weasley twins, who often teased me about how to drive them out of the woods. Though I suspected they were right, if I were not mistaken, their words were likely a mere diversion to shift your focus. William pondered silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Look, over there is my house, and beside it lies the land I cultivate. My duty involves guarding the Forbidden Forest and communicating with its magical creatures, while also preventing students from sneaking in. William glanced at the expanse of land that Hagrid had outlined, hesitating for a moment before refraining from asking whether Hagrid was a farmer at Hogwarts. The land seemed overwhelmingly vast. If you don't mind, come in for a cup of tea. My rock cakes are quite good, Hagrid invited. William accepted with enthusiasm. However, when Hagrid swung open the door, he stood frozen in place. If another wizard had arrived, most would deem the house shabby and diminutive, hardly worthy of praise. It was simply constructed from ordinary timber, so small that it lacked a second room. The interior decor was far from luxurious. A bed was crammed into a corner. There was no separate kitchen, and a single hearth served both heating and cooking purposes. Cured meats and game hung from the walls, marking it as a typical hunter's cabin. Had it not been for William's previous profession, which had rendered him overly sensitive to most magical ingredients, he would have thought the decor and Hagrid's attire belonged to a less valuable category. Yet, a single silver mane cascading from the ceiling left him utterly astounded. It was an entire bundle, certainly several hundred cores for Wandsworth. Although prices had fluctuated recently, even at their lowest in recent years, this entire bundle could procure a house with a private courtyard in most parts of the magical world. Yet, this unicorn tail hung there nonchalantly, as if it were merely a rope or some trivial item, completely disregarded by its owner. William could not help but swallow hard, his seriousness intensifying as he began to search the room. Before long, he discovered more treasures, rough-looking bows and arrows adorning the walls, their tips glinting with the unmistakable sheen of the metals commonly used by fairies to craft magical artifacts. The feathers on the arrow shafts were the finest material for magical quills. Although William's estimations were imprecise, the value of just one arrow, in terms of materials, surpassed that of an entire wand. Using a wand to shoot someone was akin to employing gold for a slingshot. William instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. Despite having shared a drink with Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron 2 or 3 times, and having boasted in his cups, he truly had not anticipated that the keeper of Hogwarts grounds was, in fact, a master of Versailles, a genuine tycoon. As William surveyed the arrangement of the room, Hagrid hurriedly made his way to the window where the owl perched. Fumbling through a bag by the window for owl feed while anxiously searching for letters beneath the creature's talons. "A month has passed," Hagrid lamented, casting a disappointed glance at William. "A month?" Hagrid's voice was thick with sorrow. William could sense this grief from Hagrid's expression when he mentioned Harry. It was evident that his friendship was genuine, and such feelings, once trampled upon, could inflict profound pain. "Come now, Hagrid, do not dwell on your sadness. Perhaps something has occurred with Harry." Simultaneously, he found himself blaming the unfamiliar Harry in his mind. "A month has gone by, and others sent gifts for your birthday, and you think a waste of time to say thank you?" "Perhaps," Hagrid replied. "Those muggles mistreat him. I warned those ruffians, but I cannot use magic indiscriminately." Straining to contain his emotions, Hagrid discreetly wiped his eyes while pouring tea and bringing forth a platter of sweets. Though his memories were somewhat hazy, if recollection served him right, Harry and Hagrid's relationship seemed to have flourished later on. Perhaps he was truly under the muggles' control? That would be preferable to coldly disregarding a friend, William mused as he took a bite of the confection in his hand. Yet, it did not yield easily. Undeterred, he applied more force, only to have his teeth protest. Resigned, he sipped the tea, managing to swallow a piece of rock cake. If memory served, Hagrid had mentioned gifting Harry rock cakes for his birthday. He gazed up at the ceiling in exasperation. If anyone were to present him with such a gift on his birthday, he might consider severing ties altogether. "Shall we be off? I have an appointment with Professor McGonagall at 10 o'clock, and if we dawdle, we may not have enough time," William ventured, attempting to rid himself of the remaining sweets. The two departed Hagrid's abode and made their way towards the castle, perhaps motivated by a desire to quickly inquire whether Harry was being held captive by the muggles. Hagrid's pace quickened considerably, leaving little time for conversation along the way. Though Hagrid was considerate enough not to rush William unduly, his near jogging speed left William with little focus to observe his surroundings. They traversed the greenhouse, the castle entrance, the moving staircases, and the animated portraits, arriving outside Professor McGonagall's office at nearly double their normal walking speed. Just as William wondered if Hagrid would barge in without affording him a moment's respite, the usually taciturn giant hesitated at the door. Once William caught his breath and realized that Hagrid was not merely looking out for him, but was instead caught in his own turmoil, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this fellow feared an unfavorable response and had frozen at the threshold. Without uttering a word, William patted Hagrid's waist, offering him a reassuring glance, then stepped forward to knock on Professor McGonagall's door. Although it was somewhat earlier than the appointed time, Hagrid's presence rendered the situation less impolite. "Please come in," came Professor McGonagall's voice from within the room. Hesitantly, Hagrid followed William into McGonagall's office. Before William could elucidate the reason for their early arrival, another individual within the office greeted them with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Ah, Professor William, I did not expect you to arrive early as well. It seems our discussion this morning will be quite delightful. Who is this person? Why are his teeth so remarkably white?" William had envisioned what his new colleague might be like, but he had not anticipated that the newcomer would be a veritable dental marvel. considering the myriad of extraordinary creatures in the magical realm and the various forms of transformation magic. He did not dismiss the possibility that this individual might be a puppet or magical artifact fashioned from dentures. "This is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart," McGonagall stated, her expression displaying rare perplexity as she introduced him to William. "This is Professor Lee William. It is a pleasure to welcome 2 new instructors of defensive magic to Hogwarts this year, which is quite uncommon. Although I have reiterated this several times. I must say it once more, welcome to Hogwarts." William and the individual named Lockhart exchanged cordial greetings and took their seats in the 2 chairs facing Professor McGonagall. Lockhart's dazzling white teeth occasionally reminded William of his earlier musings regarding this new colleague. Professor McGonagall began to tidy her desk, gathering various reports and bills into a pile, as lively quills obediently danced into a drawer under her wand's guidance. A glance at the top document revealed it was addressed to Dumbledore. There is no doubt that Dumbledore had entrusted most of the school's affairs to this deputy headmistress. Contemplating just how hands-off the esteemed headmaster might be, William presented his meticulously organized selections of textbooks and the grades he hoped to oversee. Professor McGonagall took the form, scrutinizing it thoughtfully, before retrieving Lockhart's application to compare the 2. "The textbooks are all in order. However, it appears there is a significant conflict regarding the grades you both wish to teach," she remarked, pushing the form back towards them. "You both opted for the lower grades, yet the upper grades also require instruction, particularly as they approach their major examinations, where they will need guidance." William glanced at Lockhart's form and noticed that he had chosen to teach grades 1 through 5, leaving the 6th and 7th grades unselected. Meanwhile, William, considering his limited experience, had opted solely for grades 1 through 4, leaving the upper grades to the newly arrived professor, who had presumably received a more traditional education. Thus arose the dilemma: who would instruct the upper grades? McGonagall directed her gaze towards Lockhart. Although both professors lacked professional teaching experience, she seemed to favor Lockhart slightly more. In terms of public opinion, Lockhart is considerably older than William, having immersed himself in magic for a longer duration. He boasts a plethora of illustrious titles and possesses a wealth of genuine adventure experiences chronicled in books, rendering his strength and experience far superior to William's. On a personal level, William, after all, is a self-taught wizard without the benefit of a Hogwarts education. With the establishment of Hogwarts over the millennia, such self-taught wizards have become increasingly rare, their abilities highly variable. In contrast, Lockhart is a legitimate graduate of Ravenclaw, having excelled academically, and Professor McGonagall holds more faith in this Hogwarts alumnus. Thus, it appears that Lockhart is more fitting for the role of a senior professor compared to William. However, just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak, Lockhart interjected swiftly. "While I would love to teach the older students, I have some amicable relations with those responsible for setting the examination papers. To prevent any unfounded accusations that the students might benefit from such connections, I believe it is best for me to refrain from mingling with the students on the verge of examinations." William was taken aback. What a preposterous excuse. Did he just cast aspersions on 3 individuals in one breath? He insinuated that the examination proctors are biased, suggesting that the professor's relationships are inferior to his private connections, and implied that students would readily resort to cheating. Moreover, if this were indeed true, why would he even consider teaching 5th-year students? William observed Professor McGonagall's demeanor darken, though she seemed to suppress her reaction. "Very well, Professor William. Do you foresee any challenges in assuming the role of the instructor for advanced students in defensive magical arts?" He wished to respond affirmatively, yet his counterarguments paled in comparison to Lockhart's compelling rationale. Ultimately, he bore no objection to taking on the senior professor role and thus did not decline. "All right, I shall take charge of the 6th and 7th-year students." Although this was somewhat unexpected, a month should suffice for lesson preparation. Taking on 5 grade levels at once seemed excessively taxing, especially with 5th-year students facing their OWLs. "I hope, Professor William, that you can also oversee the 5th-year students alongside them." Professor McGonagall hastily jotted down notes on their forms. William noticed a trace of displeasure on Lockhart's face, yet he raised no objections to the decision. "As for the designated textbooks, I will inform the students to procure them independently. The schedules for your classes and the arrangements for the common room will be communicated via OWL within the week." After concluding her remarks, she glanced at the time, indicating it was time to dismiss them. William and Lockhart stood to take their leave. But just as William finished his farewell, Professor McGonagall added, "Professor William, please hold on for a moment. I just remembered that we have yet to discuss the elective courses for the 6th-year students, which need to be determined based on their OWL's results. In truth, this was not a particularly complex matter. Once the 5th-year students complete their OWL's examinations, the courses for 6th and 7th years become electives. Only those with an interest in continuing their studies or pursuing careers that require such knowledge will opt to advance, and the available spots will be allocated based on their prior examination performances. However, whether it was intentional or unintentional on Professor McGonagall's part, William noticed the list of textbooks selected by Lockhart: Hiking with Ghouls, Vacationing with Vampires, and A Year with the Yeti, all authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. A lengthy bibliography, indeed. Was this professor truly here to teach, or was he merely peddling his books? Considering that students in grades 6 and 7 would undergo examinations and 2 rounds of selection, William had reason to suspect that these 2 grades were overlooked by Lockhart purely due to their smaller numbers. Students with a grade of E, which denotes a commendable second tier, could also enroll. Perhaps they had simply faltered during their exams. Should their future career aspirations necessitate a higher level certification, it would be prudent to provide them with an opportunity to strive for improvement. William scrutinized the report card and generously extended enrollment eligibility, which typically require the highest grade. Oh, very well, I shall inform those students. The enrollment numbers will be communicated to you at the start of the term, along with the class schedule and room assignments. After conveying this to William, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze and noticed Hagrid lingering at the office door. Oh, Hagrid, my apologies, I almost forgot you were there. Is there something you need? Hagrid, who entered Hogwarts in 1975 as a member of Ravenclaw during Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster, brought forth a question that surprised McGonagall. Professor, I wish to inquire about Harry. What has transpired? It was difficult to envision this towering giant, standing an impressive 4 meters, speaking in such an almost timid tone. Professor McGonagall raised her head, regarding Hagrid with astonishment. Well, Hagrid, Dumbledore has instructed me to refrain from divulging too much. Potter has breached the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and has been warned. He is now under the care of his relatives, and we are deliberating on a course of action. Almost as soon as McGonagall completed her statement, William sensed a dreadful shift in the atmosphere, as if the giant before him had transformed into an awakened tiger, radiating aggression. Instinctively, he placed his hand on his wand. Allow me to handle this, Professor. The suppressed fury in his voice was palpable. No, Hagrid, trust in Dumbledore. He possesses a more effective means of addressing this. The mention of Dumbledore's name seemed to restore the giant's composure. He nodded heavily and, dejected, made his way toward the door, only to remember William just before exiting. Professor William, thank you. Shall we share a drink? William found himself rather fond of this gentle giant. Despite his impulsive and straightforward nature, his simplicity rendered him endearing. I have a bottle left in my room, if you wouldn't mind. The two bid farewell to Professor McGonagall. Shortly thereafter, William found himself once more in Hagrid's modest hut. A bottle, akin to a barrel, was uncorked and its contents were poured into 2 cups. Hagrid muttered as he emptied the barrel, then pushed the smaller cup toward William. To your successful appointment. They lifted their cups and took hearty swigs. The dark arts at school? Well, I have always found it perplexing. The study of self-defense magic for wizards, perhaps, is akin to this. The professor of this course is indeed perilous. Dumbledore had forewarned me before I took the position, yet I found myself powerless at the time. I was still in Azkaban, and no matter how dangerous it was still preferable to that wretched place. William reluctantly uttered a falsehood. Azkaban? Yes, in the black market. I was dealing in potions, but I botched 2 orders due to a shortage in the market, forcing me to accompany a smuggling crew to the Far East, attempting to recuperate my losses while seeking the materials I had ruined. William took a sip of his drink and added, consequently, with Fudge's new administration cracking down fiercely on smuggling, I ended up incarcerated. What a misfortune, yet it is fortunate to be out now. Hagrid remarked nonchalantly, evidently unimpressed by the smuggling affair. Indeed, that dreadful place harbored all sorts. The most menacing were the Dementors, coldly gazing at you as if you were mere sustenance. William shuddered, his hand, which had lost grip of the goblet, now clutching his wand. One encounter of that nature was already more than sufficient. He was fervently studying and mastering magic to ensure he would never find himself in such a powerless situation again. He vowed never to descend into that helpless environment once more. Dementors are the most loathsome of magical creatures. Those beings are utterly incapable of proper communication. Hagrid slammed his fist upon the table, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and perhaps William's imagination, fear. I once attempted to raise a Dementor, but it was nearly catastrophic. Hagrid's single statement commanded William's respect for those foul-smelling creatures. Truly, someone dared to keep them as pets? I salute you for your audacity. Hagrid took a hefty gulp, infused with frustration and trepidation, and said, had it not been for Albus's timely arrival, I shudder to think what might have transpired. That half-grown Dementor attacked me, rendering a portion of the forbidden forest lifeless. I nearly believed I would perish there. It even attempted to bestow upon me a Dementor's kiss. William was filled with admiration. The term forbidden forest was indeed aptly named. He thought it entirely plausible for Hagrid to be raising a dragon within its depths. Raising Dementors is more repugnant than tending to mosquitoes. If such a creature could be nurtured, then surely the forbidden forest harbored no impossibilities. That fiend compelled me to recall every unhappy memory within a single day. I could scarcely imagine the hell that was Azkaban. The two raised their glasses again in toast. I wonder how Harry is faring now. How will Dumbledore rescue him? Hagrid inquired softly, but quickly answered himself. Dumbledore is surely up to the task. No challenge can thwart him. Those muggles, they torment Harry daily. You cannot fathom what he looked like when I saw him a year ago. He had become so gaunt. Hagrid took another large swig, setting his goblet down on the table, and began to turn away in search of something. William paused for a moment, then drew his wand, gently tapping it against the goblet. The incantation was simple and practical, a favorite among those who indulge in spirits. Despite various constraints, these limitations posed no challenge in the face of excessive drinking. "Oh, thank you," one said as the other listened. The tale of Hagrid and Harry accompanied by drink swiftly passed an hour. By this time, William had also imbibed a bit too much, though his companion was even more inebriated. "I tell you, Hagrid, when I opened my eyes, I found myself in Azkaban. Do you understand that kind of despair?" "I do." Hagrid slurred, his tongue thickened by drink. "A cell full of scum, while those Dementors outside are more bothersome than mosquitoes. Their gaze is as if they wish to devour you, reminding you daily of all your sorrows." "Indeed," William replied. "And there you are, racking your brain to concoct stories. Otherwise, you'd end up beside the toilet, with no sunlight to be seen, scrubbing floors, cleaning toilets, washing clothes, all the dirty and laborious tasks piled upon you. I could have just waited to die, and I would have flunked the civil service exam." William managed to close his mouth just in time, as Hagrid could only mumble incoherently. Even a drunkard was rendered speechless. William chuckled at himself and downed another drink, simultaneously using magic to refill Hagrid's glass. "Let us indulge well today. Perhaps it will last 3 months. Afterward, I must continue to study magic diligently to avoid becoming timid even in my drunkenness." With this thought, William laid his head on the table. When he awoke again, dusk was approaching. Hagrid had roused, but he was not in much better shape than William, having consumed at least 7 or 8 times more alcohol. The system provided a delayed notification. "You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, receiving a treasure chest X1. You have gained a deeper recognition from a magical creature, receiving a treasure chest X1. William casually opened the first chest. Hagrid the Giant, are a half-giant who has endured mockery in the wizarding world. Yet it is this half-giant blood that grants him an advantage in battles against wizards. Skill, Giant Skin. Tear this card and expend half your magic power to become immune to most spells for a duration determined by your magic power. Some say this is a wondrous magic, yet no one has managed to research it as of now. Dragon Keeper Hagrid, are although the Ministry of Magic has restricted the circulation of dragon eggs in various ways, this giant, fond of magical creatures, contrived to acquire a dragon at a steep cost. However, the moment he obtained the dragon egg, he was overjoyed. Skill, Draconic Affinity. Tear this card, and for the next hour, dragons will not initiate attacks against you. Magical Creature Breeder Hagrid. Sar, feed a bit of this, feed a bit of that. What differences will arise from using this magical creature to hatch another? Skill, Look, Exploding Snail. Tear this card, and unexpected mutations will occur while breeding magical creatures over the next year. Perhaps it's better in darkness? After all, it's not clear, just let it grow freely. After a moment of silence, William opted for the first card, which had more practical applications. Although the prospect of a 1-year duration card was enticing, William, reflecting on his experience of feeding for 3 days, changing water for 5, and replacing fish weekly, resolutely abandoned the card he had seen in use for the longest time. He opened another box. Midnight Rush Hagrid R. After Hagrid acquired Sirius's motorcycle, this legally modified item, following various permissions, remained with the giant. Skill, Legal Acceleration. Destroy this card, and for the next hour, the speed of your flying apparatus will increase by 50%. Though it may appear to be a muggle item, is indeed lawful. Battling Giant Hagrid, Sar. When Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic decided to expel this giant from Hogwarts, everyone realized just how formidable his combat prowess truly was. Skill, Unparalleled. Destroy this card, and for the next half hour, your wand becomes exceptionally responsive, your movements agile, you gain immunity to most control spells.
And your protective spells can deflect the majority of curses. While defeating 10 may be a stretch, overcoming 6 poses no challenge. Communicator Hagrid, SR.
This powerful giant possesses an attention to detail that belies his size, particularly when it comes to magical creatures. He knows the speed of a magical creature so well that it seems as if he has cast a spell. Skill, communication, destroy this card, and for the following month. You will find it increasingly easier to communicate with the specified magical creature, with a high probability of mastering its language during the interaction. The success rate, depending on the duration of communication. A challenging decision lay before him, whether opting for a card that directly influenced combat or one that facilitated communication. None were particularly tempting. The remaining acceleration card was equally commendable. After considerable deliberation, William ultimately chose the third card. In combat, he could rely on others. After all, Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, and there was an escape card in the card pool, allowing for a retreat if necessary. However, a communication card offered no such support. If he could learn a new language through communication, he might well be able to open several more boxes. Reassuring himself with these thoughts, William reluctantly selected the third card. Upon returning to the leaky cauldron, he found himself wide awake after a lengthy rest and decided to illuminate the room and begin reading. Considering the task of teaching fifth-year students, he meticulously compiled a list of preparatory books. However, he soon fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Why was he burdening himself with the arduous task of teaching fifth years? Had he been wiser at the time, he could have snatched up first-year students. And the professor named Lockhart would likely have agreed. Now, he was solely responsible for fifth-year material, yet he had to study the entire curriculum for 5 years. Coupled with the original content for the 6th and 7th years, the lesson plans remained unchanged. Reflecting on this, William could not help but draw several lines in red ink across the table of contents of his prepared textbooks. Since he was making such an effort, the students would have to endure the rigors of excessive assignments, all in the name of improving the graduation rate. Contemplating this mutual sacrifice, he began to outline the syllabus. After all, this marks his inaugural official position within the magical realm. It would be utterly ludicrous to be dismissed due to subpar teaching quality. William meticulously selected the textbooks utilized by fifth-year students over the past 4 years from the previously acquired reading list, isolating his notes pertaining to those texts. Yet, his preparations remained insufficient. He resolved to seek out past examination papers. If my conjecture is correct, given the limited number of professors responsible for crafting assessments in this profession, the total should not exceed 3. This significantly increases the likelihood of encountering similar questions from previous year's papers. Each examiner likely possesses distinct preferences, and, consequently, the examination questions would predominantly align with their areas of expertise. When devising mock exams, one could employ strategies to enhance the probability of success, and I believe it is entirely feasible to replicate experiences from this domain. Restless and unable to sleep, William earnestly commenced his preparation for the teaching responsibilities of fifth-year students. Given his lack of experience and formal education, despite his diligent self-study, he knew he could not bridge the gap in a short time. Thus, he decided to adopt a familiar pedagogical model. While he could adapt to unforeseen challenges, he ardently wished to avoid any blunders in relation to the exams. Since the previous professor had not sufficiently taught the curriculum for an entire year, it was evident that the students had a weak foundation and limited knowledge. It was likely that the Ministry of Magic, prioritizing appearances, would refrain from issuing overly difficult questions, employing a strategy focused on extensive practice questions. The notion of universal success may seem far-fetched, yet achieving a majority passing rate appeared plausible. As the night deepened, in the only room of the Instill aglow, William began cataloging the deficiencies between various systems of textbooks and devised a rigorous curriculum plan for the fifth-year students. The stars gradually dimmed, as if unwilling to witness the impending calamity that would emanate from this very chamber. Chapter 38. Writing Hogwarts, Reading Troubles. When one becomes engrossed in their tasks, time seems to fly by. Formulating plans, acquiring past examination papers through diverse channels, purchasing new books, and practicing magic occupied William's schedule meticulously. Interspersed were Hagrid's visits to the pub for a couple of drinks, and before he knew it, a month of preparation had slipped away. During this time, William sought accommodations on several occasions, yet found no suitable options, as fireplaces connected to Hogwarts will be under strict surveillance, and most households were reluctant to engage. Fortunately, a letter from school indicated that a lounge would be available in the professor's office. Albeit modest in size, it would suffice for temporary lodging. With time running short, William ultimately abandoned his search for housing, opting instead to settle at the school before contemplating off-campus rental arrangements. Finally willing to emerge from your little room? If you're inclined to sell, I wouldn't hesitate to purchase. Go away. If I were to sell, it would be only when I can no longer lift a glass. Until I can still manage a drink, no one should dare entertain thoughts of the bar's ownership. Must I wait another 70 or 80 years? I shall certainly consider it once I retire from Hogwarts. Regrettably, as I return to Hogwarts, I must remind myself to exercise caution. Now that the holiday has arrived, I hope you will join me for a drink. The experience of using Muggle currency is entirely novel. The pound does not evoke much familiarity for William. Without Wi-Fi or mobile phones, the commuters on the subway clutch their books, and the journey is exceedingly mundane. Having only recently departed from the magical society, William already finds himself nostalgic. Upon finally arriving at King's Cross Station, William hurriedly exited the subway and stepped into the station. Indeed, it was somewhat embarrassing, yet he mustered the audacity to request a ticket from the school. Alas, while he had mastered apparition, the curse upon him prevented him from using it over long distances with any confidence. Although Floo powder is relatively quick after his last visit to Hogsmeade, he resolved to avoid this inferior mode of transportation whenever possible. The Hogwarts Express, which is free, offers comfort and high safety, and aside from its slower pace, William could conceive of no valid excuse to forego the train. Pulling his suitcase behind him and humming a tune, William began to search for the platform. 9th, 10th, this way. Noting that there were few people around, he hurriedly dashed towards the wall. Instinctively closing his eyes, he reopened them to find an entirely new sky before him. A deep crimson steam locomotive rested beside the empty platform, its sign reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Is this truly the Hogwarts Express? It bears little distinction from an ordinary train. After a cursory glance and forming a conclusion, William made his way to the very rear of the train. He had arrived a bit early, and after a night of drinking, he had not slept well. Theoretically, the rear would remain quiet longer, providing him with an opportunity to rest. Removing his hat to shield his eyes, he leaned against the seat and promptly fell asleep. Amidst the noise of the crowd, he chose to ignore it until an urgent voice pierced his slumber. "Wake up, Professor, wake up. Who is this Professor? Please don't disturb me. I had too much to drink yesterday and am still nursing a headache." William waved his hand irritably. The voice paused, and then he felt a small hand tentatively pushing against his arm. "Professor? Professor? Who is this Professor? Oh, right, that would be me." He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the darkness before him, only to remember that he had placed his hat over his face. Extending a hand to remove the hat, the blinding light forced William to shut his eyes once more. Shielding himself slightly with the hat, he noticed that two younger students were attempting to rouse him, one with brown hair and the other with red, both wearing anxious expressions. What seems to be the trouble? William recalled his responsibilities as a professor and, suppressing his morning irritation, inquired. Most likely, something has been misplaced. Or perhaps a scuffle has broken out among the students on board, he speculated. My friend, my brother, didn't catch the train. Didn't he catch the train? Missed it? Do not rush. Speak slowly. Did you not arrive together? How can you be certain they did not board the train? Have you confirmed that they are not in another carriage or perhaps playing a prank on you? A barrage of inquiries from William left the auburn-haired girl utterly bewildered, her anxiety rendering her at a loss for words. In contrast, another girl, possessing a modicum of logic, spoke up. I boarded the train early. But the brown-haired girl indicated her companions. They arrived late, nearly missing their scheduled time at the station, and my two friends lagged behind, failing to enter the aisle until the train had already departed. Have you notified the school by owl? Not yet, she replied. I sought out the train conductor, who mentioned that a professor was at the rear of the train, so I hurried to find you. We must first inform the school via owl, alerting Professor McGonagall that 2 new students have been delayed in boarding. I shall investigate what has transpired at the station. William donned his hat and rose to his feet. Wait, Professor, may I accompany you? You go send the message by owl. I shall manage the matter regarding those 2 students. William declined the offer. Were it not for his lack of an owl and the absence of rental options aboard the train, he would have preferred to undertake the task himself. Having dismissed the burden, William strode purposefully toward the front of the train. However, as he disembarked and watched the Hogwarts Express depart, preparing to apparate, the earlier girl rushed back into view. I apologize, Professor. The conductor informed me that you had agreed to help me find my friends. I am truly worried about them. The brown-haired girl spoke with an apologetic smile, her appearance charming and her smile innocent. Yet, something felt amiss to William. Beneath that smile, her prominent front teeth morphed into a singular word, trouble. A sudden wave of concern for his future teaching experience washed over him. First encounter, Hogwarts. Gryffindor? Gryffindor. I knew it. William sighed. There existed a well-known jest about Azkaban. Economic offenders hailed from Ravenclaw, violent criminals from Gryffindor, and the rest constituted Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, they were absent, presumably convening with Dementors. Each house possessed its own share of miscreants. None could claim innocence. Azkaban was merely a repository for Hogwarts talent. While this characterization lacked precision, it succinctly conveyed the essence of the matter. Ravenclaw's criminals were known for their cunning and petty offenses, predominantly economic in nature. Gryffindor offenders tended to act impulsively, often breaching confidentiality laws or engaging in brawls. These two categories were practically their domain. Hufflepuff, being the most populous, naturally produced the highest number of criminals proportionately. As for Slytherin, most hailed from affluent backgrounds. Those who did commit crimes tended to be serious offenders. With a cadre of Death Eaters occupying the deepest cells, each one a staunch Slytherin. Of course, William dared not voice such sentiments within the school. Offending all four heads of houses before commencing his duties would require a remarkable lack of foresight. Nevertheless, while a jest, he realized today that there was a kernel of truth to this humorous notion. Were it to be a student from another academy, they might indeed hesitate to stealthily disembark from the train. Given the impracticality of halting the train, William found himself reluctantly compelled to escort this student into the wilderness. Could he possibly abandon the child? With a hint of exasperation, William earnestly declared, "I shall report the situation to Professor McGonagall truthfully. I do not believe that clandestinely leaving the train would benefit those two children who missed their ride. However, for now, grasp my left arm firmly, do not let go." As he extended his left arm, wand in his right hand, a small hand gently seized his sleeve. "Hold on tight to my arm. Do not release your grip." Perhaps his tone was a touch too stern, for the child clung to him in startled obedience. William could not help but internally lament the misfortune of the poor child. He then began to perform apparition, aiming for the very spot where they had boarded. The familiar sensation of compression enveloped him, and after a moment of adjustment, he waved his wand around, confirming their safety. Only then did he turn his attention to the student he had brought along. While the disorientation from apparition primarily depended on the caster, the sensation was universally disconcerting. Though he recognized that orchestrating such an experience for a student was not particularly commendable, he genuinely felt that a slight reprimand was warranted today. The discomfort induced by apparition was not something a first or second-year student could easily endure, and after a prolonged period of endurance, the child finally bent over and retched. Once the area was cleared, William flicked his wand to tidy up the remnants of the unpleasant episode, then retrieved a peppermint candy from his pocket. Since his release from Azkaban, his pockets had been perpetually filled with various confections. At this moment, he had abandoned any notion of punishing the young girl before him. It seemed astonishing that she would refuse to wear warmer clothing despite the chill, merely out of concern for others' ridicule, a sentiment not uncommon among children of such an age. The first experience of apparition is always like this. Sucking on this peppermint will alleviate your discomfort significantly. I too struggled for quite some time when I was practicing. William spoke the lie without a hint of pressure. Yes, he skillfully unwrapped a piece of chocolate for himself and popped it into his mouth. I fear that someone might intentionally obstruct the passage here. Apparition brought us near the platform, but we must walk a little further to reach our destination. "Oh, right," William said, transforming the chocolate wrapper into a paper cup, which he filled with fresh water before offering it to the child. "Rinse your mouth. It will feel much better. Yes, stay a bit behind. I shall go over there to ascertain what has transpired. Keep an eye on our rear. If anything arises, simply call out and duck down." As he instructed, William hastened towards the platform. Although the situation likely stemmed from an accident, he did not dismiss the possibility of deliberate sabotage. Bearing a curse, he felt that exercising utmost caution was entirely warranted. In no time, William arrived at the platform. Earlier, the area had been bustling, but now it lay deserted, devoid of any signs of ambush. After surveying the surroundings and finding no one, he began to scrutinize the layer of magic used for concealment. Considering the bustling train station before him, William surmised that the likelihood of an ambush was minimal. Nevertheless, exercising caution was prudent. After confirming that the barrier was devoid of any additional enchantments, he instructed the students behind him to conceal themselves. He then retreated a considerable distance, casting spells on both his shoes and himself before swiftly charging toward the barrier. As he approached, he lowered his center of gravity and shifted into a sliding position, his enchanted soles enabling him to glide past the barrier as if devoid of friction. William pressed himself low to the ground, quickly surveying his surroundings as the sky shifted in hue, and rolled to the side in a bid to evade any impending attacks. Fortunately, nothing transpired. King's Cross Station was alive with activity. Travelers glanced at William, mistakenly believing he had merely slipped, and a few kind-hearted souls hurried over to assist him. However, William promptly pushed off the ground, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt, feigning nonchalance. As long as he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would not fall upon him. After all, his resilience had been honed in prison. Before long, William noticed an oddly dressed individual attempting to approach him. He deftly maneuvered through the crowd, eluding the stranger's gaze and successfully positioning himself behind them. With a flick of his wand, William deftly extracted the wand from the individual's waist. Now, Professor Hogwarts, what possessed you to block the passage? I am an official from the Ministry of Magic, tasked with addressing incidents that might arouse Muggle suspicion. Today marks the start of the Hogwarts term, and I am here to manage any inadvertent exposures of personnel entering the station. Honestly, how could someone attempting to obstruct a passage be so inept? William queried, exasperated. Where's your identification? In my left pocket, the individual replied, retrieving it as instructed. William took a step back to prevent any attempts at reclaiming the wand and fixed his gaze upon the person, ensuring they complied. Indeed, they were an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Accompany me to inspect the passage and bring the students out as well. Very well, Professor. The two resumed their examination of the barrier, confirming from the outside that someone had tampered with it. It was evident that someone had activated the magic typically employed to seal the passage, an action that should have been his responsibility. The hapless guard at the station, appearing no more than 20, scrutinized the area for some time before arriving at a rather futile conclusion. Sensing something amiss, he quickly added, Professor, I'll check the other side. Perhaps I can uncover some traces. William nodded, suppressing the urge to inform him that he had already conducted a thorough inspection on that side. It was apparent that this recent graduate, dispatched to guard the station, was eager to showcase his competence. To hinder him now would only dampen his enthusiasm. Contemplating how best to commend the young man later, William lagged a few steps behind, glancing around to ensure the area was clear before passing through the barrier. The moment he crossed the threshold, the sound of a spell slicing through the air reached his ears. Armor protection. William swiftly recited the ironclad charm, then promptly leaned to the side while simultaneously casting a sleep spell in the direction from which the incantation had originated. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly, and the first to rise was none other than William himself. He brushed off the dust that had settled on him and gazed thoughtfully at the two wizards, one large, one small, lying on the ground. The unruly child would only pause due to motion sickness. It would not fundamentally alter her habits. Previously, William had been oblivious to this truth, but life had imparted a valuable lesson upon him. A child bold enough to lie and leap from a train was destined to remain restless, even if she had temporarily complied due to sensations akin to motion sickness. Although he had not clearly perceived the earlier events, William had deduced much from mere conjecture. Earlier, the young Gryffindor he had advised to remain in place had not obeyed his expectations. Instead, she concealed herself in an obscure corner, raising her wand and eagerly watching the entrance. Upon realizing that the individual entering was not a professor, her previously subdued adventurous spirit surged forth, akin to a puffed-up pufferfish. Seizing the moment when the newcomer was distracted, she unleashed a spell. However, the sound of the incantation was heard by William, who instinctively retaliated, causing her to fall. Confident in his own spellcasting, William paid no heed to the Gryffindor who had fallen victim to her own magic, but rushed to assess the situation of the overzealous ministry employee. That reckless individual ought to learn a lesson. There was no room for leniency. Could one truly forget how a formidable woman, pale while sipping on sweetened water, had once twisted open a skull with her bare hands? He had been careless. As William approached with measured steps, the ministry employee had already recovered from the spell's effects. How potent could a second-year student's petrification spell truly be? It was merely an unfortunate mishap. The effects would have nearly worn off by the time he hit the ground. The magical prowess of younger wizards was insufficient to pose a significant threat to an adult wizard. Yet, this did not absolve him of his existential doubts. Earlier, in the square, he had noticed William attracting the attention of muggles and had intended to stealthily approach him, aiming to resolve the incident with charm and maturity, imparting a lesson that wizards should not create undue commotion in such settings. Instead, in a matter of moments, William not only evaded his watchful gaze, but also deftly disarmed him. However, upon learning that William was a professor from Hogwarts, his initial resentment morphed into admiration. Indeed, it was befitting of a school professor to handle unexpected situations with such skill. For a student to lose to a teacher was not shameful, even in the aftermath of graduation. Yet now, he found himself unable to redeem his dignity. He had been ambushed by a child, a mere student still attending Hogwarts, without even the chance to retaliate or evade. This felt far more humiliating than being penalized for points during his school days. William, observing the redness in his eyes, found himself at a loss for words. With a more senior student, one might at least conjure an excuse for being bested by a younger peer. William deftly shifted the conversation, behaving as though nothing had transpired. The station, having endured over a decade of neglect, remained riddled with potholes, as evidenced by the dust clinging to his attire. He gestured to the unclean patches on his clothes, simultaneously employing his wand to remove the dust from both himself and his companion. While inquiring, after that incident, Professor, there was indeed a couple whose reasons for clashing with Muggles were unclear. Just as the train was about to depart, I focused intently on them to avert any further escalation with the Muggles. After a moment's contemplation, he added, in the midst of their conversation, an owl suddenly swooped down, circling for a brief moment before landing directly on the shoulder of the Ministry of Magic official. The official hastily apologized to William and retreated to read the letter he had received. Seizing this opportunity, William quietly approached the student who had succumbed to the stunning spell. How quiet and studious he appeared in this moment. Had it not been for the previous incidents, William mused that such a student might well have served as a class representative or a similar role, should Hogwarts have such positions. Alas, Gryffindors were often too spirited for their own good. Given the potential to provoke the deputy headmaster, William hesitated before lifting the spell. Were it not for the inappropriate optics of carrying a female student, he would have effortlessly transported a male student to Hogwarts without even breaking the spell. But first, the wand must be confiscated. William swiftly seized the wand from the student, and, as they stirred awake, he cast a silencing charm to suppress their ability to speak. Now, he declared, you shall follow my instructions without uttering a word, wielding no wand, and certainly without making any attempts to flee. Simply stay behind me, and once we are in the presence of Professor McGonagall, I shall return your wand and your ability to speak. Amidst the students' furious glare, William issued his command with resolute authority. If they were allowed to sneak off the school bus, use magic outside, and assault ministry officials without intervention, it would only be a matter of time before they turned their aggression toward a professor. The spirited retorts that arose were likely far from civil. Yet William chose to disregard them. Once the ministry official finished reading the letter, he would see how the ministry intended to proceed. For William still needed to explain the recent events to them. In this moment, his demeanor was calm, devoid of anger. Though silencing was not the most effective educational approach and often provoked defiance in those punished, it certainly provided a sense of relief. Within 5 minutes, the ministry official had completed reading the letter and hurried over to William, handing him the missive. Professor, I believe I have located the whereabouts of those two students. Discovered their location? A communication from the ministry? An unsettling premonition stirred within William as he unfolded the letter and began to read swiftly. Soon, he uncovered the pertinent details. The two students had apparently taken a flying car to follow the Hogwarts Express, with several Muggles claiming to have witnessed the spectacle. In light of this situation, immediate measures were called for to seal off Platform 9 and proceed to the Muggles' homes for memory modification. The once tranquil mindset suddenly erupted, causing William to feel a slight headache. Thank you. Knowing where they are now brings me great relief. That's wonderful. I'm glad I could assist you. The young man from the Ministry of Magic wore an expression of sheer delight, clearly holding the title of Hogwarts Professor in high esteem. Professor, I've been assigned a new task from the department. I must hurry over. I apologize for not being able to assist you further. You've already been more than helpful. Thank you. The anonymous staff member, who never revealed his name, vanished with an air of pride, and William could almost read the laughter etched on his face. What a commendable student, William mused silently. He was acutely aware that had it not been for the pitfalls in his professor's course, it would have been inconceivable for someone who had been to Azkaban to be appointed as a professor. He realized he must strive harder to educate his students. After all, how could he justify the trust placed in him by those who had graduated? As he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of the silenced Gryffindor student. Bringing along a few more students like this one would likely shorten his lifespan. A phrase floated through his mind. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, friends of a young person brave enough to leap off a train were unlikely to be model students. Were they piloting a flying car to keep an eye on the Hogwarts Express? The scene unfolded before him like a Hollywood action blockbuster. Why weren't they soaring over skyscrapers in their car? Yet, that seemed incorrect, as the car could fly by nature. You have gained the recognition, disdain, of a magical creature, and received a treasure chest X1. William instinctively felt that this treasure chest was a gift from the small Gryffindor behind him. The schemer Hermione, R. She stole from Professor Snape's private stockroom, and he was furious but could not ascertain the culprit. I believe you will find it quite challenging to uncover the truth. Skill, precise theft. Destroy this card to designate an item and devise a theft plan for it. The more you know about the item, the more thorough the plan that forms in your mind. Theft and burglary are vastly different, exceeding even the disparity between individuals. It seemed akin to Felix Felici's. William judged that this approach would yield better results. However, what interrupted his examination of the next card was not the skill, but an endless stream of sarcastic commentary flooding his mind. The girl before him bore almost no resemblance to anyone from the films he had seen. She would need to resize her front teeth, manage her hair properly, elongate her face, and gain a few inches in height. It was nearly tantamount to transforming into a different person. As for her temperament, they were two entirely different personas. This mischievous child bore no resemblance whatsoever. Moreover, if his memory served him right, the card mentioned Professor Snape, who, in the movies he had watched, had also been the victim of theft. Couldn't they at least change the storyline a bit? As for the schemer, he was rather indifferent. Someone capable of ambushing a ministry employee could easily plot against a professor's inventory, which was hardly objectionable. Finally suppressing his sarcasm, William turned his attention to the next card. The potion known as Polyjuice Potion, a concoction strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, is notoriously difficult to brew. Yet astonishingly, a second-year student has succeeded in crafting this forbidden elixir. Though few are aware of this remarkable feat, the card's skill. Tear this card, select a potion, prepare the necessary ingredients, and brew it, revealing the surprising simplicity of potion making. Unless one intentionally fails, the potion creation is destined to succeed. Success and failure often hinge on a mere thread. William, of course, understood the restraint he exercised in not placing himself in such a precarious position. He found himself rather admiring this Gryffindor student. As someone who made a living through potion making, he was acutely aware of the Polyjuice Potion's complexity. The lengthy brewing time, the precision required in technique, and the invaluable ingredients are all indispensable. A second-year student? William felt compelled to share this with his peers, who would likely dismiss it as a delightful jest, erupting into laughter. As for the card's effects, William was well aware of numerous potions that were far beyond his current capabilities to produce. It is essential to recognize that even a slight misstep in brewing Felix Felicis could lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite its lengthy preparation, spanning 6 months, and its potent addictive properties, nothing could diminish the extraordinary effects of this remarkable potion. Upon consumption, one would witness the smile of Lady Luck, a universal understanding among those in the potion-making community. Its singular effect is to bestow luck, unparalleled luck, the kind that would provoke envy even in the devil himself. Stay calm, William. He silently reminded himself as he turned his gaze to the third card. The card depicting the attacker, Hermione, conveys something unimaginable. A third-year student possessing the audacity to assault a professor. Though aided by companions, Professor Snape still collapsed before the students. The skill, Ambush, tear this card. Expend all magical energy, ensuring that the next magical attack strikes first, guaranteeing a silent spell effect, permitting wandless casting, and ensuring a critical hit, with the failure resulting in grave consequences. Goodness, what has Professor Snape done to deserve this? Could you perhaps choose a different target? Lacking familiarity with Professor Snape beyond cinematic portrayals, William felt a surge of sympathy for him in this moment. With this thought, he stepped forward 2 paces. Given the recent draw from the chest, he was likely to find himself facing a similar fate. Noticing the absence of any desire from those behind him to follow, William found himself ensnared in a quandary. 3 cards, aside from the first card, whose effect was not overtly pronounced, the second and third bore astonishing effects. A typical wizard would likely opt for the third card, which appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Yet William knew that even if the conditions for brewing Felix Felicis were doubled in difficulty, its effects would justify the arduous effort, even if the card hinted at intentional failure, restricting the brewing vessel's capabilities. It still represented a cauldron of Felix Felicis brewed 6 months later. However, the strength of the third card was indisputable, unreasonably potent, insurmountably strong. Even if it was but a single strike, William had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of silent spellcasting, let alone wandless magic. Furthermore, from the description, it was evident that this card also bore no limitations, serving as a potential trump card at any moment. In stark contrast to the second card, which boasted significant additional benefits, this card seemed to yield negligible economic returns, lacking any productive capacity. It could not forge a network of connections through vouchers. Moreover, its use carried the adverse effect of faltering should even one more adversary appear. William contemplated a multitude of drawbacks before resolutely closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, choosing the third option. Despite its considerable flaws, its power was undeniable. More crucially, even if the potion known as the Elixir of Fortune proved challenging, William still possessed the potential for self-driven mastery. However, the opportunity to wield this game-changing card, once missed, would be exceedingly difficult to rectify. Having made a challenging decision, William's earlier agitation, spurred by 2 students who had run off to chase the school bus, began to dissipate. On the brighter side, he reminded himself that he was not the headmaster. If he were to become overly distressed, would he not inadvertently jeopardize Professor McGonagall's composure? perhaps even leaving the two children suspended in his office for a couple of days? With this thought, William's perspective grew considerably more serene. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the cool breeze near the platform, which whisked away the last remnants of his anxiety. There was indeed some good news. Although the two individuals had not remained in place for the school authorities to intervene, they were not too far from a bus, so they could be considered located. This was one of the advantages of being affiliated with the school. When matters escalated beyond one's control, simply reporting the issue ensured that assistance would be forthcoming. Yet a final minor dilemma remained: how to deal with the unruly children, considering the likelihood of further mischief on their return journey. He felt it imperative to resolve this matter first. William turned to face the rascally child, whom he theoretically should not have been acquainted with, his expression earnest. "Greetings, Miss Gryffindor. We find ourselves in a slight predicament. Although you did not witness the letter, I can relay its contents to you, and I hope you will listen patiently. From what I understand, your two friends, after failing to board the school bus, opted to utilize a flying car to reach the school. Regrettably, it appears they did not consider your intentions. It is not my intention to incite discord or suggest that you wish to distance yourself from them. However, that is of little consequence. According to the communication from the Ministry of Magic, they are currently closely following the school bus, while we are unable to catch up. Therefore, we shall need to use flu powder to travel to Hogsmeade, the village nearest to Hogwarts. You disembarked with the intention of locating your friends, and now their whereabouts have been confirmed. Yet, even conjuring a broomstick would not enable you to pursue them. Additionally, you lack a wand. While I could provide explanations for any magic used in my presence, should you act independently, any spell cast would trigger notification, potentially leading to expulsion from the school. Furthermore, and most importantly, due to the haste of our departure, you likely possess little cash, and even if you did, no mode of transportation would be available." William suddenly paused. He recalled the night bus, often forgotten in the recesses of his mind. In contrast to the treacherous and disorienting flu powder, this mode of transport was far more reliable. With this thought, he ceased his explanation and extended his wand. The Gryffindor girl, who had been anticipating the spell for nearly half an hour, gazed hopefully at the wand. However, the professor's wand remained suspended in midair for a full minute. Suddenly, a massive bus materialized with a resounding bang. "My apologies, young lady. After mastering apparition, I nearly overlooked that the night bus can also take you to Hogsmeade without the need for flu powder," William said with an apologetic expression. His previous unpleasant experience aboard the night bus had caused him to subconsciously disregard this method of transportation. Compared to the perilous use of flu powder, the night bus was decidedly more advantageous for him. At least students wouldn't risk getting lost along the way. Though the likelihood of misadventure was low, he was not inclined to gamble on a potential calamity reminiscent of a dramatic escape from London, which would undoubtedly result in ridicule rather than respect as a professor. "Hogsmeade Village, 2 tickets, please," he cheerfully addressed the ticket collector, ignoring the murderous glare from the irate student behind him. "What is this?" The ticket collector, Sampark, inquired with curiosity, raising an eyebrow at the furious student. "Hogwarts has commenced its term, and she has just disembarked from the train. Now, I am escorting her to school," he explained. "From Gryffindor, I presume?" Sampark asked, her tone a blend of surprise and admiration, as if lamenting that she had not thought of such an idea during her own schooling. "Indeed, from Gryffindor," William replied, bemused by the unfair reputation of the house, while gesturing merrily toward the distant seating area. "Do sit over there. The night bus is far quicker than the Hogwarts Express. We shall arrive shortly." He refrained from mentioning that the ride would be considerably bumpier. After the reluctant Gryffindor student shuffled to her seat, William patted Sampark on the shoulder, asking, "It's been a while. How have you been?" "Quite well, and you? Just returned from that place?" "William finit surprise." "Yes, Azkaban." "Ah, did you not recognize my jest?" He chuckled. "Ah, yes. Surely you jest. You cannot be serious." "And now, I, a professor at Hogwarts," he declared, noticing the unmistakable disbelief in her eyes. "Ah, but I serve as a conductor on the Hogwarts Express. When the students disembark, I am here to manage the situation," William replied, suppressing the pangs of conscience as he spun another tale. The night bus was notably swifter than the Hogwarts Express. He wondered what audacity possessed the former Minister of Magic to label the sluggish vehicle as express. He reclined on the bed with practiced ease, choosing to ignore the Gryffindor's obstinate behavior, which protested against the arrangement of beds where seats ought to be. When confronted with a pile of beds in a designated seating area, one should comply and lie down rather than sulk in defiance. In the next moment, the train swiftly veered, causing all those reclining to grasp the pillars of their berths with fervor, while the sole individual seated fell heavily to the floor with a dull thud. Hogsmeade had arrived. The ticket collector, Sampark, approached with a cheerful call. "So soon?" William inquired in astonishment, recalling that his last journey to Diagon Alley had taken quite some time. You are fortunate. Today, no customers hailed the bus, allowing us to skip straight through in just a few minutes. We traveled 100 miles in a single leap. What a splendid fellow, William exclaimed sincerely, patting Sam Park's shoulder as he glanced at the Gryffindor struggling to rise, stifling his pain. Let us go. Hagrid mentioned before that first-year students are not allowed in Hogsmeade, but consider this an early glimpse. Oh, the dim light within the vehicle hindered William's understanding of the situation, but he noted the other's flustered demeanor as they hurriedly exited the bus. William waved goodbye to Sam Park and alighted swiftly. By the time William arrived at Hogwarts, accompanied by a group of students who had remained silent in their displeasure, it was still before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He rapped on the door, glancing at his watch with an air of patience. Ugh! A student beside him made a commotion, attempting to capture William's attention. However, William was resolute in denying them any opportunity for mischief until they were in Professor McGonagall's hands. Once there, any issues would no longer be his concern. Oh, William, the professor mentioned you would be coming with the students tonight. Why have you arrived so early? Hagrid called out from a distance, his warmth palpable. I have prepared fine wine, eagerly awaiting your arrival to enjoy together after the feast. Just don't indulge too much. You still need to attend the dinner. Perfect. My luggage is still on the train, and due to a minor mishap, I could only take the night bus ahead. By the way, is Professor McGonagall in her office? William sought to resolve his troubles swiftly, eager to send this troublesome child away. Oh, the professor is not in her office. She is busy arranging today's feast and sorting ceremony. Quite occupied, indeed. Ah, so the owl has not arrived then? Considering the speed of the night bus, William believed his assumption to be sound, unless the Ministry had activated an emergency contact with Hogwarts, which he deemed improbable given the situation with the flying car. That is splendid. I must first head to the castle to hand over my current task, and then seek you out at the Forbidden Forest. The giant voiced his surprise. Ugh, the Gryffindor, known as Hermione, attempted to interject. What is wrong with her? Do you know her? William was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had asked a rather pointless question. Hagrid's rapport with Harry meant he could not possibly be unfamiliar with Harry's friends. Yes, she is my friend. Did she fall under a curse? No. But she made an excuse to dash off the train, cast spells outside the school, and attacked a ministry official. Good heavens! Her? If you were with the Weasley brothers, I might suspect you were covering up for their misdeeds, but Hermione is top of her year. How could one possibly subdue a professor without the wisdom of age? William mused, glancing at the cards in his possession, conceding to Hagrid's assertion. Fear not, Miss Granger, when I deliver you into Professor McGonagall's care. I shall naturally lift the enchantment. For now, I implore you to reflect upon your transgressions. Though she uttered what might have been a curse, William chose to disregard it. Hagrid's expression bore a hint of turmoil, as if he were contemplating urging William to release the binding spell. Yet, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, he ultimately relinquished his intent to intervene, reasoning that William would soon escort her to Professor McGonagall, where the magic would undoubtedly be undone. As William stepped into the Great Hall, he found Professor McGonagall engaged in instructing a group of house elves, her hands occupied with a substantial stack of parchment, indicative of her bustling day. Professor William, you arrive so early, McGonagall exclaimed with surprise. How splendid. Could you, amidst your praises, assist me by sending this order form to the village shop in Hogsmeade? We are running low on the school's stock of candles. Professor, as it is my first day, and I am not yet well acquainted with the surroundings, might this be deemed a bit excessive? William replied, accepting the order while making way for the Gryffindor student trailing behind him, who had been hiding in his shadow since entering the hall. Professor, there has been a minor issue with the train. The train? McGonagall paused, her expression shifting as she recalled the ticket she had sent to William. What has transpired? Her demeanor grew stern. 2 students have been stranded outside the corridor and missed the train. Upon investigation with the Ministry of Magic officials, we discovered it had been deliberately obstructed, yet the perpetrator remains unknown. Miss Granger was left outside? And the other student, which house do they belong to? No. Miss Granger was not obstructed. Her 2 companions were. She managed to slip off the train while I was disembarking, so I brought her here ahead of time. Slipped off the train? McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment, but her thoughts raced further. 2 companions? You refer to Potter and Weasley? If I am not mistaken. It must be so. Where are they? Her tone grew urgent. If the information I gathered from the Ministry is accurate, they are currently airborne in a flying car, hovering above the Hogwarts Express. Merlin above. William swore he sensed an illusion of a furious eagle at that moment. To slip off the train and pursue the school bus in a flying car. William felt the presence beside him diminish slightly under McGonagall's incredulous musings. Although Hermione appeared to tremble under the weight of McGonagall's scrutiny, William regrettably realized he must disclose further details. Concealing the matter might seem appealing, yet the execution would likely invite even greater complications. The use of magic by minors outside school is subject to stringent monitoring. Should William fail to disclose the situation and characterize it as a temporary allowance for students to practice magic externally, a cascade of troubles would inevitably follow. Particularly, the assault on Ministry of Magic personnel would pose a significant issue. Without William's endorsement as a professor, the repercussions could lead to a lengthy confinement in Azkaban. Was it truly a trivial matter that Ministry officials were attacked? That record of magical practice must be reported by William to the school, which in turn must liaise with the Ministry to establish that the external use of magic was sanctioned by a professor. Otherwise, even the act of practicing magic outside school could warrant a severe reprimand, and combined with the assault on Ministry staff, expulsion would be the least of the penalties. The facts stand thus. Miss Granger, under my consent for her to practice magic, mistakenly identified a Ministry official as a suspect and launched an attack against him. Very well. I understand, Professor William. Professor McGonagall's demeanor became tranquil, yet William sensed a storm brewing on the horizon. Shall I first deliver the letter to the Ollery? Thank you for your efforts, Professor William. The flying car? The scorching flames ravenously consumed the dripping grease from the skewered meat, and the occasional waft of smoke was promptly expelled from the magically modified abode. Despite the late summer heat, the interior retained a comfortable temperature, prompting William to marvel at the wonders of magic as he awaited the meat's readiness. Originally intended as a celebratory feast for William's appointment, the roasted meat was now placed upon the fire, while Hagrid raised his goblet, engaging William in conversation about events that transpired on the train. Speaking of flying cars, I happen to possess one myself. Harry would never guess that he had previously ridden in a similar contraption. Hagrid chuckled as he took a hearty swig from his cup. This is a breach of school rules. Please take it seriously. The giant clearly did not regard Harry's use of a flying car instead of a train as a significant matter, even treating it as an amusing anecdote. However, William himself was rather indifferent to the incident. Although he ultimately discovered that the information was of little consequence, he indeed gleaned substantial knowledge about Harry Potter. This flying car episode might not have been manageable for other students, but with Harry, it was unlikely to pose any major issues, for he had genuinely saved the world. Despite the myriad speculations surrounding the events of the past, every account unequivocally acknowledged one irrefutable fact. Harry Potter had vanquished the Dark Lord, whose name could not be spoken, thereby rescuing the entire magical community of Britain. Therefore, irrespective of the sentiments of the students at school, in the eyes of the wider magical world, as long as the boy named Harry Potter did not obliterate Hogwarts, any transgressions committed would not be deemed grave. Considering William's limited impressions and the steadfast admiration of Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid towards Harry, it was evident that Harry Potter possessed a commendable temperament and was well liked by both professors and classmates alike. Ordinary individuals can emerge unscathed from this incident, largely due to the wisdom of the current headmaster, Dumbledore, who is arguably the most enlightened leader in recent history, a fact corroborated by the information William has gathered. In the absence of foresight, one must rely on intelligence gathering to navigate uncertainties. After all, one cannot simply subsist on the absence of a butcher while expecting to feast on a wild boar. The limitations of prophecy are evident, while having such insight is advantageous. One must still confront the myriad troubles life presents. Ah, by the way, where's Hermione? Hagrid queried, rapping his knuckles against his head amidst a cacophony of sound. She is likely with Professor McGonagall, drafting an apology, perhaps hoping to complete it alongside Harry and the others upon their arrival at school. Hagrid chuckled with a certain dark amusement that only friends share, recalling days of yore with James and Sirius. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, as if he had uttered a forbidden name. Sirius? Oh, it's nothing, William. I prefer not to revisit that tale. It is far too heavy, far too burdensome. Hagrid shook his head repeatedly, prompting William to abandon his inquiries. From that point onward, Hagrid's spirits remained low. As evening approached, the two parted ways to prepare for the upcoming opening ceremony. Not until the eve of the banquet did William finally realize his suitcase had yet to arrive. Professor, we will deliver the trunk to your office, but currently, the trunks are in transit, and it may be quite challenging to ascertain the location of yours or who is responsible for it. The house elf he had detained conveyed this, and William could not bring himself to press them further about his belongings. Fortunately, William donned a robe, albeit somewhat wrinkled due to minor mishaps. Yet it still adhered to the dress code. After magically smoothing out his attire and ensuring it was free of stains, he exited his empty office. Ah, Professor William. A fervent call rang out behind him. It was Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a flowing aquamarine robe. Long time no see, Professor William. Lockhart approached with an air of familiarity, as though conversing with an old friend. Hello, Professor Lockhart. Speaking of which, the opening ceremony is about to commence, and I must admit, I feel a touch nervous. I imagine you do as well. William mused, glancing at the greeting card from Curie. Lockhart's presence seemed to diminish the weight of impending curses, as if they shared the burden equally. There was little cause for anxiety. A curse that had been shared could hardly disrupt the ceremony. I suspect a multitude of students will be utterly astonished. They certainly did not anticipate my arrival at Hogwarts, as the cough. William cleared his throat audibly. My apologies. Professor of Defensive Magic. Lockhart feigned a look of contrition. Very well, my apologies, Professor William. Time is of the essence. We should make our entrance. William's internal commentary was abruptly interrupted as Lockhart whisked him away. The opening ceremony promised to be a tedious affair, regardless of its magical context. During the 15 minutes of the opening ceremony, William profoundly grasped a certain truth of life. The only individuals who truly rejoice at such an event are the parents who need not attend. Moreover, one might also consider the underage wizards who have been cooped up over the summer. William observed some students discreetly brandishing their wands beneath the tables, attempting spells, likely a result of their pent-up energy from the long break. Upon reflection, could it be that the prohibition on summer spell casting partly aims to prevent students from developing a resistance to the return to school? A chilling thought indeed. William's disinterested gaze swept over the students, not from any inclination to isolate himself, but rather due to the overwhelming desire of Professor Lockhart to showcase himself, which inadvertently led to his own subtle ostracism by the faculty. As for Lockhart, oblivious to the disdain directed at him, he continued to regale the nearby Hufflepuff headmistress, Professor Pomona Sprout, with tales of exotic plants he had encountered across the Atlantic, causing her expression to shift from enthusiasm to irritation. Yet Lockhart remained unabated in his discourse. While William idly observed the unfolding antics of the students, a professor suddenly rose from her chair, attempting to move it as quietly as possible before positioning herself beside him. Professor William, may I impose upon you for a moment? This middle-aged witch wore an apologetic expression, yet her steadfast gaze conveyed that if she did not receive answers this time, she would return. Please take a seat. May I inquire your name? Charity Burbage, Professor of Muggle Studies. She introduced herself in a gentle tone regarding a subject unknown to William. I apologize for the impertinence of my question, particularly to a stranger, but has plagued me for far too long, and I am eager to acquire an answer immediately. She produced her wand and discreetly gestured. Yes, you. None of the wizards present, including Dumbledore, will overhear our conversation. Professor William, I apologize once more. Might I ask, how do the inhabitants of Azkaban perceive Muggles? The inquiry was indeed as pointed as she had previously indicated. I regret to inform you, Professor Burbage, that I am not inclined to discuss matters pertaining to what transpires there. William was aware that her motives were partly well-intentioned. New professors often require a connection to integrate into the established circles. Following their exchange, it was likely that most faculty would accept William more naturally, rather than enduring the current situation where Lockhart's boastfulness had led to their mutual exclusion. Alas, being the subject of research always left William with a peculiar sensation, perhaps a remnant of Azkaban's legacy. He felt as if being studied was akin to being surrounded by dementors in a cell, indulging in a buffet of despair. He could jest about Azkaban with Old Tom or lament that dreadful place with Hagrid. Yet when others inquired directly, he was instantly discomforted. Fortunately, at that moment, the new students began the sorting ceremony under Professor McGonagall's guidance, lifting the spirits of the professors present and dissipating the previously awkward atmosphere. A line of first-year students stood awkwardly, led by Professor McGonagall, as they faced the upperclassmen, their expressions stiff and pallid, resembling not eager newcomers to the sorting ceremony, but rather anxious warriors preparing for battle. William was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the sorting at Hogwarts required students to cast aside their wands and engage in a duel. If one were to consider the discriminatory hierarchy concerning the 4 houses at Hogwarts, it seemed that the most spirited would rush to Gryffindor, while those wishing to evade the fray would retreat to Ravenclaw, and those inclined to bribe their way to victory would seek Slytherin, leaving the remaining souls to Hufflepuff. This thought provoked a chuckle from William, and soon, laughter spread contagiously among the professors at the table. Gilderoy Lockhart flashed his smile, exclaiming, after all these years, the school's traditions remain unchanged. No professor took up his cue, so Lockhart turned to William, boasting, Hogwarts has a rule forbidding the disclosure of sorting details to uninitiated children. We concoct all manner of excuses to deceive them. I suspect most of those students below believe they must engage in a brawl for their sorting. Who conceived such a tedious rule? Furthermore, it had persisted through generations solely to witness the trepidation of first-year students. Admittedly, William found it rather amusing, especially with Lockhart's embellishments adding a layer of dark humor. As Lockhart elaborated, Professor McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students, followed by setting a tattered wizarding hat atop it. The patched, old hat, bearing the marks of time, seemed devoid of any cleaning value. As William awaited Lockhart's ostentatious commentary, the decrepit hat suddenly burst into song, its voice off-key and jarring. Upon finishing, William noticed several professors had magically blocked their ears. How careless of him, he observed Lockhart, who had not forgotten to muffle his ears either, and he felt a wave of regret for his ignorance. While he was unfamiliar with Hogwarts intricacies, the surrounding professors were well-versed. They simply followed the established norms, ensuring there would be no missteps. As the hat's song concluded, applause erupted, as if the audience were celebrating the liberation of their ears, while the singing hat bowed graciously in response. Following the applause, Professor McGonagall approached the stool, holding a parchment. I shall call out names, and when your name is called, you shall don the hat and take a seat to await your house assignment, she announced, raising the parchment to read the first name, Hannah Abbott. The hall fell silent, and William observed the Hufflepuff table, where every head turned toward a particular individual. Even Professor McGonagall paused, scrutinizing the parchment with a hint of surprise. Apologies. Due to certain events that transpired today, I inadvertently brought last year's list. The atmosphere became quite awkward in an instant, yet not a single person dared to laugh. Even Professor Dumbledore, who sat alongside William, maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly engrossed in a serious study of the table, as if contemplating what peculiar shape he might transform it into for amusement. The students remained seated with remarkable decorum, their silence so profound that William almost doubted his own hearing. Just as he began to suspect a deviation in the timeline, Professor McGonagall brandished her wand, and a tremendous noise erupted from above, followed by a scroll of parchment that swiftly soared into the hall. With a composed demeanor, Professor McGonagall retrieved the parchment and unfurled it for examination. William distinctly heard the collective sighs of relief emanating from the faculty table. It was evident that everyone had relaxed. At that moment, the hall exhibited signs of reawakening, as the previously rigid students began to whisper among themselves. The professor quickly reviewed the list before placing it down and addressing the first-year students. The sorting ceremony recommences. When I call your name, please step forward to await your house assignment. Barry Baker, a timid young boy, emerged from the crowd, obediently donning the hat. Ravenclaw. Almost instantaneously, the hat proclaimed the name of the house with great fervor. Thunderous applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Meanwhile, William found himself in a state of utter astonishment. You have witnessed a grand ceremony. Receive Treasure X1. Grand? How was it grand? Wearing a hat from millennium ago and being assigned to a house where he had previously inquired about the selection process. No one ever failed at this stage. Such a trivial occurrence hardly merited the label of greatness. Contemplating this in his mind, William casually clicked to open the treasure. Hope of the ceremony, you are special since the year 993 AD. The Gryffindor hat has served as a tool for selecting students into the four houses. The four illustrious wizards simultaneously bestowed their blessings upon this hat, thereby imbuing the sorting ceremony with various enchanting effects. The ages at which wizards around the world begin their magical education vary. Some institutions allow entry as early as 7, yet only Hogwarts admits students at the age of 11. The magical prowess accumulated before entering school, capable of soaring through the skies and making objects vanish, transforms under the influence of the ceremony into the strongest form of protection, safeguarding them through the lengthy years before adulthood. This cherished tradition has been continuously refined and restored by successive headmasters, evolving into its current form. In 1876, the House Elf Peeves, having evaded a trap, successfully acquired a large-caliber musket and a small cannon within Hogwarts. It was almost a battle of Peeves dominating the entire faculty, ultimately forcing the school to concede to various privileges in exchange for peace. From that day forth, the protective forces of the ritual began to target the Muggle weaponry, albeit at the cost of relinquishing some defenses. When Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald met for the first time, these two young prodigies embarked on a quest to develop protective magic against Muggle armaments, achieving unprecedented advancements. After their tempestuous parting, Albus Dumbledore persevered with his original research and later applied this magic to enhance the ritual upon his ascension to the position of headmaster. The effect of the ritual, whereby wizards remain unscathed by firearms, is such that any bullet traveling at high velocity, upon nearing a wizard within a certain range, is immediately redirected underground, akin to the disapparation effect. Trust me, redirecting 1,000 bullets is far less challenging than executing a single disapparation. distinguishing bullets is indeed more intricate. Card effect. You gain the ritual effect at no cost. William could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He finally comprehended why his magical prowess seemed significantly superior to that of his contemporaries. It turned out that he had been utilizing the magical energies of others to solidify the defensive ritual. The accumulation of all the magical energy he had gathered before the age of 11 was no trivial matter. However, he need not feel envious any longer, for he too possessed such power now. Note 1. The Magical Institute located in Japan is an officially recognized wizarding school, enrolling students as young as 7, far earlier than the 11-year-old entry age of Hogwarts. Note 2. Although the term is not officially recognized, the resurrection spell employed by Voldemort evidently diverges from the conventional incantations consisting of mere phrases. Similarly intricate are the unbreakable vow featured in the original text and the lengthy incantations recited by Ron at the onset of their studies, which he mistakenly believed to be spells. Given the devastating inferno unleashed by Grindelwald, which nearly engulfed Paris, it is reasonable to surmise that it resulted from a series of ritual enhancements. Note 3. Much of the magic exhibited by students prior to enrollment is often wielded unconsciously, yet its potency is not diminished. For instance, Harry managed to render the bulletproof glass before the giant serpent vanished, while Neville floated gently to the ground after being thrown from a height. It is noteworthy that in his second year, Harry nearly perished when the bludger knocked him off his broom. Yet, after enrollment, Ron remarked that Harry and Malfoy could merely conjure sparks with their wands, indicating a significant decline in their magical abilities. Before Harry ascended to his third year, he merely acted out of anger, propelling his aunt into the air without the aid of a wand. Had there been no magical immunity amongst wizards, dire consequences would have ensued long before the third-year students. Thus, one can infer that there is a considerable diminishment of magical power upon enrollment, which is then redirected towards personal protection. Note 4. In 1876, the then headmaster of Hogwarts devised various traps to expel Peeves the Poltergeist, employing an array of weapons as bait, including curved blades, crossbows, a large-caliber muzzle-loading gun, and a small cannon. However, the traps were thwarted by Peeves, who, for amusement, discharged firearms within the castle, compelling the school to evacuate for 3 days. After 3 days, the headmaster at the time, Professor Euphrasia Moore, consented to negotiate with Peeves, allowing him to surrender his weapons in exchange for greater privileges. Indeed, Peeves is rather formidable. Yet it seems that Hogwarts should have long been aware of Muggle firearms, which serves as a basis for my subsequent deductions. William, unable to integrate into the professor's conversation, curiously speculated about which professor had vanished, only to be astonished to discover that the missing professor seemed somewhat familiar to him. It was Professor Severus Snape, a rather unfortunate soul who had been robbed and rendered unconscious by a student, at least according to the information William had at hand. Whereas Professor Severus Snape gone, William whispered to the adjacent Gilderoy Lockhart, "Are you inquiring about that old bat?" Lockhart lowered his voice, as if reluctant to let other professors overhear. "William, I must tell you that during my time at school, Hogwarts welcomed its most unpopular professor, a title that has remarkably persisted to this day. Can you guess who that professor might be?" Lockhart revealed his characteristic grin, his teeth glimmering in the candlelight. "The most unpopular? Naturally. Not everyone can be as fortunate as I am to have won the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile award 5 times. He has relentlessly pursued the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Yet even when I assumed this role, he was unable to achieve his aspirations." Lockhart boasted, "I shall not fail as he did. I am an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and the students and faculty of Hogwarts shall cheer for my classes. So, that Professor Snape is truly that unpopular? I have no recollection of him. My intelligence gathering has failed. Moreover, although Lockhart appears rather conceited and seems to have come to Hogwarts merely to sell books, perhaps he possesses unexpected talent. Those accolades cannot possibly be fabricated, can they?" William decided to flatter this new colleague, for his time in Azkaban had rendered him somewhat adept in such matters. The praise from colleague evidently delighted Lockhart, who seemed to fan his feathers like a peacock. "I must tell you, most professors within the school are acquainted with me. I left Hogwarts less than a decade ago, and when I enrolled, Snape was not even a professor." "Not a professor?" "Indeed not. At that time, he was a student. I remember it vividly. I entered in 75, and Snape was 4 years my senior. TSK, were it not for my reluctance to speak ill of my classmates. I could vividly recount the incident when Snape was suspended by his peers. But you have nearly divulged the entire story now." William believed that if Professor Snape had overheard their conversation, he would not feel the slightest comfort from Lockhart's attempts to keep his secrets. Yet, Lockhart's enthusiasm only grew. His desire for attention finally ignited. I hail from Ravenclaw, thus I am not particularly familiar with individuals from the other two houses. However, Snape was indeed caught in a precarious position. When he was suspended by Gryffindors, not a single Slytherin came to his aid. Thus, it is best for colleagues not to be in the same school, for one can never be certain of how much the other knows of one's sordid past. William mused that, judging by the lengthy tirade just uttered, had he been Professor Snape, he would have long since initiated a duel with the individual indulging in such reckless speech. At that moment, a new student was sorted into Ravenclaw, which piqued Gilderoy Lockhart's interest. He rose to congratulate the newcomer. Observing this scene, William recalled another facet of his seemingly boastful colleague, that of an author, penning adventurous tales inspired by his own experiences. Was I truly the most inexperienced among this group? William found himself lost in contemplation. As he pondered, a sense of urgency overcame him. Having indulged in considerable libations with Hagrid that afternoon, his thoughts drifted, leading him to this predicament. I beg your pardon. I must step out for a moment. William discreetly maneuvered to the hall's entrance, still unfamiliar with the sprawling Hogwarts castle, and could only recall a few restrooms to address his pressing need. However, as he turned a corner, he noticed two peculiar figures, dawdling with their trunks. Their short stature evoking memories of why he had to leave the train at noon to purchase 2 tickets for the night bus. New students, perhaps? William grasped his wand, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. Yet his voice remained unusually relaxed. While it was highly likely they were indeed newcomers, he remained vigilant against any potential curses. The 2 sluggish figures halted, and William then discerned a third silhouette leading the way. Professor Snape. Professor William. I would expect you at the opening ceremony rather than here, Snape remarked as their conversation commenced. In that instant, William comprehended why this professor was held in such disdain by Lockhart. I specifically disembarked from the Hogwarts Express for these 2 students at noon and made my way to King's Cross Station. Now, seeing these students approach, I find no reason for discontent. Do you? We are not acquainted, and this is our first meeting. I'm a professor, you see. How fortuitous. I am as well. I had presumed you were the headmaster, but during the students reporting at noon, I distinctly remembered them as Gryffindor. William sensed a pair of icy eyes fixed upon him. Devoid of the previous manic gleam he often observed in the eyes of newly incarcerated individuals. What was amiss? Had the urgency to reprimand students led to a lapse in sound judgment, compelling him to irrationally command me? As William pondered, he feigned nonchalance, drawing his wand. For should he be bested by another professor before the students, he would find it impossible to remain. Very well, then, I shall leave it to you, Professor William, to keep an eye on Potter and his cohort, while I seek someone more capable of managing them. Contrary to William's expectations, the confrontation did not escalate. Professor Snape swiftly departed down the corridor, heading toward the adjacent hall. Note: Snape attended school from 1971 to 1978 and returned in 1981 to seek the position of defense against the dark arts professor, but ended up teaching potions instead. Lockhart studied from 1975 to 1982, and they both experienced the same timeline. Not long after, Professor McGonagall accompanied Professor Snape down the corridor. Thank you for your efforts, Professor William, she said coldly, but William was certain that the chill in her words was not directed at him. In the next moment, he felt as though the air had solidified around him. Professor McGonagall's lips were tightly pressed, her gaze as frigid as the ancient ice atop a snow-capped mountain. Potter, Weasley, both of you, follow me. The 2 terrified quail trembled as they fell in line with Professor McGonagall, and it was only when the 3 figures vanished from the corridor that William sensed the air begin to flow once more. This is alarming. William surmised that the situation was far more complex than merely Professor McGonagall's anger. If he was not mistaken, this master of transfiguration was nearing the level where she could transform her surroundings at will for offense or defense. Although he had not encountered any descriptions of such abilities in relevant texts, based on what he had previously seen in cards, Dumbledore should possess the capacity to manipulate the battlefield's materials into puppets with ease. Combining insights from several books and his own recollections, William hypothesized that this ability likely stemmed from a magical prowess that could influence the environment without incantations. Truly terrifying. As he mulled over this, Professor Snape, who had mysteriously vanished, reappeared, this time accompanied by the even more formidable Dumbledore. Professor William, where did Minerva and the others go? Dumbledore inquired. William pointed vaguely down the corridor, as he was unfamiliar with the path and could only indicate a general direction. Dumbledore nodded and hurried off with Snape. But after a few steps, he noticed William standing still. Turning back, Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Professor William, you should come along. You have been to the scene and are more informed. Very well, Headmaster. William found himself unexpectedly transitioning from a mere bystander to an involved party, hastening alongside Dumbledore through the castle's corridors. As they approached their destination, William recognized that they were heading to Professor McGonagall's office. Although he had been there before, he had never traversed this particular route. Before Dumbledore could knock, William heard Professor McGonagall's icy voice seeping through the partially opened door. "Why did you not send an owl to inform us? I trust you have an owl, at the very least. Even if you do nothing, the professors on the train would have rushed to find you immediately." "Professor, that seems excessive. To my knowledge, aside from myself, the one who dares not risk long-distance apparition and has an aversion to flying on the Hogwarts Express, no other professor opted to travel by train. That contraption, merely adorned with the title of Express, is only marginally safer and agonizingly slow. Professors rarely travel by it." However, such sentiments were clearly inappropriate to voice at that moment. The headmaster, with a countenance as cold as ice, seemed on the verge of shedding tears, embodying the archetype of the esteemed first white wizard, his displeasure palpable. Nevertheless, despite his evident ire, Dumbledore rapped gently at the office door. "Enter," came the authoritative voice of Professor McGonagall from within. Dumbledore stepped into the room, accompanied by William and Snape. In that moment, William noticed, apart from Professor McGonagall and the two tardy students, a fourth presence, a young Gryffindor whom he had escorted earlier that afternoon, sprawled across the desk, diligently transcribing something with a quill. Even with the arrival of three newcomers, the student showed no inclination to pause. As William surveyed the room, Professor McGonagall yielded her seat to Dumbledore. Almost instantaneously, the two students bowed their heads under the weight of Dumbledore's gaze, plunging the office into an intense silence, save for the faint scratching of the quill against parchment in the corner. At last, the headmaster broke the stillness. "Please elucidate your actions," he intoned, his voice low yet extraordinarily clear. William suspected that one of the students was on the brink of tears, but instead, a young boy spoke up. In essence, the two younger students had been exceedingly anxious after failing to reach the station and, in an inexplicable turn of events, had boarded a flying car, determined to arrive at school in such a manner to avoid missing the opening feast. Judging by the outcome of their escapade, it appeared they would likely spend the feast in Professor McGonagall's office, alongside their friend, Hermione, who was engrossed in copying the holiday rules William had just observed. Now, the question arose, from whence could one procure a flying car? William mused that it must be quite exhilarating, far more stable than riding a broomstick with added rails. Just as William watched the boy finish a sheet of parchment and switch to a new one, the young lad's narrative came to a halt. If William's deductions were correct, this was Harry Potter, the very subject of Hagrid's frequent musings. Yet, clearly, this was not an opportune moment for introductions, as Dumbledore offered no commentary on the unfolding tale. Amidst the profound silence, the other boy could no longer contain himself. "We must retrieve our belongings," he uttered, his voice laced with despair. "Were you saying, Weasley?" Professor McGonagall interjected sharply. "Have we been expelled?" "Not today, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore replied, "but it is imperative that you comprehend the gravity of your actions. Consequently, I shall be writing to your families tonight, and I must caution you that should such behavior persist, expulsion will be the only recourse. I don't believe it. I know they will strike a professor in the future." William mused to himself, finding amusement in the situation while Dumbledore's attention was elsewhere. Professor Snape, while not sensing malice, wore a look akin to someone who had just learned of obligatory overtime on a Friday evening. "Professor Dumbledore, these two students have blatantly disregarded the restrictions on underage wizards using magic and have severely violated the secrecy laws. Let Professor McGonagall decide on the punishment for these two students. Severus," Dumbledore said calmly. "They are her students, and she should be responsible for them." Dumbledore forcibly led the reluctant Snape away, along with the eager William, who was keen to witness the unfolding events. The sorting ceremony had nearly concluded, with the first-year students having found their places, while the remaining few anxiously awaited Professor Flitwick to call their names. "What has transpired, young William?" inquired a white-bearded professor, lowering his voice. Despite his efforts, the question piqued the interest of the surrounding faculty. This venerable man, who had dedicated his life to Hogwarts and remained unmarried, had spent more time at the school than even Dumbledore. Excluding the absent Professor Binns, he was the longest-serving professor, albeit one who had faced numerous reprimands. Albus has become increasingly unlovable," he remarked. When he wasn't headmaster, he enthusiastically participated in the school's theatrical rehearsals, but ever since, he has distanced himself from the dramatic arts. As he spoke, he comically rose from his chair, revealing the full extent of his condition. His legs were but shadows of their former selves, supported by wooden prosthetics and a cane. The hand gripping the cane mirrored the fate of his legs, having vanished, with the cane affixed to his missing left arm. "Hey, young William," I heard that 2 students missed the train and resorted to a flying car. Is that true? The elderly professor, who had little recourse against Dumbledore, found himself relying on William's input. Indeed, the 2 Gryffindor students found the barrier tampered with, and they ultimately chose to take the car in pursuit of the Hogwarts Express. William endeavored to divulge as little information as possible, aware that the truth would likely spread throughout Hogwarts by evening. Marvelous, the old professor exclaimed, though he quickly recognized the impropriety of endorsing such reckless behavior. I must admit, it was rather foolhardy. Alas, I shall probably not encounter these 2 students, as I am retiring next year. Please keep that in mind, Professor Kettleburn. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly resonated behind them, carrying a tone of exasperation. You have been on suspension 62 times. Do you understand what that signifies? I have been teaching for 62 years. William was astonished by the figure. To be precise, this year is still your probationary period, though you will retire next year, McGonagall stated with a hint of resignation. Very well, Minerva. I merely wish to express concern for the students. Nothing more, the old professor replied dismissively. Do tell, young William, the troubles have been resolved. The elderly professor cheerfully inquired, while Dumbledore chose to remain oblivious. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic professors nearby began to extol the remarkable achievements of Professor Kettleburn at Hogwarts. As their conversation flowed, a group began to quietly criticize Professor McGonagall regarding the dismal funding application report for the year. Amidst this, Lockhart was engaging in an extravagant discourse with a fellow professor, while William found himself pulled into the circle of younger professors who were informing him about the best places to visit over the weekend. To his surprise, he noticed his students gazing at him in astonishment. I must tell you, Professor William, it would be wise to steer clear of Professor Snape. Despite his unparalleled prowess and expertise in potions, he harbors a profound disdain for professors of defense against the dark arts. Since I first met him, he has persistently urged Dumbledore to allow him to teach that subject. For over a decade, he has held a grudge against anyone occupying that position. You have gained the recognition of a magical creature, disdain. Receive treasure chest X1. How astonishingly precise. Nevertheless, William could comprehend the sentiment. It seemed that every professor of self-defense magic was viewed unfavorably by Snape. Just moments ago, Snape had been hastily punishing Harry, with whom he had a contentious relationship, making it entirely understandable that he would look upon William with disfavor. However, William was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with several newly acquainted professors, leaving him no time to select cards. Thus he had to temporarily set aside the treasure chest, intending to examine its contents when he found the opportunity. Yet soon enough, a barrage of notifications overwhelmed him. You have gained a recognition of a magical creature, disdain. Receive treasure chest X1. You have gained a recognition of a magical creature, disdain. Receive treasure chest X1. You have unlocked an achievement. If you dare confront me, you have unlocked an achievement. The rise of the villain. What on earth was transpiring? Meanwhile, the other professors were deeply engrossed in their discussions, and William, reluctant to forfeit the opportunity for camaraderie that the elderly professor had facilitated, suppressed his curiosity and allowed the treasure chest to remain undisturbed. Dumbledore then rose from his seat, causing the chatter at the staff table to cease abruptly. Subsequently, the whispers throughout the hall quieted. Welcome to the new academic year at Hogwarts. Though everyone is undoubtedly famished, I must deliver a grave warning in these few, fleeting moments before a meal. I urge you all to remember this matter before the delectable dishes capture your attention. I have observed that many students have begun to disseminate accounts of today's events. The Daily Prophet has even published a report on the matter. I do not wish for any student to engage in similar mimicry. Such behavior is not to be encouraged. The students involved have faced severe repercussions, and therefore, I implore the prefects, along with our newly appointed male and female student council presidents, to ensure that no student embarks on any similarly perilous actions. Headmaster Dumbledore was indeed startled by the events of the first half of the year. Otherwise, he would not have made such statements. However, it seems more plausible that Professor McGonagall pressured Dumbledore into making a declaration. Just after William concluded the welcoming remarks for the students, he overheard the young professors beginning to comment on Dumbledore's earlier speech. At that very moment, Dumbledore was announcing the commencement of the evening feast, and the hall was filled with lively chatter, allowing those seated at the same long table to converse without concern of the headmaster overhearing them. For the first time, I realized I could feel my palms sweat nervously in front of so many students. How did you all manage it back then? William asked half-jokingly, as he used his wand to dry his hands. What else could we do? Everyone felt the same. You just push through the nerves. Once class begins, the small number of students hardly induces any anxiety. The speaker was Professor Singed, a slightly balding wizard in his 20s who taught alchemy. Come on, The alchemy class is only available to 6th years and above. I remember my first class was with first years, and to be honest, I was more anxious than the students below. Upon seeing the nods of agreement, Professor Adams, who taught herbology and was quite muscular from years of tending to the greenhouses, chuckled. Do you want to know how I eventually calmed my nerves? Professor Adams posed a question, then began to reach for the roasted potatoes on the table. Did a goblin wander into the greenhouse? Did a student get bitten by a plant? After a pause, Adams triumphantly announced the answer. At that moment, I was at a loss for words, when suddenly a mischievous first year stepped into a pile of dragon dung, panicked, and ended up falling headfirst into it. After I used my wand to clean him up, I was no longer nervous. He recounted with exuberance, splitting a roasted potato in half, revealing its golden, grainy interior that shimmered alluringly in the candlelight. William, who was about to tackle a piece of roast beef, quietly set down his knife and fork. The same scenario had unfolded among the surrounding professors. Adams. William noticed a wand aimed at the young herbology professor, but Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over in their direction, bringing a momentary calm to the atmosphere. The professor chuckled with a mischievous glint, then turned his attention to the most succulent lamb shank. If you don't eat, I want to hold back. I must at least have one meal in the greenhouse each day. Go on, eat up. Look at your manners. And then glance over at Professor Lockhart. He is far better than you. I would wager he wouldn't feel nervous at all during his first class. Certainly, it's the first time a headmaster introduced himself again after the official introduction at Hogwarts. Honestly, did you see that reading list? Yes. It was like seeing a report from the Daily Prophet. To be frank, I never expected him to choose to come to the school. The speaking professor glanced at William. Apologizing, I'm sorry, Professor William, I've grown accustomed to the old name, and for a moment, I truly could not recall. In any case, I suspect he has come to address that curse. Perhaps there is indeed hope, Professor William. Is that Professor Lockhart truly so esteemed among the younger faculty? William could not help but reassess his impression of Professor Lockhart. Judging by the comments from the surrounding young professors, this individual, who resembled a bookseller, was indeed a remarkable figure. Although his boastfulness might provoke some disdain, his substantial abilities could certainly transform that impression into something favorable. A capable person who relishes the spotlight is not merely a braggart. Rather, they possess a commendable self-assurance. Regrettably, Professor Lockhart seemed oblivious to the corner of the dining table, engrossed in discussion with the elder professors, who, if William surmised correctly, were likely Lockhart's mentors from years past. This was hardly surprising. Wealth and fame often obscure one's roots, akin to donning fine garments while traversing the night, until Albus Dumbledore, the foremost wizard, spoke. It indicated that the other party indeed possessed significant prowess. Was it possible that this illustrious figure was merely a facade? With such thoughts, William felt his appetite surge. The curse had already been somewhat alleviated, and his teammates, bound by the curse, appeared quite formidable. If he exerted himself further, perhaps they could resolve the curse ahead of schedule. With this in mind, William hastily filled his stomach and excused himself to the restroom for a brief escape. The three newly arrived boxes aside, the emergence of such an achievement warranted this endeavor. Perhaps today would bring double blessings, acquiring a teammate with the potential to mitigate curses and uncovering a new card that would directly enhance his capabilities. Avoiding the crowd, William accessed the system, bypassing the treasure chests, and directly clicked on the previously grim achievement interface. If you disagree, come at me. Disliked by 5 or more individuals. Description: you may activate or deactivate this achievement at any time. When activated, your chances of being provoked will significantly increase. Am I insane to activate this? William dismissed the achievement. He was not a dragon, nor did he possess such combat prowess. Would activating it be a disservice to himself? The beginning of a villain, truly remarkable, to be loathed by a savior recognized in historical texts. Description: you can activate or deactivate this achievement at any time. When activated, your efficiency in researching dark magic will increase, and no cost will be incurred. Truthfully, you've already paid the price in advance. Recorded in historical texts. Suddenly, William recalled all the books he had procured regarding dark magic defense. Any published within the last decade solemnly mentioned a boy named Harry Potter and the dark entity known as the Dark Lord, whom he had thwarted. How peculiar. They had not even met, so where did this animosity stem from? Filthy Snape, R. Upon seeing him, your first instinct is to steer clear. Skill aversion. Tear up this card, causing a stranger to likely harbor a dislike for you, with the effect determined by the disparity in strength. The groupie Snape. R. Upon entering Hogwarts, Snape joined a Slytherin organization, most of whose members would later become Death Eaters to avoid isolation. Skill. Follow. Tear up this card, designating a target to likely engender trust in you. Slightly inferior to the Confundus charm, yet still useful. Death Eater Snape. SR in the first year post-graduation. Snape and his fellow alumni became Death Eaters. Skill: Dark Wizard. Tear up this card to attain an accelerated learning speed in a specified dark magic. Is this wretched system intent on leading me further down the path of dark wizardry? William mused, lamenting as he stored the third card, convinced that probability cards were mere deceivers. Cursed Failure Ronald. Ronald attempted to curse an adversary, yet his wand seemed disinclined. Skill: Out of Control. Tear up this card to likely cause the designated target's next spell to fail, with the success rate determined by strength disparity. Emotional Outburst Ronald. Ronald is once again in a fit of rage. Skill: Anger. Tear up this card to likely incite anger in the target, with the success rate contingent on strength disparity. What peculiar cards are these? Both individuals possess negative cards? William grumbled as he selected the first card, which lacked a success rate option, feeling he had grasped a slight pattern in the card drawing. Disheveled Hair Harry. This unfortunate child has had his hair carelessly shorn. Skill: Rapid Growth. Tear up this card to restore a portion of your body or that of a designated target to its original state. Wounds inflicted by dark magic, curses, or magical artifacts will significantly impede recovery speed, but will not negate it. Intimidator Harry. SR Shatter a pane of glass, release a serpent, and utter a few words, a perfect act of vengeance. Skill: As desired. Tear up this card, and for the next 5 minutes at most, you may cast spells wandlessly, causing everything within your line of sight to change according to your will. The more alterations made, the shorter the duration of the skill. Meal Voucher. Which card shall I choose, the first or the second? After contemplation, William relinquished the seemingly powerful second card. Many formidable dark spells could inflict irreparable wounds, and if the descriptions of the effects of the two cards were not deceitful, the first card could indeed heal many injuries that ordinary magic could not. Though it was only a single use, it could at least serve to restore an arm or a leg, and if employed in time, even a head. Bearing a curse, William felt it prudent to prepare for the eventual loss of limbs. The elderly professor he encountered today left a profound impression on him. That magical creature professor had only 1.5 limbs remaining, with all 3 boxes containing negative cards. William could not help but harbor doubts about the card drawing mechanism. Though others remain somewhat oblivious, within the narrative he recalls, Harry, cognizant of the impending competition's particulars, deliberately divulged the details to his rivals, a decision that casts doubt upon his moral character. The potential for his darkening disposition remains uncertain. However, one must ponder how a person of such prior virtue could draw a negative card, considering the messages accompanying the cards and the hints associated with treasure chests. William speculates that when those who support him exhibit kindness, the chest yields a positive card, whereas a negative response would result in a negative card. What are the levels of the favorability chest? These thoughts danced through William's mind, yet no experimental method for gauging favorability appeared viable. It would be far too reckless. Even the most perilous magical experiments seem safer in comparison. Regardless of gender, one could encounter a proverbial axe. This is, after all, England. Resolving to abandon the idea of experimentation, William mused that only a villain would approach emotions with a scientific mindset. Determined, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. In his haste to unbox treasures, he had barely eaten, and now, as the excitement of the unveiling subsided, his stomach began to protest. What are you thinking? Yet, as he turned, he froze in place. There was a ghost, a genuine specter, tall and ethereal, hovered a few inches above the ground behind him. Or were you just contemplating? She reiterated her earlier inquiry. Oh, I was captivated by the oil painting on the wall and couldn't help but linger, William replied smoothly, fabricating a convenient excuse. You lie. And no, truly. This is my first visit to Hogwarts, he stammered, casting a furtive glance at the painting as he crafted his tale. Honestly, I found the warm welcome of Hogwarts dinner somewhat overwhelming and sought a moment of respite, only to unexpectedly encounter this painting. After another discreet glance to ensure his fabrication remained believable, William added, In truth, I have never beheld such a graceful maiden. The painting alone is breathtaking to the point of near suffocation. William silently augmented his thoughts. Encountering a ghost merely by selecting a corner to draw cards seemed to signify an unfortunate evening. He mused about his desire for rice noodles and wondered why Hogwarts did not provide them. You are lying. The ghost descended, and it was then that William noted her attire. Long hair cascading to her waist, a floor-length robe, and an exquisitely impatient visage. I have observed you for nearly 5 minutes, and you have merely stared blankly at the wall. Surely the spirits of Hogwarts need not be so idle. Captivated by her beauty, William found himself momentarily entranced. Was it so peculiar? Furthermore, he reasoned that he was merely avoiding detection, allowing him to depart swiftly should someone approach. William maintained his gaze, weaving more fabrications. Oomph. She relinquished her attempt at conversation and abruptly collided with the wall before vanishing. Should circumstances permit, I shall endeavor to make amends for this peculiar encounter tomorrow. Such a bewildering ghost. This was William's sole reflection on the recent encounter. Upon encountering such a situation, William found himself devoid of any desire to revisit the dining hall. After all, he had already made the necessary introductions, and the principal had delivered his speech. It was unlikely that there would be another address following the meal, was it? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed through the room. As William struggled to extract a stack of books from a box, he hastily glanced around to ensure there was nothing inappropriate for visitors. With his wand in hand, he opened the office door. To his astonishment, the visitor was not a guest, but rather a house elf. I apologize, Professor. We ought not to apparate in occupied rooms, but I must tidy your bed for you. Tidy my bed? He inquired. Indeed, Professor. Additionally, we provide cleaning services when the room is unoccupied each day. Can it be canceled? William was not fond of having others enter his room uninvited. He possessed some knowledge of cleaning spells himself. As you wish, Professor. You may summon us at any time for cleaning or other services. My name is Bart, and you can call upon me whenever you need. Other services? Could you bring me some food? William ventured tentatively. As you wish, Professor. With a resounding crack, the house elf named Bart vanished from sight. Apparition? William was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, apparition was strictly forbidden on school grounds. This was clearly stated in both the official notices he had received and the books he had purchased about Hogwarts. I apologies, Professor. According to school rules, unless it is a banquet, the principal prohibits house elves from providing alcohol to anyone on campus. Bart bowed apologetically while magically placing a basket on the table. It's quite all right. I'm already satisfied with this. William expressed his gratitude. Now, would you like me to help you set up your new mattress, Professor? Could you bring it over to me? Bart appeared somewhat displeased, but quickly delivered the unopened luggage to William. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Shall I help you move the books to the shelves? Hang the painting on the wall? Clean the floor? None of that is necessary. Thank you. What should I do with the dishes once I finish eating? You may summon me, Professor, and I will take care of everything. William had to explicitly state his wishes to dissuade the house elf, who seemed intent on tidying up the contents of the box, as if it were an unbearable burden to leave them in disarray. At last, William understood why the house elf named Goldie had been so popular in prison. As he tore into the roast chicken, he mused that, based on the service he had just received, the perfect servant might resemble this, unless someone wished to exploit them for other purposes. Although his salary for the first month had yet to be disbursed, William had already begun to truly appreciate the benefits of being a professor at Hogwarts. Considering the nature of his role as a transient professor, it is reasonable to assume that every faculty member at Hogwarts is meticulously attended to by these house elves. It is even conceivable that long-term professors may have their own dedicated house elf. Reflecting on the anticipation of a fellow inmate from Azkaban when discussing house elves, William felt compelled to convey to that prisoner that, in truth, house elves are rather unremarkable. After Bart tidied up the basket and took his leave, William resumed his examination of his office. Spacious and well-maintained, the office boasted a grand desk accompanied by several chairs, while two towering bookshelves adorned the left wall. To the right, a partition created a cozy lounge area that William had yet to explore. The floor was immaculate, and the absence of dust indicated that the house elf had been diligent in its cleaning efforts. With the necessary books arranged magically, William hefted the still heavy trunk toward the lounge. This area was considerably smaller, featuring a wardrobe, a separate bathroom, and a larger single bed, with freshly delivered linens courtesy of the house elf, with meals and lodging included. Not to mention the service of a house elf, it was hard for William not to feel a twinge of envy. Aside from concerns for his safety, he found another compelling reason to remain at Hogwarts as a professor. As William was placing his clothes in the wardrobe, the door to his office creaked open once more. He closed the trunk and, wand in hand, opened the door again. It was Bart, the house elf, looking quite remorseful. My apologies, Professor. I forgot to bring your toiletries. Here is your complete set, it exclaimed. Additionally, Professor, would you like a wake-up service? I can come to rouse you at your preferred time. Thank you, if possible. Please wake me at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Certainly, Professor, Bart replied, its voice brimming with joy. After the elf vanished, William glanced at the books on the shelves, contemplating the disorganized items within. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to organize the materials further. While it was unfortunate that he had to leave due to a broken leg, he chose to overlook that incident. The thought of being dismissed from Hogwarts for failing to educate his students was simply too disheartening, especially given the treatment he had received upon his arrival. Thick tomes were carefully relocated from shelves, revealing a plethora of dense notes within the textbooks chosen by his predecessors. These courses were of utmost importance. In comparison to 6th year, the 5th year OWLs were critical, and he needed to instill sufficient confidence in his students to ensure they embraced his theories and diligently completed their assignments. He worked tirelessly into the night, neglecting even the need for a shower, and collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. Note: while apparition is prohibited within the school, this restriction seemingly does not apply to house elves, who effortlessly navigated the hospital through apparition. Similarly, the cave housing Voldemort's Horcruxes, where apparition is also forbidden, was easily circumvented by the house elf. Chapter 53. Is this the prowess of an old professor in crisis management? Good morning, class. Hello, students, I am your new classmate. Greetings, comrades. Ahem, dear students, let us commence our lesson. William, having risen early, stood before the mirror, contemplating how to articulate his self-introduction and opening remarks for the class. However, he did not anticipate that despite having prepared the content, he would be stymied for over an hour on the very opening. Fortunately, in the end, he managed to craft an introduction that he believed would not falter, and with a sense of satisfaction, he departed the room to dine in the cafeteria. The day was rather dreary, with clouds shrouding the sky, yet William paid little mind to it. He had devised 2 or 3 teaching methods for his 6th grade students, but he remained undecided on which to employ. Perhaps due to the somber weather, the professors had not risen early, with some even foregoing breakfast altogether. The faculty dining table was sparsely populated, and William could not spot the professors he had conversed with the previous evening. Nevertheless, this was not entirely unwelcome. At least he could enjoy a quiet meal. As he pondered, he added a slice of salty meat to his bread and crafted a sandwich from the available dishes. It was inferior to a pub meal, yet vastly superior to the dreariness of Azkaban. Had he not accepted the offer to teach at Hogwarts, he might still be consuming prison fare in Azkaban. As William contemplated this, he fetched a bowl of porridge from the table, only to be startled by the cacophony of owls flapping their wings. Surely they were not arriving for breakfast? Before he could fully process the thought, a multitude of owls had swooped into the dining hall. Swiftly, William drew his wand to shield the surrounding food while observing the other professors at the table. In contrast to his fluster, they remained remarkably calm, effortlessly deflecting the scattered dust and feathers. Clearly, such a mass arrival of owls was not an unforeseen occurrence. After confirming the safety of his meal, William began to survey his surroundings. In Azkaban, one would suffer greatly for being inattentive to one's environment, though he had previously delighted in watching the chaos that ensued during unexpected events. The owls circled the dining hall, seeking out their owners or intended recipients, alighting upon tables to deliver letters or parcels. While not as convenient as a telephone, the speed of delivery appeared to surpass that of conventional couriers. After all, owl transport would not experience mishaps like parcel fires, would it? He mused whether sending owl feed via owls would lead to any misadventures along the way. Having utilized the owl delivery service numerous times, William found himself unexpectedly amused by this thought. However, the temporary tranquility was shattered by a thunderous voice. If they expel you for stealing a car, I would not be the least bit surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The voice, far louder than any normal person's, reverberated throughout the hall, and William watched in disbelief as a spoon trembled and slowly slipped into the soup amidst the commotion. Hesitating momentarily, he recalled the terrifying presence that had unleashed such a fearsome roar. True to its name, from the moment this letter was dispatched, it was suffused with boundless malice. The recipient faced either social demise or an impending explosion. The average wizard could only resign themselves to the fate of making a choice, while those who frequently engaged in activities disapproved by the Ministry of Magic possessed a few unconventional methods to deal with such matters. As a former inmate of Azkaban's ultimate dark wizard training course, William had naturally encountered discussions on this topic. In that wretched place, where no news arrived daily, even the most inarticulate individuals developed a habit of confiding. If one did not share something, they either harbored unspeakable secrets or possessed an unervingly resolute mind. Aside from these 2 types, the remaining individuals were those driven mad by the constant watch of dementors. However, William had no intention of assisting that student. The very fact that such methods had not circulated among wizards for years indicated their unacceptability to the public. Drawing his wand and sealing his ears to prevent that tormenting voice from assailing his eardrums, William turned his attention to his porridge. Look, the new professor. At the Hufflepuff table, a group of witches exchanged curious glances across the hall, their voices muffled by the clamor of the Howler letter as they recounted summer anecdotes they had yet to finish. Amidst the chaos, a dozen individuals from the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables slipped over to chat, as the prefect, who should have been maintaining order, was utterly suppressed by the howler, rendered ineffective. What is so special about the professor? Just some unknown individual, only slightly pleasing to the eye, a mere decorative pillow. Professor Lockhart is the true paragon of both talent and looks. Indeed, why did the 6th years select him teach? I thought it would be Professor Lockhart. That SU. Shallow. Dumbledore must have had his reasons for appointing him as a professor. I, for one, am enrolled in the Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Still calling others shallow, and you didn't even notice the course name has changed. The voice of the previously insulted girl found powerful evidence to mock her opponent, just as the howler abruptly ceased, rendering the laughter in the hall jarring. As the prefects resumed their responsibilities, those who had gathered to chat dispersed immediately. The discussions in the hall shifted back to the earlier howler, and the subjects of its ire barely paused, fleeing the dining hall as if for their lives. At that moment, William realized the incident involved acquaintances, and upon consideration, he decided to relinquish the dark amusement fostered by Azkaban and let the 3 individuals go. Just then, Professor McGonagall rose from the table. Everyone, please be silent. 6th year Gryffindor students who have finished their meals, come to me to verify and collect your new timetables. Following this, the other 3 heads of houses stood as well, summoning their students to receive their schedules. Thus, the atmosphere in the hall underwent a sudden transformation. The recently dispatched howler letter was rendered inconsequential and vanished into obscurity, such as the prowess of an experienced old professor. William sat at the dining table, observing the lengthy queue, unable to resist putting down the fresh cucumber in his hand. Professor William, could you please hold on for a moment? Is there something amiss, Professor? Professor McGonagall navigated through the crowd and approached briskly. I apologize, Professor William, but could you possibly make some alterations to the enrollment restrictions for your advanced class? She inquired, lowering her voice and adopting a conciliatory tone. Alterations? Is it not customary for the previous professors to maintain the standard of a grade for student admission? It is true, but previously, the position of defense against the dark arts instructor has been somewhat precarious, McGonagall explained. William immediately grasped her implication. The 6th year at Hogwarts differs significantly from other years. When students reach their 5th year, the Ministry of Magic dispatches examiners to conduct a series of assessments known as OWLs, the results of which are sent to the ministry, the school, and the professors for their records. In the years preceding 6th year, all courses are either elective or compulsory, devoid of any prerequisites. However, in 6th year, professors possess the authority to reject students based on their OWL's results, while students may also select their courses according to their performance. Theoretically, if one is indifferent to subsequent results, it is feasible to graduate without attending any classes in the 6th and 7th years. Nonetheless, apart from a few positions, most places that recruit directly from the school impose stringent requirements regarding student performance. Merely possessing OWL certificates is insufficient. One must also attain higher-level NEWT certificates along with corresponding grades. If William were unwilling to accept students with subpar grades, they would be unable to obtain the requisite advanced certifications. Let us lower the bar then, and a pass will suffice. He generously decided to adjust the entry threshold to the ministry's minimum requirement, reasoning that whether one or many were admitted, it made little difference. I truly appreciate your understanding, Professor William. The foundational knowledge of the students in this course is rather lacking, and many professions require corresponding certifications. In my own house, there are 7 or 8 students struggling in this subject, McGonagall admitted, her face betraying a rare sense of embarrassment. Her own threshold for advanced classes is anew, and had it not been for the students' inadequate grasp of defense against the dark arts, she would never have requested another professor to lower their admission standards. When William arrived in the classroom, he realized the wisdom of his concession. Throughout Hogwarts, including the additional students he had accepted, there were barely 26th-year students eligible to attend his class. Not even enough for a game of Quidditch, he muttered to himself, gradually calming his demeanor. The scant number of students posed no pressure. The self-introduction he had prepared could easily be reserved for another occasion. The numbers are somewhat fewer than I anticipated, he remarked with a smile as he approached the podium and placed the textbooks he had brought upon the desk. To be candid, the current scene diverges significantly from my initial expectations. I had envisioned waiting in the classroom to greet each of you individually. However, the path to Hogwarts proved to be more elusive than I had anticipated. Professor, have you never visited Hogwarts? A gasp arose from the students below. William caught a glimpse of the speaker, whose lively demeanor was quite boisterous, reminiscent of a warning to others. Nonetheless, William had no intention of concealing this fact. His youthful appearance made it evident that the upperclassmen could easily deduce he had never set foot in Hogwarts before. Indeed, prior to the establishment of Hogwarts, Wizards were instructed through mentorship or familial transmission, a tradition that has persisted uninterrupted. I was educated in that manner. The students below began to whisper among themselves, and William, ignoring their chatter, inquired, "Have you thoroughly studied the history of magic?" A simple question. Who knows how many magical academies exist beyond Hogwarts? Ido, Ido, exclaimed the earlier outspoken lad, raising his hand. Go ahead. He listed Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny, Castelobruxo. After a moment's pause, the tall student continued, Wizarding Academy, Wagadu, Cold of Storts. And including Hogwarts, there are a total of 11 magical schools. A confident petite girl chimed in, completing the list and proudly casting a glance at her classmates. An impeccable addition, Ravenclaw. William applauded. Indeed, Ravenclaw, 6th year student Charlotte. 10 points to Ravenclaw, William declared with certainty, turning to the previously vocal tall student. Gryffindor? No, Professor, Hufflepuff. Oh, my apologies, Hufflepuff, 5 points. What's your name? Beltner, Professor. As you can see, there are precisely 11 schools, a staggering expanse within a magical realm. However, I did not intend to introduce you to these institutions. To be frank, my knowledge of them is akin to that of most of you, merely gleaned from written accounts. Certainly, such information could suffice for me to navigate half a semester, but it seems irrelevant to our curriculum. Although I have never met the professor of magical history, it is evident that I would not vie for his position, would I? The students below chuckled softly. Discussion? Beltner, as the designated comic relief, readily complied. Yes, discussion. William nodded approvingly, erasing the names of the schools from the blackboard. I propose that the institution amend the course title. However, the essence of the curriculum remains unchanged. The study of self-defense magic. Truthfully, I find that title rather cumbersome. Now, let us delve into the so-called self-defense. As William spoke, he turned to face the blackboard. In terms of safeguarding one's physical well-being and property, if we delineate further, we arrive at 4 primary categories. Preventing assaults from other wizards. Protecting against harm from magical creatures or plants. Ensuring personal safety in emergencies, and safeguarding one's possessions from loss. As the 4th word was uttered, a ripple of laughter spread through the students below. William shrugged, acknowledging their perception that the 4th term seemed somewhat out of place, perhaps even forced. Yet, its significance was indisputable, potentially the most pivotal of the 4 subjects. You might think that I am about to embark on a lengthy and futile lecture, he remarked, gesturing towards the 4 segments inscribed on the blackboard, a tedious discourse that would surely exceed half an hour. A low chuckle arose from the students. William was acutely aware of what students of this age desired. After all, the school year had only just commenced, and not a single 6th grader had yet reached 17. 16-year-olds possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, an insatiable desire for self-expression, and a patience that pales in comparison to that of adults. No matter how engaging the theoretical lesson might be, their interest would wane. Even with ample interaction, it could not rival the allure of hands-on activities. The prohibition against students using magic off-campus until they reached 17 only intensified this sentiment. However, William had no intention of subjecting 6th graders to a barrage of exercises. In contrast to 5th graders, they had more time, allowing for the integration of numerous activities. Moreover, without the jubilant classes of older students to serve as a comparison, how could 5th graders muster the courage to endure such drills? It was akin to high school teachers frantically painting a picture of college life as a carefree existence. William intended to convey a similar message to the 5th graders, assuring them that they were not being unfairly treated. Look how joyful the 6th graders are in class. If you study diligently, pass your exams, the rewards will be plentiful. As he spoke, he bent down, rummaging beneath the podium, prior to class. He had asked the sprite Bart to bring materials to the classroom. Under the curious gazes of the students, he retrieved a large burlap sack from beneath the podium. Many students had already sensed that today's lesson promised to be quite entertaining. They disregarded their textbooks and pulled out their wands, preparing for the practical course. I noticed some classmates had drawn their wands, a wise choice indeed, for a wand is a wizard's most trusted companion. However, I must caution that the wand may not be of great assistance. Should you damage the teaching materials, I regret to inform you that points will be deducted. Teaching materials? The students exchanged puzzled glances as William began to extract items from the sack one by one. He unveiled a worn photograph, a basket woven from willow branches, bubbling potions, and an assortment of curious trinkets, all of which cluttered the podium. After removing more than half of the contents, the still bulging sack was placed in the corner of the podium, transforming it into a veritable bazaar. It's a simple yet entertaining test, William smiled. Imagine you travel to a place like Egypt, India, or any other enchanting magical locale. You would undoubtedly wish to bring back a token of your travels. Therefore, Let us allocate some starting funds, using points in lieu of galleons. The items on the table are a mix of genuine and faux souvenirs. Those who successfully procure the authentic memento will earn 5 points for their house, while failures will incur a 1-point deduction. But Professor, what if we cannot reach a decision? Inquired a studious boy, his demeanor heavily laden with scholarly seriousness. Such behavior should be deemed as disrupting the classroom order. A deduction of 15 points seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Are you attempting to identify bugs in the game? Your mind is quite agile. Yet the game designers have decreed that you are not to search for bugs. Should you act recklessly, your account shall be suspended. The students who spoke promptly fell silent. Very well, everyone, prepare yourselves. There is no need to form a line. Gather around the podium in a large circle, observe, and select what you believe to be the genuine articles. For the sake of fairness, you may only pick up the items once I declare the game to commence. Although many expressed disdain for this interaction devoid of wands, their actions betrayed their enthusiasm as they quickly encircled the podium, leaving a few slower students to stand on tiptoe at the back, attempting to identify the myriad of items displayed on the table. You may employ any method you deem appropriate to assess the items, except for destructive magic. To simplify matters, I have affixed small labels to each item, detailing their intended purposes, which should serve as a reasonable basis for judgment. Now, let the game begin. Almost instantly, everyone rushed to seize what they believed to be authentic items, while a few with slower reflexes begrudgingly redirected their choices. William distinctly observed a red-haired boy, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, stealthily grasped the hand of a brown-haired girl from behind. Hey, Penelope, which one do you think looks the most genuine? Keep your voice down. The professor is still behind us. Do you two mind? As long as you're not disrupting the class, I can't be bothered to reprimand you. Had this occurred before William's time in Azkaban, he would have readily thrown the couple's food bowl at their heads, but since emerging from that emotionless hell, he found it hard to interrupt such a scene filled with joy. At this moment, the young wizards employing various magical tests began to sense something amiss. It appeared that all the items they had selected were indeed genuine. However, this was clearly impossible. Each item was worth 5 points. How many points would that entail? Some students began to glance toward William, attempting to gauge his expression, yet he merely smiled at them without uttering a word. If it were truly that simple to distinguish authenticity, how would those imprisoned in Azkaban manage to survive? The collection of items on the table had cost him a full 7 galleons, and that was only due to a connection that allowed him to procure them at wholesale prices. Releasing them now was intended to serve as a lesson for the students, while also transforming them into future teaching tools. Although the magic maintaining the illusion wouldn't last long, the supplementary disguising spells could still effectively deceive. Observing the students weighing the items in their hands, seeking flaws in the sunlight, and even covertly testing the materials with their teeth, William found no reason to intervene. After approximately 5 minutes, the expressions of all the students shifted to one of despair. They were acutely aware that the items before them were likely counterfeit, yet they were utterly incapable of discerning the truth. Even following the hints provided on the cards to identify the effects yielded unsatisfactory results. Penelope, I have an idea. Have you noticed the bag on the table? In the corner of the podium, a pair of young individuals were engaged in hushed whispers, utterly oblivious to the professor in the distance, who was chuckling at their subtle antics. The bag? Indeed, I suspect it contains primarily genuine items, and perhaps the exterior objects are mere imitations of what lies within. The two cautiously gestured towards the bag, agreeing to retrieve items directly from shortly. With 1 minute remaining, each participant resolved to select their desired object and awaited the scoring. The atmosphere quickened as all students hastily settled on their choices, clutching them in hand. Don't snatch. I've spotted that one first. You choose that one. Amidst the commotion, only seconds remained. The student closest to the bag swiftly set down their chosen prop and reached into the bag for an item. Subsequently, the couple, under William's watchful gaze, each hastily selected an item from the bag, at which point the others finally grasped what was unfolding. Once the last fortunate individual retrieved an item from the bag, the wizard jostling behind was halted by William before he could extend his hand. Time's up, William declared, seizing the bag with one hand while the other methodically lifted the items from the table. The game is over. Everyone, please line up and present your chosen items for evaluation. The last lucky individual stood proudly at the front of the line. Alas, a counterfeit, William remarked, shaking his head with a look of regret. I regret to inform you all that, to enhance the success rate, I intentionally concealed a portion of fake props, placing them all inside the bag. Therefore, I request those who retrieved items alongside him to step forward and surrender their possessions for registration, as deductions will be enforced. His tone was apologetic, yet the students present sensed an air of intentionality from the new professor. The once triumphant students, who believed they had discovered the secret, trudged dejectedly to the front of the line, handing over their items. Behold this amulet, crafted from wolf fangs. No African sorcerer would use wolf fangs for an amulet. The werewolves over there are nearly devolving into dog-headed beings, and African wolves fare no better than hyenas. William patted the student's shoulder, reclaiming the item and placing it into the sack. And this potion, it appears rather flashy. Surely no one would dare taste it. It contains dragon dung, hence its appearance. It won't last for long. He continued, why did you presume I would produce genuine magical artifacts? It's astonishing that you could misjudge such an obvious question. The student, addressed by William, lowered their gaze, unsure where to direct their eyes. Next, this one is genuine, the most valuable of the batch. Congratulations. Which academy do you represent? Finally, a student emerged with a point-scoring item, prompting cheers from the Hufflepuff students. What a rarity, consecutive successes. It hardly feels like a guess. How did you discern it? The value of willow branches has plummeted. Producing counterfeit items of such trivial worth is utterly futile. It is a sagacious choice, for even authentic pieces hold little utility and are hardly sought after, leading no one to expend considerable effort in replicating them. However, it is certain that no forgeries exist within the esteemed house of Ravenclaw. Upon discerning the results, it is revealed that only 2 houses have managed to garner points. Ravenclaw, represented by a solitary individual, and Hufflepuff, with 2 participants. The remainder have faced complete failure. The only lamentable aspect is that most individuals not only failed to accrue points, but were also compelled to forfeit house points. Do not be so disheartened. Although an elaborate discourse lies ahead, we have another intriguing game to engage in first. I will now call upon the names of certain students to come forth and collect items. Collect items? The students exchanged glances, wondering if the professor intended to distribute counterfeit goods as mementos. Surely, Professor, no one would wish to commemorate their failures with such trinkets. Percy Weasley. William announced the name. And once more, he opened the bag, causing the students' enthusiasm to wane considerably. They were no longer children. Was this merely a distribution of counterfeit toys? Yet, as items were extracted from the bag, all eyes fell upon Percy, whose face turned crimson upon recognizing a wand. My wand. He frantically searched his pockets, but found nothing. The stage was no realm for counterfeit items. Azkaban was a place where learning was laborious, and failing was all too easy. Theft, forgery, smuggling, black market dealings, and various forms of deceit converged within those walls, where entertainment was scarce, and anything novel was fervently shared. As William busied himself with item identification, he deftly pilfered a trinket or 2 from nearly every student while their attention was diverted. Penelope Clearwater. Another wand was produced. The remaining students began to frantically inspect their possessions, but alas, their focus on item appraisal resulted in a high probability of losing their belongings. A report? Yes, Professor. The bag was unfurled repeatedly, causing seated students to shrink in stature. Yet, this did not deter William from cheerfully distributing items to the entire class. I trust everyone has retrieved their wands, and I can confirm this fact. In truth, I have noticed that many of you have misplaced your wands. Do not stow your wands in the back pocket. Aside from the risk of self-inflicted injury, placing your wand there is scarcely different from discarding it in the street. Despite the current tranquility in the magical realm, it remains imperative to keep your wand in a secure and accessible location. After all, if a cauldron can explode before you, what else is beyond the realm of possibility? Now, let's all lift our spirits. Class dismissed. Aside from that report, there is no additional homework. But I hope each of you can determine the most suitable place for your wand by our next class. I wonder whether the students are truly pleased. William chuckled joyfully as he was the first to exit the classroom. It was merely the first day of a new term, and neither of the two had classes. As William dashed into the lounge after his lesson, he found Professor Singed engaged in a game of wizard's chess. His expression one of astonishment as he stood up, inadvertently toppling half the chessboard amidst the quiet exclamations of the pawns. With great enthusiasm, he uttered the initial phrase. Reluctantly, Professor Adams joined the fray. Come now, my friend. It is but a game of chess. We ought to prioritize our new colleague. Do you not agree? Professor Lockhart, the new instructor, though he incessantly flaunts his dazzling smile and achievements, his accolades are indeed described with remarkable flair. The tales of chivalry akin to a legendary epic, such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms, resonate so vividly because Luo Guanzhong himself served as a strategist. Yet, much of the content seems rather implausible. Should anyone dare to claim it is mere fabrication, William would be the first to vehemently defend its authenticity. It is only natural for some to seek fame while others chase profit. William has encountered philanthropists eager to broadcast their benevolence to the world. yet their contributions are undeniably substantial. Thus, he harbored no doubts about Professor Lockhart's genuine prowess. Being ostentatious and competent are two distinct matters. The faculty lounge was a long room filled with mismatched old chairs. In contrast to the professor's private offices, the decor here was much more casual, lacking only a few tables. Yet it boasted an impressive array of entertainment options, including various board games. Clearly, Professor Adams was quite taken with Professor Lockhart, as he frequently interjected mentions of the new instructor into their light-hearted banter regarding the students' antics during class. Remarkably, however, nearly half an hour had passed since the end of class, yet Professor Lockhart had still not made his appearance in the office. At that moment, Professor Singed, with a hint of urgency, posed a question. Adams, do you hold Professor Lockhart in high regard? I am still present. Surely your relationship with him does not warrant such private discussions among us? Not only was Adams taken aback by the question, but William, too, found himself startled. Unexpectedly, however, Adams candidly confessed. To say I admire him would be an exaggeration. Rather, I sometimes find myself envious of him. While I cherish my herbology classes and am more than willing to tend to them day after day in the greenhouse, nurturing students as I do my plants, I cannot help but envy Professor Lockhart. You see, he boldly ventures into perilous realms, confronting monsters, exploring diverse herbs, and witnessing a variety of landscapes. Though I have cherished my 3 years at Hogwarts, I often dream of embarking on such adventures, experiencing the world of potions firsthand. William was somewhat astonished to see that Professor Lockhart had become an idol to someone, but he soon came to terms with it. After all, Lockhart's primary vocation was indeed adventure, with writing merely a secondary pursuit. Judging by his accomplishments, he was more than qualified to be a professor. Thus, it was only natural for him to be idolized. However, it was evident that Professor Singed held a different opinion. But you possess such remarkable practical skills. You even managed to handle the greenhouse issues all by yourself. The holidays at Hogwarts are quite lengthy, and the summer break provides ample opportunity for adventure. Blind student, you have discovered a gem. But Adams's face suddenly flushed crimson as he glanced around before fixing a fierce glare at Professor Singed. To be honest, his imposing physique, honed through labor in the greenhouse, now radiated an intimidating presence. Keep your voice down. Surely you remember that in my 5th year, I barely scraped an A in defense against the dark arts. Hardly enough to earn a Newt certification. He whispered to the two, unabashedly acknowledging William's presence. An A in defense against the dark arts. William immediately grasped the implication. Despite his towering stature, Adams's combat prowess might only be on par with that of a few geese. This suggested that, aside from the professor they had just recruited, the other professors likely boasted remarkable achievements in their respective subjects, leaving their capabilities in others rather uncertain. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I just recalled something amusing. William had initially suppressed his laughter, but at that moment, he could no longer contain it. Professor William, what has you chuckling? William forced himself to stifle the rest of his response, just as the door swung open. I see Professor Lockhart has arrived, he exclaimed. Why does he seem a bit disheveled? Disheveled? William couldn't help but scrutinize Lockhart as he entered. Clad in his strikingly vibrant emerald robes, he appeared impeccably groomed, as if he had just undergone a meticulous styling session. His hair was perfectly arranged, seemingly enhanced with wax, and his smile revealed an abundance of teeth. Where was the disarray they spoke of? You must be mistaken, Professor Singed. He looks anything but disheveled. In fact, he seems ready for soiree. Ready for soiree? Precisely. In my opinion, your alchemy classes are simply underscheduled. They should be included in the elective courses for the 3rd year, just like the others. The alchemy professor, now the subject of Adams's criticism, narrowed his eyes and displayed a mischievous grin. Well, it appears I indeed ought to attend to some pressing matters. I doubt I can complete the special fertilizer this month. After all, we can't keep using dragon dung as our primary material, can we? Don't say that. Professor Sprout will have my head, especially this month, as the school's Whomping Willow has sustained injuries, creating a significant shortage of fertilizer. Whomping Willow. William perked up at the mention of the name, preparing to inquire further when he was suddenly met with an enthusiastic voice. Things are going quite well. The students are fairly obedient, and the classroom atmosphere is rather pleasant. Albeit a bit tense at first, but it quickly improved. That's splendid. It seems you're managing quite smoothly. How is the classroom ambience? Is it sufficiently joyous? Lockhart beamed his signature smile. Joyous? William contemplated carefully and found himself rather pleased, though he surmised that the students tasked with writing papers were likely less than delighted. Of course, I am not directing this at you, Professor William. Rather, during my many adventurous travels, I have developed some rather unique insights into the subject of defense against the dark arts. Albeit the name of the new course is rather cumbersome. I have merely encountered a plethora of intriguing experiences. This is not a boast, Professor William. I often find myself burdened by fame. Yet I would much prefer that people focus on my capabilities and my adventurous undertakings. The students are quite intrigued by my exploits, which is nothing unusual. I simply possess certain strengths in this area. I have faith that you will make an excellent professor. A lengthy monologue nearly left William in a daze, and it took him quite some time to grasp that this enthusiastic professor was likely attempting to instruct him on how to conduct his classes. I am certainly lacking in defensive magic. After all, he is a renowned adventurer, while I have only self-studied magic for a brief period and have yet to master even silent spells, resorting instead to arcane knowledge to compensate. Considering this, even though William did not entirely agree with Lockhart's methods of teaching, he patiently listened for quite some time. How strange it was! Why was there only theory and no practical application? Was he concealing something? As William adeptly played the role of the supportive listener, he endeavored to absorb some useful information, yet he found little of value. Some of the knowledge presented was even poorly summarized remnants from years past. This rendered their conversation increasingly tedious. However, the other two professors in attendance found some interest, particularly Adams, who shared several useful tips on controlling lecture duration and capturing student attention, while the potions professor chimed in occasionally to indicate his engagement in the discussion. Well, that will suffice, Professor William. After a protracted and unfruitful discourse, Lockhart finally concluded his rather uninformative lecture and waved goodbye as he left the staff lounge, not forgetting to display his remarkably polished smile. Almost the moment he departed, Professor Singed retrieved a mirror from a small drawer, scrutinizing his own slightly competitive hairline with a serious demeanor. Thankfully, I swear, since graduating from Hogwarts, even Professor McGonagall has not been this preachy. Perhaps this professor is indeed formidable, yet not particularly adept at teaching. Adams cautiously mounted a final defense for Lockhart, though even he could not deny that Professor Lockhart's teaching prowess might be lacking. After all, written manuscripts can be revised, but reality does not afford such lengthy preparation for dialogue. William felt somewhat uncertain, while he perceived no major issues from a professional standpoint regarding the stories in the book. It seemed that, after half an hour of discussion, Professor Lockhart had yet to fully comprehend what teaching entailed. Had he mistaken teaching for narrating his own adventures? After all, adventurers and professors inhabit entirely disparate realms. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Bear Grylls, able to provide thorough and professional explanations while simultaneously engaging in daring exploits. Moreover, this is not merely an exploration of adventure. Rather, is the importation of a systematic curriculum. Nevertheless, William had no intention of heeding Professor Lockhart's plethora of futile advice. He even harbored doubts regarding the professor's rather dry lectures, suspecting that the students attended merely with a nonchalant attitude, as if to say they had come, so they might as well listen. However, such conjecture would be rather insulting towards a bona fide professor. Thus William chose to withhold his opinion. Yet, during the evening respite, he swiftly discovered that this sentiment was not unique to him. It remained uncertain whether Professor Lockhart's incessant recounting of his adventurous escapades had offended another instructor, or if his attempts to portray himself as a polymath were simply irksome to others. By dinner time, the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body, including the ghosts, were well aware of the events that had transpired that afternoon. While instructing the second-year students, Professor Lockhart had brought with him a cage containing rather aggressive house elves, resulting in a calamity over the ensuing hour and a half. It was said that the house elves required a full 30 minutes to restore the classroom to its former state, a task that would typically take any one of them no more than a mere quarter of that time. It seemed that Professor Lockhart had failed to discern the distinction between the school and the jungles of his adventures. Amidst the various commentaries, nearly all the professors arrived at a shared consensus. While Lockhart may indeed be a remarkable adventurer, he was undeniably an inept educator. As Professor William grappled with feelings of inadequacy, he greeted a student, "Good morning, Professor." "Ah, good morning to you as well." It was one thing for the upperclassmen, but what business did the younger students have approaching him? They were still far from his grasp. By the time William finally settled at the dining table, he felt his smile had grown somewhat rigid. Just a few minutes had passed. Releasing a breath, he relaxed the muscles of his face and began to serve food onto his plate. Perhaps this was why the older professors, like Professor McGonagall, tended to maintain stern expressions. Smiling was indeed far more exhausting, as he pondered whether to adopt a more aloof demeanor to reduce the frequency of smiling at students. Adams, with the sin of earth clinging to him, plopped down right in front of him. This somewhat mischievous giant slapped William on the shoulder and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Was it really that dramatic? Professor Sprout seems to possess a rather amiable temperament, does she not?" "Most of the time, yes," William replied. But today is somewhat of an exception. Lockhart ventured into the greenhouse this morning, claiming he needed to check on the recovery of the Whomping Willow from yesterday's incident. Really? William couldn't help but express astonishment. After such a significant debacle in Lockhart's class just the day prior, how could he possibly rush to observe the Willow's recovery today? Was this the hallmark of a professional adventurer? Regardless of the challenges faced, he appeared to maintain an optimistic outlook on life. However, it was apparent that Professor Adams had misconstrued his thoughts, likely believing that William suggested a conflict between Professor Lockhart and Professor Sprout. It is not a matter of conflict. Professor Sprout is a kind-hearted individual, exhibiting great patience towards his students. He simply prefers those who are diligent and focused, rather than those who seek to showcase themselves. Much like Professor Lockhart, this disposition leads to Professor Sprout harboring a certain disfavor towards Lockhart. Are you perhaps concealing the truth? Judging by your recent narrative, it is evident that Professor Sprout has likely spent the morning in a state of vexation. It appears that Adams finds himself torn between admiring a respected professor and a personal idol. However, there is no need for you to dwell on this matter. Professor Sprout is undoubtedly more experienced in handling such situations, and tending to the herbs in the greenhouse is of greater importance. Indeed, with so many students from Hufflepuff, the professors manage quite adeptly, and this instance should pose no significant issues. As Adams began preparing a sandwich, he casually remarked, "By the way, William, I heard from students that you can make a wand vanish in an instant. Is that true? What a peculiar rumor. If I possessed such an ability, would I still be languishing in Azkaban for so long? It's inconceivable. I would believe it if they were to claim that Dumbledore was the one who could do such a feat." William pointed to himself, speaking with considerable confidence. "Someone like me? Dumbledore could defeat 10 of me without breaking a sweat. Do you believe that?" Students have been quite adamant about it, Adams continued, saying that upperclassmen spread the word that you can effortlessly make a wand disappear. Disappear? Students, you say? Who has the audacity to spin such tales? William suddenly realized that the students had likely exaggerated his incident of having a wand taken from him by a professor. After all, it was rather foolish to have one's wand stolen. But if a professor skillfully made it vanish, that was a testament to the professor's prowess, and not a reflection on him. Given the assignments he had left behind yesterday, it was entirely normal for those who had been assigned essays to boast a little. The students have indeed exaggerated. It was merely a silent, disarming charm, just a slight modification of something they had previously overlooked, hence their surprise. In reality, it was quite mundane. William refrained from labeling it as a form of theft, opting instead to gloss over it, as the outcome would be more or less the same. Late at night, while conversing with 7th-year students, they mentioned that a batch of Udumbra flowers had bloomed in the greenhouse, which needed to be collected at dawn, an excellent opportunity to enlighten the 7th years. Does the school greenhouse really contain such treasures? William's eyes widened in astonishment. He was indeed familiar with this plant, as it was a crucial ingredient for several advanced potions. The Muggle world also has its own myths surrounding it, but much like tales of fire dragons, they tend to be exaggerated. Nevertheless, this does nothing to diminish the preciousness of the herb. Of course, this is Hogwarts, Adams declared with pride, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he recounted the stories to someone who understood their significance. Indeed, this is Hogwarts. Hagrid's room even has a bundle of wand cores hanging there. It is quite normal for the herbology greenhouse to cultivate rare materials that are scarcely seen in the outside world. Could you possibly part with a small quantity of it? Perhaps at market value? Although their acquaintance was brief, the allure of such rare materials compelled William to overlook the fact that they were not well acquainted. These items have been scarce in the black market for nearly 8 or 9 months. 6 blooms at most, with Professors Snape and Sprout both vying for them. The supply that could be sold on the market was limited, priced at 20 galleons per flower. I must reserve them for purchasing fertilizers and similar essentials. The price was already exceedingly low. It would incite fierce competition on the market. It dawned upon William that Professor Adams was no ordinary instructor, but quite possibly a master herbalist of considerable repute within the entire magical realm. Perhaps all the professors on campus, apart from himself, could boast a ranking in the national top 10. This thought crossed William's mind. He then realized that he was merely a filler in this scenario, as Professor Lockhart, despite no longer teaching, remained an illustrious adventurer. Professor William, what is it? Too expensive? Or is the quantity insufficient? No, the quantity is ample, even exceeding my expectations. However, I find myself short on cash. I shall procure the necessary funds from Diagon Alley this weekend before I can settle with you. Adam's grand demeanor made William feel rather inadequate. He silently resolved to raise the workload for the 5th-year students, striving to achieve commendable results, determined not to be perceived as merely an afterthought. A new professor is arriving. How do you know? The portrait at the door informed me. It mentioned that the professor carries a hefty paper bag, suggesting our classes may introduce fresh elements. Splendid. I wonder what kind of game we will start. It would be thrilling to have our wands whisked away as if nothing had happened. The fifth-year children animatedly discussed the nature of their upcoming lessons, their conversations brimming with anticipation for the future. The well-informed students had already gleaned details from the sixth years about the previous day's class on wizarding self-defense, which fueled their eagerness to arrive early at the classroom. In the hallway, William expressed his gratitude to the knight in the portrait, who had dutifully guided him through over 30 frames, now visibly fatigued and breathless. Not at all, Professor William. Assisting those in distress is a knight's duty. After bidding farewell with a wave, William glanced at his watch, noting the time was just right. Upon pushing open the classroom door, he found all the students already assembled. It appeared that everyone had arrived. He was once again the last, and one could hardly deny that the staircases of Hogwarts had a penchant for mischief. With a smile, he ascended the podium. Good morning, everyone. As William surveyed the students' desks, he noticed that all had prepared their textbooks, although they would not be needed just yet. Cheers erupted in response. As he spoke, he unveiled a thick stack of papers from the bag. I apologize, but it is time for a quiz. The atmosphere shifted almost instantly, with the muscles of the students seated at the front appearing to freeze. The examination papers were distributed to the students seated in the front row and subsequently passed down in an orderly fashion. William observed the students engaging in hushed whispers as they exchanged the papers. Once all the papers had been disseminated, he ascended the podium and smiled at the entire class. Professor, what reward awaits us? Surely not sweets? Perhaps house points? He heard the murmur. Shoo! William gestured for silence by placing a finger to his lips. If I were in your position, I would assure you to treat this examination with utmost seriousness, even more so than the final assessments. He retrieved one of the remaining papers and pointed it out to all the students. I believe many professors emphasized an important fact to you yesterday. Fifth year marks the OWL's year for Hogwarts students. And this paper you have received contains authentic questions drawn from previous year's examinations. William noticed the eyes of many students light up, clearly intrigued by the prospect of engaging with actual exam content. He had anticipated this reaction. Of course, this is not encouraged. Any student who fails to achieve a passing score will be expected to undertake the responsibility of maintaining the classroom for the remainder of the semester. The negative atmosphere was swiftly quelled. The examination duration is 1 hour, and the results will be graded according to OWL standards. Those who achieve the highest grade, anew, will earn an additional 50 points for their house. Admittedly, this is somewhat generous, but I shall draft a formal request to the headmaster. Students who secure an E or higher will receive a waiver for 1 semester of my course. You heard correctly, during the first half of the academic year. Attendance to my classes will be optional for you. Moreover, during this period, you may apply to audit 6th-year courses. Auditing 6th-year classes is quite remarkable and could serve as excellent conversation fodder for over 2 weeks outside of class. Oh, and there's a monetary incentive as well. I will personally contribute 7 galleons per student. After all, 7 is a number imbued with magic. Cheers erupted at this announcement, gleaming golden galleons, obtained lawfully and rightfully from the professor's hand. Even writing a letter home to share this news would be entirely justifiable. Students who achieve an A or higher will have the opportunity to engage in practical learning while their peers receive theoretical instruction. However, to accommodate those in need of theoretical education, most of the time will be allocated for self-study. All examination questions are authentic ones taken from past assessments, and I will indicate their sources during subsequent discussions of the exam content. As William spoke, he clapped his hands together. So what are we waiting for? Let the timer commence. Immediately, everyone immersed themselves earnestly in the task at hand. The allure of rewards above an A provided a welcome reprieve from the impending monotony of theoretical studies, particularly as they now enjoyed preferential treatment. This left the recently turned 15-year-olds in a state of exhilaration. The questions were curated by him, the rewards conceived by him. He was well aware of the subpar quality of Hogwarts curriculum, especially given how few 6th-year students had been lenient in their grading. He has meticulously tracked the class attendance of 7th-grade students over the years and discovered that in the past 6 years, only 1 year witnessed students completing 2 full semesters. While in the remaining time, the professors departed for various reasons. This left the latter sections of the curriculum largely reliant on self-study by the students. Furthermore, the frequent changes in professors and textbooks resulted in a significant disparity between the content the students mastered and the requirements outlined in the syllabus. Many of the questions in this examination pertain to material that these students had overlooked over the years. unless someone had diligently compiled the textbooks from the same professor for 5 years of self-study. Even the most thoroughly prepared students would likely encounter questions they could not answer. This is precisely why William opted for the examination's actual questions. By utilizing authentic exam materials, he ensured that no one could complain about the difficulty or obscurity of the questions, as they were all genuine, allowing nearly all students to accept their results with equanimity and dedicate themselves earnestly to their studies in the time that followed. Although William would promptly reward any student achieving the target, he was already aware, without needing to grade the papers, that the results would likely be disheartening. It is indeed a noble virtue for professors to engage in clever strategies aimed at enhancing student performance. 15 minutes, or perhaps even less. The sound of writing in the classroom began to wane intermittently, prompting William to lift his gaze from his lesson plan, intrigued to observe his students. Unlike the cheerful demeanor he exhibited upon entering the room, the majority of faces now bore unmistakable signs of anxiety. Notably, those who had appeared most confident when the papers were distributed now glistened with cold sweat, a telling sign in September. William commenced a slow walk around the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the students' papers, silently noting the names and appearances of those who had written more extensively. After spending 10 minutes reviewing each student's work, the atmosphere in the room had grown overwhelmingly oppressive. The sound of quills scratching on parchment had faded entirely, with occasional rustles of papers as some students began to scrutinize fresh pages. However, many who had lifted their quills found themselves placing them back down without making a mark on the fine parchment. The more diligent students faced greater frustration, having worked diligently only to find themselves confronting the OWL's examination questions as if they had learned nothing at all. As the examination approached the 30-minute mark, the classroom had descended into a state of utter despondency. All students had resigned themselves to inaction, and some of the more impatient individuals began to torment the delicate feathers of their quills, desperately tugging at the fibers as if they might conjure inspiration, hoping to complete the cursed paper as if by some magical intervention. Clap, clap. William stood at the podium, clapping his hands. Half an hour has elapsed, and I notice it seems as though everyone has given up on answering the questions. Shall I collect the papers now to discuss the exam? Or would you prefer another half hour to continue this test? Almost everyone exhaled deeply, while a few rebellious students appeared eager to voice dissent. However, under the curious gazes of those seated nearby, they ultimately refrained from expressing any objections. Very well, everyone, please submit your papers to the front. The students in the first row, kindly hand your exam papers to me. Now, all of you, take out your textbooks and read the first 20 pages. What would have incited a commotion in the past is today executed with remarkable obedience. The students presented their papers as though they were passing a scalding hot potato. A thick stack of papers was placed back on the desk, yet the students beneath remained as silent as if touched by frost. It was only when William commenced grading the exams that whispers began to circulate among the students. How did you fare? I started off poorly, and by the end, I couldn't even comprehend the questions. What about you? Similarly, I managed to solve one question, but it felt as if I had encountered a plethora of unfamiliar concepts. Were these indeed the original questions from past years? I cannot say for certain, but surely the professor wouldn't deceive us, would he? Look, Nancy is crying. Did you see that? I did, but keep it down. Do you wish to be ostracized? As the last exam paper was tossed onto the already substantial stack, merely 5 minutes had elapsed since the hour-long examination commenced. After 5 minutes spent re-recording the scores, William stood up and surveyed the class. The grading is complete. I assume no one would wish for me to announce the scores aloud, correct? No one responded. The fifth graders knew well what scores corresponded with their performance. He began calling names to distribute the papers. Before everyone, William mixed the papers into 3 piles and shuffled them before proceeding with the roll call. Poor, very poor. Exceedingly poor. This is my sole assessment of the examination results. The highest score was AP, poor. Yet even that was achieved by only 3 students, Ravenclaw's Nancy Vallon, Guy Walker, and Hufflepuff's Lena Eddy, each earning 5 points for their respective houses as a reward for their top scores. But everyone is prohibited from applauding. This is not an admirable performance, and I certainly do not wish anyone to take pride in such results, according to past regulations. These scores are insufficient to qualify for the advanced class, let alone aspire to obtain the Newt certification. I understand that some may be dissatisfied. Hence, we shall now provide a brief explanation of the exam questions. William picked up his lesson plan book and turned to the pages containing the questions. The first question was from a 1990 OWL's exam, the fifth question, an original. The second question originated from a 1979 OWL's exam, the 11th question, also an original. The final question was from a 1975 exam, the 8th question, an original with a slight modification. William set down the lesson plan and gazed at all the students. All the questions, save for 3 with minor adjustments to their constraints, were original questions from the past 2 decades. To preempt any inquiries regarding my selection of these questions, which are older than many of you, I wish to inform you of something in advance. The Wizarding Examination Authority, responsible for overseeing the OWLs and newts, is led by Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who has previously served as the chief examiner under Headmaster Dumbledore. In my estimation, Professor Lockhart could quite easily continue to lead the authority for another 30 years. Thus, the wealth of past examination papers will serve as our most invaluable resource. Is that not so, Professor? The chief examiner under Dumbledore. Is that truly the case, Professor? Indeed, as unmistakably true as your answers resemble blank sheets. It is no wonder that students are taken aback by the daunting materials when researching the Wizarding Examination Authority, Dumbledore's invigilator. I find it difficult to accept that a group of students will submit such work for their OWLs a year from now, and I believe you share this sentiment. William turned, fervently scribbling on the blackboard, his repressed pride momentarily unleashed. Remediation, enhancement, acceleration. 3 words appeared prominently on the board. I had hoped to instill a sense of joy, but alas, the foundational knowledge is rather lacking, prompting a look of regret on William's face. We must exert ourselves over the next year. Facts are far more compelling than words. Repeating 10 times that this cohort is the weakest I have ever taught will only breed resentment among students, but defeating them with a test paper will suffice once. I understand that the shortcomings are not entirely your fault. Upon reviewing past attendance records, I discovered that approximately 1/3 of your cohort's classes were not guided by an instructor, relying solely on self-study, compounded by the chaotic curriculum with no coherent structure. This is not your fault. However, William emphasized, regardless of the excuses, the Wizarding Examination Authority will not grant you an A on your transcript. Falling short in grades is not the end of the world. Fortunately, we have an entire year to fill the gaps left behind. And as your professor, I shall do everything in my power within this academic year to bolster your foundation, ensuring that today's scene does not repeat itself in the OWL's examination hall. To allow ample time for addressing previous deficiencies, we must accelerate our teaching pace. Frankly, this exceeds my original plans, but it appears I must amend them now. All right, everyone, please turn to the first page of your textbooks and neatly fold your test papers. I will collect them. As William spoke, he descended from the podium to gather the papers. There remains an afternoon examination for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Missing a few questions will not impact the overall score, but if the test papers are leaked, we would have to resort to using the backup papers, originally reserved for midterms, to temper their arrogance. If you diligently followed my previous instructions, then by now, everyone should have read the first 20 pages of the textbook. Thus, let us commence our first lesson. Ding! The bell rang, and William, having been earnestly explaining, glanced out the window and smiled at all the students. Now, class dismissed. In truth, a substantial examination paper had already been prepared, yet regrettably, the moment was not right for its unveiling. William exited the classroom, burdened with a sense of regret. As he closed the door, the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing filled the air. It was terrifying. I felt as though I could scarcely breathe. Although the professor had maintained a jovial demeanor, I found it impossible to share in the mirth. Well, it seems only a select few among you are unperturbed. Could you perhaps maintain a semblance of quietude? The most boisterous students were met with a piercing glare from the head boy, silencing them instantly. Unprecedentedly, the students lingered in their seats after class, uncertain of what to do, rather than hastily departing. The pupils from both houses cast expectant glances at the head boy, yearning for some words of wisdom. Yet at that moment, the 2 fifth-year Ravenclaw head students were lost in contemplation over their textbooks, while the Hufflepuff head boy still exhibited a semblance of normalcy. Despite numerous admonitions from upperclassmen and professors regarding the daunting nature of the OWLs, the weight of that pressure bore down on everyone for the first time, far beyond mere verbal warnings. The average score for Ravenclaw was indeed higher than that of the other houses, a point of pride for its students. Thus, nearly all Ravenclaw students found themselves bewildered by the authenticity of the OWL's practice paper. For those aspiring to improve academically, nothing was more intimidating than an unbroken string of failures, especially with the prospect of facing those very questions in a year's time. After a lengthy pause, the Hufflepuff head boy finally rose to his feet. The fear instilled by Professor McGonagall clearly overshadowed the dread of potentially failing the examination a year hence. As the dispirited students began to gather their belongings and exit the classroom in a daze, were you all contemplating, without diligent study, practice, and application, passing the OWL's examination is an impossibility? McGonagall admonished the listless students. Has Professor Trelawney foretold the demise of another student? Her tone was laced with irritation. Not Professor Trelawney, but Professor William. Professor William? McGonagall's voice resonated with surprise. But his class has nothing to do with divination, does it? Has Professor William punished you in some manner? Although the defense against the dark arts class had undergone a renaming, its content remained rife with combative wizardry. Thus, excessive confrontations were not entirely out of the realm of possibility. No, Professor William prepared an examination for us, entirely composed of OWL's content, yet we all faltered. All? Indeed, Professor, only 3 students achieved a passing grade, while the rest fared even worse. However, midway through the class, it became impossible to continue. After nearly an hour of collective effort, with no progress in lightening the weight of the snail shell, the previously top-performing girl found her eyes welling with tears, abandoning her spell casting to weep into her friend S' embrace. It appears to be a chain reaction. Several girls followed suit, their eyes brimming with tears, and sobs echoed throughout the classroom, rendering Professor McGonagall's lecture hall a veritable cacophony. While chaos reigned in Professor McGonagall's classroom, William found solace within the confines of the school library. Shortly after class, he arrived with his books and examination papers. Aside from the haphazard accumulation of wizarding knowledge from his apprenticeship, his understanding of the magical realm stemmed solely from the texts he had perused since his release from confinement. Apart from a few commonly utilized spells in daily life, he had not devoted any effort to seemingly intriguing magic. Rather, he concentrated entirely on spells related to attack and self-defense. In fact, even his study of combat magic relied on his slightly above-average magical prowess and his self-taught, albeit uncertain, battle techniques. Nevertheless, to this day, William had yet to master even a handful of nonverbal spells, let alone the more advanced wandless magic that only boasted appearances in the bravado of Azkaban's inmates. Although he believed himself capable of fulfilling the role of a professor, armed with the knowledge gleaned from Azkaban and his years of exam-oriented education, this did not preclude his desire for self-improvement. Even while organizing the examination papers, he eagerly absorbed the unfamiliar content within the questions, committing them firmly to memory. "Good morning, Madam Pants." "Good morning, Professor William. Here to borrow some books?" The slender witch glanced at the paper bag William carried, hesitating for a moment before finally adding, "Professor, food is not permitted in the library. It is merely the students' examination papers," William replied with a smile, willingly opening the paper bag to reveal its contents. He felt no offense at her inquiry, given her evident concern over the regulations. "Examination papers, you say?" "My apologies, Professor," Madam Pants spoke quickly. "Are you searching for any reference materials? The restricted section is over there. Students are not allowed to linger nearby, so the tables there are quite serene. If you require any specific books, feel free to ask me. I can likely locate most of the library's collection." As she uttered the final sentence, the slender witch seemed to gain a few inches in stature, clearly confident in her knowledge. "I seek theoretical texts concerning nonverbal spells, which are rather difficult to find on the market. I thought I might try my luck here in the library. Indeed, I believe we have some. Let me think. Ah, yes, in the restricted section. There is a book related to dark magic. On the 7th row, the 4th shelf, the 3rd layer contains several theoretical works on nonverbal spells, while the 4th layer is more focused on practical applications. The bottom layer of the same row's 5th shelf holds several discussions on curses." To William's surprise, the librarian seemed to possess an almost magical ability to recall the location of each book, effortlessly directing him to the text he sought. "Would you like me to accompany you to find them, Professor?" "No, thank you. The vastness of the Hogwarts library truly surpassed my wildest imagination." William accepted this statement with a profound sense of understanding, waving farewell as he made his way to the nearby shelves, guided by Madam Pants's introduction. Fortune smiled upon him, for the books he sought were not entirely checked out, which greatly uplifted his spirits. As he approached a desk adjacent to the restricted section, burdened with a stack of over a dozen tomes, he was instantly captivated by the spaciousness and the sunlit ambience of this area. It was an extraordinary place. Had it not been for its proximity to the restricted section, it would likely have been crowded with students. Gazing at the sign, prohibiting entry to students near the shelves, he found himself engulfed in a sense of pride in his privileges. Shaking off that feeling, he settled down to diligently peruse the books before him. Within half an hour, he excitedly slapped his hand on the table, a gesture that jolted him back to the reality of his surroundings. Fortunately, no students were nearby, and Madam Pants showed no inclination to reprimand him for this minor lapse, sparing him the indignity of being ejected from the library after barely a minute of joy. William marked his place with a bookmark and opened the first few pages of the book. The Hogwarts library seal was prominently displayed, followed by the names of the donors and the dates of donation. There was no edition number or printing batch. It was unmistakably a unique, non-commercial volume. likely a personal collection penned by an individual. Although it carried a curse, being able to access Hogwarts was, after all, a blessing. He shook his head, returning the book to its original page, reflecting on the matter. He had known during his time in Azkaban that those wretches possessed their own cherished curses or dark magic, carefully concealing them and never uttering a word to outsiders. Observing the magical world from Azkaban, it was no surprise to find such a plethora of rare volumes and forbidden texts within Hogwarts. The quality of the collections held by pure-blood families was thus rendered evident. As for him, due to his status as a professor, he not only had the freedom to peruse the rare books reserved for the faculty and students, but could also access the entirety of the restricted sections collection without requiring anyone's permission, even borrowing them at will. This privilege was more valuable to William than any salary he could earn. Just a single unique volume had effortlessly resolved a problem regarding the silencing charm that had plagued him for a full month. Not to mention the additional reference materials and the books from the restricted section that had been made available. With the conundrum unraveled, William's spirits soared as he produced parchment and a quill, simultaneously reading and transcribing useful notes. Were it not for the library's regulations, he would have eagerly inscribed all his insights directly onto the pages of books. What a treasure trove it was! After overcoming several challenging problems in succession, William found himself lost in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, having finally quelled the students, glanced at her lesson plan and experienced a moment of self-doubt for the first time. Was the vanishing spell, the first incantation taught in the 5th year, perhaps too challenging, unduly discouraging for her students? Note, the list of books in the restricted section, in theory, should only be accessed with a signed permission slip. Although Hermione claimed to have perused the titles in the restricted section during her 6th year, she obtained permission far too easily, as Professor Slughorn was rather fond of her. If upperclassmen could freely access the restricted section, the very premise of its existence would be rendered obsolete. Younger students would have countless ways to procure forbidden texts from their senior peers, rendering the effort to deceive for signatures utterly unnecessary. As William contentedly placed the book on the table, his attention was immediately drawn to the grumbling of his stomach, which issued a timely warning. Rubbing his neck, which had stiffened from prolonged reading, he glanced at the clock. It was 12:30. No wonder he was so hungry. He had lost track of time once he delved into his studies. With a wry smile at his own predicament, William began to gather the books and notes strewn across the table. He carefully placed his notes into a paper bag that held his exam papers, securing them before lifting the hefty stack of books as he departed from the table adjacent to the restricted section. The library was eerily quiet, evidently deserted as students had flocked to the dining hall for their meals. However, Madame Pants remained, comfortably seated near the entrance, engrossed in her reading. Borrowing quite a few, are we? She greeted, gesturing toward a nearby quill that promptly began inscribing the titles and borrowers on a parchment. Ah, Professor. Each book may be borrowed for a maximum of half a term. Should you require an extension, you must come to register once more. Had you been burned by experiences with other professors failing to return books? With an abundance of unread tomes, a generous salary, and nearly serving as a personal servant to the house elf, along with a cadre of students who felt entitled to impart their wisdom, William mused as he savored the lunch provided by the elf Barty. If it weren't for that wretched curse, this profession would be a veritable dream job. Yet, without that curse, how could I possibly have been granted a position at this esteemed institution? Why dwell on such trivial matters? With 9 years of compulsory education, and Hogwarts encompassing only 7 grades, he had spent more than double the time studying compared to the students. His performance in earlier classes had been commendable, and he was determined to maintain that momentum. What was there to worry about? William vigorously shook his head, casting aside the unwelcome thoughts that had suddenly invaded his mind. Yet another remnant of Azkaban. Those Dementors had no place in this world. Today, he allowed himself a brief respite from the tension that had plagued him. The pent-up negative emotions he had suppressed for so long surged forth uncontrollably. Realizing this, William found it difficult to remain in the room any longer. He summoned the house elf to dispose of his leftover food as he eagerly popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. William, why do you arrive so late? I did not see you this morning, Professor Singed. Adequate sleep is far more crucial than breakfast. You could have simply said you couldn't rise. How leisurely is the alchemy timetable, really? A wave of shame washed over William as he reflected on how close he had come to letting his schedule incite a cascade of negative thoughts, comparing himself to others. He felt his earlier behavior was utterly unbecoming. Enough, Singed. Last night, I spent the entire evening picking flowers, and this morning I rose early to complete the task. If your courses weren't so few, I wonder if you dare to act this way. Adams, with an expression of disdain, finished his remark and glanced around, noting that the other professors were largely oblivious to their conversation. Only then did he cautiously inquire, "William, you look rather unwell. Are you feeling ill, or I might just be a bit hungry? I had some chocolate earlier, and I'm feeling much better now." "That's good to hear. If you feel anything amiss, seek out Madame Pomfrey. Professor Snape is actually more adept in such matters, but well, you understand." It was a well-known secret among the entire faculty and student body that Professor Snape had long aspired to be the defense against the dark arts instructor. Even though William had changed his name, it did little to alter the professor's lingering resentment. Much like how all professors were aware that Professor McGonagall held a low opinion of the divination professor. However, with Adams diverting the conversation, William recalled his old expertise. If it weren't so undignified to do so in front of a group of professors, he would certainly have acted on it. What about potions? He thought. The lingering effects that had troubled him could easily be addressed with a dose of the joy potion. Although the side effects were considerable, they were not severe when not taken regularly. As for the school supplies, he could forget about that. Professor Snape was the headmaster, and acquiring public tools from the school was a lost cause. This weekend, he planned to visit Gringotts to access his vault and retrieve those tools. The school's office could serve as a sort of residence, and who knows, it might come in handy someday. William silently added this to his agenda. Just as he was contemplating, Adam's voice broke through again. "All right then, it's settled. On Wednesday afternoon, when everyone is free, we shall go to the Hog's Head for a drink. Professors are generally fine with drinking, but it's rather tiresome that we can't visit public taverns." "Wait, Wednesday is a work day. Isn't drinking a bit inappropriate?" "Not at all. It's to celebrate the welcome of a new colleague. Professor McGonagall will turn a blind eye. After all, 2/3 of my students passed the OWLs last year." In a haze of confusion, William's Wednesday afternoon was thus arranged, and Adams moved on to discuss this year's Quidditch matches. This topic was evidently much more open than the previous one, and before long, several professors nearby joined in, earnestly debating which team would clinch the championship in this year's Quidditch League. Due to the loudness of their discussion, Professor McGonagall, seated in the center of the hall, cast several glances in their direction. "Don't worry, William," Adams interjected amidst the conversation about the matches, even managing to slip in a little gossip. "Don't let McGonagall's seemingly indifferent demeanor fool you. She hails from the ranks of the school as Quidditch team, and when it comes to Quidditch knowledge, no one at this table is her equal. Failing a subject comes with consequences. So, why must we be wrapped up in such matters?" William, ensconced in a snug, gray-hooded cloak, inquired with a hint of exasperation to his companion Adams. As for the accompanying professor of alchemy, he opted to forego questioning altogether, as the latter's visage was obscured by bandages, clearly reveling in his peculiar attire. "You don't understand, William. This is the rule. The Pig's Head Tavern specializes in concealing identities with bandages and cloaks. You are not wizards, after all." Although such a retort surfaced in his mind, William swiftly comprehended why. In contrast to magic, Muggle methods of disguise bore a lower threshold and were far less likely to attract attention. Should one casually employ advanced transfiguration to mask oneself and then order a familiar drink, it would undoubtedly lead to inquiries such as, "Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here?" "Wait a moment, William. Do keep your wand concealed more discreetly. Do not place it in a location so overtly aggressive. While it may be convenient, the patrons of this establishment are not particularly welcoming." Adams, having ensured his own disguise was satisfactory, began to advise William on his own adornments. William dutifully repositioned his wand to a more concealed yet equally accessible location, eliciting an exasperated expression from Adams. "You all, do the self-defense professors possess such an acute sense of crisis? One becomes accustomed to it. Keeping the wand within easy reach is simply practical." "Very well. And the bandages? All secured?" Adams handed over a roll of pristine bandages, cautioning against the use of magical ones, as inebriated individuals had nearly strangled themselves with them in the past. "Surely, bandages are unnecessary?" William regarded the roll with disdain, considering a mere cloak sufficient for concealment. After all, what was the difference between wrapping oneself in bandages and resembling a mummy? "Unnecessary? Professor of alchemy, you seem to have forgotten your recent actions. Can you fathom why I must obscure my face?" Professor singed. "You see, the more one talks irreverently, the less hair one possesses." Those tresses were cursed away. During the examination the previous afternoon, he had once again eliminated students from Slytherin and Gryffindor, achieving the dubious accomplishment of total annihilation. Although the system, with its feeble presence, did not provide any notification, it momentarily afforded him the sensation of having cleared a level in a game. Unfortunately, the students he had dispatched were in the very same transfiguration class scheduled for the afternoon, necessitating the professor-esque preparation. This truly vexed Professor McGonagall, who made a point to sit beside William during dinner. engaging in a conversation regarding the exam that lasted well over a quarter of an hour. And this was merely the professor's side. The students were embroiled in their own disputes. William had previously heard from individuals in prison that a peculiar hierarchy existed at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw prided itself on intellect, disdainful of Slytherin's emphasis on bloodlines, and equally dismissive of Gryffindor's impulsiveness, yet maintained a cordial relationship with Hufflepuff. Slytherin, on the other hand, maintained a contentious relationship with all, holding all others in contempt. As for Gryffindor, enmity with Slytherin was ingrained. They did not look down on anyone in particular, but joined the tide in deriding Hufflepuff, fiercely confronting Slytherin whenever possible. Hufflepuff occupies the lowest tier of the social hierarchy. However, everyone is eager to engage with Hufflepuff, akin to how many players shy away from the supportive role in gaming, yet find immense joy when a support character enhances their abilities and safeguards them. Initially, William perceived this perspective as somewhat biased within the confines of the prison, yet last night he genuinely realized that while the sentiment might be exaggerated, it aptly captured a defining characteristic. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall dined in the hall last night. Otherwise, a brawl would have surely ensued. Slytherin unleashed their ire, targeting Gryffindor first, then Ravenclaw, even with professors seated above them. Amidst the clamor, bread was hurled, and it was only when Professor McGonagall stood to exclaim her discontent that tempers began to cool, lest she wield her wand. When Professor McGonagall announced the penalties for the instigators, Adams beside William elucidated the situation. You've been here a short while, William. The internal strife among Slytherin students is far more pronounced than in other houses. In recent years, due to Professor Snape's favoritism, their house points have soared, securing first place consecutively. Losing last year ignited their fury. Discussions, disputes, and derision were rampant, though physical altercations were rare. As a catalyst, William, despite partaking in standard exams and evaluations, could not be seen celebrating with drinks outside, especially after failing his students. The thought of students brawling while he revels would be untenable. Although it was not the professor's concern, such conflicts should still be circumvented. If the professors were to witness their students resorting to drunken escapism, one could only imagine the level of frustration it would incite. William pondered the potential ramifications if such incidents were reported as provocations. He could find himself in a state of exasperation for days. With these thoughts in mind, he began to wrap bandages around himself, treating it as a masquerade. It was far better than being seen by students and provoking a fight. Haha, what's the matter? William, look in the mirror. Adams produced a mirror, revealing a comically wrapped mummy in a black robe. This prompted William to pull up his hood, thinking that concealing his head rendered him rather normal. If one's appearance falters, a disguise suffices, similar to how one might don a cloak when makeup fails. Adhering to the principle that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would belong to others, William took the lead to depart. Wait, don't go that way. Hogwarts has several secret passages unknown to students. Many professors use them. I'll show you the way. The name the Hog's Head struck William as peculiar. In the Muggle world, it might seem plausible, yet in the Wizarding realm, it felt rather odd. Why not name it the Dragon's Head or the Mountain Troll's Head? Such inquiries seemed more suited for students, as they appeared somewhat juvenile for a professor of his age. One of the burdens of adulthood is the inability to openly express whimsical desires. The youth and the young at heart garner more affection, while those in between often find themselves overlooked. Turning onto a narrow path, before Adams could offer an introduction, William instinctively recognized that he had arrived at his destination. A dilapidated wooden sign hung from a rusted bracket above the door, adorned with the depiction of a severed pig's head. Lacking any name, this establishment had earned the moniker of Pig's Head Tavern. Is this the place? William inquired, his tone tinged with skepticism. Despite the acceptable ambience of the second floor and his apprehension of old Tom's ire, William allowed his doubts to linger unaddressed. However, today, clarity would finally dawn upon him. The room was as narrow as it was dark, though it boasted 2 stories from a distance. One might easily mistake it for a 1.5-story building with an attic. From the exterior, William couldn't even spot a single window. Was this a tavern or a nightclub? Yet, Adams chuckled. That's the common impression for first-time visitors. Frequent it, and you'll come to appreciate it. It's a marvelous place. With a firm tug, William was ushered inside. The interior decor offered him no surprises, cramped, filthy, and shrouded in gloom. The air was thick with an odd odor. The tavern neither expanded its space through magic nor boasted any ostentatious embellishments. Even in the mundane world, it would rank among the worst establishments, let alone in the realm of magic. Is this it? William felt utterly disillusioned with the highly recommended Pig's Head Tavern. Were it not for the company of a colleague, he might have suspected he had fallen prey to a drinking scam. All right, you take William to a seat while I fetch the drinks from a bar, Adams instructed, singed, exuding an air of enthusiasm without having even sipped yet. Strangely, Singed, typically one to engage in banter, offered no gesture of protest and led William to a more secluded table. Before long, Adams returned bearing an assortment of unopened bottles. "Everything here is fine, except for the glasses. I suspect that cloth the owner uses has been passed down since Merlin's era." At his words, William glanced toward the bar where the proprietor, with a grimy rag, carelessly wiped a glass, likely to improve its cleanliness shortly. A smoking drink, flickering with flames, was presented. The other two, unable to contain their eagerness, eagerly poured the liquor into their glasses. William cautiously peeled away the bandage and took a sip, discovering it was not as potent as he had anticipated. By the time he had comfortably downed half a glass, the pair at the table were already reaching for a second. Ah, still that flavor. Adams raised his glass, downing its contents in one go under William's astonished gaze, then proceeded to prepare a third drink, beginning to wander around the tavern. William abandoned his intentions of drinking and began to follow Adams with his eyes. First, he spotted another fellow, similarly bandaged. They clinked glasses, and Adams stealthily appropriated a bottle from their table. Then he moved to the next table, where a mere wave of the hand sent him pivoting to yet another group. Was he truly this poor drinker? No, he was merely venting. He would be fine once his circuit concluded. The alchemy professor sipped his drink, an unmistakable aura of relaxation enveloping him. Noticing William's apparent inclination to inquire further, Singed leaned one hand on the table, distinctly signaling his unwillingness to continue the conversation. William could only sit quietly, sipping his drink while observing Adams flit about the room like a headless fly. As Adams staggered and drank, his steps soon became unsteady, and he made his way to a table where two individuals were engaged in a hushed conversation. Their expressions soured at the interruption, and William even braced himself for a potential altercation. However, before he could rise, the two waved Adams away dismissively, as if swatting away an annoying fly. "Ah, the Pig's Head Tavern is truly a delight," William thought. "Care for a drink?" "Certainly." He drained the remnants of his glass and poured himself a generous serving of the liquor Adams had somehow acquired, while also feeling the reassuring presence of a common antidote in his inner pocket, a versatile potion still intact. "Cheers." Adams leaned over the table, tilting his head to regard William. "Hey, William, don't you think the Pig's Head Tavern is splendid? There's no other pub outside that offers such comfort. Let me tell you, here no one cares who you are. Although most come for business, there are plenty like me who simply wish to indulge in a drink. Being a professor can be exhausting. One must maintain a stern facade with students, lest those rascally children conjure a hole in the roof with their magic. If one wants to chat, who can you turn to? Your former professors? The professors of your professors? Your old headmaster? Would you really seek out students for conversation?" That Singed fellow rarely spoke, and here, where no one recognized him, he could spend an entire afternoon in silence. Despite his quiet demeanor, he seemed to enjoy this place immensely. "Is that so?" William said, casting a curious glance. He noticed that the alchemy professor was entirely absorbed in his own solitude, seemingly relishing the quiet. Adams, however, paid no heed to William's reaction, rambling on about the troubles of being a professor at Hogwarts. It was evident he merely sought an audience, indifferent to whether anyone listened. William began to grasp the essence of Adams' earlier remarks. With this understanding, William turned his attention to the surrounding environment. He had to concede that, as Adams had mentioned, it was indeed a fine establishment. Here, under the guise of anonymity, everyone could freely indulge their true selves. Additionally, William spotted 3 individuals engaging in the trade of counterfeit goods, suggesting that this tavern likely facilitated the black market dealings associated with Hogwarts. Intriguing, indeed. What sort of proprietor allows such activities to flourish, permitting the school to turn a blind eye to these illicit transactions? William mused internally, lamenting the frivolity of it all. He had come out for a bit of revelry, not to be embroiled in such nonsense. As he continued to contemplate, he quickly sidestepped, but alas, he was a moment too late. Adams had already succumbed. With a flick of his wand, William cleared the table of the ensuing chaos and conjured a cup of fresh water for Adams. Yet, the latter lay sprawled across the table, motionless, prompting a wry smile from William. It was perplexing how one could possess such a thirst for drink with so little capacity for it. William grumbled as he tidied up the floor, awaiting the proprietor's inevitable reprimand. After all, it was rather excessive to vomit directly onto the table, let alone nearly into a cup. However, after a long wait, the proprietor showed no intention of approaching, and even the surrounding patrons failed to react to the recent incident, as if someone had merely vomited on the table, an occurrence deemed entirely commonplace. William's face paled slightly, for the floor of this shabby bar was rather sticky, and he had distinctly confirmed it was made of stone during his earlier observation. The alchemy professor nearby appeared resolute in his desire to relish the solitude. Beginning to withdraw his wand, and upon noticing William's adeptness at tidying up, he opted to hide, as if he were merely a patron seeking a place at the table. If memory serves correctly, we had come together to enjoy a drink, had we not? William glanced at one companion who lay sprawled on the floor, and another who had withdrawn into silence, then turned his gaze to the half-empty bottle before him, plunging him into a state of existential doubt. The customers frequenting this establishment were predominantly masked, making it evident that finding someone to engage in idle chatter, as one might in a tavern, was utterly impractical. In his ennui, William resorted to observing the actions of others while lifting his glass to pass the time. During his tenure at Azkaban, a group of inmates had relished speculating about the newcomers to alleviate their boredom. Naturally, there had been some incentive involved. After mingling with them for some time, William had unwittingly adopted a similar habit. At the table to his far left, he immediately discerned that the goods a wizard was peddling were counterfeit. Such wares could hardly be found in a dilapidated bar like this. At the adjacent table, he was uncertain whether the witch flirting with a wizard was indeed a potion maker. William was acutely aware that wizards frequenting such a locale likely paid little heed to the legality of their actions. The table to his right clearly housed newcomers. The two appeared anxious, glancing nervously around, presumably their first visit to an underground bar. One of them was somewhat short, and with a physique that did not resemble a female's, it was evident they were underage, seeking a thrill. And over their weight. Was it still Wednesday? Given the proximity of this place to Hogwarts, William swiftly concluded that the two were indeed students of the school, skipping class, unlawfully leaving campus. Underage drinking as someone who had diligently reviewed the teacher's code, William was acutely aware that these infractions alone could warrant a half semester of detention for the two students. Thus, should he apprehend them? By his original disposition, such matters would typically elude his concern. However, whether it was the overwhelming negative influence of prison life that made him reluctant to witness youth straying from the righteous path, or the burgeoning sense of responsibility from his brief tenure as an educator, he found himself hesitating. After considerable contemplation, William rose, wine glass in hand, and approached their table. Newcomers? His voice, muffled by the bandages, emerged as a peculiar, guttural tone. Not at all. We are regulars. The two fervently retorted in unison. Indeed, it was evident to William from their voices that they were unmistakably underage students. It remains uncertain whether they are indeed his students. It is quite common for fifth-grade students to seek refuge in such underground taverns to alleviate the pressures of examinations, especially given that William has recently failed them all. However, while such behaviors may be deemed typical, the necessity of intervention remains. A familiar patron? Do they not recognize me? Have I truly frequented this place so infrequently this year that newcomers now display a lack of respect? William instinctively picked up on the conversation, referencing Azkaban, a term now somewhat antiquated, yet it resurfaced effortlessly. Indeed, we only just arrived here this year, and the two of them adeptly seized the conversational thread, clumsily pouring drinks with unpracticed gestures, feigning a toast as if they had grown accustomed to this milieu. With the mindset of capturing a thief with their ill-gotten gains, William earnestly raised his glass to them before pretending to be enigmatic. Well, encountering you today is fate. Come with me, and I shall enlighten you on why I thrive in the Pig's Head Tavern. With the drinks consumed and their identities verified, the plan was set to lure them out of the tavern, apprehend them, and compel these two wayward youths to pen reflections on their misdeeds, threatening confinement should they continue their disobedience. 5 minutes prior, Fred remarked, "The Pig's Head Tavern is rather unremarkable, a sheer waste of our time." "Patience," replied George. "This is the largest black market in Hogwarts. I've heard that Hagrid once procured a dragon egg here." The two, clutching their illicit drinks, feigned nonchalance while discreetly surveying their surroundings and whispering to one another. "We merely seek some uncommon magical ingredients. Is it truly necessary to skip class for this?" They exchanged glances, weighing their money pouches and solidifying their resolve to shop here. "Hey, Fred, look over there." "Yes, that's the one." Their eyes locked onto a figure whose face was obscured, scanning the area furtively. It must be him. Who else would be drinking at the tavern and glancing about so aimlessly if not a smuggler? How do we engage him? Wait, don't rush, George. We are not yet certain of his identity. The Pig's Head Tavern is rife with purveyors of counterfeit goods. Have you forgotten what Dad often says about the counterfeiters caught? If he is selling fakes, capturing him might yield some pocket money. Didn't T-Dad mention that there are bounties for apprehending counterfeiters? Not a bounty per se, but they receive recognition for their contributions, though it's all the same. We could still procure some ingredients. True, yet this cannot transpire within the tavern. From what I've gathered, the owner is quite averse to disturbances in his establishment, and should our truancy be exposed, I would prefer not to receive a howler like Ron. Their conversation abruptly halted, a chill running down their spines. He approaches, prepare yourselves. The three, harboring ulterior motives, swiftly reached a consensus and made their way toward the tavern's exit. Navigating through the tavern's utilitarian passage, they soon found themselves in a secluded alley, the remnants of waste and unaddressed vomit starkly illustrating the unpleasantness of this locale. William, adorned with bandages, turned around, striving to infuse his voice with a sense of ease. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the bandages emitted an odd sound. Two gentlemen exited the bar, their weapons drawn. The two wayward students, evidently lacking self-awareness, possessed no intention of engaging in a civil discourse. As William turned his back, they brandished their wands. Alas, in terms of both magical prowess and combat experience, they were woefully outmatched, akin to Muggles' fondness for water balloons. Azkaban, after all, had mock battles wagered on chocolate. The lad in the forefront was struck directly by the disarming spell, a dazzling crimson light propelling him several steps back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, his wand soaring into the air. As the disarming charm took effect, William sidestepped gracefully, evading the belated curse that followed. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a barrier spell, which forcefully collided with the other standing figure clad in black robes, sending him crashing against the wall. A muffled grunt escaped the second miscreant as he succumbed to incapacitation. I'm not malevolent, yet the combat skills of these students are indeed lacking, William mused, extending his hand to catch the disarmed wand, simultaneously casting an unseen charm to summon the other wand, which he also effortlessly seized. The battle had concluded, just as William began to wrap bandages. The first fallen boy quickly sprang to his feet, dashing towards the alleyway's exit. Enough, young lad. Freeze in your tracks. The spell struck the fleeing boy, causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the wall, but as he attempted to take another step, his legs were firmly immobilized, leaving him with no choice but to hop. Do not even think of escaping. Remove your hood, for I wish to discern the identity of such audacious students. TSK. Skipping class on a Wednesday, how bold of you. The two youths, previously ensnared by the spell and exchanging furtive glances, abandoned their subtle maneuvers. The fleeting regret that had crossed their minds dissipated instantly. It was not a dark merchant, but rather a professor. This was of no concern. While others might feel a twinge of anxiety, these two had long since acclimatized to such situations. Almost in unison, they yanked down their hoods, revealing two identical faces before William. Fiery red hair, strikingly brilliant, was William's first impression of these troublemakers. Their unabashed demeanor and expressions of nonchalance led him to conclude that they were not novices in their mischief. Even within the confines of Azkaban, such brazen individuals were a rarity. This was indeed a pair of nuisances. Names? George Weasley, Fred Weasley. Gryffindor? Indeed. Despite receiving the anticipated response, William felt no joy. Professor McGonagall had sought him out specifically due to an alarming number of failing students. And now he had apprehended two from her own house. Was he not directly opposing his superior? Having been at the school for less than 4 days, he was still unfamiliar with its personnel. Why had such an incident suddenly unfolded? You fumbled. You had no business apprehending students. With a hint of frustration, William pressed on. Is this your first offense? Apologies, Professor. We truly should not have acted so recklessly. We inadvertently discovered a hidden passage and, in a moment of impulsiveness, decided to disguise ourselves and venture to the pub. Yes, Professor, we are willing to accept any punishment, be it confinement, cleaning duties, or writing reflections. We are prepared to take responsibility for our actions. The two began to express their remorse, each taking turns to confess, their sincerity evident in their simple words, reminiscent of youthful folly and the hope for redemption that often accompanies such impetuousness. Excellent. I shall confer with Professor McGonagall. How does a month of night pot duty sound? That is unjust, Professor. We merely slipped out during our free period. Visiting the Hogwarts Head does not violate any school regulations. Upon hearing the proposed punishment, they collectively protested. Indeed, it is typical that students do not meticulously study the school rules, even if one were to memorize them. Grasping which actions constitute violations and which are permissible would require considerable effort. How long must one serve night pot duty for an assault on a professor? I believe the maximum might be a year of confinement or perhaps a probationary period. The two fell silent, as William S.'s intentions, although suspect, did not negate the reality of their actions against the professor. Despite the severe beating they had received from the nameless professor, it did not change the fact that they had assaulted him. They resembled defeated roosters, their spirits crushed, prompting even William to feel a twinge of sympathy. The purpose of punishment is to educate, not merely to penalize. Perhaps the nightpot duty is too excessive. Let us consider an alternative punishment during the upcoming month-long break. Each day, they shall spend 2 hours in the office copying from a history of magic book. They are forbidden from using any writing aids, such as enchanted quills or shorthand feathers. I will find a suitably thick tome, and let us not impose this for the entire month. Rather, they can copy during each week of the break, and upon completion, their confinement will conclude. Studying history fosters wisdom, and the educational value of diligently copying from a history of magic far surpasses that of cleaning night pots. Even if not all is retained at once, the act of copying will surely aid in remembering portions of it. With a wave of his hand, William departed the alley, leaving little time for the two, still reeling from their punishment, to react. "Hey, George, why didn't you protest just now?" Fred inquired, one hand resting on his brother's shoulder while the other worked to undo the leg-locking charm. "Protest? To protest copying from a history of magic?" George replied with a look of incredulity, his disdain palpable as he regarded his brother. "I would rather scrub toilets than copy from a history of magic," Fred retorted, visibly aggrieved. "Night pots are not toilets, but I see no substantial difference," George replied, a rare look of melancholy crossing his face. "But what do you think would happen if we complained to a professor about copying instead of cleaning night pots? 3 months of scrubbing, or perhaps 6. I thought the same, which is why I wondered if you would dare to voice your discontent." The two exchanged glances and then succumbed to laughter. After several minutes of mirth, they began to collaborate on the leg-locking charm and successfully unraveled it. "Let's go. A professor who can apprehend students at a pub is not one to be trifled with. Copying from a history of magic awaits. How could he possibly conceive such a cruel form of punishment? I had thought that Filch's methods were already quite severe. My only hope is that Professor McGonagall does not glean any inspiration from this. Transcribing the history of magic is already a dreadful task. If most of the punishments were to be replaced with transcription, I fear I might not avoid losing points for the house in the near future. Rest assured, George, Filch would never agree to that. He would not deem transcription a serious punishment. What we need to do is ensure that Professor McGonagall is not inspired in any way. So, it is settled then. We shall tell Professor McGonagall that we were caught leaving school on a non-weekend and are to be confined for a month." The two brothers had already shed their frustration of being caught and were walking along, deep in discussion, their laughter ringing out as if it were not they who had just been apprehended, but rather the Slytherins. "By the way, which professor was it?" Yes, which professor? Are you awake?" William looked at Adams in astonishment. Despite his clearly inebriated state, Adams had now regained his composure. "The mixture of herbs, kudzu, and daffodil root may not be classified as potions, yet when chewed together, they can indeed facilitate sobriety." The professor of alchemy continued to savor his tranquility, finding the almost imperceptible passage of time more significant than the chatter within the castle. "Speaking of which, William, aren't you planning to purchase anything? The Hogwarts Head Inn is the only nearby place to acquire forbidden items. You know, many magical experiments necessitate such components." This was a difficult topic to broach. William was acutely aware that since the unrest in the Far East, the British Ministry of Magic had enacted a series of policies that classified numerous vital potions, ingredients, and magical artifacts as contraband. For an ordinary wizard, the daily life does not require those precious potions and materials. But those with a hint of ambition in the magical arts inevitably delve into experimentation. Even the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, the most renowned white wizard, had achieved feats that involved 12 uses of dragon's blood. Perhaps aside from myself, the professor who infiltrated the school to form a team to commence classes. The other professors were clandestinely conducting their own experiments. What is wrong? Is it your first time, making you hesitant to make a purchase? Fear not. The Ministry of Magic tends to turn a blind eye. They only apprehend smugglers and occasionally sweep the cellars, but purchasing is hardly an issue. Adams likely assumed that William was uncertain due to his inexperience and kindly offered an explanation. "What is the matter? Are we not able to stand tall as smugglers?" William felt a moment of embarrassment, then became incensed at the thought that he was being targeted by the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, he had presumed that his graduation from Azkaban was common knowledge among the faculty, but it seemed that aside from those at the recruitment fair, the rest were unaware. This led him to recall that his interviewer had come from within Hogwarts. He had yet to meet that professor. If his memory served him correctly, it was indeed a professor. Although it may sound somewhat impolite or even ungrateful, he was genuinely curious as to how that seemingly eccentric professor of divination had become one of Dumbledore's most trusted confidants. Yesterday, during a conversation with Professor McGonagall, he specifically mentioned that, judging by her tone, it was evident that she harbored a deep-seated disdain for the divination professor. This contemplation led to the realization that the divination professor must indeed hold considerable trust from the headmaster, considering McGonagall is a figure of substantial authority as the deputy headmistress. Although William had only been at the school for 4 days, he had already grasped the extent of McGonagall's influence at Hogwarts. She wielded significant power over various matters, reviewing lists, approving funding, evaluating professors, establishing rules, and organizing numerous activities. Were it not for Dumbledore still holding the title of headmaster, it was likely that the speech at the opening ceremony would have been delivered by another individual. The fact that Trelawney had remained unscathed under the deputy's scrutiny for so long was a testament to Dumbledore's trust. What else could define trust? William? Adams's voice broke through William's reverie. Are you all right? I almost thought you were like singed, frozen in place at the pub. Adams exhaled. Clearly his concern was genuine. Having a teammate who preferred to linger in the bar was not a particularly pleasant experience. Aside from the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Hogwarts had not hired a new instructor in 2 years, and due to peculiar circumstances, professors for this subject were often much older than the newcomers. It was a rare occurrence to find a new companion, especially one prone to daydreaming. He would truly drown in the barrels of the Hogwarts head inn. Nevertheless, vigilance was paramount. This was not Diagon Alley, where one could return counterfeit goods to the vendor. The Hogwarts head was devoid of regular merchants, though he did know a few. Adams enthusiastically shared his experiences, and William suppressed a smile, listening intently. Had he not become a professor, he might very well have been studying forgery in Azkaban, perhaps emerging to teach a class to those engaged in deceit. It was unclear whether it was William who inadvertently exposed the Weasley twins' accomplice, or if the two had been overheard by other students during their complaints. Or perhaps there were seventh-year students present at the time. Regardless, by Wednesday evening, nearly the entire student body was aware of the new defense against the dark arts professor's apparent idleness. Indeed, idleness became the universal assessment of a new professor among the students. That was outside the school, not within. Congratulations, William, in less than a week, you've earned the title of the most unpopular professor. Adams's gleeful voice rang out as dinner commenced. Honestly, I think it's a bit late. I would have thought you'd achieve it the day you failed all the students. Now it seems rather tardy. The last person to be so swiftly deemed unwelcome by the entire school was Professor Snape. Perhaps you share an unexpected commonality. Oh, by the way, it's been well known for years that Professor Snape has a disdain for the defense against the dark arts professors. William rolled his eyes at the two individuals engaged in idle chatter, his tone devoid of any anxiety typically associated with being labeled an unpopular target by students. Thus far, he had yet to receive a single box of negative emotions. In fact, he entertained the notion that if students were to truly categorize him as an unpopular professor, the influx of boxes would be quite substantial. Alas, that was not the case. It was entirely commonplace for any professor to penalize 2 students for skipping class. It merely garnered more attention when it occurred off campus. To be candid, had he chosen not to penalize them, an uproar of discontent would likely have ensued among the students. Conversely, imposing penalties would evoke no opposition. As for failing grades, all assessments were derived from past examination papers, leading students to solely reflect on their own preparation, prompting them to study with greater diligence. Ultimately, any mass failures would merely catch them off guard. Their foundational knowledge simply left much to be desired. William, in earnest, absolved himself of responsibility, yet as he spoke, he could not suppress his laughter. The 2 listeners, initially serious, soon realized the incongruity and attempted to interject, but ultimately succumbed to laughter alongside him. Their collective mirth resonated across the table, drawing the sharp gaze of Professor McGonagall, who sat on the opposite side, effectively stifling any potential chain reaction of laughter. However, it was not long before Professor Caterburn, perhaps the sole academic undeterred by McGonagall's presence, ambled over with a pronounced clattering of his cane, adopting an expression of innocent ignorance as if he had heard nothing amiss. What delightful occurrence has transpired? He inquired, propping his head up with his remaining arm and lowering his voice deliberately. We were discussing the capture of those 2 students who sneaked off to the Hog's Head in this afternoon. The Hog's Head, now that a splendid establishment. I have procured a multitude of magical creature offspring from there. I dare say, while Nocturne Alley may boast a plethora of wares, none can rival the surprises found at the Hog's Head. Was this an endorsement from the venerable elder? William, observing the professor's remaining limbs, found himself in agreement with the old scholar's sentiments, though his knowledge of magical creatures was scant beyond their use in potion-making. He understood that those creatures capable of inflicting wounds that could not be healed by magic were invariably powerful and rare. Any creature that could create such irreversible harm had either been eradicated by the Ministry's enforcers or remained confined within protected areas, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Seeing the captivated expressions of his audience, the elder professor's smile widened. Let me impart some wisdom to you youngsters. The Hog's Head is merely a den of deception. Nocturne Alley is perilous. Many there charlatans. While they may refrain from targeting Hogwarts professors, even a single unpleasant encounter could be quite vexing. Diagon Alley, though reputable, shies away from the more unconventional items, as the Ministry keeps a vigilant watch. To procure unique goods, one must traverse several renowned alleyways. For instance, at the most secluded corner of Diagon Alley, a second-hand bookseller offers treasures that might pique your youthful interests. Cough, cough. The cough from Professor McGonagall interrupted the increasingly loud discourse of Kettleburn. The latter contorted his face momentarily before turning around with a serious expression. Oh, Minerva, it just dawned on me that I have yet to feed my creatures. Hagrid, though a splendid fellow, cannot replace my duty to check on how those little ones are faring. Very well, do attend to that, Professor Kettleburn, Professor McGonagall replied with utmost seriousness. As if nothing had transpired, a peculiar sense of knowledge began to swell. William, with a grave demeanor, took a bite of his lamb chop and quietly added, I too find it remarkable. It seems as though Professor Kettleburn possesses an omniscient quality. He can engage with any topic. A feat, I dare say, even Professor Dumbledore might struggle to achieve. It is hard to envision Dumbledore coming over to discuss forbidden items with such gravity. How could Dumbledore ever be associated with wrongdoing? Indeed, that is Dumbledore we are speaking of. By the way, William, how did you penalize those 2 students this afternoon? Making them transcribe a month's worth of History of Magic? Surely, you wouldn't have them scrubbing chamber pots? History of Magic? The 2 exchanged glances and then erupted into uncontrollable laughter directed at William. What is so amusing about History of Magic? Have these 2 lost their minds? You have earned the recognition of a magical creature, receiving treasure chest X1. You have earned the recognition of a magical creature, receiving treasure chest X1. The system notifications chimed in succession, and if William surmised correctly, they pertained to the 2 before him. History of Magic, you truly are something else. I wonder if Professor Binns might mind if you take on his workload as well. Adams feigned admiration. I doubt he would. Ever since I arrived at Hogwarts, even when I came as a student, Professor Binns has been indifferent. He is much more concerned about the timetable. Do not excel too much. I fear you might end up as a part-time History of Magic professor, as that is the only subject in the school without a second instructor. Nevertheless, I suspect no matter what you do, those 2 students will not take a liking to your History of Magic class. Adams imparted his earnest counsel, though he could not suppress his final remark. Thus, Professor McGonagall cast another glance over. Chapter 71. The sun in Antarctica is so bright. William, are you really not going to arrange an examination for the 7th years? I assure you, Professor McGonagall, William solemnly promised her from the staff table. This morning was originally intended for William's first lesson with the 7th year students. However, during breakfast, Professor McGonagall unusually approached him, engaging in a lengthy conversation about trivial matters before finally addressing the main topic. Regardless, the situation of the 5th years failing all their subjects must not be repeated with the 7th years. The 5th years have an entire year to adjust, but the 7th years do not enjoy that luxury. Although Hogwarts is primarily an educational institution, the employment prospects of the 7th years are of paramount importance to the school. Each student at Hogwarts must undergo a career consultation in their 5th year to plan their future endeavors. Every profession, to varying degrees, has explicit requirements regarding the OWL's examination certificate and the advanced newt certification. However, the pursuit of employment is not something that can be addressed immediately upon graduation. Such expectations are even more absurd than the prohibition against early romance during one's studies, followed by the demand to marry and start a family right after university. For the majority of students, after obtaining their OWL certificate and completing a year of advanced classes, it is feasible to seek internships during the summer or the new academic term. Aside from a few particularly demanding careers, such as Aurors, which necessitate additional training upon hiring, most students spend half of their 7th grade curriculum engaged in internships. Theoretically, if one has no need for the newt certification, a 6th year student could even forego their remaining studies and apply for an extended leave from the school. This is one of the reasons why the advanced classes have become a joint endeavor among 4 colleges. Naturally, there are hardly any jobs that require only the OWL certificate. Therefore, Professor McGonagall, wishing to avoid interfering with the professor's daily teaching activities, subtly conveyed this insight to William. 7th year students are grappling with the dual pressures of examinations and employment, and it is imperative that professors refrain from adding further stress by failing them. Professor McGonagall's message was quite clear, and William solemnly declared that aside from the graduation and newt examinations, 7th year students would not receive even a single paper from him. He was there to genuinely fulfill the role of a professor, not to toy with the students. The students capable of entering the advanced classes possess a solid foundation. They do not need excessive reinforcement, but should instead broaden their knowledge to prepare for the evaluations from the wizarding community that lie ahead. Although William had never lived well within the wizarding society, thanks to Azkaban, there are few dark corners of life that he had not witnessed. Aside from the Ministry of Magic, sixth-year students might still require some advanced magical training, but for their seventh-year counterparts, William was prepared to share some of his life experiences. Experiences gleaned from Azkaban. Are you here? Though they were not in the same college, those who had been classmates for over 6 years had grown familiar with one another. How is your internship search going? A bit challenging. The Ministry of Magic remains uncertain about my recruitment. Hogwarts has had a notably weak defense against the dark arts curriculum in recent years, and they question my ability to adapt to further studies post-hiring. Are you joking? Nymphadora, you received 9 certifications, 7 of which were outstanding, recognized as the best of your age. How could the ministry not recruit you? I find that hard to believe myself. The entry threshold for Aurors is notoriously high, and the elimination rate is frighteningly steep. I believe they would consider my application. But passing the subsequent assessments is a different matter entirely. While waiting for the professor's arrival, the students began to discuss employment issues. The new professor's lack of direction had become a widely known topic among the students. It is a common human trait, irrespective of being a wizard or a muggle, to find faults in daily life. However, as they continued their conversation, they suddenly realized that the class bell had rung quite some time ago. Yet the professor showed no sign of arriving. Are we in the wrong classroom? Surely not. It is indeed dark magic. What I mean is, this is the classroom for the magical self-defense course. Has the professor lost their way? However, laughter does not resolve the issue. Once the mirth subsided, it became apparent to all that they were merely waiting, unable to take any action. All right, Ningfu, since you are the head student, why not check the faculty lounge or inquire with the art teacher? All right, but do not wander aimlessly. If the professor arrives, remember to explain my absence. If he comes to the classroom and finds it empty, I certainly do not wish to lose points inexplicably in 7th grade, as that would mean a whole year's worth of students failing. As soon as she finished speaking, a silhouette suddenly appeared on the podium. TSK, Miss Ningfu. It is inappropriate to gossip about the professor behind her back. I have repeatedly informed those children that their lack of sufficient knowledge is what leads to failing grades. Not my deliberate deductions. 5 points from Gryffindor. Professor, you did that on purpose. Although the head student did not voice an opinion, the other students rose in protest. Indeed, I did it intentionally. William nodded at the student, acknowledging their words, and then flashed a charming smile. But what can you do about it? The classroom fell into complete silence. Even Professor Snape would not dare to speak so openly. Although Professor Snape was rather capricious with point deductions, he at least had the decency to provide an excuse, even if it meant stirring up conflict for a plausible reason. Why are you all standing there in silence? I believe I have made myself quite clear. I deliberately hid over there to see if you would speak ill of me, waiting for someone to take the bait before reappearing to deduct points. Now, which student can tell me what you plan to do about it? William spread his hands before all the students, wearing an expression that seemed to challenge them. After a long pause, one student, clearly flustered, finally ventured a response. Report to Professor McGonagall. At most, she will have a word with me. Afterwards, I could easily deduct points again. For instance, why aren't you wearing your hats in class? The notion that one could lose points for not wearing hats was something these children were hearing for the first time in their 7 years at Hogwarts. Even a certain unnamed potions professor would not be so ruthless. I confess, I shall strive to write more during the new year. While a group of students was left speechless by his almost shameless remarks, William calmly adjusted his robes, which had become slightly disheveled from using the disillusionment charm. Haven't quite figured it out yet. Have you, children? I have reviewed the records of all students in this class and discovered that you possess a remarkably strong foundation in the study of wizarding self-defense. Yet that is insufficient. William shook his finger at all the students, his expression resolute. You have spent a full 6 years at Hogwarts, relying on your professors and self-study, though I suspect the latter is more prevalent. Some students stifled their laughter, but William joined in the laughter, making an exaggerated gesture as if to push their amusement down. Regardless, you are all quite exceptional students, having accomplished the vast majority of this course as content and achieved commendable results, mostly through your own efforts. William surveyed the students, regarding each of them with an expression of approval. I dare say some of you have even mastered the 7th grade textbooks in advance. You could effortlessly achieve an E or even the highest O in the upcoming Newts examination. This is indeed commendable behavior. However, I do not convey this sentiment merely because it makes my teaching easier or facilitates my financial arrangements with Headmaster Dumbledore. Do not laugh. Deceiving the first white wizard out of funds is no trivial feat yet. Considering my recent arrival at the school, we shall refrain from discussing such matters for now. Amidst the students' subdued chuckles, William placed the textbook on the lectern. It seems there is little dissent regarding my belief that you have engaged in self-study. You have transitioned from your homes at the tender age of 11 to Hogwarts, and now, at 17, you have spent a full 6 years within these castle walls. In the coming year, you will embark on the final sprint towards your chosen career paths as determined during your 5th year, seeking positions, applying for internships, balancing your studies with practical experiences, and ultimately passing the newts to secure employment. This is the journey most Hogwarts graduates undertake, though we acknowledge that exceptions exist. Some discover alternative directions during their 6th or 7th years. William could not help but think of those incarcerated in Azkaban, many of whom left Hogwarts in their later years for various reasons, often due to failed pursuits of their dreams and financial hardships that led them to a life of crime. However, this is not the focus of my discourse. While some among you may have faced bullying within the castle, though I remain somewhat doubtful, as students excelling in the subject typically do not suffer such fates, bullying undeniably exists in this institution. I can assert with certainty that it persists to this day. Nevertheless, I believe the prefects and professors have strived diligently to mitigate these injustices. I am not here to dismiss their efforts lightly. Honestly, the castle is vast, and the number of professors is insufficient, so maintaining the current state is quite an achievement. What I wish to convey is that while you can still rely on your professors and prefects to help navigate much of the bullying once you leave Hogwarts, finding individuals to fulfill that role becomes exceedingly difficult. Although all of you are envisioning your future internships, I must, regrettably, temper your enthusiasm with a dose of reality. For instance, consider the situation we encountered at the beginning. I entered the classroom first, deliberately delayed my appearance, provoking murmurs among the students, and subsequently deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. William smiled, his gaze sweeping over all present, finally resting on a girl named Nymphadora. So, is this reasonable? Not all. Of course, it is unreasonable, but at least I provided an explanation. As I mentioned, we could be even more severe. William clasped his hands over his chest, beginning to search for his next target. Soon, a child donning a wizard's hat, resembling a 4th grader in stature, caught his eye. "Dear young lady over there, could you kindly share your name?" Yes, you, the particularly adorable one. Do not be shy. Reveal your name." The students erupted in a frenzy of cheers, and the girl, blushing, finally spoke up. Susie Green, Professor." "Splendid. Your name is as delightful as your appearance." William paid no heed to the uproar from the students. "But my dear, why do you wear a hat in my classroom? I should deduct 10 points, but considering your exceptional cuteness, I shall only deduct 2. The once lively classroom fell into an abrupt silence, and Susie, the girl in question, appeared utterly stunned. After a moment, a student finally responded, "Professor, you initially said points would be deducted for not wearing a hat." Applause erupted as William nodded in approval. "Quite right. It seems this student has been paying attention. Indeed, I did state that points would be deducted for not wearing a hat. That is beyond dispute." Just as most believed they had successfully countered the professor, William raised his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "However, when I intended to deduct points, she was wearing a hat." This shameless statement from the professor left everyone in the room astounded, while Susie appeared utterly bewildered. You see, there are numerous excuses of a similar nature. Yet the essence remains unchanged. Hats are merely a pretext. Be it a pointed hat, a straw hat, or a sun hat. I could easily find an excuse to deduct points based on the slightest variation in one's headgear. It is rather simple, wouldn't you agree? Not only hats, but also shoes, gloves, books. Indeed, even if you achieve perfection in every aspect should I desire, I could still find fault and deduct points. Most importantly, you seem to be fixated on the hat, but why am I entitled to deduct points based on it? Yes, because I am the professor. The reasoning is rather straightforward. Being the professor grants me the prerogative to invent an excuse for point deductions. However, for those who do not value their scores, this matter may not seem particularly significant. Thus, the school has supplementary regulations, such as detention. Professor McGonagall certainly would not concern herself with trivial matters, but a point deduction over a hat is undeniably ridiculous, and she would surely seek to hold me accountable. Therefore, dear Susie, you have earned 4 points for your house. Yes, the hat is merely a teaching tool. My earlier remarks were merely jest, though your cuteness is not. Now, observe, the new professor is not one who deducts points merely for the sake of hats. Yet not everyone uses hats as a subject of humor. I hope each of you remembers this upon leaving. Humanity is far more perilous than dark magic. During your internships, not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter a benevolent superior. Some are harsh, some are greedy, and some, well, rather lascivious. The boys and girls chuckled simultaneously. This is no jest. They're indeed lecherous wizards. How else do you suppose love potions were invented? In my opinion, love potions are far more perilous than the Cruciatus Curse. Who among you knows about the Cruciatus Curse? Professor, I know, it is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. A rather impatient student interjected. Indeed, the very mention of the 3 unforgivable curses evokes a sense of dread, yet the existence of love potions appears innocuous and unthreatening. Reminiscent of a docile lamb, the allure of love imbues it with an air of anticipation. However, I must inform you that every year, numerous male wizards find themselves apprehended by the Ministry of Magic for attempting to administer love potions to witches. The boys should not presume themselves immune. Cases of witches using love potions on male wizards are more prevalent, yet such actions are not deemed illegal unless the male wizard vehemently resists and presses charges, which will be prosecuted under the offense of poisoning. Evidently, the students are oblivious to this reality, as the tales surrounding love potions are far more captivating for youths of their age, despite their imminent entry into the magical workforce at merely 17 years old. Under their earnest insistence, William reluctantly expanded upon the subject. Very well, I shall share a little more. He cleared his throat. Ahem, discussing wizards alone may be rather grim. Let me recount a slightly less dark tale. Who among you is familiar with the Magical Institute? It is supposedly a wizarding school in Japan, correct? Excellent. It seems you are unaware. Thus, I shall weave a tale. William, devoid of any prepared material regarding love potions, recounted a narrative he had heard from within a prison. In the vicinity of the Magical Institute, there exists a unique magical creature, which I trust you have studied, centaurs, giants, and merfolk, to name a few. This classification may not adhere to a precise definition, but it is somewhat accurate. In any case, near the Magical Institute, there is a creature adorned with fox ears and a tail, known as Tamamonome. Is it to slay it and extract its heart, or perhaps to absorb its soul? The students began to murmur among themselves. After a few moments, William revealed the true fate of the individual. This man would ultimately be reduced to a mere waste, achieving nothing of significance throughout his life. Disappointment washed over the students' faces, though a select few exhibited expressions of envy. If we dwell on such trivialities any longer, we may very well assign you homework, and I would prefer not to see you burdened with assignments during your internships. Returning to the matter at hand. Should you fall victim to enchantment, your encounter with a creature like Tamamonome could yield far graver consequences. Since the title of our course is Self-Defense Magic for Wizards, the foundation lies in safeguarding oneself. Protection requires not only magical prowess, but also the ability to navigate adversity. The exploitation of newcomers is a lamentable trait in some workplaces, manifesting as simple tasks like running errands, serving tea, or drafting documents. In more intricate scenarios, astonishing demands may arise. Much like the manner in which I initially conducted myself, the individuals in power wield not merely grades but control over your salary, career prospects, and even more significant aspects of your life. I trust that you have, to some extent, encountered these dynamics. However, I suspect you have never seriously contemplated how to confront such challenges should they arise. Regrettably, during the inaugural lesson of the new term, I must address matters that are rather disheartening, yet they're the realities you will inevitably confront in the magical realm. William managed to conclude his summary just before the bell rang, exhaling a sigh of relief. He almost diverted the topic elsewhere, but fortunately, he halted in time. Goodbye, Professor. The cacophony of farewells echoed at the doorway, gradually subsiding. Professor, I have one more question. The inquirer was a Gryffindor. What is your query? Several heads peeked in from the doorway, clearly indicating that discontent was not limited to this Gryffindor alone. Regarding this matter, William responded with a sincere smile. It seems that Miss Ningfu has indeed spoken ill of me. The essence of his statement was simple. When a game is destined to be lost, everyone shares the same dismal record, fostering a harmonious atmosphere among the team. However, when the levels of incompetence vary, discord naturally ensues. Dennis, shall we have a game of gobstones? The two seventh-year seniors eagerly extended their invitation. Professor Binns, the sole ghostly professor at Hogwarts who can withstand the rigors of 007, has yet to receive any complaints about his class, aside from the occasional forgetfulness regarding certain matters. As long as students do not overly misbehave, this elderly professor tends to overlook their antics. For many students, the most commendable aspect of this professor is his propensity to forget to assign homework. 5th years, just endure it. Not many at Hogwarts pursue a degree in the history of magic. You can always abandon it later, as there are few careers that require a certificate in magical history. However, it appeared that Professor Binns had remembered to assign homework this year, suggesting that the pass rate for magical history might improve. Let us hope for that. By the way, how did the morning's dark arts lesson go? How many failed in the self-defense magic class? Dennis feigned indifference as he inquired, having been tormented by the history of magic for too long that morning. He craved some negative emotions from others to replenish his joy. Jacob, Peter, share your grievances. Let us find amusement in them. How many failed? The two seventh-year students engaged in a glance, finally recalling the morning's discussions about how many seventh years would perform poorly, akin to the fifth years. Soon, smiles illuminated their faces. This was far more entertaining than gobstones. Happiness is born from comparison, especially as the fifth-year friends continued to lament the newly assigned paper. Thus, another quickly chimed in. Not only is the course exceptional, but there is also no homework assigned. No essays, no magical practice. You must be jesting. Dennis, where are you headed? To the dormitory, to prepare that damn paper before lunch. Cursed exams. If they weren't looming, how could our courses have devolved into this? William, you seem quite cheerful. Somewhat. I managed to complete this week's work and prepare a bit for my lessons. The weekend beckons. You ought to take a look at Singed. He has no classes after his lesson on Tuesday. Adams gestured with his chin towards the nearby professor of alchemy, indicating that William's experiences were still somewhat limited. You must learn to adapt, Adams. People are inherently different, and being excessively meticulous is utterly unnecessary. If you shift your perspective, you will find that situations can become remarkably brighter. Your words are somewhat convoluted. A change of direction? Indeed, Adams. Upon remembering that you must rise early on Friday for your greenhouse duties, I suddenly felt devoid of envy. In response to William, Adams made an exceedingly ungracious gesture. The students are observing you. I believe you would prefer to avoid explaining yourself to Professor McGonagall. The alchemy professor, not present at the bar, delivered a rather sharp retort. While the three engaged in idle chatter, Professor Snape entered the hall with an expression of deep displeasure. Why does Professor Snape appear so irate again? Has another cauldron exploded in potions class? Is it not a common occurrence? How many novices manage to avoid such mishaps? William countered with his foundational knowledge from his own culinary endeavors. Not only beginners, but even those who specialize in potion-making experience failures during experimental trials. Unless one intends to rely solely on past successes, conducting experiments and encountering a few explosions is perfectly normal. It cannot be that serious. Perhaps it was merely Professor Lockhart's incessant chatter that caused the disturbance. Adams began to speak, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of his comment. Though it had been less than a week, most professors within the castle were already acutely aware of Lockhart's propensity for self-aggrandizement. Being in his presence, even a competent wizard might feel as though they are suffocating in the next moment. However, Adams idolized Lockhart, the herbology professor, who yearned for adventure yet could only immerse himself in those experiences through literature. It is well known that Professor Snape harbors a disdain for any defense against the dark arts instructor, myself included. William, employing self-deprecation, shifted the conversation away from the topic of idols. It is best not to debate unless there is a fundamental conflict. I find this quite reasonable. Professor Snape even purposefully sits at the far end of the table during meals. How could he possibly be associated with you? What is the situation with Gryffindor today? What situation? Following Adam's gaze, William noticed a small cluster of students at the Gryffindor table dressed in formal attire, which rendered that particular section of the table quite peculiar. Adams casually commented on the oddity, but William suddenly sensed an ominous undercurrent. Those faces seemed hauntingly familiar, especially when Professor Snape's expression darkened further as he cast a scornful glance at those students. William suddenly comprehended that something was amiss. In varying social contexts, the definition of formal attire differs vastly. The first-year student checklist at Hogwarts explicitly states that new students must prepare 3 plain work robes, a pair of protective gloves, a winter cloak, and a plain pointed hat for daytime wear. Indeed, Hogwarts formal wear includes the wizard hat. However, there are no stringent requirements for everyday attire. Particularly now that summer has just concluded, few are inclined to don the somewhat warm wizard hats. Among those students in formal attire, William recognized several. They were the 7th-year students he had just encountered in class that morning. As a professor who recently completed a class, William vividly recalled the words he had spoken that morning, not wearing a hat, but rather wearing one. At this moment, he contemplated the absurdity of using hats as a metaphor. Without the need for any prompting, William unraveled the situation. Having been at the school for less than a week, he had already heard numerous tales of Professor Snape's favoritism towards his own students. It was likely that the students from other houses were acutely aware of this, especially the 7th-year Gryffindors, who were approaching graduation and had faced 6 years of point deductions from Professor Snape. With the recent class they had attended, it was conceivable that their emotions had led them to organize a collective protest. To make matters worse, William had inadvertently provided these students with ample material to rally against an unfavorable situation. Wearing hats as a form of protest was a harmless expression, particularly since those who had attended the class could easily grasp its meaning. After the lesson, the Slytherins who had been present likely informed their head of house. Otherwise, Professor Snape's expression would not have been so grim. As for the group of Gryffindors dressed formally, they probably believed that the class had been quite effective, prompting them to invite friends to join them for a meal in their finery. After all, no one could criticize them for dressing well. They truly were putting their learning into practice. William observed the Gryffindors, feeling a dull ache at his temples. After all, they were students protesting with hats today. Would they be placing Niffler-like creatures in his office tomorrow and setting off fireworks the day after? William had originally used the hat as an entry point to help the students understand that bullying often arises not from one's own missteps, but rather from the aggressor, seeking an excuse to torment them. Yet, the sight of a group of students donning hats in protest against a professor was utterly perplexing. He was aware that Gryffindor students were the boldest and most reckless, and he understood the impulsiveness of seventh-year students, but the combination of these two traits seemed rather overwhelming. "Hey, William, what are you thinking about?" "Dinner is ready." "Nothing. Just pondering how Professor Snape might react." What else could he do? Last year, when he was bitten by a dog, he looked even worse, and yet it all passed peacefully. "Bite by a dog?" William exclaimed, surprised. After all, as a formal professor, such an embarrassing incident was unlikely, especially for someone like Professor Snape. With this thought, William opened the system and accessed the long-neglected card catalog. After drawing Dumbledore's card previously, he had been rather disheartened and had not paid attention to the specifics of the characters within the catalog for some time. Severus Snape displeased magic 2, potions 2, studies 2, dark arts 2. The latter figures referred to his undeveloped talents, as William's panel had now included the dark arts talent. Judging by this talent alone, it was inconceivable for Professor Snape to have been bitten by a dog. Surprised for so long? A three-headed dog? One bite, and he was limping for days, Adams remarked, observing the astonishment on William's face. A three-headed dog? A Cerberus? Uncertain, it seems to have been conjured by Hagrid. My interest in magical creatures is rather limited. They are perilous, and a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe in the greenhouse. Adams shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Professor Snape approached, urging silence. Professor Sinistra quietly cautioned the two not to discuss the matter, and shortly thereafter, Professor Snape, with a grim countenance, made his way over. William felt a sense of relief, as it was clear that Professor Snape had no intention of reprimanding him. Offending a senior colleague in one's first week of work was certainly ill-advised. However, events did not unfold as William had anticipated. Rather, he had underestimated the initiative of the Gryffindors. Though the meal had just been magically served, students began to rise from the Gryffindor table, making their way to the common room. Initially, William did not take notice. But when the doors to the dining hall swung open 7 or 8 minutes later, it was revealed that the earlier departures had returned, now clad in formal attire. By the time half of the meal had passed, William even observed some students donning casual clothing, topped off with incongruous hats. This peculiar behavior resulted in a significant number of hat wearers at the Gryffindor table. At this point, anyone with eyes could discern that something was amiss. Sinistra, uncharacteristically, initiated conversation, still oblivious to the unfolding events. In truth, the faculty at the staff table were less informed than the students. Faculty from various houses fervently began to enlighten the students about the morning's lessons. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall, realizing the oddity of the situation, stood up. "Nymphadora, Conan, you two, step outside with me." Professor McGonagall exited the dining hall with the two seventh-year prefects, and the Gryffindors, who had been on the verge of rising, suddenly fell silent. In that moment, Professor McGonagall's authority was palpable. The students obediently removed their hats. However, it was evident that this incident could not simply pass without consequence. Undoubtedly, all students would soon hear the details of the day's events. You have garnered a deeper recognition from a magical creature, hostility, obtaining treasure chest X1. At this moment, William wished to lament his plight. He had no intention of stirring the students' emotions. Yet here, he found himself. Dark arts creator Snape, SR. Few sixth-year students manage to create a form of magic independently before reaching adulthood, let alone the complex realm of dark magic. Skill insight. Tier this card. And for the next 24 hours, your inspiration will flow abundantly. Felix Felicis? That trinket relies on luck. I place my faith in all that I have cultivated. Master of Mind cloaking Snape, SR. Memory-related magic is the most terrifying of sorcery, and mind cloaking serves as the most formidable shield. Skill memorization. Automatic. Any memory-affecting magic will automatically destroy this card upon activation, providing defense against all memory-related spells for the next 24 hours. The Dementor's Kiss. To remember who you are is merely the murmuring of another. At last, there lay a card identical to the previous one, the Death Eater card. Undoubtedly, the first card had been forsaken. Had the second card lacked an automatic activation option, William might have gambled on the effects of the initial card. However, the defensive card, which activated automatically, defended against one of the most formidable black magic spells, memory-altering incantations. It was simply irresistible. Delving into dark magic is perilous. The tomes that document such arcane arts are fraught with dangers, many possessing exceedingly malevolent effects. Some texts induce a state of forgetfulness regarding one's identity. Others ensnare the souls of the weak-willed, while some drain the blood of the reader, and a few can even distort the memories of the reader. Unless one is a master of dark magic, no one can guarantee that they will emerge unscathed from reading such grim volumes. While one could prepare for many other threats, defenses against memory manipulation are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, one risks descending into madness. Seizing this rare opportunity, he promptly opened the other two chests as well. Herbalist Adams. SR herbs are the most miraculous yield in the magical realm. While they may not rival spells in terms of destructive power, nothing instills greater confidence in healing than herbs. Skill. Vitality. Tear this card to gain heightened perception for 1 hour, allowing you to select from a plethora of herbs effective in alleviating curses, toxins, and various negative states related to your current injuries. I pondered this one, and this one. Escape Artist Adams. During his time at the academy, Adams always found a safe corner whenever students engaged in clandestine duels. Skill. Evasion. Tear this card to swiftly locate a concealed spot for the next 30 minutes. If you cannot win, simply flee. Herbal Professor Adams. The world is replete with herbs, and perhaps we shall never identify them all. However, extrapolating the unknown from the known is often effective. Skill. Erudition. Tear this card to deduce the effects of unknown herbs within the shortest time frame for the next hour. Although I have never encountered it, it should be thus. Without a doubt, the first card, albeit seemingly unreliable at first glance, was evidently the most potent among them. Alchemy Expert Singed. SR Alchemy. The profession that aspires to turn base metals into gold through the magical stone has long been a subject of admiration, with Singed being a distinguished figure in this field. Skill. Creation. With adequate materials and a conducive working environment, tear this card to execute an exemplary alchemical experiment. For alchemy, success is the ultimate achievement. Toxin Manufacturer Singed. Compared to mere herbs and brewed potions, the poisons derived from alchemical reactions are far more terrifying due to their unpredictability. Skill. Chaos. Tear this card to ensure the successful concoction of a potion, albeit with significantly altered effects. Then appeared a meal voucher. The second card appears to be distinctly suited for assassination, yet its effects are far too uncertain. With the time spent on it, one might as well unleash an Avada Kedavra with the Iron Armor spell. Hence, I have decided to acquire the first card. Unbeknownst to me, I have amassed a considerable collection of cards. William glanced at his inventory and saw that it extended beyond a single page. He even had a few meal vouchers, which allow for the reuse of cards. Given that most of the cards are one-time use, he felt a twinge of reluctance to squander meal vouchers on lower-tier cards. It seemed excessively extravagant. The next card, indeed, once I obtain another meal voucher, regardless of the indulgence. I must experiment with the card's effect. Otherwise, if something goes awry during this inaugural attempt, the risk would be rather formidable. In a library, with the aid of books to open boxes, William silently set a deadline for himself. The events of midday had passed, no matter how irate Professor Snape was. He could hardly air grievances in public. Besides, could one truly impose confinement on students merely for wearing a hat? Wait, confinement? Suddenly, William felt a disconcerting realization. If his memory served him correctly, he had personally decreed that 2 students must be confined during the weekend at the Hog's Head Inn. Were they to be confined? Or was it he who faced the confinement? This weekend had originally been meticulously planned. If all went smoothly, William intended to visit Hagrid on Saturday, and the two would team up for a drink at the Three Broomsticks, allowing him to catch up with Old Tom as well. On Sunday, he had intended to procure some additional items. Although he had already packed quite a bit, he still felt something was lacking upon arriving at Hogwarts. He planned to remain in his teaching position long enough to fulfill his term, and this was not something he could simply overlook. However, all those plans had now been dashed. The punishment he had imposed outside the Hog's Head Inn must be fulfilled, regardless of his lamentations. This marked his first instance of confining students, And if it were to be easily rescinded, how could he maintain authority over them in the future? He hoped those two students would not cause any further disturbances. Merely copying from the history of magic would suffice. Remaining at the school over the weekend was already exhausting enough. Though he had initially derived considerable joy from his reading, William now found himself devoid of any delight in acquiring knowledge and could hardly bear to focus on the text before him. Perhaps it was best to head to the dining hall. The mealtime was approaching, and he would forego further reading today. However, upon taking his seat at the table, Professor McGonagall approached him with an air of peculiarity. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall," he greeted. "Good evening, Professor William," she replied, her expression reflecting a familiar dilemma that William had seen on her face before. As the deputy headmistress, the weight of her responsibilities was indeed burdensome. Thus, William took the initiative to offer assistance. "Professor McGonagall, is there anything I can assist you with?" A rare look of embarrassment crossed her features. "I apologize, Professor William, but may we discuss the matter concerning the Weasley twins' confinement? The imposition of penalties on students is a matter of considerable flexibility. Although, in principle, any violation of school regulations must be dealt with seriously. In practice, certain infractions can indeed be approached with leniency. However, William did not anticipate that Professor McGonagall would seek him out specifically to discuss the postponement of a detention due to the Quidditch practice of two students. It appears that Adams was correct. Professor McGonagall is indeed the most ardent supporter of Quidditch among the faculty. With this thought fleeting through his mind, William readily acquiesced to Professor McGonagall's proposal. "Of course, Professor McGonagall, detention is merely a time for reflection upon one's misdeeds. Since there is a pressing matter at hand, it can certainly be deferred." "Excellent, Professor William. Thus, they shall train as usual on Saturday and serve their detention on Sunday. The work they miss can be made up on the evenings from Monday to Friday when there are no classes. Does this arrangement suit you? I had assumed you were here to plead for a reduction in punishment for your own house's students. Yet those two little rascals must still sacrifice their leisure time." "Professor McGonagall, you are quite earnest." "Certainly, I shall prepare the books they need to transcribe. Just for this week, though, if possible, I would appreciate it if the history of magic texts could be a bit more substantial." Professor McGonagall spoke casually, yet there was no hint of jest in her tone, leaving William momentarily speechless. "Are you a devil, Professor? If I recall correctly, you were advocating for leniency for your own team's players, yet the situation has turned into this? Do you mean to suggest that they should acquire more knowledge? That could also enable them to earn an additional certification, though their cohort will not be sitting for exams until next year. Given the Weasley brothers' foundational knowledge, I doubt they will manage to pass in history of magic. They are struggling academically." William tactfully rephrased, acknowledging that some students, despite their efforts, simply cannot grasp the material. "If that is the case, I suppose I need not exert myself so much. The two of them are intelligent, but have never directed their energies towards their studies. Some subjects even exceed the level expected of seventh-year students, yet in most, they barely scrape by on their final exams." It was perhaps these two troublesome students that prompted Professor McGonagall to vent her frustrations to William for an extended period before concluding their conversation. As night fell, free from the burden of overseeing lessons, William finally set aside his responsibilities and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The first week of his tenure at the school had come to a close. Although today was not the weekend, making it less than ideal to venture out, he found himself free from pressing obligations. The 3 grades he was responsible for had been handled admirably, the process proving smoother than he had anticipated. "Have I already developed a habit of grading so soon into my teaching career?" he mused self-deprecatingly as he rose to make his way to the dining hall. Though the house elf would eagerly bring him breakfast, he would never choose to dine alone in his room unless he had missed the mealtime. When he arrived at the faculty dining table, he discovered that the atmosphere was far more vibrant than usual. "Hey, Adams, what is happening? Is the principal giving us a raise?" William discreetly poked Adams, while the alchemy professor, predictably, was absent from the table. "A raise?" Adams glanced at William, his expression reflecting bemusement at such a peculiar notion. The salaries at Hogwarts were already quite substantial. It was implausible to expect arbitrary increases. "You're overthinking it. The merriment today is not due to anything else. Did you see Professor Tyler over there?" Professor Tyler, typically stern in demeanor, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, never mingles with their youthful crowd, particularly not during spellcasting sessions. "Professor Tyler? What sort of joke has he made this morning?" If it were the ordinarily austere professor, it might indeed be possible for him to inadvertently amuse the entire table. Yet it was apparent that the elder professors were not prone to such indiscretions today. "What joke?" "Professor Tyler has brought his child. His 6-year-old daughter is in the faculty lounge right now." "A child?" William was somewhat astonished. Was there really a being under 11 years old at Hogwarts? However, he quickly reconciled this. Children in the magical world were not akin to mere vegetables that could be uprooted at the age of 11. They must grow through childhood and natural pace. And a 6-year-old girl was entirely normal. Hogwarts was not a church school. Surely, professors could marry. Could the institution simply overlook such matters? Indeed, they do. Professor McGonagall adores that little girl, and who else would care? The vice principal, who oversees administrative affairs, has already spoken. Who could possibly object? Furthermore, the child remained in the faculty lounge, never running amok, and she was quite endearing. Who could harbor ill feelings toward such a child? William, who typically held little fondness for unruly children, suddenly found himself intrigued, and he dragged Adams to the faculty lounge without finishing his breakfast. Hey, what is your hurry? That is someone else's daughter, not yours. Adams retorted, though his pace did not falter. It had been a while since he last saw that little girl. Afra. Upon opening the door to the faculty lounge, Adams called out softly. Afra, is that you? Yes, it's me. Adams stepped forward, crouching down, his expression softening. Why aren't you talking to me? Afra, I'm a mushroom, so I can't speak loudly. The child was undeniably adorable, albeit a tad clumsy. Then what are you doing? Adams quickly noticed the small watering can on the floor and inquired softly. Dobby told me that mushrooms can grow quickly if they squat in the corner of the fireplace and are watered. What else did Dobby say? The little girl appeared to ponder this seriously for a moment, then furrowed her brow into silence. Uncle Adams, please move aside. I need to water. The little girl raised the small spray bottle and began to spritz herself, drenching her lovely little wizard robe before William and the others could intervene. All right, Uncle Adams. I'm about to grow. Don't tease me. The little girl crouched down once more, her serious expression making it hard for anyone to expose the ruse. Just as William was about to suggest whether they should dry her wet clothes with magic, he was pulled away by Adams. Never mind. Afra was a headstrong child, and her insistence on being a mushroom was unyielding. Unless Professor Taylor personally intervened, no one could persuade her otherwise. Should they just leave her be? There was no rush. Professor Taylor would arrive shortly. Indeed, as Adams had predicted, the child's father soon appeared at the door of the lounge. What's happened? Has Afra caused trouble again? No. Adams replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Professor Taylor cast a skeptical glance before pushing open the lounge door. Moments later, a cacophony of wails erupted from within. Is this your idea of persuasion? William rolled his eyes at Adams. You're a professor. How can you indulge in such lowbrow amusement? Oh, everyone is accustomed to it. When Afra gets stubborn, it's about time to brace for a scolding. No one can sway her, and Professor Taylor administers discipline with moderation. We might as well watch. Afra is well-behaved and never holds a grudge. As they spoke, the lounge door swung open again, revealing the small mushroom, now sobbing as she was let out. Professor Adams, could you please look after Afra? I need to find the poltergeist, Professor Taylor said, her expression even more severe than before. She barely managed to rein in her emotions as she entrusted the child to Adams, her wand still in hand, before striding down the corridor. William, why don't you go take a look? I'll keep an eye on Afra. I'm really unsure if Professor Taylor can handle the poltergeist. Are you joking? William stared at Adams, perplexed. How could an adult wizard not be able to manage a poltergeist? Oh, I almost forgot. You're new here. The poltergeist has been around longer than Professor Binns. Since it took residence in the castle, the school's administration has tried in vain to expel it. But there has been no successful precedent. According to the arrangements between the school and the poltergeist, professors cannot act against it arbitrarily, and it, in turn, respects the professors within the school. However, if Professor Taylor provokes it, that falls outside the agreement. Suddenly, William recalled the card he had previously obtained. The densely printed card mentioned the poltergeist, with half of it dedicated to its notable exploits. If the information on it was accurate, then that entity was indeed formidable. All right, I'll go now. William nodded in agreement and rummaged through his pocket for some candy, crouching down to offer it to the still sniffling little girl. This is not looking good, he murmured to himself as he walked. The absence of documentation does not imply that the spirit is inconsequential. On the contrary, it likely signifies that no effective means of expelling the spirit has been discovered thus far, and the spirit has not committed any egregious acts warranting separate documentation of its misdeeds. Excuse me, madam, could you kindly inform me where the poltergeist is? William inquired of a portrait by the roadside, where a figure was depicted indulging in wine. Peeves, Professor, has the school resolved to expel him once more? A professor just asked me the same thing. He is rummaging through the kitchen for moldy bread. I hope this time you can succeed in driving him away. He nearly struck my portrait with bread last time. The mention of again made William tense. Such a resilient spirit. Professor Taylor was far too impulsive. Ghosts are primarily the residual impressions left by wizards in the mortal realm, and to confront a ghost, one must target the memories it cherishes. Peeves, who constantly associates with spirits, likely holds mischief dear to him. If one could disrupt his pranks, he might relinquish his persistent harassment. The most direct mischief is surely facilitated by props. Thus I require a spell to dismantle flying objects, a levitation charm, a trap disarming incantation, and an unlocking spell. If all else fails, a charm for peaceful exit. Though he had not yet encountered Peeves, William preemptively devised strategies for potential scenarios. While he harbored a modicum of confidence in his combat abilities, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could effortlessly resolve a problem that had evaded the school for years. After all, he had yet to master the silencing spell. This must be the kitchen. Following the directions of another portrait, William approached a painting of fruit and began to scratch at the pear depicted within. To his astonishment, the pear began to writhe, giggling, and suddenly transformed into a large green doorknob. William grasped the doorknob, and in the next moment, a moldy loaf of bread hurtled forth. Had he not been prepared, it would have undoubtedly struck him squarely in the face. With a protective charm in place, William swiftly entered. At that moment, the kitchen was engulfed in chaos. A diminutive creature with malevolent black eyes floated mid-air, legs crossed, mouth agape, brandishing a basket brimming with moldy bread. Using the house elf below as a target for his projectile practice. Is this Peeves? And where is Professor Taylor? Yet he had no time to ponder further. While William's attention waned, the bread began to rain down upon him like explosives. Another troublesome student barging into the kitchen. Let Peeves educate you. This school is not a place one can enter at will. William hastily drew his wand, casting a barrier spell, but several pieces still managed to evade him, landing with a clattering sound against his protective charm. Such an assault lacked lethality, yet was sufficiently repulsive. William quickly comprehended how this creature had garnered such a notorious reputation. It was akin to a mop soaked in filth being brandished. It was not that others could not withstand the onslaught, but rather that the negative state was overwhelmingly revolting. Let us see if I can thwart this mischief. William simultaneously defended against the falling moldy bread while aiming for Peeves' basket. A well-placed strike. The basket exploded, and moldy bread began to scatter erratically through the air, several pieces landing heavily on Peeves' face, eliciting a string of curses from Sprite. Amidst the continuous stream of invectives, the Sprite darted toward the wall and vanished from the kitchen. The situation was not as formidable as anticipated, and one might even say it was somewhat inadequate. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the prank prop was merely a loaf of bread. William pondered this and committed the thought to memory. When he turned around, he was met with the serious countenance of Professor Taylor and the exhilarated expression of the administrator, Felch. Professor Taylor, have you sought external assistance? Dissatisfied with his writing, he resolved to revise it and decided to take the night off. The content he had produced felt utterly unsatisfactory, so much so that he was reluctant to share it. He expressed his apologies to those awaiting the next installment, preferring instead to show them a leave request. Ah, how delightful! Magnificent, Professor William. Your barrier spell was truly remarkable. As they exited the kitchen, the administrator, whom William barely knew, showered him with accolades, as though he had vanquished a great adversary rather than merely dealing with a pesky poltergeist. If it were he in that situation, he would have relished the opportunity to petrify the poltergeist and display it as an ornament in his office for a week. Regardless of how Professor Taylor planned the forthcoming retribution, the operation against the poltergeist had been executed flawlessly. As a sprite whose existence predated most of those in the castle, there was no justifiable reason for it to be expelled, especially when it could not be driven away. Indeed, Professor Taylor had successfully obliterated the poltergeist's head with a barrier spell, leaving it to curse and scurry out of the kitchen once it regained its composure. Of course, William deserved considerable credit for managing to subdue that troublesome creature. William boasted unabashedly, his expression exaggerated, akin to a drunken patron at the Broken Cauldron. Adams, however, felt no inclination to puncture his bravado, though laughter erupted from a nearby table. Instinctively, William glanced toward the source of the mirth, discovering the young Aphra, her wizarding robes magically dried, crouching in the corner, attempting to evade attention. She had just emitted a sound, unable to contain her laughter. Is she upset with Professor Taylor? William whispered. No, she is reciting a spell. It enables her to become invisible. Invisible? William scrutinized her again, realizing he lacked the ability to see through her enchantment, prompting a puzzled inquiry. Not at present. Aphra possesses exceptional magical talent, akin to the metamorphic magus. She naturally wields the illusion spell. The last time we played hide and seek, we only found her when she grew hungry. That must be her own doing. To prevent her from being lost, a special enchantment had been placed upon her robe, though she remained unaware of it. So, Professor Taylor's strike was not forceful enough. She still perceives herself as a mushroom, yet is fearful of being struck, hence her hiding. You are being rather unkind to a little girl." In an effort to exhibit his noble sensibilities, William retrieved a reference book from his usual table and began to peruse it earnestly. This engagement absorbed him completely, while Adams found a companion for a game of wizard chess and did not intrude. As William was engrossed in solving a perplexing problem, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, as if something had poked him in the leg. Had he been sitting too long, causing his foot to go numb? Adjusting his posture, he then felt something gently prod his other calf. This prompted him to lower his gaze, whereupon he beheld a timid little face. "Chocolate uncle, you can't see me," Afra stated with utmost seriousness. William suppressed a chuckle, feigning a search of the surroundings, then pretended to be oblivious to her presence. "Stop looking, chocolate uncle. It's me, Afra." She lightly poked his leg once more. "Chocolate uncle?" The small head nodded vigorously, only to be followed by a sudden revelation, as Afra donned an expression of foolishness. It's me, Afra. I'm invisible." The last statement was delivered with a hint of pride, reminiscent of a child who has just received a perfect score. "Invisible, you say? Did you have a quarrel with your father?" he inquired. She quickly shook her head and, in a whisper, responded, "I want to grow up quickly. Can I have some chocolate?" Habitually, William retrieved his stock. Ever since his escape from Azkaban, his pockets had never lacked chocolate. It was then that he recalled the little girl's way of addressing him. Indeed, as Adams had remarked, this child was hungry. She carefully unwrapped the confection, then, as if recalling something, murmured a soft thank you to William before taking a bite out of half the chocolate. Like a squirrel, she cradled the remaining chocolate in her hands. "Oh, right. Aren't you a mushroom?" "Yes, I'm a mushroom, but Daddy won't let me water myself." "But mushrooms can get poisoned from eating chocolate," William said with a serious expression. Afra froze, glancing between the chocolate and herself, her countenance shifting to one of alarm. "Poisoned? But can be cured, right? The school hospital will just give a shot, one of those long, thin needles, along with some bitter potion. The magical world's school hospital should have injections, shouldn't he? William gradually embraced his role, extending his hand to ruffle Afra's hair, then producing another piece of chocolate. After all, if she was to receive a shot and drink potions, indulging in another piece wouldn't matter. The 6-year-old gazed at the chocolate, her face reflecting a profound contemplation of life. With determination, she swiftly devoured 2 pieces of chocolate, then squatted beside the table in silence. "Go on, or you'll have to endure more injections." William gathered his books, affectionately tousled her hair, and briskly made his way to the lounge door. "Daddy, save me. I don't want a shot. I don't want to drink potions." Even through the lounge door, William could hear the cries emanating from within. "Surely, I want to be reprimanded, will I?" William pondered uncertainly. Diary. "On the 5th day of my time at Hogwarts, I have resumed the habit of journaling. Today shall be considered the first day. If I were to seek a lofty reason, it might be that I wish to remind myself of my humanity while documenting the joys of life." Professor Taylor's unexpected gentleness was quite surprising. He merely expressed his desire for me not to provide Afra with an excessive amount of chocolate, as it is unhealthy for such a young child. Many professors made unexpected appearances in the lounge, and even Professor McGonagall exhibited an unusual kindness today, though the headmaster was notably absent. Indeed, today is a day brimming with hope. Let us hope that tomorrow I do not succumb to inebriation, causing a disruption in my diary. Suddenly, the incessant ringing of an alarm clock pierced the air, and a groggy William waved his hand in annoyance, bringing a momentary silence back to the world. Even though it was not winter, the warmth of the comforter enveloped him like an impenetrable seal that ensnares most people, William included. By the time he finally emerged from the cocoon of blankets, fully alert, he realized that all the plans he had set for the previous night had completely fallen through. I distinctly recall this contraption was supposed to ring on time. With a sense of bewilderment, William glanced at the alarm clock that had arrived alongside his luggage. He assumed this magical little device, meant to prevent professors from being late, was functioning perfectly. The clock showed no signs of malfunction. It appeared to have been magically halted. I am certain that I had set the alarm last night. Logically, after mastering the application of magical systems and wielding a wand, such unconscious spellcasting should occur less frequently. How could it suddenly manifest now? After resetting the alarm, William set down his wand and endeavored to rediscover the sensation of spellcasting without his wand. After all, his plans were already in disarray, so what did it matter if they became even more chaotic? However, after half an hour of fruitless attempts, William found himself at an impasse. Acknowledging that he could not achieve even the slightest breakthrough in this area for the time being, he recorded his recent thoughts, both useful and otherwise, on paper, storing them alongside his diary. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. Hagrid rarely dined in the castle, as certain creatures in the Forbidden Forest required his assistance for nourishment, and he also cared for some adorable creatures that needed feeding. Hagrid's own words. Consequently, William had yet to encounter Hagrid during his week of work at the castle. Normally, he would prepare course materials and engage in self-study. But today was a rare opportunity for him to grant himself a day off, a perfect occasion to venture out and explore. "Hagrid, are you home?" William called out from a distance, approaching Hagrid's hut with a carefree demeanor. "William?" A booming voice resonated from within the hut, seemingly eager to compete with William for volume. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed, the door swung open, and the half-giant's beaming face appeared. "Weekend?" "Indeed, weekend. Do you have plans for the day? Shall we venture to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink?" "How splendid." "Oh wait, perhaps not. However, William, do come inside. Although we may not go for drinks today, I believe I can introduce you to a few friends." Hagrid's face lit up with excitement at the prospect, but then a look of regret crossed his features as if he had suddenly remembered something. William willingly stepped inside, only to discover that the occupants of the room were, to put it mildly, familiar faces, specifically those who harbored a one-sided animosity towards him. 3 cards lay comfortably in the cauldron, accompanied by a title bestowed upon him. The little witch, most familiar yet mischievous, wore an expression of surprise that swiftly morphed into a well-masked anger. William, who was intimately acquainted with one of the 3, gazed in bewilderment at the other 2, who appeared lost in thought, particularly the one staring intently into the basin, seemingly captivated by some unseen allure within. 3 students. Your friends, perhaps? He mused, his tone reasonable and persuasive. Just as William was poised to commend the trio in his role as a teacher, an awkward incident unfolded. A child named Ron leaned over the large bronze basin and retched, producing an unusually large slug as his vomit. Is this the result of a curse? William's extensive knowledge of dark arts, acquired during his frenzied studies since his release from confinement, enabled him to quickly assess Ron's predicament. He circled around Ron, intending to lift the curse, undeterred by the hostility radiating from the 3 youngsters. After all, despite their animosity, these children had done nothing more than deliver 3 woolly tokens. Could they truly impose confinement upon a student for such trifles? As he pondered, William discerned something amiss. The potency of this curse was remarkably high, far exceeding the capabilities typically exhibited by students, and even among adults, such spells were seldom conjured. Which professor would wield such a malevolent curse against their own students? This seemed excessively punitive. William's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, whether it involved deducting points, imposing confinement, or even assigning detentions. It was unfathomable for a professor to act against a student simply due to superior magical prowess. Not a professor, then? Could Hogwarts have been infiltrated? Or did young Ron inadvertently cast a spell upon himself? William concluded that unless one were to turn their magic against themselves, it was improbable for a spell to spiral out of control in such a manner. Magical defenses typically only failed against magic of a similar nature. It is his wand. Professor, Ron's wand has malfunctioned. William stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds. Could it be that he had indeed cursed himself? If it was self-inflicted, there was little to be done. Fortunately, the spell's effects were not severe, and the complications of counteracting it were more daunting. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to continue purging until he adjusted to the situation. William shook his head. Such circumstances would require a potion for healing. Relying solely on spell casting was a feat reserved for exceptionally powerful wizards. Alternatively, one could employ a deeper curse of similar effect to override the original. But this would only complicate matters further. It seemed wiser to wait for the magical effects to subside naturally. William, is there truly no other method? There is, but it would inflict more suffering, and I do not recommend it. Ron expelled another large mouthful, his complexion growing pale. Yet he lifted his head and, wiping the sweat from his brow, addressed William. Professor, I would like to receive treatment. I feel as though it cannot possibly worsen. Very well, try to endure. Do not cry out. William stepped forward, retrieved his wand, and tapped it gently against Ron's abdomen. Ron's complexion turned pale, then swiftly flushed with color. His nose dripping with mucus, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his tear ducts, his features gradually contorting in distress. He bent over, clutching a basin, and began to retch violently as if attempting to expel his bile. Countless small particles accompanied the gastric fluid, tumbling into the basin, where they began to writhe like tiny spiders the size of grains of rice. Fear etched across his distorted face, his eyes lost their focus, and he swayed unsteadily towards the basin, prompting William to point his wand for the second time. Dispel. William murmured the incantation softly, simultaneously grasping the fainted, unfortunate child. Did you not say you could handle this? Before William could act, the eager Hagrid hurried over and gently lifted Ron as if he were cradling a small chick. One could surmise that Hagrid's punch would be far more formidable than the average wizard's jinx. With this thought in mind, William waved his wand to clear the basin of spiders and other unidentified substances. "Professor, is Ron going to be all right?" Harry inquired eagerly, watching William begin to clean up. Although theoretically, the curse used to cover the incident would at most leave one weak need, it was likely that Ron had either fainted from pain or shock. Nevertheless, William kindly chose to conceal the true reason, reasoning that a bit more sleep would do the boy no harm. After such prolonged vomiting, exhaustion was inevitable. The professor's assurance allowed the two anxious boys to relax, yet an awkwardness soon settled in. As the trio had previously celebrated the start of the school year with their defense against the dark arts professor, who was not this individual. Fortunately, William swiftly dispelled the tension. "Although you are not my students, I am nonetheless intrigued by the fact that this vile curse is far more insulting than harmful. If directed at a person, it could at least be considered a duel. What transpired to warrant such a malicious curse? Forcing someone to expel mucus is far more severe than a mere insult of go eat dung. For some, the effects of this curse are akin to shoving a handful of excrement into their mouth. It is a metaphorical act of spewing filth, and should one encounter a person of passionate temperament, a duel could easily escalate to a matter of life and death." The two initially relaxed boys immediately tensed up, for this professor was indeed capable of deducting points and imposing detentions across year groups. Harry had heard the Weasley twins complain more than once that Professor William had lured them out of the Hogwarts head, only to give them a good thrashing before assigning them detention. Truly a terrifying prospect. "It was Malfoy," Harry exclaimed at lightning speed, quickly and clearly recounting the events of that morning. In essence, it was that student named Malfoy who instigated the trouble, employing extremely derogatory language, prompting Ron to attempt to retaliate with that curse. During the Triwizard Tournament, that same Malfoy had crafted a plethora of negative support items for Harry. That Malfoy seems to have a personal vendetta against you. He excels academically, yet you have overshadowed him? What nonsense, William. The top student in the second year is Hermione. She is undeniably the best in her age group. After ensuring that the unconscious Ron was settled, Hagrid interjected upon hearing William's question. William noticed Hermione's cheeks reddening. Could it be that Hagrid was indeed speaking the truth? It seems this matter does not pertain to academic performance, as Hagrid is not one to lie. Although it may be a bit early for children of your age, I must inquire, did you perhaps steal the affections of that Malfoy fellow? Ha ha ha! Hagrid's hearty laughter erupted, only ceasing when he noticed Harry's unmistakable embarrassment. "William, Harry is merely 12 years old. If that is not the case, then is it simply that he comes from a more affluent background, initially a figure of prominence at school, only to have his reputation eclipsed by yours?" William observed Harry's evident discomfort, yet he managed a reluctant nod. "Disdain for notoriety? Perhaps you should take a leaf from Professor Dumbledore. If he were so concerned with his reputation, he would likely be far more austere than Professor McGonagall. Just imagine how terrifying that would be," William quipped, unabashedly jesting about authority. Hagrid, attempting to stifle a laugh, instead emitted a sound akin to a deflating tire. Thus, due to Malfoy's jealousy, he instigated trouble, resulting in Ron inadvertently rebounding his own spell. William concluded. "Indeed, Professor. Then it stands to reason that Ron was at fault," William asserted. "Professor?" Knowing full well there was an issue with his own wand, why did he not simply use someone else's wand nearby? According to your earlier description, it was right beside him, was it not? The two boys stood momentarily in stunned silence. Is the professor inciting violence? Ahem. Hagrid cleared his throat, causing William to realize the gravity of the situation. He was not in Azkaban boasting with a group of prisoners about how to engage in a brawl, but rather here to educate. The previous guidance suggesting a student could evade responsibility was wholly inappropriate. As a professor, one should never encourage students to engage in fighting. Of course, we are merely hypothesizing. Regardless, fighting among students is never a commendable act, particularly under Professor McGonagall's stringent standards. William hastily amended his remarks. However, as a professor, he could neither employ such language to reprimand nor incite students to adopt disparaging expressions. It was quite vexing. William could not help but covertly roll his eyes at the three Gryffindors, who seemed utterly clueless about how to insult. It was as if they were all in prison, incapable of expressing themselves, having a penchant for violence, yet lacking the finesse of verbal sparring. You should learn how to articulate your grievances. The incident had passed, and it was likely that the other party would not report the professor, especially since none had been cursed. They had narrowly escaped a detention. I still have to serve detention tonight. There's no further discussion to be had. Harry's detention was a consequence of crashing into a school tree while driving. The topic had reached a dead end, and since Harry had nothing novel to contribute, William decided to bid farewell to Hagrid and prepare to venture to the leaky cauldron alone. Considering safety and cost-effectiveness, he ultimately yielded to the ash of the furnace, opting for flue powder. Ahem. As William emerged from the one-way fireplace, the delighted voice of Old Tom reached his ears. "Look who it is. Just a passing traveler. Could you spare me a cup of clear water? A few drops of lemon juice will be splendid." "Clear water? A gallon for a cup, no bargaining. Your heart is darker than that of a tax officer from the Ministry of Magic. Let us just go with a beer then." Old Tom cheerfully poured a beer and made a shushing gesture. "Keep it down. The tax officers are really coming over these days." "So early? The school has just begun." "What else? They would collect taxes weekly if they could." "William, how are things at school?" As William delivered a speech capable of bringing tears to the eyes of fifth graders, Ron and Harry, who had just managed to awaken from their stupor, were struck by an overwhelming blow. Professor McGonagall had finally taken the time to deal with these two rascals who had vandalized the school's property. Why couldn't that professor's magic be a bit stronger? If I could just faint in Hagrid's hut for a day, might I escape this punishment? After Professor McGonagall announced the detention and turned to leave, the unfortunate Ron sighed as he patted Harry's shoulder. "Stronger? Ron, you already fainted." A large copper basin churned with a mass of vomit, as if something strange was writhing within. "What is it? Writhing? Writhing. It's a spider." "A spider?" Ron suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Something began to surge wildly from his throat, and horrific memories resurfaced. Then, Ron. The two screams nearly overlapped, and Professor McGonagall, not far off, immediately turned around, witnessing her students collapsed on the ground. "A magical creature has profoundly recognized you," in awe, "and you have earned a treasure chest." The sudden notification interrupted William, who was regaling Old Tom with amusing anecdotes from school. But he ignored it and continued his previous topic. "That's just how it is. The stairs at Hogwarts are never obedient. I feel like even second-year students know their way better than I do. Fortunately, the portraits are quite friendly to the professors. They are always eager to help when I get lost. You are just like a first-year, young William. Perhaps. First-year students embark on a new life, and so do I. Honestly, if I stayed in that dreadful place any longer, I might end up taking my own life." William took a hearty gulp of beer and concluded with that statement. "All right, I see you're doing well, recognized by the school's staff and students. Finish this drink and be off. What kind of professor drinks themselves into a stupor on a weekend?" Old Tom chided with a laugh, pulling back the drinks within William's reach from the bar. "Is that it? Kicking me out?" William swiftly approached the fire, scattered the flue powder, waved goodbye to Old Tom, and gracefully stepped into the flames. Ahem. Once again, emerging from the fireplace, William began to reflect on his previous escapades, pondering the necessity of covering his mouth and nose before venturing through the flue, rather than attempting to appear gallant. The fireplace in Hogsmeade, due to prolonged use, was enshrouded in ash, even more so than the three broomsticks. Most fireplaces at Hogwarts were not connected to the flue network, and the flames in the professor's chambers were one way. They could emit but not receive, unless permitted by the headmaster, making it impossible for anyone to evade oversight. Unless William were to apply for a temporary route, he would have to retrace his steps through Hogsmeade. However, the application form required Professor McGonagall's approval, a process that was exceedingly cumbersome. Having contemplated whether to order a batch of snacks yesterday, he decided that since he was already en route, a visit to Honeyduke's could be delightful. Thus, he promptly set forth. Before reaching his destination, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Adams, engaged in animated discussion with a group of students, their faces aglow with joy that was palpable even from a distance. "Adams, what are you up to? Do you have remedial lessons this weekend?" William called out from afar. "William, come over here." Adams's booming voice left no room for hesitation, while the students around him chattered incessantly, devoid of the typical constraints of school. "This isn't remedial. It's a club activity," Adams replied, his expression one of obviousness. "A club activity? This is Hogwarts, not a university, let alone a high school in the Neon District. What sort of club activities are you conjuring up? Are you planning to establish a light music department or some such?" The dissonance was striking. Clubs are quite normal. We have a Gobtone Club, Wizards Chess Society, Quidditch. Wait, a Quidditch club? Isn't that the house team? It's not as if only 7 students from a single house enjoy Quidditch. There are many aspiring wizards. Clubs are inherently small, self-organized groups. William began to grasp the concept, albeit bewildered by the light novel-like scenario unfolding before him. "Glad you understand. I'm the supervising teacher for this club. William, would you be interested in joining? I often need to tend to the greenhouse on weekends, leaving me little time to guide the students. Guidance is unnecessary. My knowledge of herbology is not sufficiently profound. I would mislead the students as a supervising teacher." William wisely declined. "Not at all. Our club is the Sweet Herb Society, primarily focused on researching the use of herbs in confectionery to create unique sweets. There's little risk involved. The supervising teacher's main responsibility is to grade the students' debates, lest they quarrel. What a peculiar club. Having been unable to resist the allure of sweets ever since his release from Azkaban, William surrendered without hesitation. Indeed, it is an honor that Honeydukes permits our club to conduct activities in the kitchen during weekends. Adams introduced to William at the entrance of Honeydukes. William was uncertain about how Adams managed to negotiate in advance for the others' consent, yet within a mere 10 minutes, their group arrived at the Honeydukes. Since not all the students were first-timers, William observed two seventh-graders adeptly guiding their peers in changing into their attire and washing their hands. The chef's uniforms, clearly designated for the students, were retrieved from a cabinet. "What are we to do, Adams?" William inquired, glancing at the students who were efficiently waving their wands and commencing their tasks. "We need not do anything. The seventh graders will instruct them in crafting various candies. The herbs have been pre-selected as non-toxic products. All we must do is patiently await the results, then evaluate them and recommend the finest creations to the shopkeeper." Recommend? Indeed, the most exceptional recipes will be purchased by the owner of Honeyduke for a sum of galleons. And the student who invented the candy will have the opportunity to intern at Honeyduke during their 7th year. They have numerous chain stores. "Hey, what? Don't come empty-handed. Use your wand to control the syrup. It's quite hot." Adams cautioned William while simultaneously admonishing the nearby students against misconduct. "You should consider participating in clubs related to dark magic, or dueling, or wizarding self-defense, or perhaps even establish one yourself. This way, when students you admire reach their 7th year, they can seek internships under the auspices of the club. Although transcripts serve as a reference, many industries prefer candidates recommended by professors." William had to concede that clubs held significant influence. Compared to those he had participated in previously, this one seemed markedly more practical. This was undoubtedly tied to the endorsement of the Hogwarts professors, a school that monopolized national education, where the professors commanded an intimidating level of authority, though he himself was an exception, having been coerced into attendance due to a curse. "I might not even manage to teach a full year. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such thoughts." William mentally erected a barrier. Adams sighed, but quickly masked his expression. "You must have confidence in yourself, William. This year there are 2 professors, after all." He trailed off, swallowing his words. For William was a congenial companion, and Professor Lockhart was his idol. He was unwilling to accept any misfortune befalling either of them. Fortunately, at that moment, a student had completed their creations swiftly and presented the crafted sugar cubes on a small plate, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. As William departed from Honeyduke, he was laden with an assortment of student creations and snacks he had purchased, making him appear somewhat plump. Although he was quite willing to stay and joyfully adjudicate the students' products alongside Adams, unlike Adams, he had other commitments that evening. Thankfully, he could still read. Their transcriptions would not impede his reading of those texts, albeit he had to remain vigilant, as those 2 troublemakers seemed likely to sneak a glance at the forbidden tomes unsuitable for them. As he passed through the hallway, William preemptively prepared himself. However, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared, emerging from the shadows like a cat. This time, her expression bore not embarrassment, but a hint of frustration and resignation. "Professor William, have you prepared the books for the Weasley twins to transcribe?" "Indeed, I have. I am planning to have them copy a portion of the school history, along with significant records of commendations and punishments over the years. I inquired with Madame Pants, and there are no complete records available in the school. Professor Binns has also expressed his willingness to correct the transcriptions once they are made. After the books are compiled, Madame Pants has agreed to include them in the school library, with Professor Binns serving as the editor. The Weasley twins will also have their names inscribed in the book, which will be a point of honor." William articulated his plan, considering that Professor McGonagall had suggested he expand the workload. He decided to involve Professor Binns. Although the bulk of the task would not be assigned to the twins, the portion of the workload they would undertake could easily overwhelm them. It is worth noting that Hogwarts has been established for nearly a millennium, and anyone who has perused historical texts knows the torment involved in compiling such a lengthy history. Yet Professor Binns, regardless of how many hours he labors, would never succumb to overwork, allowing William to shift the primary burden onto him without a twinge of moral hesitation. "School history?" McGonagall inquired. "Yes, Professor McGonagall, school history. Mr. Filch possesses ample records to support this, and the library's collection can provide the majority of reference materials. Although the task of compiling the school history is monumental, we can certainly manage it in phases, as the students have sufficient time in detention to contribute." "Professor William, that is a task that might take a decade to complete," she replied. "It's of no concern, Professor McGonagall. Professor Binns is more than capable." As long as the editor maintains control, replacing students 1T compromised the reliability of the school history. If Professor Binns is willing, this history could take a century to compile, and eventually, the names of the students involved could be published in a book, which would be an honor. McGonagall pondered for a moment and remarked, a remarkably visionary proposal. This suggestion regarding the school history is the finest I have heard in recent years. I believe we need not worry about inappropriate punishments for students for quite some time. However, the matter of the school history is of great significance, and I must first consult with Dumbledore. I suspect he will have no objections. If all goes well, the Board of Governors will swiftly approve this proposal, and the necessary funding will be allocated promptly. Necessary funding? William was taken aback. The editor was already in place. All materials were at the school, and the transcribers were students in detention. What funding could possibly be required? Furthermore, how did the Board of Governors become involved? Fortunately, having studied diligently for his exams and drawing on his prior reading, William quickly arrived at a plausible answer. It seemed that the construction of bridges necessitated the engraving of monuments, perhaps. At that moment, 3 red-haired children appeared in William's office. 2 of them were identical, prompting William to feel an irresistible urge to play a game of spot the difference. Why is there one more? He questioned. Ron, what brings you to detention as well? William mused, cradling his aching head. Was Professor McGonagall concerned about a lack of manpower and decided to send an additional student his way? After all, this was detention, not an experiment. Why would so many hands be necessary? Was he expected to concoct potions here? Unexpectedly, Ron, who had been thrust into detention, blushed and remained silent, which raised William's eyebrows. What was the matter with the boy? Just this morning, he had helped lift a curse, and by evening, he seemed unrecognizable. Professor, Ron is simply shy. After all, he is the first student from Gryffindor to be frightened by Filch. A brother, whose identity was indistinguishable from the others, chimed in gleefully. Frightened by Filch? That seems implausible. When I reviewed the records, the administrator was lamenting how the school's prohibition of corporal punishment has led to increasingly unruly students. How could such a policy suddenly reverse? You see, Professor, when Ron was frightened, many witnessed it. They distinctly heard him collapse upon Professor McGonagall, announcing his detention with Filch. Indeed, this incident had left Professor McGonagall in a prolonged state of anger, ultimately leading her to consult with Mr. Filch before sending Ron to William's care. The twins, indistinguishable as they narrated the tale, could easily have been mistaken for Slytherins divulging secrets about Gryffindor, if not for their presence before William. Are you truly brothers? Silence, George. And you too, Fred. Professor, I am Fred, and he is George. Are you two engaged in a comedy routine? William shot them a fierce glare, prompting the 2 unruly lads to realize this was no quarrel, but rather a collective detention. It was rather peculiar that all 3 students were not his, yet had found their way to his charge for detention. Was he inadvertently inviting trouble upon himself? I have conferred with Professor McGonagall. You 3 are tasked with organizing the archives. Extract the significant information and compile it into a cohesive volume. Once completed, this compilation will be forwarded to Professor Binns for inclusion in the school history. I expect each of you to approach this task with seriousness. Upon the completion of the school history, your names will be inscribed among the contributors, which I believe is far more edifying than washing chamber pots. School history? The trio exclaimed in unison, marveling at the prospect. Indeed, the history of the school, nearly a millennium of chronicles, will be meticulously compiled by Professor Binns and archived within the library. This is not a fleeting endeavor. You may very well not see its completion before your graduation. However, when it is finished, every student who contributed will have their name recorded for posterity, available for future generations to discover. William did not shy away from painting a grand vision. Mischief-loving students often crave the spotlight, and the notion of contributing to a historical tome with their names immortalized therein perfectly satisfied their deepest aspirations. The audible inhalations of the 3 students served as a perfect affirmation of William's perspective. He even perceived their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Every grand historical narrative must have a beginning, and although the initial segment was crafted by Professor Binns, the comprehensive references from which we shall develop our work originate from our side. The drawer on the table contains materials I procured from Mr. Filch. Each of you may select a drawer, and our work for the evening may commence. It has been proven that no matter how splendid a promise appears, it remains illusory until it is realized. William, confident in the magnitude of his aspirations, could not alter the fact that the task at hand was exceedingly tedious and uninspiring. Only a select few can extract intrigue from the vast tapestry of history. The majority are merely captivated by the trivial gossip of the past. Before the night had fully unfolded, William observed a noticeable decline in the 3 copyists' engagement. They no longer eagerly perused the materials and exchanged insights as they had at the outset. The quills in their hands seemed to bear an oppressive weight. Embellishments could not disguise their fatigue. All right, let us pause our work and indulge in some chocolate. It will refresh both your mind and body. William cheerfully handed each student a cup while rising to retrieve a record from the nearest drawer. George, Fred, keep up the good work. This record is quite fascinating. If you tire from transcribing, feel free to take a look. The two students accepted the record with curiosity, while the youngest, Ron, attempted to peer over, only to be jostled aside by his brothers. Well, isn't it intriguing? William sipped his hot chocolate, his eyes narrowing with pleasure. The paper was a special provision from Mr. Felch, one of the disciplinary records concerning the Weasley twins. In truth, there was an entire drawer filled with their infractions. Let us strive to organize these records. I certainly do not wish for the task to be handed off to other students halfway through, as the transition of files can be exceedingly complex, often leading to duplications. William spoke with a smile, yet the twins felt as though they had suddenly plunged into a frigid abyss. If those records were presented to them individually, they might have laughed at one another's missteps that led to their capture. However, the concept shifted dramatically if the records were to be compiled by other students. Particularly, with Ron currently in detention, the prospect of him viewing those records could spell doom for the twins. George, do you think Ginny will end up in detention? Fred conveyed a message through his gaze. I'm not sure. Aside from Percy's big head and the newly enrolled Ginny, we've all been in trouble. I feel Ginny is less likely to get caught than Percy. They nodded in silent agreement, and after a brief respite, they resumed their work at a pace that was twice as swift in the bewildered eyes of Ron. Completely bewildered by the events unfolding around him, Ron gazed in utter confusion. He had never witnessed his fearless twin brothers so thoroughly frightened. As he turned his attention to William, he observed him savoring a delightful sip of hot chocolate, relishing the moment. Life is truly splendid, despite the twins' unprecedented enthusiasm in completing their tasks. As evening approached and the lights were about to be extinguished, they had managed to accomplish only a small fraction of their work. William nodded approvingly at the three students, acknowledging their efforts for the night. Well done today. Tomorrow, you shall enjoy a half-day's reprieve, but be back by 8 in the evening to continue. It was well understood that daytime referred to the hours before midnight, yet William, keen to prevent any attempts to evade their confinement, firmly established the return time. The three Weasley brothers departed the professor's office, their expressions brimming with relief, while William concluded his evening's duties. Theoretically, he ought to retire for the night. However, whether it was due to an abundance of daytime slumber or the excitement of seeing old Tom, slumber eluded him completely. A thought struck him. Why not take a stroll? Once this notion emerged, it could not be suppressed. Curfews applied only to students, not to professors. Without further ado, William donned his attire, secured the office door, and made his way toward the castle's grand entrance. At this hour, Hogwarts Castle was nearly devoid of student activity. Even the portraits had succumbed to slumber, prompting William to instinctively soften his footsteps. Suddenly, as he rounded a corner, a flickering lamp appeared. Amused, he halted, watching the swiftly moving light, and called out, "Do not be alarmed. It is I, William. Professor William. I thought it was upperclassmen attempting to sneak out over the weekend. You see, they're always up to such antics," Filch remarked with a mix of regret and respect. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk. Has the castle's main entrance been locked?" Mr. Filch proudly boasted about the lock, noting that for the one who cast the spell, it was likely impervious to ordinary wizards, even through brute force. "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Filch. It has indeed been quite some time since I last gazed upon the starry sky." "Not at all, Professor. The night sky over Hogwarts is particularly breathtaking. If you wouldn't mind, could you assist me in apprehending any students lingering outside the castle? Their audacity seems to be growing. Last year, I even caught a first-year student out after hours." "A first-year student?" William exclaimed, slightly taken aback. It was inconceivable that an 11-year-old, typically deprived of sleep, would be out at such an hour. Was the allure of the Hogwarts stars truly that compelling? If one isn't gazing at the stars, isn't it a tad early for a first year to be out? "Who is it?" William instinctively inquired. "The Weasley child and his two companions, Professor. If you ask me, none of the Weasley children are particularly easy to manage. One cannot solely attribute blame to the Weasley family. The remaining two are hardly trouble-free children." William had just contemplated voicing this thought when he was abruptly reminded of an entire drawer filled with disciplinary records he had recently perused. To put it plainly, the number of infractions recorded does not correlate directly with the frequency of violations, but rather with the instances of being caught. Given the caliber of those twin brothers, It is difficult for William to imagine that each of their misdeeds resulted in capture. Judging by the plethora of records in that drawer, it seems they must have mastered the art of evasion long ago. As William nodded in agreement, Mr. Filch began to relinquish his patrol duties, guiding William towards the castle entrance. Upon their arrival in the great hall, a haughty cat made a sudden appearance. Filch approached the feline, affectionately stroking its head before turning to inquire of William. A curse on a cat? William crouched down, scrutinizing the excessively thin creature. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently declared, "There is no curse, at least none that my knowledge suggests. She appears more frightened than anything else. Are there students mistreating cats? They wouldn't dare. Besides, the portraits in the castle keep a watchful eye. No one would risk such a severe breach of school rules. It is likely she encountered some peculiar creature. Certain nefarious beings are particularly intent on instilling fear. For them, a cat serves as an excellent conduit for terror. When I have some leisure time tomorrow, I shall explore the corners of the castle, as those entities tend to linger there." William's mind conjured various frightful creatures, such as boggarts. "Very well, thank you, Professor. I shall patrol outside the castle in an hour and will wait for you at the entrance for 10 minutes. Should you miss me, I will remain there after completing my patrol, though it may be rather late by then." William nodded vigorously, appreciating the administrator's zealousness, though he found it peculiar that he was so fixated on punishing students. It had been ages since he had the chance to admire the starry sky. Fortunate that Hogwarts was free from pollution. William wandered alone across the lawn, seeking the most comfortable patch of grass to recline and gaze at the stars. In the absence of other students, such a spot was easily found. However, as he lay back and reflected upon the celestial display, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Within his line of sight, two furtive figures emerged from a thicket, glancing around before heedlessly settling down. Students, perhaps? Indeed, they had ventured out of the castle for a midnight rendezvous. William found himself torn between the decision to intervene or not. If he chose to apprehend them, his reputation among the students would likely suffer a new rumor, having already been labeled as one who chases after truants. He would soon be known for catching couples in the dead of night. How unfortunate! He had only been a professor for a week. For the sake of his future reputation, could he really take action? Yet, if he refrained, what kind of professor would he be? They would freely flaunt their affection while he stood by. Amidst his internal conflict, he finally discerned one of the two figures beneath the brilliant starlight, a head of fiery red hair, shining resplendently. The unfortunate child, amidst a group of miscreants, finds himself the first to be apprehended. Is he truly oblivious to the need for concealment? William nearly recognized the individual in question. If memory serves him correctly, it is a student, Percy Weasley. To arrest one's own pupil, surely this does not equate to the previous instance of cross-district enforcement? Yet, William's thoughts soon became tangled. If his recollection is accurate, there are currently 5 Weasleys at the school. By seizing this one, he would effectively have 4 others confined under his watchful eye, excluding the youngest. Of course, ahem, William exerted considerable effort to clear his throat. Ultimately, skipping class to frequent a tavern is not entirely comparable to sneaking out of the castle for a rendezvous. What lesson would he impart by detaining them? To discourage romantic pursuits? Almost every wizarding family eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next generation, given the consistently low birth rate among witches and wizards. In this realm, apprehending early romances is certainly not the norm. As for escaping the castle, it hardly qualifies as a grave offense. Thus, William resolved to turn a blind eye. However, to his astonishment, upon finishing his cough, the 2 young individuals exchanged glances before turning their attention toward him. What were these 2 foolish deer up to? When they faced William, their expressions mirrored an unmistakable fear. Surely, they would take flight now? Yet, William had overestimated their resolve. They merely exchanged another glance, their faces paling, and slowly approached him, resembling condemned prisoners being led to the gallows. Cough, cough. William cleared his throat once more, prompting the girl beside Percy to suddenly react. She tugged at Percy's hand, and the pair paused momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. Then, exchanging a glance, they fled with remarkable speed, their backs turned to William. As William watched the bright red hair glimmering under the starlight, he couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. How could these 2 be so naive? Especially Percy. He could have at least attempted to be discreet. With hair like that, who could possibly remain oblivious? Nevertheless, the grassy expanse was finally devoid of any extraneous individuals, granting William the precious opportunity to gaze at the stars in peace. When William encountered Percy Weasley again, it was the following Monday of the 2nd week. As he organized the essays and magically affixed a series of images to the blackboard, a distinct sound of disappointment resonated among the students. "What do you desire, Miss Charlotte?" if not images? William inquired, gesturing dramatically towards the pictures. Would you like me to capture a thunderbird or perhaps a dragon? Are you certain it is I who will be capturing them and not the other way around? The students erupted into laughter. The magical creatures depicted were among the rarest and most formidable. Any wizard with a modicum of knowledge in magical zoology would readily comprehend that such beings are not easily subdued by a single wizard. Let me see. How many of you chose to pursue jobs closer to home after graduation? William queried. As anticipated, only 4 hands were raised. Capable of navigating the challenging environment of Hogwarts to reach a level sufficient to participate in advanced classes. The majority possessed a robust sense of adventure. After all, those who work in offices at the Ministry of Magic, apart from a few who frequently venture outside, do not need to learn even the most basic protective spells. As William spoke, he gestured with his wand, causing the image from the nearest painting to materialize in midair. This was a spell he had recently mastered on a Sunday. Although graduation is still some time away, a little knowledge about these creatures, which can be perilous when encountered in the wild, would not be amiss. This is merely one of the more terrifying ones, the Niffler. This statement elicited an expected wave of laughter from the students. I'm not here to impart lessons on magical creatures, but I believe you should have studied the habits and preferences of these little imps. However, you must remember that these beings are notorious for their insatiable greed for anything that glimmers, including but not limited to coins, buttons, metal clasps from tents, and iron rings from boots. You there at the front, what is your name? William fixed his gaze on the most animated student. Jack Cook, Professor. I'm a Hufflepuff. Excellent. Mr. Cook, would you kindly remove all the metal buttons from your clothing and take a few steps forward? Buttons? Indeed, buttons. You may use magic to fasten your garments in any manner you wish. He complied, removing the buttons and conjuring a long strip of fabric to thread through the buttonholes, securing his clothing and boots tightly, all the while wearing a cooperative yet defiant expression directed at William. Charlotte, Mr. Cook owes you 50 galleons and intends to default. You've caught him. The stunning spell would be an excellent choice, so go ahead. William spoke at a rapid pace, and the witch named Charlotte, filled with delight, drew her wand to execute the professor's command. However, Cook was equally alert and instinctively drew his wand, attempting to dodge while retaliating. But the temporary strips of fabric seemed to have a mind of their own, particularly around his boots. Just as his trousers threatened to slip down, William intervened, resecuring the strips and dispelling Charlotte's spell. All right, the game is over. The galleons are forfeited. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw each earned 2 points. The makeshift straps naturally loosened, and one unfortunate wizard earned the moniker of the bare-bottomed, due to his buttonless trousers severely hindering his escape. This unfortunate soul had to resort to the severing charm with great discomfort to remedy his predicament. The room erupted with laughter. The truth behind this incident was of a smuggling team that was cornered by enforcement officers. The individual involved had to ride a broomstick in a rather compromised state for half an hour due to the hindrance of his trousers, ultimately abandoning the search for them in favor of receiving treatment for frostbite. Of course, the Niffler was to blame for it all. It should be resolved soon. Let us see about tomorrow during the day. I dare not speak too confidently now, lest I end up contradicting myself. You should have some idea of what your essays should entail, William remarked with a casual smile at the gathered students. Thus, today's lesson concludes. We shall reconvene next week. A group of students streamed out of the classroom, engaging in lively discussions about the course material. For children of this age, the allure of adventure always stirs the heart. Although their professor did not bring forth a dragon, which left them somewhat disappointed, merely hearing tales of adventure was enough to ignite their excitement. Indeed, being an adventurer is a commendable profession. At least one does not have to worry about a disgruntled assailant during sleep. In fact, when confronted with a wand pointed in their direction, one could calmly assert, "You have the wrong person. The smuggler is asleep by the fire next door." William, while tidying up his notes, was amused by a sudden joke that flitted through his mind, only to realize that a student lingered at the classroom door. Had the comfort of life dulled his vigilance? Lost in self-reflection, William stepped out of the classroom and recognized the 2 figures standing there, familiar faces he had seen just the previous night. "What's the matter, Percy? Do you need something?" William inquired, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "Professor, about last night." It was evident that the boy had mustered considerable courage to come forward, clearly a student who had never been in trouble before. William had heard of this student from other professors. Even Professor McGonagall had taken the time to introduce him. This young man was a paragon of academic excellence among the 6th graders, having displayed remarkable learning capabilities as early as 3rd grade, and achieving certificates in all 12 subjects during the 5th grade graduation exams. Observing the way Percy was trying to hide his feelings, William suspected that any capacity for mischief had been entirely inherited by his younger siblings. "Was there something that happened last night, Percy?" he asked. This question seemed to perplex the young Weasley, who had come forward to confess. William smiled at him, saying, "The stars were beautiful last night. I hardly noticed anything else." To William's surprise, it appeared that not imposing any punishment on Percy was the most significant punishment of all. After William declined to acknowledge having seen him the previous evening, the boy left in a sullen mood. Was it possible that this child was so steadfastly rule-abiding that he believed all mistakes must be met with punishment, even to the point of not forgiving himself? As William closed the classroom door, he pondered this thought. "William, finished with your class?" Adams lay languidly in a rocking chair in the staff lounge, exuding an air of complete exhaustion. However, William knew that it was not merely the greenhouse herbs that had worn him out. Adams had pulled a night shift to assist the 7th graders in their herbology, and he was utterly drained. There was little choice. Professor Sprout, being of advanced age, clearly could not endure a full night. "I've finished. It went quite well, albeit slightly off topic. The students seemed to enjoy it, and I managed to lay the groundwork for my intended lesson. By the way, why are there so few people in the staff lounge today?" "Quidditch," Adams replied tersely, as if the mere mention of it drained him further. "Quidditch? Yes. The first-year flying lessons are about to commence, and Madam Hooch needs to inspect the brooms ahead of time. The professors have all made excuses to help out and are over on the lawn." Adams displayed an expression akin to an overzealous cultivator, rapidly articulating a lengthy series of statements, as if he were imploring William to dash immediately to the lawn and partake in Quidditch. Understanding that Adams had likely slumbered for less than 3 hours, William chuckled and shook his head, then departed the common room, as desired. Primarily, William harbored a keen interest in flying broomsticks, despite the fact that, theoretically speaking, he had been apprehended on a broomstick and imprisoned in Azkaban. The act of soaring through the air, it seemed, necessitated the assistance of broomsticks, a notion that defied both scientific and magical logic. As he made his way away from the castle, these thoughts crossed William's mind. Yet, at that moment, he was entirely unconcerned with the distinctions between science and magic. Since his arrival in the wizarding world, he had yet to personally grasp a broomstick. The September sun was sufficiently warm, yet not scorching, and with recent dry weather, the temperature at Hogwarts was perfectly suited for human habitation, neither too warm nor too cool. On this Monday, there were hardly any students outside the castle, and the lawn, meticulously maintained by house elves, was visually pleasing, tempting one to recline upon it and indulge in the luxury of wasting an entire morning. However, William had no intention of idling away his time. Compared to the allure of the broomstick, the lawn held little appeal. After all, it was a flight he sought, and if he did not seize this opportunity, he would have to purchase a broomstick himself, and with his tendency to procrastinate, who could say when that would happen? As William meandered towards the lawn, his mind wandered. Suddenly, the voices of other professors pierced through his reverie. Professor William. Professor William. It was Singe who, when not at the pub, was rather vivacious. "I'm here. I heard you were conducting an inspection. Let me see if there's anything I can assist with." William smiled in response. "You're too late. We completed our inspection. There were no significant issues, and we were preparing for a trial flight. But it seemed rather mundane, so we decided to engage in a simplified game of Quidditch instead." Professor Ketterburn beamed with a radiant smile. Yet William sensed that the latter part of his statement was the crux of the matter. Indeed, these professors had intentionally emerged for merriment. Even Madam Hooch, who was responsible for such activities, appeared exuberantly enthusiastic, leading William to suspect he had underestimated the allure of Quidditch. Perhaps even the headmaster would be delighted to join in. As for Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmaster, William had heard tales of her previous participation in the school team. "Just right. We're short one player. William, you join us as a batsman. If time is of the essence, we need not bother with the golden snitch," Professor Ketterburn cheerfully declared, adopting the demeanor of a referee. "Ah, well, you may not believe it, but I used to make a living at this, though I haven't touched a broomstick in ages. Not skilled?" Upon William's honest admission of his lack of experience with broomsticks, Professor Ketterburn expressed astonishment. Thereafter, William truly experienced the sensation of being the center of attention, surrounded entirely by professors, all of whom possessed an inherent inclination to instruct others. "Professor William, there is no need to be anxious. Broomsticks are quite obedient. You merely need to stand before it. Indeed, extend your right hand, place it beside the broom, and then simply call out 'rise.'" Another professor interjected enthusiastically. "Why do you all appear to be mere spectators, akin to those fervently directing a live broadcast?" William found himself encircled by a cadre of professors, relishing the privilege of being tutored by the most esteemed faculty in all of the British magical community. if they were not instructing a flying class. He felt he might weep with joy. However, in light of the collective scrutiny, William had no choice but to obediently endure the professor's critiques of his stance. Well then, have you noted down the key points, young William? Professor Catterburn's animated expression imparted a sense of impending triumph akin to that of a decisive penalty kick. It's merely flying, nothing to be alarmed about, Professor. Yet, Professor Catterburn appeared oblivious to William's retorts, gleefully clapping with his remaining hand. Are you ready? Now, let us count down. 3, 2, 1, prepare. Rise. Suppressing his embarrassment, William shouted the incantation before the gathering of professors. The broom rolled on the ground and spun halfway around, transforming from eye to eye. The surrounding professors momentarily paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Well, it seems it has gone on strike, William shrugged, dramatically spreading his arms. At that moment, as long as he felt no embarrassment, he would indeed feel none. Madam Horkin, should I replace the broom, or continue attempting to coax it to life? Madam Horkin, a rarity among the group for not laughing, having witnessed countless new students falter in her capacity as a flying instructor, replied, Professor William, just keep trying. It is uncommon for anyone to succeed on their first attempt. After approximately 10 minutes, William successfully grasped the fundamentals of flying, or rather, he had merely brushed against the threshold of understanding. He was now capable of soaring 2 meters above the ground. Well, it seems Professor William cannot partake in our game for the time being, Madam Horkin. You shall take on the role of the batter. Professor Catterburn solemnly invited Madam Horkin after observing William's efforts for a full 10 minutes. All participating professors ascended to a height of 10 meters, with even the onlookers riding their brooms to the same altitude. William had anticipated that the professors might find riding brooms somewhat embarrassing, yet appeared their perspective on brooms was akin to that of bicycles. Professor William, be prepared with your wand, ready to save yourself should the broom go awry, and also ensure that it does not fly off and injure any students. 2 meters is the optimal height for beginners. Any higher, and an uncontrollable broom becomes unmanageable, Professor Singed earnestly advised, then soared into the air, reaching the 10-meter mark. What's this? Newbies have no rights? William mused inwardly as he observed the crowd elevating into the sky. Subsequently, he mounted his broom and tentatively soared upwards, accelerating, braking, and turning, thoroughly enjoying the solitary flight. If they choose not to include me, so be it. Flying is still quite delightful. Having soared for quite a while, William found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the mere 2 meters of airspace. Even standing on a bus would afford him greater elevation. Thus, he called out toward the heights. Professor Singed, what level of mastery must one achieve to fly higher? True to his role as a professor of flight, Singed promptly proposed an almost impeccable training regimen. William harbored serious doubts regarding the professor's prior experience with such training plans, particularly given that first-year students often struggled with the bubblehead charm, which ultimately led to its abandonment. However, the charm posed no challenge for William. After all, many potions emitted odors more terrifying than a microwave-esque explosion of durian. Consequently, the bubblehead charm had become an indispensable protective spell for potion making. Newly acquainted with a mode of transportation, one often feels an irresistible urge to take it everywhere. Even to the restroom, William was no exception. With the students occupied in class, he gleefully soared on his broomstick, hovering and gliding 2 meters above the ground until he reached the Black Lake. This was the largest lake on campus, and due to class time, it was devoid of students. Despite its size, the lake was quite gentle, rescuing a new student every few years and also saving numerous adventurers attempting to treasure hunt at its depths. Hagrid emphasized this last point, clearly implying that some students, much like the Weasley brothers, believed the lake held secrets beneath its surface. William chastised himself for not considering a visit to the Black Lake while stargazing on Saturday. Gazing at the shimmering waters, he couldn't help but reflect on his own folly. The twinkling stars combined with the lake's own glimmer, coupled with magical protections, offered a far more comfortable experience than chasing young couples on the lawn. Yet, amidst his musings, he recalled his purpose for being there. He needed to cast the bubblehead charm upon himself, lest an unforeseen incident arise and he be caught unprepared. He knew that flying too high posed risks. Should the broom lose control, it would plunge into the lake, resulting in an inevitable collision with the water. A higher altitude would only invite trouble. Ready with his offensive spells, he understood that the placid lake surface could lead to injury upon entry, so casting a barrier spell to disrupt the water would be prudent. As he hovered above the Black Lake, meticulously planning his next moves, he pondered the potential embarrassment of breaking a leg or an arm during a flying lesson. The fifth-year students, consumed by their exam madness, would undoubtedly find it humorous. With such resolve, William recalibrated his strategy once more. Achoo! He sneezed loudly. Who is talking about me? He mumbled as he drew his broom from the chilling waters. The levitation charm allowed him to effortlessly glide away from the lake, sparing him the awkwardness of swimming. Gradually steering himself towards the shore, broom in one hand and wand in the other, he floated about a meter above the black lake, reminiscent of a graceful aerial dancer, provided one did not observe too closely. To achieve distinction before others, one must endure hardships in solitude, he reminded himself, striving to ignore the incessantly dripping water from his clothing and broom, feeling immensely relieved that neither professors nor fellow students were nearby. Yet the incessant droplets falling upon the water's surface captured the attention of the aquatic creatures as a sizable base emerged, peering at the surface, perhaps wondering if some unfortunate insect had inadvertently plunged into the water. At that moment, when William sensed a ripple on the surface, his gaze met that of the fishes. 10 minutes later, by the shores of Black Lake, William contentedly tended to a fire. The convenience of magic was undeniable, despite the apparent lack of fuel. Igniting such a robust flame was remarkably effortless. Although his robe had been magically cleansed, William could not shake the feeling that basking in the warmth of the fire rendered him more at ease. Remarkably, having been submerged, his broomstick remained impervious to moisture, attesting to the meticulous craftsmanship involved in its creation. He anticipated being airborne once more shortly. As he muttered to himself, William flipped the broomstick to ensure it dried evenly. Turning his attention to the skewered base, he found himself in a quandary. Should he summon Bart? Bart, the house elf of Hogwarts, was ostensibly affiliated with the school, yet most often served William, a benefit afforded to professors. At this distance, the house elf could easily be called upon. Although William had prepared the fish, he found himself lacking even a pinch of salt. Bart could effortlessly procure the necessary spices, yet doing so would inevitably reveal the predicament of William's previous fall into the water. After all, the broomstick had yet to dry completely. Just a little longer, he mused. While it was indeed my broom that flew too high and plunged into the lake, such an explanation would hardly uphold my dignity as a professor. As William deemed the broomstick sufficiently dried, a voice suddenly broke the silence. You skip class too? What do you mean to? Furthermore, my reputation among the students is already tarnished. Must you wayward students report to Mr. Filch without disrupting the otherwise cordial relationship I maintain with them? William grumbled as he turned to discover which unfortunate student had dared to seek refuge in the presence of a professor while skipping class. However, this was one of the rare instances where he was caught off guard. Upon turning, he found no one's drawn, but rather a first-year girl, gazing intently at the skewered base with a rather sorrowful expression. Could it be that she had formed an attachment to the fish? A peculiar thought struck William. During his lesson preparations yesterday, he had learned that some individuals possessed the ability to communicate with specific magical creatures. Although this base seemed far removed from the realm of magical beings, one could never be certain with magic, could one? Are you planning to roast it? It's still alive, and with the right potion, it could survive the ordeal. William's mind was immediately filled with thoughts of the ordinary methods he employed for fishing. In circumstances devoid of dark magic and peculiar magical creatures, losing any part of one's body would undoubtedly pose significant troubles. Yet they were troubles that could be resolved. Although it seemed wasteful to expend effort on a single fish, aiding a fledgling friend was a worthy endeavor, especially since he was a professor. This was a base, poised for steaming. Crack! William distinctly heard the sound of something shattering. Before he could react, a first-year student adeptly retrieved a pot, knife, cutting board, an assortment of seasonings, and finally a chef's hat and apron from a small bag. Was that bag filled entirely with kitchen utensils? As William marveled at whether the student had transferred from a culinary school to Hogwarts, the young scholar had already set up the pot and began preparing the base, sprinkling salt to marinate it. Hufflepuff, 4th year, Selma Leong. 4th year? William glanced at her height and subtly shook his head. Moreover, skipping class right under a professor's nose. Are you certain you are not a Gryffindor student? Their students lack such audacity. Furthermore, I made an appearance at the opening ceremony. I would dare say I frequent the dining hall, but I certainly show up at least twice a day. It has been a week, my dear girl. How is it that you have yet to recognize me? You are a Ravenclaw? 6th year? 5th year? 7th year is not entirely out of the question. I recognize all the Hufflepuffs, and Gryffindor only recently added new members to the lower years. It is only Ravenclaw that would skip classes in these days to practice flying. Anticipating tryouts for the house team, she refrained from mentioning Slytherin, as most of their lower years are tolerable, while the upper years hardly speak to students from other houses. The water boiled. It had been nearly 10 minutes, and it was time to steam the fish. There is nothing wrong with a passion for Quidditch. Secretly practicing is merely a testament to one's dedication. Look at me. I love cooking and joined Hufflepuff, diligently studying menus for quite some time. And now that I see quality ingredients, I cannot resist the urge to take action. Therefore, taking half of it is perfectly reasonable. I assent to it. William nodded affirmatively. He was only familiar with grilling fish, and truly did not comprehend the intricacies of preparing different kinds of fish deliciously. Indeed, conversing with a Ravenclaw student was a breeze. She spoke with an air of maturity that belied her fourth-year status, calling herself this little one. Observing her familiarity, William felt reluctant to expose her to the harsh realities of life. Yet, soon enough, her pride swelled as the base was presented from the pot. Her face radiated an uncontainable pride. That was a treasured asset of the school, saving numerous drowning individuals each year. Why would you provide me with a reason to impose your detention? Unable to withstand it any longer, I shall see you at noon tomorrow. The writing was somewhat amiss. Having just recovered from a cold, I could no longer resist the urge to write. Selma, it saves countless lives each year. It would be exceedingly unfair to have designs on it. William resolved to give her one last opportunity, believing that merely voicing his concerns could serve as a lesson. For punishing without teaching would be excessive. I am aware. Otherwise, I would have acted long ago. Although I anticipate that I may ultimately refrain from taking action. One must still harbor aspirations. Perhaps one day, I might persuade it to sacrifice a leg willingly. Are you suggesting persuasion with a wand? Why would it willingly offer you a leg when it is perfectly fine? While William pondered whether to deduct points or impose detention, classmate Selma had already portioned and handed out the base. On the 8th day at Hogwarts, the weather was clear. The flying broomstick is truly remarkable. Despite some unexpected occurrences during the test flight, they do not diminish the allure of this exhilarating sport. When I returned the broom to Madame Hooch, she expressed her delight and assured me that I could borrow the school's brooms at any time. Although they may be somewhat outdated, I guarantee that they function as well as new ones. She is indeed a generous individual. Acquiring my own flying broom should be prioritized. It proves to be even more user-friendly than I had anticipated. Under certain circumstances, it surpasses the convenience of apparition. It appears that my culinary skills from yesteryear need to be rekindled. And today we had a rather outspoken Hufflepuff in 4th year, whose ambitions may have strayed somewhat, yet still commendable, though she vanished rather swiftly. The base was delectable. I inquired with Pat, who informed me that the house elves in the cafeteria do not prepare this dish, but they will be willing to try. A new week, a fresh beginning. It's been a while, children. On Tuesday morning, William stood at the podium, presenting a sincere smile to all the students. Although it may not rival Gilderoy Lockhart's award-winning grin, this smile radiated confidence and a zest for life, capable of liberating anyone mired in despair. Unfortunately, the attention of all present was not drawn to his smile. Rather, their expressions were tinged with anxiety and trepidation, entirely stemming from the hefty, mountain-like paper bag on the podium. The audible gulping in the classroom was unmistakable, prompting Nancy to wish she could immediately lower her head and hide. Fortunately, all eyes were fixated on the substantial bag, sparing her from embarrassment. Yet again a test, and once more, a daunting one. While fifth-year students like her had been diligently preparing throughout the week, the dread from last week's examination did not dissipate easily. Well, I trust you can surmise our intentions. Indeed, a test. However, the content this time is straightforward, and I assure you all will pass effortlessly, as this is a first-year examination. As William's words resonated through the room, a collective sigh of relief echoed. The papers were swiftly distributed to the students, and Nancy did not rush to begin. Instead, she unfolded the exam and swiftly scanned the questions. Indeed, it was a first-year test, so simple that it barely covered the entirety of the first-year material. For fifth-year students, these questions were remarkably trivial, particularly in a theoretical context. In practical application, one could argue they posed no challenge whatsoever. The professor believed the previous examination was overly challenging. Thus this time, he aimed to instill a sense of confidence in us. Speed, my dear students, this is merely a first-grade exam. Surely, you do not expect me to generously grant you an additional half hour or more to complete it. If you entertain such notions, I suggest you consider auditing first grade. Although the school lacks such a precedent, I am confident that Professor McGonagall would readily approve my request. The professor urged from the podium, a hint of amusement in his voice. However, Nancy felt there was something amiss. Could it truly be fair for fifth graders to be allotted the same time as first graders? As for auditing, what a ludicrous idea. The first graders would undoubtedly find it laughable. 20 minutes. Do what you can within that time. If you take too long on first grade problems, how do you think the first graders would perceive this examination? Please, Professor, spare us. If they had been assigned first grade questions from the outset, they would likely have been far less compliant. Yet now, The first grade problems seemed to elicit joy. After all, students are still students, and casting spells is merely a skill, one I possess as well. William chuckled as he laid open the textbook to the first grade content he intended to discuss, knowing he could not abandon the fifth grade curriculum. Every little bit counts. These children had finally begun to display a less aversive attitude towards knowledge. Regardless, after the exam, they would surely engage in diligent self-study. So there was no need to fret over their capacity to absorb information. After all, the exam paper was designed with simplicity at the beginning, while the latter sections offered a plethora of intriguing challenges. He had once heard of Huang Xing firing 3 shots, which heralded the onset of the Huanghuaging uprising. With that statement, one could easily derive multiple choice questions. Nevertheless, this time, he moderated the difficulty of the examination. Unless one had been idling about and had consistently scored near failing since first grade, passing should not pose a challenge. However, achieving high marks, who could attain such a feat? William was audacious enough to grant permission to those who would not require self-study in the classroom. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed, and William collected the examination papers. For self-study, read 20 pages shortly. We shall review the exam and delve into the next grade's content before we proceed with new lessons, William proclaimed, tapping the thick stack of papers in his hand, assigning tasks to the quiet students. The classroom was enveloped in profound silence, punctuated only by the rustling of pages. Not a whisper could be heard. Some students were still grappling with existential doubts, pondering why the questions on the same paper appeared deceptively simple at the beginning, yet seemed utterly unfamiliar toward the end. The grading of this examination did not present significant difficulty. William completed it with ease in under half an hour. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? He inquired, met with silence. Very well, I shall proceed. Everyone has passed. There are no failures. Compared to the last examination, this is indeed a positive outcome. However, only 3 received an E good, while the rest achieved an A pass. Yet these are first grade questions. Nancy found herself lost in thought. The professor at the podium spoke at an astonishing pace, the chalk on the blackboard inscribing knowledge at an equally rapid rate, vividly resurrecting a wealth of information that Nancy had long since mastered. She momentarily froze, then swiftly began transcribing the knowledge into her notebook, reminiscent of days gone by. She could hardly believe that she had once overlooked such information, which was merely first-grade material. Why, then, did so many unfamiliar concepts surface? The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of the usual whispers among students. The only sounds were the soft rustle of quills against paper and the squeak of chalk, creating a solemn backdrop to the professor's discourse. She even felt a slight constriction in her breathing, and when the professor finally announced the end of the lesson, Nancy exhaled a breath she had been holding. Simultaneously, she was surrounded by the sound of numerous sighs of relief. Class dismissed, William declared, lowering his textbook and addressing all the students. Observing their languid movements, reminiscent of slackened legal statutes, he couldn't help but glance at his own hefty paper bag. With a relaxed smile, he looked at the students who seemed devoid of energy to argue. He pulled out the remaining exam papers from the bag and cheerfully waved an empty one, indicating that the papers were distributed and he would see them next week. As William stepped out of the classroom with a light-hearted gait, a group of students, still reeling from the daunting lesson, began to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. For exams, in a 2,000-word paper, one boy exclaimed, his voice echoing like a spell gone awry, startling everyone out of their post-class euphoria. 2,000 words? 2,000 words. The questioner fell silent. Previous papers had been measured by length, making it convenient for the professor to assess the required word count at a glance. This method had allowed many to find shortcuts. By increasing the word count and line spacing, one could potentially reduce the content of a paper by a fifth. However, with the new word count stipulation, cheating was nearly impossible. For exams, is the professor trying to commit murder? While murder might be an exaggeration, a little more effort on the student's part could exempt them from the dreaded E grade. Just look at who's getting E's. Is that paper even capable of earning an O? Nancy, the questioner called out to the class leader from a distance. I'm here, what is up? If you had to retake that exam, could you earn an O? They locked eyes and fell into silence. It seemed these children could still adapt to rote education, yet the relentless pace was hardly beneficial. Moreover, magic differed from ordinary examinations, as it required practical application. In the library, William was busy transporting piles of materials while contemplating the upcoming course structure. Considering the previous lectures and adhering to the principle that sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood, he deduced that a ratio of 3 theoretical classes to 1 practical class would be optimal. Additionally, practical sessions could incorporate a wealth of spells already mastered for review. alleviating the students' feelings of defeat due to the monotony of failed spellcasting. Thus, it seemed feasible to intensify the practical workload, assigning tasks that could not be completed during class as homework. It is indeed easier to educate 5th grade students, considering the looming OWL's examinations. A rigorous approach suffices, without the need to overly concern oneself with motivating the students. Furthermore, they have the benefit of 2 years in advanced classes to deepen their understanding of the magical society, alleviating worries about imparting knowledge beyond the academic realm. It is rather peculiar, though, whether the Hogwarts bell is driven by physical means or magical ones. With such musings, William entered the dining hall. Adams had already arrived, sporting a mischievous grin directed at William. "Go on, what unfortunate news do you bear?" William inquired with a calm demeanor, fully acquainted with Adams's familiar expression, reminiscent of the times he had delivered news of students being summoned to the teacher's office. Adams arched an eyebrow. "Guess what? What new nickname have the 5th years bestowed upon you?" "Tycoon?" William speculated. "You're overthinking it, William. Unless Dumbledore announces the cancellation of this year's break and enforces extra classes, that title will not resurface at Hogwarts. Are you suggesting the headmaster possesses tyrannical tendencies?" "No. What I imply is that once Dumbledore makes a decision, it will be Professor McGonagall who earns that title when she issues the decree." William stifled a laugh. While Professor Kettleburn, the magical creatures instructor, could barely contain himself, letting out an unrestrained guffaw that was rather unbecoming of him. His infectious laughter soon spread, causing a corner of the staff table to erupt in mirth. Just as Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards them to quell the uproar, William remained oblivious to his new nickname. However, before he could inquire further, he noticed Adams's ears turning crimson. Before William could turn to investigate, the distinctive magnetic voice of Professor Lockhart resonated through the hall. "Professor William, it appears you all are enjoying quite the revelry. May I join in?" "Of course, Professor Lockhart. Please feel free." After exchanging pleasantries, William quickly discerned why the ever-enthusiastic professor had gravitated towards their table. He had heard that William had devised a set of examination questions for first-year students, which had garnered substantial discussion among the pupils. Professor Lockhart, there is no need for an explanation. The entire school is now aware that your teaching prowess is somewhat lacking. You are a remarkable adventurer, but it seems teaching may not be your forte." Nonetheless, William offered no rebuttal, instead gladly handing over the examination paper. After all, it was merely an assessment for students and held no monetary implications. He regarded it with casual indifference. Moreover, there was an underlying reason he hesitated to articulate. He was rather envious of the adventurous professor's treasure trove. "At least 3 SR, right? 4th years, why are we gathered here?" "Come on, George, it's just the 3 of us. Who else could there be?" Lee Jordan, stifling a yawn, attempted to temper the indignation of the twins. "This is urgent, Lee. Do you truly believe we would jest in such a serious situation?" "Certainly, George. The academic year has only just commenced, and I'm already enrolled at Filch's office. You two are confined, and they, at the very least, have incurred a deduction of 10 points for the house." Lee Jordan unabashedly dismantled the facade. They formed a close-knit group, having forged deep friendships in Filch's office, all being good brothers who had shared confinement, thus speaking without pretense. "You do not comprehend, Lee. The situation has escalated to a level more terrifying than detention itself, rendering even the secret passages of Hogwarts futile in our plight." Fred, with a hand resting on Lee Jordan's shoulder, solemnly proclaimed, "I have unfortunate news to announce. The 5th-year students of Gryffindor have received their second examination paper within 2 weeks of the school year, accompanied by an unprecedentedly daunting assignment. All stemming from our new professor. We must devise a means to rescue this campus, ensnared in the shadows of examinations. 5th year is the year of OWLs. While it is true that the number of papers has increased, there is nothing inherently wrong with that. Moreover, do not 6th and 7th years enjoy favorable treatment?" A student from Ravenclaw scoffed at the Weasley twins' alarmist rhetoric, remarking, "It is merely a matter of completing some papers. How has it transformed into a shadow? Indeed, you both ought to know that it pertains to dark arts. The new title is rather convoluted, defensive magical arts, if memory serves. The professor of this course has never completed a full year, and by the time you reach your 5th year, the professor will have long been replaced. We are likely to witness yet another change by the time we reach our 3rd year. What relevance do 5th-year papers hold for us? Precisely, moreover, our professor this year is Lockhart. Although the curriculum has been entirely transformed into dramatic imitation, which is exceedingly dull, what concern is it of ours regarding the papers? Do you genuinely believe that these dramatic performances will endure for an entire year?" George surveyed the crowd, his gaze turning markedly aggressive. "According to reliable sources, Lockhart received a stack of parchment from the new professor at noon today. Do you think that is a script for a new play? Stop adopting a nonchalant attitude. According to fifth-year students, this examination covers solely first-year content. Do you believe a professor, while reviewing with students, would prepare only first-year papers? The once jovial group abruptly ceased their laughter. The mountain of examinations looming over the fifth years was but a grain of sand. However, if Professor Lockhart were to demand the papers, the situation would become grave. So, how do we confront the new professor? There is no justification for it. Besides, you two are in detention. Shall we seek trouble with the new professor? No, he truly dares to take action. The twins simultaneously issued their warning. Their thick drawer of infraction records lies entirely in the hands of this professor. How can someone of Filch's age be so negligent? We should approach Professor Lockhart and implore him to alleviate his boredom, urging him to expunge the notion of examinations from his mind. The end-of-year examinations are already overwhelming. We do not require an excess of papers. Not so tedious? Are we not exerting sufficient effort in the theatrics? I feel as though the scores I have amassed from him could suffice to penalize me for half a month. If Professor Lockhart believes the theatrics are adequate, why then must there be examinations? Is it possible that the examination generates more discussion among students than his theatrical endeavors? What a ludicrous notion. We must ensure Professor Lockhart is so occupied that he scarcely has time to ponder the matter of examinations. The professor's energy is finite, particularly when he is simultaneously instructing 4 different year groups. Should he realize he lacks sufficient time to assess the papers, he would certainly forego organizing an examination altogether. Pretending to be a fervent fan in correspondence? Is the circle of those in detention so limited? The crowd exchanged glances, discovering nothing amiss. Submitting letters to the newspaper to critique his works, thus inciting a confrontation? What then? It dawned upon them that they were utterly helpless against the professor. Consequently, their gazes swiftly shifted to the orchestrators of the meeting, the Weasley twins, who were universally acknowledged as the foremost pranksters within the castle, deploying magical creatures or contraband items. That would not suffice, for the professor is an adventurer, adept at unraveling the students' traps. Such pranks would bear no fruit, and I doubt they would capture his attention. George, with an air of mystery, surveyed the group. If you were the professor and a first-year student, newly arrived at the school, approach you with inquiries regarding life, and, well, emotional dilemmas, would you disregard them? Certainly not. However, how many issues could a single student possess? If one is insufficient, then let us have several. You there, a first-year Gryffindor girl. You there, a Slytherin. On what grounds? No grounds at all. Every house must have representation. One from Hufflepuff, one from Ravenclaw. Perhaps a shy yet generous student, lacking confidence, yet well-liked by many. Let us conjure a persona reminiscent of someone who advises to read more if one is perplexed. Fred assigned each individual a role that required assistance. What books? Shall we borrow from those girls? Or venture to the library? Why bother with that when we can directly peruse Professor Lockhart's own works? Surely he takes delight in the portions he has penned. Within the dim classroom, hands began to stack upon one another, and a plot against the professor gradually took shape. On Wednesday morning, when William awoke, he was acutely aware that the weather was decidedly bleak. The window, which typically allowed the glorious sunlight to stream in, was now shrouded in clouds. A glance at the sky foretold an impending deluge. How vexing this weather is. Should I sleep a while longer, or partake in breakfast? These two choices swirled in his mind, ultimately leaving him indecisive until he drifted back into slumber. When William roused again, the air had shifted. The oppressive heaviness was replaced by the dampness of rain that had finally begun to fall. I despise the rain, he mused as he languidly dressed. On Wednesdays, William had no classes, and regarding breakfast, Bart was more than willing to assist. Perhaps he could find a spot to practice some spells. He had mastered quite a few incantations, yet executing them in practice was another matter altogether. The inclement weather compelled William to abandon his earlier intention of reading. In his state of agitation, he doubted his ability to immerse himself in literature. Having already grasped the fundamentals of magic to a significant extent, he found his pursuit of new spells had become considerably more arduous than before. The practice classroom had long been prepared, yet unexpectedly. Not only did the other students fail to enter, but he was the first to utilize it. The school provided professors with comprehensive workspaces, and assistance could be sought for even the most ordinary herbs, magical creatures, and magical materials. A substantial portion of Hogwarts funding was allocated to this purpose. While he pondered these matters, Bart had already brought breakfast. Apologies, Professor. The kitchen has been exceedingly busy, which caused a delay. Professor Lockhart suddenly requested a large quantity of sweets, and we were all scrambling to fulfill that task. Not to worry, Bart. I rose too late. I'm grateful for whatever I can eat. But you can make sweets? William expressed his gratitude, yet remained curious. Certainly, Professor. We have a modest proficiency in anything related to food. After breakfast, Professor Lockhart provided us with an abundance of wrapping paper and materials to prepare a batch of sweets for the students. Why on earth does Professor Lockhart desire sweets? Are you not aware, Professor? Bart inquired with an air of surprise. Before quickly continuing, Professor Lockhart has been enthusiastically informing everyone this morning. He has received numerous letters from admirers within the school seeking his guidance for the future. He intends to use his life wisdom and adventurous experiences to address their queries. In fact, Professor, if you were to glance at the school's notice board, you would discover that Professor Lockhart has established a Lockhart's Club for your concerns. He is eager to welcome all students who admire him for discussions regarding life and academics. William suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Just as he was diligently working to adjust his relationships with the other students, Professor Lockhart had begun moonlighting as a confidant. The multitude of letters from admirers was alarming. He had yet to receive any acknowledgement from students, whether in admiration or disdain. With a deep sigh, William found the bread on his plate had lost its appeal. Admiration and correspondence were entirely different matters. For instance, Adams greatly admired Professor Lockhart. Yet William doubted Adams would ever write to him. Particularly, a letter of inquiry indicated a state of confusion about one's future, compelling a student to seek the counsel of a trusted elder. This implied an absolute recognition of Professor Lockhart by those students. It was no wonder that Professor Lockhart was eager to establish a club to address students' concerns. With so many letters received, the number of potential students seeking advice must be staggering. As William envied this, he reached into the basket, knowing that Bart usually placed the fruits at the bottom when delivering breakfast. However, this time, he felt small pieces of candy, something he had not encountered in the past. Professor, the kitchen is filled with hastily made confections, and I surmised you might appreciate them, so I brought over a few pieces. These delightful sweets, crafted by mischievous little sprites, are wrapped in shimmering sugar paper, and above the packaging, the signature smile of Professor Lockhart radiates with abandon. He is not merely an instructor within the confines of the classroom. Such a phrase is magically inscribed beneath his likeness. William tore open the wrapping, only to discover the candies were surprisingly exquisite, almost rivaling the standards set by the Duke of Honey. Could it be that Professor Lockhart is planning to involve the club as well? Contemplating the necessity of finding time for self-study and magic, while acknowledging that Professor Lockhart has discovered a new avenue beyond the curriculum, William couldn't help but marvel at how, despite his teaching shortcomings, he still garners fervent admiration from students. Is this not a testament to Professor Lockhart's remarkable prowess? Furthermore, reflecting on Professor Dumbledore, the first white wizard, it is evident that even though he does not regularly occupy his position at the school, Professor McGonagall remains the deputy headmistress. Therefore, William, you must strive diligently. He finished the last morsel of bread, encouraging himself with that thought. Bart, if you could, please fetch me a stack of parchment and place it on my desk. I've been using it rather swiftly lately. Of course, Professor. Professor Lockhart's Club, dedicated to alleviating concerns, welcomes both faculty and students to join every evening from 8 to 9:30. His office opens its doors to anyone grappling with challenges in life or academia, as Professor Lockhart is ever supportive of those who support him. As William rounded a corner, a knight announced to him with solemnity, and at that moment, he finally comprehended why Bart was so acutely aware of the happenings around them. Ah, I see now. Sir Knight, Professor Lockhart is indeed establishing a club. But what sort of remuneration has he offered? The knight in the portrait solemnly inquired. William suddenly felt as if the candy he had consumed that morning had morphed into something akin to lemon. As for this classroom, there should be no issues. He compared the two practice rooms assigned to him and ultimately made his choice. Unlike the others, these two rooms have been fortified with magic, containing ample protective gear, such as mats, thick carpets, and even goggles typically reserved for greenhouses. William rummaged through the cabinet beneath the podium, discovering it stocked with hemostatic herbs and vial for potions. This is bone marrow essence, this one is for nausea, and this one is for treating unconsciousness. How is it that there are no labels? While lamenting the unreliability of the former professor, William utilized magic to label the vials before securely closing the cabinet doors. Though he was there to experiment with magic, this classroom was not his private practice space. It would eventually be used by students, necessitating a thorough inspection of the facilities beforehand. The potions were in order, unexpired, and the mats required airing out, though that would be a task for the house elves, which could wait, as he currently had no preparations for practical lessons. Once all measures were confirmed to be satisfactory, William conjured a dummy using magic, intended for testing the potency of his spell. Do you think anyone will actually attend Lockhart's club? Ron inquired of his two companions, having just concluded a morning of study in the school's corridors. I suppose so. Besides the theatrical performances, he has devised yet another novelty. Those letters can't possibly be self-penned, can they? Impossible, Ron, Harry replied. Mrs. Weasley is a fervent admirer of Lockhart. I learned that over the summer. He stifled a laugh, recalling the shrill letter he'd received. By the way, Hermione, you won't be joining that club, will you? Ron asked curiously, met only with silence. You're not planning to join, are you? His voice rose slightly. Just then, the three friends noticed the door of a classroom by the pathway swing open abruptly. As they turned their gazes toward it, they instinctively stepped back a pace. Though they recognized the figure emerging, an inexplicable aura of unapproachability surrounded him. It wasn't until he had walked some distance away that they collectively exhaled, exchanging glances that revealed they shared the same sentiment. That was Professor William, wasn't it? Ron questioned. Despite frequently seeing him in the dining hall, and even having been introduced by Hagrid. Indeed, it was, Hermione affirmed with a firm nod. He was, after all, one of the professors at Hogwarts known for his notoriously ill-tempered demeanor. Today, however, he seemed almost transformed. Returning to his office, William swallowed 2 chocolate frogs whole before slumping into his chair, releasing a long sigh. That was terrifying. Was that truly me just now? He lifted his arm, gazing at the wand that had bestowed upon him one of his last bits of warmth, summoning a blue flame into the air with it. The training for his silent spell casting had proceeded remarkably well. After consuming a wealth of literature, he had effortlessly overcome earlier obstacles, completing his self-imposed tasks well ahead of schedule. Consequently, he embarked on unplanned training. As a professor of defensive magic for wizards, regardless of how he altered the course title, the preparation process would inevitably require an acquaintance with dark magic. How could one speak of resistance without even a basic understanding? He already possessed some knowledge of dark arts, yet none could compare to the vast resources of the Hogwarts library. Being a professor granted him unrestricted access to all library materials, and during his lesson preparations, he easily noted various dark spells that had been subjected to scrutiny. After completing the originally scheduled magical tests, he replaced the testing dummy and began to practice the dark spells one by one. To his astonishment, not only did he find the simpler dark spells trivial, but even those he had previously found challenging presented no difficulty during the testing process, as if his body had instinctively retained the memory and comprehension of these spells. Even though he was acutely aware that dark magic should not be misused, each incantation served as a profound test of his psyche and soul. He exercised remarkable restraint by halting his practice prematurely, yet the accumulation of negative feedback afforded him an entirely different experience. Was it the inclement weather that dampened his spirits? Was it the sudden surge of jealousy that emerged in the morning? Or perhaps the reason lay in the curse itself? As he warmed himself by the fire, William contemplated the reasons behind his slight loss of control, despite having ceased his training well in advance. In those moments, he felt an unsettling blend of extreme calmness and arrogance, causing a conflict within his very character. It was as though he perceived himself through a third eye, a sensation akin to possessing divine vision, which was discomforting yet alluring, prompting a desire to sink deeper into it. He resolved to pause his dark magic practice, recognizing the necessity of further research before resuming his daily training. Thus far, he had experimented with 11 different spells. Henceforth, even in combat, the application of dark magic must not exceed, let us say, 8 at once. Lying in his office, William silently established rules for himself and cautioned that for the upcoming week, he should refrain from any engagement with dark magic. After considerable deliberation, he finally felt warmth envelop him, dispelling the icy detachment that had lingered in his mind. Wizards who spent their days studying such matters surely suffered from various mental afflictions. These spells, whether astonishingly powerful or exhibiting bizarre effects unattainable by ordinary magic, twisted the mind in ways that rivaled the horrors of Azkaban. Was it perhaps due to his time spent in Azkaban that such influences weighed heavily upon him? William pondered this. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Professor, it's me. Bart. Lunchtime has arrived. Will you dine in the cafeteria, or shall I bring your meal to you? Although he yearned for solitude, William understood that given his current state, it would be best to join the students in the cafeteria. William, what troubles you? Your complexion resembles that of someone who has just been trampled by a dragon, remarked Adams, already seated at the table, extending a friendly greeting. What a peculiar metaphor, William retorted, though his glare lacked its usual intensity due to his malaise. Could it be true? Have you really been crushed by a dragon? I have encountered unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, but are there truly dragons there? Adams exclaimed, misinterpreting the situation. So, does the greenhouse fertilizer require some fresh ingredients? Since Jid Sharpwit was as cutting as ever, eliciting William's first reaction in his weakened state. Be quiet. Singed. I'm looking out for your well-being. I know several remedies for your sleep troubles. Applying medicinal paste to your face daily will significantly improve the situation. Adams wore an expression that conveyed he was acting in William's best interest. Yet if his remedies did not include fresh dragon dung, William would gladly consume the contents of his plate. That won't be necessary. I don't believe there's any great loss in skipping breakfast. As for you, prepare for the imminent rainy season in October. It promises to be a disaster. In October, there is scarcely a week without rain, which is far from favorable for the precious herbs in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout, now advanced in years, undoubtedly relies on others to tend to these delicate plants during the night. Adams, struck by the ball he had tossed, gazed glumly at Singed, who was jesting with the others. Are you truly going to stab me in the back? Singed whistled triumphantly, clearly enjoying his victory. By the way, why hasn't lunch been prepared yet? Has Peace been causing chaos in the kitchen again? Professor Ketterburn chuckled at the banter between the two, questioning their antics. He often gravitated towards this group, claiming that the youthful energy around him was comforting, though William harbored strong suspicions that he was merely evading Professor McGonagall. Chaos, you say? That seems unlikely, William pondered. Typically, on rainy days, he would engage in mischief by the restrooms. So you've discerned a pattern then? However, a sudden possibility struck William's mind. Hadn't Professor Lockhart placed a substantial order for candies for the little elves that morning? Before he could articulate this conjecture, an abundance of sweets unexpectedly overflowed from the previously empty plate. Indeed, they were the very same candies William had indulged in earlier that day. I can't believe the school's lunch has commenced with candies, he remarked. Singed stared at the plate for a brief moment before snatching one. They taste quite delightful, Professor William. Do give a try. William readily complied, while Adams had already seized one, his attention drawn to the packaging, which prominently displayed Lockhart's dazzling smile and pearly white teeth. An excellent idea, I must say. You should all embody a bit of youthful vigor instead of perpetually adopting a stern demeanor reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Professor Ketterburn imparted his wisdom to the younger faculty members. If it weren't for the fact that this was his internship year, William mused, his words would carry more weight. Speaking of McGonagall, I just recalled something from this morning, Professor Ketterburn said, tapping his head with his remaining hand. In fact, a representative from the Daily Prophet had come by, seeking to conduct an exclusive interview regarding Lockhart's club. However, Professor McGonagall had declined their request. Albeit she begrudgingly consented to accommodate Lockhart's other activities. It promised to be quite a lively day indeed. The Daily Prophet? Making such a fuss. And Professor, are you privy to all the gossip circulating within the castle, especially at your nearing retirement? William couldn't agree more, gesturing toward the figure in the distance. Before he could pose his query, Singed had already identified the source of distraction. Following his pointing finger, William beheld a professor clad in an ostentatious pink robe. Undoubtedly, there is only one professor in the castle bold enough to don such flamboyant attire, Professor Lockhart. Dear colleagues, though the weather may be uninviting, today is undeniably a warm one. Indeed, the Lockhart Club is here to alleviate your troubles this very evening. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, William felt a tug on his arm. It was Singed. This has been ongoing since morning. Adams has been utterly captivated by Lockhart's incessant chatter about the letters he has received from students. William patted his shoulder, revealing a look that seemed to say good luck to you. After all, Professor Lockhart was not merely an educator, but also a legendary adventurer and best-selling author who enjoyed a bit of theatrics. It was best to tolerate it for Adam's sake. Akin to how William's former roommate had ultimately chosen a compromise during the infamous pig dog battle. Was it really worth escalating into a conflict? However, William found it increasingly difficult to contain himself after Professor Lockhart concluded his speech. A troop of dwarves clad in formal attire approached, instruments in hand, their discordant melodies awakening in William a profound realization. There existed moments even more grueling than enduring time in Azkaban, particularly when one had dwarves serenading them within those prison walls. If I were still incarcerated, I would certainly have the larger inmates take care of this newcomer. He thought bitterly, only to subsequently feel a strange lightness envelop him. Was it the antidote to the venom, or merely the passage of time alleviating its aftereffects? The nature of dark magic was such that its study was rarely spoken of openly. Even those adept in it tended to remain discreet. When William finally opened his eyes again, the torturous experience had at long last come to an end. I wager that when Professor Lockhart hired those dwarves, he certainly did not inquire about their musical talents. No, I suspect he hadn't settled his previous payment, and this is merely a troop come to collect. He retorted swiftly. Even Adams, a steadfast supporter of Professor Lockhart, couldn't help but nod in agreement. The singing was indeed unbearable. The professors at the dining table began to murmur amongst themselves. clearly indicating that this inaugural ceremony had been a resounding failure. Professor Kettleburn, Adams whispered, casting doubt on whether this professor had any anecdotes involving a similarly tone-deaf acquaintance. It has been far too long. I can hardly recall the last time I heard such operatic sounds at Hogwarts. The last time I did, Dumbledore wasn't even a headmaster. A foreboding feeling settled over him. The tranquility of Hogwarts was about to be disrupted. After Professor Kettleburn departed, Adams wore a look of deep concern, mirrored by the somber demeanor of Singed. Were you two pretending to be divination professors? I distinctly remember one of you teaching herbology and the other alchemy. Neither of you has even brushed against the realm of divination. William scoffed at their mysterious expressions, delivering a scathing mockery. I dare say that even if you were each handed a crystal ball, you would only see the reflections of your surroundings within it. They were not strangers to discussing matters of divination. The number of gifted seers was lamentably scarce. Were it not for the Ministry of Magic's annual allocation of substantial funds to sustain the subject, it would have long since devolved into an elective course akin to alchemy in the 6th year. Hence, it was only natural that all three of them, one and all, were utterly inept at divination. No, William, this is your folly. While we may lack understanding of divination, you're the one who does not comprehend Professor Kettleburn. The elderly professor possesses a kind and amiable nature, easily engaging with the younger generation and devoid of any pretentiousness. Although he had previously made some missteps, he is now on the brink of retirement. Tradition? William paused momentarily, then swiftly recalled the infamous incident involving this professor, where the extraordinary creature he showcased resulted in the auditorium being set ablaze. Consequently, Hogwarts instituted a strict ban on all forms of theatrical productions. Indeed, you guessed correctly, it is likely that Professor Kettleburn, on the verge of retirement, is contemplating a grand opera performance at the school. Just moments ago, I observe him in high spirits, leading me to suspect he harbors aspirations of orchestrating something magnificent before his retirement. Adams regarded William, nodding in agreement with his thoughts. Could it really be? William expressed his skepticism, yet he himself found it hard to believe that this vivacious elder, despite his extensive experience, would be easily deterred by Professor McGonagall. It is unlikely that even Dumbledore would feel comfortable intervening in such matters. However, with the flamboyant Professor Lockhart in the mix, one can only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Given that today's performance ignited Professor Kettleburn's operatic ambitions, it is difficult for William to believe that he would not seek Lockhart as collaboration. Although he typically enjoys being an onlooker, he is burdened with a curse. The last incident, which resulted in the auditorium's destruction and numerous students and faculty members requiring hospitalization, pales in comparison to the potential calamity of sending a new professor to the infirmary minus limbs. Professor Kettleburn, known for having lost 2.5 of his own limbs, raises William's concerns significantly. He firmly believes that any mishap could indeed lead to serious injury. The magical creatures he knows capable of causing permanent harm would take more than one hand to count. Individuals of Professor Kettleburn's age are notoriously resistant to advice. In fact, the old professor had not made an appearance at the dining table that evening. According to the portraits within the castle, he has become remarkably invigorated. Consequently, William began to carry an ample supply of white ash for healing purposes and increased his stock of dungstone, a universal antidote in herbalism, to 3 pieces. What could he do? When Professor Kettleburn sets his plans in motion, even Professor McGonagall's counsel would likely fall on deaf ears. As a newcomer, what authority could he possibly have over a seasoned veteran? Moreover, he is merely speculating. One cannot be condemned based on mere conjecture. Despite Adams and his companions enjoying light-hearted banter, they would undoubtedly be eager to volunteer in the absence of the elderly professor. After all, a man who has devoted his life to service could hardly possess a malicious intent. To the surprise of many, Professor Lockhart's club experienced resounding success. On the very first night, a long queue formed outside his office. Although those who inquired did not forget to request an autograph upon exiting, this did not hinder Lockhart's reputation among students from soaring to new heights. Remarkably, during the following day's meal, he took the initiative to discuss his course, a first since his initial teaching failure. Lockhart greeted William and his friends before rising to head towards the classroom. Gazing into the distance is pleasant enough, Professor Lockhart. I sincerely hope you refrain from collaborating with Professor Kettleburn. Your role seems to be merely to bring forth some moribund melodies to amplify the atmosphere. If the old professor is truly intent on performing a play, I suspect that the curse's effects may not be evident until the premiere, by which time you may have no choice but to depart from the school. Yet, this matter is evidently not one to be discussed. Both the curse concerning the course and the old professor's penchant for incinerating the auditorium are hardly secrets. William is well aware of this, and it is impossible that Professor Lockhart, a Hogwarts alumnus, would be oblivious. Highlighting such issues would not only lack a cautionary effect, but would also offend a multitude of individuals. With a sigh, William set down his utensils and rose from the dining table. "Good morning, classmates. It has been a week since our last meeting. How do you feel today?" "Feeling splendid, Professor, though it is a pity we cannot wear hats," a bold student chimed in. Previously, a group of seventh-year students had dared to don hats to Professor Snape's class, leading Professor McGonagall to strictly prohibit her house's students from wearing hats during lessons. The other students chuckled, as Professor Snape was known for his favoritism towards his own house, garnering a rather poor reputation among the student body. "Very well, let us set aside the matter of hats. A gentleman's agreement. You shall refrain from wearing hats in my class, and I shall not deduct points for such attire. Let us consider the matter settled," William declared dramatically, mimicking the gesture of sealing a deal before tapping the table. Now, on to our next topic. Beyond attire, our focus in this internship includes transportation, so let us discuss apparition. Now, those who have passed the apparition exam, please raise your hands. Every student in the classroom raised their hands, demonstrating their capability for self-study in advanced classes, possessing a solid foundation in other forms of magic. Excellent. Although we had not planned to teach it, it is splendid that everyone excels in this regard. Now, who can tell me what the most common mistake in apparition is? Splitting, Professor. That is not a problem per se, but it is too simplistic, hence no points will be awarded. Disappointed murmurs arose from below, but William chose to ignore them. During the second lesson of the term, consumed by concern, William altered his lesson plan for the first time. Trauma healing has always been a cornerstone of the traditional defense against the dark arts curriculum. Even though the course title has changed, he had no intention of omitting it from the syllabus. However, it now appeared essential for students to master trauma healing in emergency refuge. While it seemed excessive to prohibit two professors from performing a play based solely on speculation, his proactive approach to teaching students self-protection would likely escape censure. Alas, such measures dampened the students' enthusiasm. Although I had devised a plan, the abrupt change in topic left me inadequately prepared. Midway through the lesson, the students' attention noticeably waned, prompting William to set aside his lesson plan and engage them in jest. Everyone seems rather disinterested, which is understandable. You cannot expect me to injure a student merely for you to treat them, can you? Perhaps we could arrange a mock duel, selecting the student with the most visually appealing wounds to treat. The more severe the injury, the higher the points awarded. Professor, shouldn't it be the opponents who receive points? Indeed, the efficacy of treatment can serve as a supplementary criterion. This adept maneuver left William, who had been jesting moments before, utterly astonished. I was merely attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. What are you all doing? Demonstrating such remarkable practical skills? However, he was not one to dampen the mood. The curriculum inherently included a segment for students to practice with one another, and now it merely expedited that aspect. Given the students' fervent desire to engage, there was nothing amiss in transforming theory into practice. Thus, he simply folded his arms, smiling as he observed the students swiftly rearranging the desks and chairs. Once they had completed their task, he addressed everyone with a smile. The first to take action is quite diligent. Each of you will receive an additional point, and then assist in restoring the classroom to its original state. The rest, follow me. I have just prepared a classroom for dueling. Leaving a few bewildered students to tidy up the classroom, William led the others to the training room he had utilized the day before, which boasted more specialized protection and a comprehensive array of potions, alleviating any concerns about potential disturbances from the students. Since being cursed, William had devoted considerable time to restorative spells, and upon arriving at Hogwarts, he had dedicated a significant portion of his efforts to this pursuit. To put it bluntly, should any student sustain a broken limb, William would ensure proper care at the very least, to prevent the injury from worsening during transport to the hospital wing or missing the opportunity for timely treatment. Very well, let us await the remaining students and prepare the necessary equipment for practice. I trust you would prefer not to be sprawled on the floor. In essence, should an emergency injury truly occur, both parties would need to exert their utmost effort to bring it about. Yet William had no intention of allowing inter-house rivalries to escalate to such extremes. If such injuries were to manifest, he would reluctantly accept the consequences. After all, every year, records indicated that students had ended up in the hospital wing due to excessively vigorous altercations. At least, he could keep a watchful eye. Wands, after all, are far more perilous than swords. Even when training individuals for sword combat, one must be prepared for the inevitability of bloodshed. It would be ludicrous to expect wizards to engage in self-defense training without the risk of injury. Hogwarts Hospital Wing could provide inpatient care, a level of professionalism that could not be achieved through theoretical knowledge alone. Before long, the students left behind to tidy the classroom arrived at the dueling chamber and, at William's request, organized themselves into teams. All right, according to the order of registration, each pair will engage in a duel. Cease all attacks when I call stop. If your opponent falls or surrenders, that counts as an early victory. The use of dark magic is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in immediate detention. William commenced by prohibiting the majority of offensive spells. There was no choice, as the array of permanent, debilitating curses within dark magic was too numerous. Nonetheless, the students continued to revel in the experience. Typically, students would not be permitted to engage in combat with one another in other classes. And intra-school dueling could easily lead to point deductions and detention. One of the primary reasons this course was so popular was that it allowed for direct and open magical confrontations. Before the final two pairs of students engaged in their practice duel, William had addressed a significant issue. The students had excelled in mastering the dark curse, but had failed to learn how to counter it, resulting in a deduction of 2 points. Next pair, prepare yourselves, William languidly announced. His original lesson on the traumas inflicted by various spells had been met with raucous enthusiasm. Yet now, there was not a single drop of blood in sight. It appeared that these 7th graders were merely seeking a respite from the pressures of job hunting. However, the palpable tension in the atmosphere quickly informed William that this was no trivial game. Upon reviewing the list once more, he noted an anomaly. One student hailed from Slytherin and the other from Gryffindor. Prepare yourselves, remember the rules. The use of dark magic is strictly prohibited. William reiterated the regulations, steeling himself for the ensuing confrontation. As powerful spells began to manifest, he swiftly separated the two, prepared to cast the shield charm and the disarming charm. William's gaze was fixed on the duelists, who, amid the hushed breaths of the onlookers, swiftly drew their wands. The simultaneous appearance of protective armor elicited an inward commendation from William, but then, the next spell was cast, and he recognized the imminent danger. In an instant, William cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, just as a foul-smelling dung bomb hurtled towards the opposing student. As the unpleasant odor pervaded the classroom, the struck student momentarily froze before charging forward, forgetting to wield his wand. The already cramped dueling area was traversed in haste, and to William's astonishment, the two combatants engaged in a physical scuffle. Where are the curses? Where are the disarming spells? Are you both wizards? William glanced up at the ceiling, deliberating whether to intervene. You rascals, I told you to throw. Without an official call to halt, the duelists continued until a victor emerged. The one who had thrown the dung bomb found himself pinned to the ground, enduring a flurry of punches, with a visible bruise forming at the corner of his eye. His opponent, though also worse for wear, his robe torn and a lock of hair missing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, exuded a triumphant air, making it difficult to distinguish between the two apart from their expressions. Professor, did you see? He struck first. Excellent. You understand the importance of reporting first. This child shows promise. William nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I witnessed it. He attempted to attack you with a dung bomb. While this is not against the rules, it is quite malicious. Furthermore, your brawl did not involve the use of dark magic, so it remains within the confines of acceptable conduct. That's wonderful, Professor. The victorious student stepped forward, eager to share his elation. Yet both his peers and Professor William instinctively recoiled a step back. What was this child's name again? Ah, yes, Roy. Roy, calm yourself. My assessment has yet to be fully articulated. If you draw closer, I may have no choice but to send you to Mr. Filch for attempting to assault a professor, William remarked, striving to convey his disdain in a tone that feigned tolerance. Another student named Stephen. How do you feel now? Are you able to stand on your own? If you cannot, I shall employ the levitation charm to transport you to the hospital for treatment. Instantly, another classmate who had been knocked down sprang back to life. Being levitated to the hospital would mean parading through half the school. Should such an event transpire, he would rather be hanged atop the astronomy tower. Very well, you two. Remain still over there as you await your disciplinary measures. If you wish, you may first cast a charm to clean yourselves. William addressed them, then turned to face the remaining students. As the 7th graders primarily relied on self-directed learning, their practical skills were notably high. At this moment, William surveyed the scene, witnessing a plethora of bubblehead charms in action, which imparted to him a surreal sensation of transitioning from a magical realm to a science fiction tableau. The resemblance between the bubblehead charm and an astronaut's helmet was striking. There remains one final pair of students. Do you wish to engage further? His voice resonated through the bubblehead charm, sounding somewhat muffled yet distinctly clear. The two students exchanged glances at the disheveled duel arena and collectively shook their heads. Having witnessed such a battle was already quite rewarding. There was no need to engage in further conflict. If they were to stumble and fall, their lunch would likely be forfeit. Excellent. Then the dual class is essentially concluded, William declared with utmost seriousness, before turning back to the two students. Have you finished your cleaning? There are still some remnants, Professor. The student named Roy responded as he employed a whirlwind charm to eliminate debris from his attire. After approximately 2 minutes, even the torn robes had been magically mended, and aside from the visible scars on their faces, the two students bore no marks of their previous skirmish. This left William in awe of the wonders of magic. While he could easily subdue these two students in terms of combat prowess, in the realm of magical knowledge, they far surpassed him. His understanding of practical magic was barely sufficient for everyday life. Well done with your magic. Gryffindor and Slytherin each receive a point. We did all right, Professor, Roy said with a humble smile, clearly pleased with his victory, while Stephen, though silent, wore a less grim expression due to the points awarded. Therefore, it would be prudent to enhance your physical training. After class, you both shall go to Mr. Filch to collect cleaning supplies. Magic is not permitted, and you're to clean the classroom solely with your hands and cloths. William said with a smile as he conveyed the disciplinary action. No, Professor. That doesn't violate any rules. I am not suggesting anything that contravenes the rules, William replied, shaking his head, his voice becoming gritted with frustration. Are you too akin to the extraordinary red-haired gorillas of Uganda? After 6 years of magical education, you resort to using your fists in front of an audience of classmates? When he strikes you, you retaliate with a curse. What is this rush to engage? The moment a spell is cast, you should be down on the ground. The distance is sufficient for at least 3 spells to reach you. And you, when he approaches, you flee? Leg-locking curse, petrification curse, stunning curse. These are merely 5th grade knowledge. You are on the verge of graduating from Hogwarts, yet you did not cast a single spell and found yourself pursued and assaulted? Did your wand not weep in despair? Furthermore, and most importantly, I distinctly provided you with 2 opportunities, yet you exhibit no intention of cleaning the ravaged grounds. Are the subsequent students to stand idly by while dueling? The notion that 2 students would bow their heads without the use of their wands is utterly unacceptable. William waved his hand and led a group of students directly towards the exit. The mouthful charm could remedy the damage to taste, but the visual harm was inevitable. Farewell, Professor, until we meet again. It was Thursday of the 2nd week since arriving at Hogwarts. The classroom that had been painstakingly arranged was sullied by 2 mischievous boys, and punishing them was entirely justified. Their practical experience was indeed woefully inadequate, a matter that required improvement, especially as they were nearing graduation. Professor Lockhart's club remained quite popular, in contrast to my own actions today, where I penalized 2 students. However, the 7th years did not seem to harbor any resentment, indicating that the 5th years require further training. Moreover, the sky remained overcast. I pondered whether it would rain again tomorrow. On Friday, radiant sunlight pierced through the arboreal barriers of the Forbidden Forest, casting beautiful shadows upon the damp soil. William and his companions, carrying wooden woven cages, diligently searched for relatively dry ground within the forest. Why must we venture into the Forbidden Forest today when the ground is still not dry? Adams exclaimed, his expression exaggerated after inadvertently stepping into a concealed puddle. It has dried quite well, and fortunately, it hasn't rained today. Hagrid mentioned that a heavy downpour is expected this weekend. I can only imagine that entering the Forbidden Forest will not be as effortless then. William offered a sheepish smile to Adams. Hagrid had warned that the path might be challenging, yet he had not anticipated such muckiness. The aftermath of Wednesday's rain had proven to be more severe than he had envisioned. By Merlin's beard, the soil in the Forbidden Forest is in worse condition than that of the greenhouse. I had only irrigated the greenhouse soil today. Adams dried the moisture from his shoes with his wand, his voice robust and far from the despondency he professed. Oh, be quiet, Adams. My situation is hardly better than yours. At least you are accustomed to rising at this hour. However, Professor William advised me that breathing in the fresh air of the Forbidden Forest would enhance my sleep quality. Professor Singed echoed his grievances. Yet the smile on his face suggested he was enjoying himself. These 2 rascals had scarcely entered the forest before they began to play. Despite having promised to assist me in catching rabbits, it seemed they were merely here to amuse themselves. Behind them, Afrala strode with oversized steps for her stature, walking with the poise of a little adult. Perhaps having overheard the complaints of the 2 adults, her steps grew increasingly vigorous, strutting like a proud hen. The tale truly began on Friday morning, when William awoke to find the sky not only devoid of clouds, but also an exquisite blue, prompting him to joyfully dash to Hagrid's hut. During class yesterday, he realized the scarcity of teaching tools. Those wounds certainly cannot be practiced on humans. So, seeking experimental animals seemed appropriate. After much contemplation, he resolved to acquire some rabbits to serve as teaching aids. Considering that Hagrid was the gamekeeper, William intended to inquire if he had a reliable source for procuring a batch of live rabbits, although purchasing them outright was an option. Having Hagrid provide a venue would significantly alleviate future training challenges, proving far more convenient than mere acquisition. Rabbits? There are plenty in the Forbidden Forest, especially near the edges. With the right containers, one could easily capture a good number. Hagrid mentioned this, and although William initially thought to invite him along, he had to decline as Hagrid needed to procure supplies for the school on Friday. With the notion of enlisting a laborer while engaging in an amusing activity, William earnestly invited Adams, who found the idea intriguing and brought along Singed, who happened to be resting at that hour. Just as the trio prepared to set off, Professor Tyler appeared. Apologies, Professor Singed, but if you all leave, the staff lounge will be devoid of teachers this morning. If possible, could you assist me in temporarily looking after Aphra? Although Adams continuously joked with William about Professor Singe's mature appearance being the reason for the responsibility, the rabbit-catching quartet was ultimately established. The two jesters entertained their beloved Aphra, while William, the one tasked with holding the cage, could only observe their antics. As Aphra now referred to him as Uncle Fraud and regarded all his actions with skepticism. Aphra, do not take such large steps. Be cautious not to get all that mud on your new robe. Walking at the rear of the group, William scanned the surroundings for rabbits while keeping an eye on Aphra, reminding her to watch her footing. Today, the little girl donned a brand new crimson robe, which looked splendid but was now splattered with rainwater from branches and the occasional puddle she stepped in. Absolutely not. You're deceiving me. The little girl made a face at William and began to skip while humming a tune. Is it necessary to hold a grudge? William shook his head in exasperation just as a rabbit darted swiftly from a bush, racing away like an arrow. Before it could run far, Adams raised his wand. Rabbit, fly! The speeding rabbit leaped into the air, its gray form tracing a graceful arc before landing in Adams's hands. Adams triumphantly grasped the rabbit by its ears, twirling it before Aphra. Before hastily opening the cage William held and stuffing the creature inside. Catching rabbits as a wizard is remarkably casual. After all, rabbits are incapable of resisting any spell, making it extraordinarily easy for even first-year students to capture them in the Forbidden Forest. This is likely the reason many Hufflepuff students are often caught at the forest's edge. By the way, William, if you intend to conduct experiments, these rabbits won't be scared to death, will they? Hagrid assured that it would be fine, as these were not pure wild rabbits. After all, there are centaurs residing in the Forbidden Forest. The sole spectator, Aphra, incessantly shouted, her small hands flailing as she pointed out the location of the rabbits. However, before she could even direct her finger, the unfortunate rabbits had already taken flight. A bountiful harvest indeed. William briefly counted the numbers and, realizing that the quantity was sufficient and the cage nearly full, pondered over the last rabbit he held in his hand. Never mind, it's far too lean. He grasped its ear and set it down gently, only to see the rabbit, which had been playing dead, dart away like an arrow released from its bow. The Forbidden Forest should be manageable. After all, I am an exemplary graduate of Hufflepuff, and carrying cutlery is a fundamental skill, Adams proclaimed proudly, then turned to the little girl beside him. Aphra, what are you doing? Aphra squatted there, her expression one of utter dejection. She tugged at her cloak, gesturing to the stains that marred it, her tone laced with a young girl's despair. I'm going to be punished. Note, the Levi Corpus spell can be used on living beings. In the 7th book, during Harry's birthday escape from pursuers, Hagrid flew in to rescue Harry from a near-fatal fall, launching himself towards a Death Eater to save him. As the campfire crackled to life, William explained this curious principle to Adams. No wonder 5th-year students still manage to avoid your scorn during exams. But is Aphra truly fine? Adams pointed to the little girl nearby, her robe now clean, nibbling on chocolate like a squirrel. She is fine. By the way, you're not hoping to see her get punished, are you? Nonsense. Adams quickly denied, pulling out his own cutlery. The lunch was a collection of ingredients: stray rabbits, hazelnuts and pine nuts hidden by squirrels, mushrooms gathered from the forest, and an assortment of edible potions and wild vegetables collected by Adams himself, all piled together as the main components of their meal. From then on, William and his companions faded into the background, as Adams busied himself with a pot and wand, entirely oblivious to his teammates who lacked culinary magic skills. Uncle Singed, Uncle Trickster, may I go play over there? Aphra, having finished her chocolate, became lively once more. Why still call me Trickster, Uncle? William couldn't help but roll his eyes discreetly. Nevertheless, Singed displayed remarkable patience. Sure, but first, extend your hand. I need to mark you, so when you hide, I won't worry about finding you. Okay, Aphra obliged. When it was time to eat, William and the others were astonished to see a small, muddy monkey charging towards them. The creature exuberantly shouted, and had it not been for that exclamation, William would have instinctively drawn his wand in self-defense. In less than half an hour, the once vibrant crimson robe was nearly unrecognizable. The originally pristine face now smeared with mud, and her straight hair was a chaotic mess, tangled with grass seeds. If not for her unchanged voice, William would have found it hard to believe this was the same little girl who had just expressed her desire to venture out to play. Where is that adorable child we brought? Whose little monkey is this? William was plunged into a deep state of suspicion. Gurgle. Professor, singed beside me, emitted a conspicuous sound of swallowing, indicating that Professor Taylor was preparing to duel with me. Let us explore the possibility of remediation. William, with a sympathetic gesture, patted his shoulder, and the two rose, grasping their wands firmly against Aphra. At last, as Adam's dish was being prepared, they managed, with great effort, to restore the young girl to her former state. William finally came to realize the extent of his magical deficiencies. He was utterly incapable of handling more intricate tasks. Uncle Trickster, you wouldn't leave me out of the fun, would you? On the way back, the alert young girl, apprehensive about receiving a scolding, cautiously inquired. Change how you address me. No, fret not, William replied, ruffling her hair and discreetly removing some stray leaves that had clung to her. Although today had indeed been a bit exhausting, the presence of this young girl in the staff lounge was rather delightful. May Merlin bless him. Agreed. The two exchanged a knowing nod, watching as singed as forlorn figure receded farther towards the castle before making their way to Hagrid's hut. How was lunch today? Marvelous. I couldn't help but wonder if every Hufflepuff possesses such exquisite culinary skills. Not entirely. I have a particular affinity for herbology, which allows me to infuse some personal understanding into my dishes, and the results are quite satisfactory. You're too modest. Wait, what is that over there? William suddenly gestured towards the front, where a flash of crimson was stealthily advancing near Hagrid's hut. Could those with such conspicuous hair colors exercise a bit more caution when lurking? Before William could fully grasp the implications of his own words, Adam had already stormed forward in fury. Halt! Hufflepuff loses 30 points. The figure seemed to attempt an escape, but was swiftly incapacitated by Adam's spell. Although Adam rushed over quickly, he stood there in a daze. Intrigued, William hastily jogged over with the rabbit in tow. The door to Hagrid's hut swung open, revealing Hagrid bewildered, accompanied by his dog, Fawn. What's going on, Professor Adams? Ah, William, it seems you've had quite the adventure. He greeted William, then turned his attention to Adams. Oh, Professor, what has transpired? Is that Ginny? William finally caught up, just as Adams released the subdued young girl, who looked at the gathered crowd with wide, fearful eyes. Gryffindor? Adams exclaimed, relief washing over him, though it swiftly turned to seriousness. But what brings you to Hagrid's hut? I wanted to explore the Forbidden Forest, but I was afraid of being discovered by Hagrid, so I was just checking to see if he was around. Fred and the others said that if Hagrid wasn't home, it would be easy to sneak in. The mention of Fred immediately jogged William's memory. He had seen this girl on the train, where she, along with another Gryffindor, had sought his assistance. She must be the sister of those twins. With this realization, William took a cautious step back, believing it prudent to maintain a safe distance for the sake of his reputation. It is of no concern to me. Students should refrain from disseminating peculiar messages. My focus is not on the Weasley family, nor is this confinement my responsibility. A splendid day, until the cries ceased. Fred? The Weasley from that family? Indeed, that hair unmistakably belongs to the Weasley clan. Hagrid scratched his face, his tone tinged with exasperation. Ever since those two arrived at Hogwarts, I have been occupied with extricating them from the Forbidden Forest. What now? Are they planning to involve their sister and form a team? I apologize, Hagrid. I am merely curious about the Forbidden Forest. Fred and the others claim it is the most intriguing place at Hogwarts. William winced at the thought of those two rascals. It was one thing for them to breach school rules by venturing into the Forbidden Forest, but to lead their sister astray as well? They must face additional consequences for their mischief. It would be a disservice to overlook their transgressions. Adams, too, was infuriated. Instigators. They can expect repercussions, as can you. Miss Ginny, this weekend, you shall assist in the greenhouse. While instigators must be punished, your violation of school rules is undeniable. William, I shall escort her to Mr. Filch to register her. First years thinking of wandering into the Forbidden Forest, where the plants are lethal. Adams hurriedly took Ginny away, and judging by his irate demeanor, a lecture was inevitable. With the instigators absent, William sighed in relief. He swiftly retrieved a chocolate frog from his pocket. Ever since the dark magic experiment, he had been particularly mindful of managing his emotions. Thankfully, he was not confined to my quarters. Otherwise, I would have been left with a game of matching pairs. With this thought in mind, William finally alleviated his irritation caused by the two absent troublemakers and tossed a chocolate frog to Hagrid. Thank you, William. However, it seems my troubles this year cannot be resolved by a single chocolate frog. Another Gryffindor Weasley. Are there none who are not Gryffindors? Not at present, hence the increasing complications. Hagrid chuckled while stuffing the entire chocolate frog into his mouth. Oh, another card of Professor Dumbledore. I have 5. I no longer need it. I possess 11. But during my time at Hogwarts, this card is unnecessary. There is only one Dumbledore. This somewhat pretentious remark did not evoke envy in William, as he too was currently partaking in the Hogwarts experience. The teaching materials for next week's classes have been confirmed, the 5th-year exams are prepared, and the 6th-year curriculum is still under consideration, thus completing next week's lesson planning. With this thought, even as he made a conscious effort to maintain a composed demeanor in school to command respect as a professor, William felt a surge of joy comparable to that of a dreamer awakening to find they had composed 30,000 words in their sleep. He couldn't help but tear open another chocolate frog-esque wrapper. Having settled on this plan, William took a large bite of the chocolate frog and casually pulled out the card, which, as expected, was another Dumbledore. In the absence of great generals in Shu, all talents emerge as Zhuge Which company produces the chocolate frog cards? Do they also aspire for success? However, to his astonishment, the staff lounge was utterly deserted. What could be amiss? Were Adams and Singed? Surely, Afra should be present as well? Suddenly, a figure materialized at the corner, startling William. It was none other than Afra. Afra, where is everyone? Is it Uncle Adams? Uncle Adams was called away by Aunt Sprout, and then everyone hurried out. Afra chose to discreetly become invisible, which is why they cannot see me. Invisible? Wasn't that a spell? William recalled that to prevent anyone from being found. Afra had enchanted all her clothing. Perhaps she had simply forgotten today? Then I shall seek them out to discern what has transpired. Afra, do you wish to accompany me? The little girl's face brightened with curiosity, yet she restrained herself. Father instructed me to heed Uncle Singed's words, hence Afra shall remain in this room. A child raised with such understanding by her parents made it difficult for William to persuade her to venture out for frivolous pursuits. He merely ruffled her hair before pursuing the other professors to uncover their whereabouts. Professor William, you two have arrived? Singed greeted while signaling for silence to the hurriedly approaching William. Anxiously, William inhaled as he learned from the oil painting that nearly a third of the faculty had gathered. Such a formidable assembly could rival the Ministry of Magic. Were they planning a coup? Lower your voice, young William. Professor Ketterburn unusually lowered his tone, making space for William, who felt quite constrained as he squeezed through. 30 points deducted. A full 30 points. The Hufflepuff scores, which had momentarily led, plummeted as the gem soared away. The househeads were flabbergasted as they scoured the lounge to uncover who was responsible for such a significant deduction. You clutched Gryffindor's troublemaker while penalizing Hufflepuff? If I had not personally guided you from your first year to graduation, I would almost believe you were a professor hailing from Gryffindor. The enraged voice of the familiar Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff and typically a kind witch, echoed through. Yet, it was evident that she was genuinely irate today. William envisioned himself in her position, realizing he would likely feel even more enraged. Indeed, it was quite understandable when the househead discovered a considerable loss of points and frantically searched for the culprit, only to find that the offender was a graduate from their own house. It was a scenario he could empathize with. Thus it was that the unfortunate Adams endured an hour of reprimand for his excessive diligence in deducting points from his own house, a truly unfortunate situation. During dinner at Professor Taylor's home, he chuckled with his wife, recounting the amusing events of the day at school. I finally managed to fix Afra's braids, so I feel no remorse, he said. Huh, now you've piqued my interest. I too wish to witness Professor Sprout's scolding. I never saw Afra during my time at Hogwarts. What were you doing? Mother is enjoying chocolate. Afra extended an entire unwrapped chocolate bar, leaving Professor Taylor unable to muster a smile in response. What about my share? He asked, only to be met with a cheerful bugs from Afra. However, it wasn't long before the house echoed with the cries of children and Professor Taylor's explanations. Good morning, Adams. Today I plan to visit Gringotts. Would you care to join me? No, I have other matters to attend to. A date? That shouldn't be the case. You spend all day at school without having even seen an owl to seek you out. Have you perhaps taken action against a student? That would be a grave mistake. Are you not afraid that Professor McGonagall might end your tenure? While it was universally acknowledged that Dumbledore held the highest rank within the castle, both professors and students understood one fundamental truth. In this castle, it was Minerva who commanded authority. Be quiet, William. Adams poked at the fried egg on his plate, his face a portrait of displeasure. Why is it so much harder to rescind a point deduction than to issue one? Can't the school improve the enchanted hourglass for awarding points? Is reporting cheating and rescinding it truly of equal difficulty? Moreover, that contraption is an ancient relic from the founding of the school. Since it has never malfunctioned, who would dare to dismantle and repair it? What if it breaks down? Yet, such grievances were evidently not suitable for utterance, much like a hat that hadn't been cleaned in a millennium. Who knows if, after 1,000 years, that system might develop a grudge? If Hogwarts' point system ceased to respond to a professor's point adjustments while remaining unchanged for others, the majority would likely advocate for the professor's dismissal rather than a mere replacement of an hourglass. In nearly a millennium of history, such an occurrence had never transpired. With a millennium of history weighing down, who could withstand such pressure? Calm down, Adams. Ultimately, it was your grave oversight. You should have canceled it when sending the student for registration, yet you forgot. After such a long time, submitting a report is not unreasonable. William patted his shoulder, offering a final sympathetic glance. Mr. William, here is your vault. The goblin at Gringotts was exceedingly polite, yet William lacked the energy to express his gratitude. If this goblin, whom he assumed to be male, was willing to render such service, William would have given full marks for his demeanor, were it not for the overwhelming urge to retch. Was the underground vault's transport system modeled after a roller coaster? Even the most exhilarating racing games wouldn't dare to operate in such a manner. Finally regaining a semblance of composure, William hastily retrieved a mint from his pocket, placing it in his mouth to quell the nausea. Just half an hour prior, upon arriving at Diagon Alley via Flu Powder, he had complained that the comfort of the powder matched its low price. However, upon reaching Gringotts' underground vault, he realized that even if one risked their entire fortune, the magical world could still induce motion sickness. Are you ready? If so, I can open the vault door for you now. Very well, thank you. The key effortlessly unlocked the door, revealing to William for the first time the genuine possession that belonged to him. Galleons, and yet more galleons, but the meager pile of coins was hardly impressive. Despite the previous owner's efforts to make the vault appear more substantial than a mere savings account, it was evident that the description of Baron was quite fitting. This barely amounts to more than what I brought from Azkaban, William mused, grasping the weight of his newfound reality and reinforcing his acute awareness of his poverty. Fortunately, there were also several other items, dozens of experimental records, a handful of spell books, and a collection of potion vials, carefully wrapped and their quality indiscernible. If memory served him right, this set of equipment, which included a cauldron, was specially customized. With his bag, which had undergone the undetectable extinction charm, at his side, he stuffed all these belongings inside in one go. Suppressing his apprehension, William uttered a rather daring remark, and the fairy named Key had no intention of lingering. She swiftly propelled him upward in a small cart. Was it mandatory for everyone visiting Gringotts to utilize this system? Of course, Key replied with evident pride. This is the most sophisticated security system available. The vaults of the oldest families lie at the very bottom, and no one can breach Gringotts' defenses. Even traversing this system takes considerable time. The brief journey to the surface vaults cannot compare. Naturally, the upper levels are equally secure. As if a revelation struck, she added, Indeed, the despised poor are confined to the highest vaults, and they deserve it. William rolled his eyes in exasperation. The surroundings were pitch dark, and he felt no need to mask his disdain. Upon emerging from the fireplace once more, he found the staff lounge occupied solely by Professor Adams. Not every professor was fortunate enough to avoid weekend report preparations. Fetching something? Adams inquired, momentarily taken aback, as a mischievous grin spread across his face. No need to be so tense. After all, storing items in Gringotts is a bit excessive. Even Professor McGonagall has never confiscated anything from the academy, at most. It's just the head boy collecting from the younger students. I believe your broomstick just brushed past my face, Adams. Does the school even regulate students studying potions independently? The head boy hasn't confiscated any cauldrons? William feigned an expression of innocent surprise. Cauldron? Are you referring to a cauldron? Adams stood frozen in disbelief. Yes. What do you mean? William replied with a naive demeanor. I was talking about a werewolf's flying saucer. Adams finally managed to articulate after a moment of contemplation, only to realize the absurdity of his words and began reaching for his wand. Are you serious, Professor Adams? Before you stands the instructor of the self-defense magic class. Our course primarily teaches students how to fight, William stated with utmost seriousness. Adams responded with a raised middle finger. Chapter 103, 2 Howling Letters. After carefully placing the borrowed books into the unread sections of the bookshelf and organizing the experimental records into the drawer of the desk, William solemnly placed the parcel containing an entire set of apparatus upon the table and began to unwrap it layer by layer. Once the parcel was fully unwrapped, the items from his memory began to reveal themselves before him, a crucible, a small knife, a balance scale, and a mortar. Although they appeared to be second-hand, they had been meticulously maintained. While this would not significantly enhance their value in the second-hand market, their current condition meant that William could use them directly without any further upkeep. Shall I brew a potion? But what to brew? William hesitated. Though this was his inaugural attempt at potion brewing, he theoretically ought to start with simple concoctions like the scabies remedy typically brewed by first-year students. However, he had no intention of brewing a potion devoid of significance, for he did not possess the luxury of time that a first-year student had to learn. Nor was he a novice without any foundational knowledge. Even disregarding the wealth of potion knowledge he had self-studied, his command of magic was sufficient to handle most unexpected occurrences that might arise during potion brewing. A love potion? A joy potion? In an instant, William recalled two highly esteemed potions within Azkaban. If someone could procure authentic specimens without any diminishment, he could trade them for chocolates worth several times their volume. It is worth noting that in Azkaban, chocolate holds a status even more esteemed than that of galleons. The love potion allows one to smell their most favored scent, while the joy potion bestows an inexplicable sense of euphoria upon the drinker, albeit both have a short shelf life. The joy potion it shall be. After all, the love potion carries a rather unsavory reputation, and the tales of love potions in Azkaban could fill an entire book. Moreover, the notion of a professor brewing a love potion on campus is likely to provoke misguided interpretations. Having made his decision, William summoned the house elf. Bart, with a soft pop, the house elf materialized before William. Professor, is there a potion you wish to brew? Yes, Bart. I've just realized that I forgot to prepare the ingredients. So I must ask you to go to Professor Adams and bring me 3 portions of joy potion ingredients. William instructed with utmost seriousness. After just having exchanged jokes with Adams, how could he possibly go himself? Of course, Professor. Bart accepted the task with great enthusiasm. Here are the materials you requested. As William gazed at the neatly packaged potion ingredients before him, he raised an eyebrow. Did Professor Adams not ask you to convey any message? No, Professor. Professor Adams was quite cheerful while gathering the ingredients and simply instructed me to bring them to you. While the school generally provides professors with most basic potion ingredients as long as they're not engaged in large-scale production for external sale, Adams' lack of commentary was surprisingly astonishing. There were no magical traps, and given Adams' character, he would not have included any magical items that might contaminate the herbs. So what was going on? Curiosity piqued, William opened the cloth bag, revealing a note prominently displayed atop the assortment of ingredients. A child's play? A note passed along? William smiled, and then the note seemed to come alive, leaping from the herbs onto the table, folding itself into a provocative gesture. The joy elixir? Huh, why not take a whiff? Adam's mocking voice filled the room. At the sound of the first word, the sprite had already vanished from the house. Yelling like a child? Just because you have a loud voice doesn't make it valid. William rubbed his temples. It appeared that the earlier confrontation was still fresh. Upon a thorough inspection of the herbs, he discovered, as expected, that the ingredients for the joy elixir had been swapped for those of the love potion. Just as Adams had mentioned, the elixir originally meant to bring joy had transformed into a potion that achieved a similar effect, merely through scent. Well, it would suffice. After all, a potion for inhalation was just as good as one for consumption. When would he ever manage to brew one from materials bought off campus? Besides, every mistake has its lesson, and perhaps brewing a batch for the students to learn about dangerous substances would be quite beneficial. Here are the ingredients for the joy elixir you requested. At the dining table, Adams handed William a small pouch. No need, I've already brewed it. William's voice was airy, his fork spinning in his hand. You brewed it, Adams exclaimed, astonishment clear in his tone. It wasn't that he doubted William's capability, but rather that William's voice sounded as if he had already consumed the potion. You didn't actually drink the joy elixir, did you? Even if I were foolish, I could distinguish between the joy elixir and the love potion. Then what are you? I'm fine, just let me take a moment. William stabbed a piece of lamb with his fork, as if to puncture someone. Just an hour prior, the love potion had been completed with a quality beyond William's expectations. He realized that his potion-making talent seemed to surpass what he had previously believed. Upon curiously checking the system, he discovered that he had unlocked the talent for potion-making level 2. Level 3 was the pinnacle, while level 0 was the foundation. Those lacking talent could toil endlessly yet remain at level 0. Just as a gifted individual like Gauss could derive theorems from a mere glance at a series of numbers. The majority of university students who pursued mathematics, after receiving a comprehensive higher education, often found themselves switching to other fields of study. Potion-making level 2 implied that even if William were to quietly endure his time in Azkaban, he would find it exceedingly easy to thrive in the magical world thereafter. How foolish of me. I should never have accepted that agreement. What harm would it have been to serve my time in Azkaban and then venture into the potion business? Though hindsight is invaluable, William could not suppress his emotions. A matter of such magnitude warranted a 2-hour bout of discomfort. Gazing up at the sky, William sighed deeply. Well, curses can always be lifted. If it weren't for my promise to Dumbledore, how could I ever have the chance to step foot in Hogwarts? He understood the rationale, yet he could not help but feel disheartened. As he sighed, a flock of owls suddenly swooped into the hall. Ah, the midday letters have arrived. If I were to serve my time quietly, would I now be awaiting the owls to deliver orders? Just as William's thoughts wandered, the students' dining table erupted into chaos. Someone received a howler, unbeknownst to which student from a certain college suddenly let out such a cry. All attention gravitated towards the source of the sound. William instinctively lowered his head. The sorrowful expression that had previously adorned his face vanished in an instant. What a wretched soul to receive such a howling letter. Huh, where else could one witness such a spectacle, if not at Hogwarts? Chapter 104. Exams are among the rare occasions when no one would dare to complain. Corrupting younger siblings, Ron, in just his first year at school, dared to breach school rules at the very beginning of term, while Ginny had not even been at school for a year. Don't tell me you're innocent. Sneaking off to the Hog's head just as term began and being confined by the professors until now. Fred, I have ceased to count your mischief at school. But as for leading your siblings astray, you shall see how I intend to deal with you. And you, George, do not think I have overlooked your name. You two are always causing trouble together. Since you entered first year, I have refrained from being overly punitive for your antics, but today is different. If I hear of you two coaxing your sister or brother into any foolishness again, brace yourself for the same punishment they will receive. This vociferous proclamation startled William, and he was somewhat taken aback that the two troublemakers had not caused any recent commotion, yet suddenly found themselves on the receiving end of such a reprimand. Even after hearing the contents of the letter, he felt a sense of injustice. Why were only they being chastised for their siblings' misdeeds? Surely, there were other Weasleys to hold accountable. However, this sense of injustice quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the weighty dossier of infractions in his memory and the undeniable fact that their older brother was a model student, renowned for his excellence. At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Another howling letter? We haven't heard one since first year, their classmates teased, recalling how the two Weasley brothers had received a letter almost every week during their first year. No, it's not about receiving. The letter was misdirected to George, intended for Fred. What does that have to do with me? They chuckled heartily as the fourth-year Gryffindors burst into laughter. Seizing the moment, the two quickly vacated the table. Fred, have you told Ginny the tale of the Forbidden Forest? I have. What about you? Without a doubt. But it's rather excessive to blame ourselves for Ron's predicament. We never anticipated driving to school. Exactly. Yet at least this time. Mother did not admonish Percy in her letter. She has finally shown some improvement. Shall we take Ginny to explore the Forbidden Forest? Forget it. I have no desire to receive another howling letter. And what if we got caught and had to compile the materials together? If that dossier were to be seen, I would rather dance with a troll. They both shook their heads simultaneously, dismissing that dreadful possibility from their minds. In the evening, after a day devoid of any delightful gossip, William finally encountered the two purveyors of mischief. Good evening, Mr. Weasley's. Today's tasks are quite burdensome, requiring us to labor diligently. William smiled and waved his hand, reminding the professor to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Being overly eager to gossip was rather unbecoming. This stack of documents belongs to you, and this one too. It must be completed tonight. Professor Binns has already begun to express his dissatisfaction with the lack of additional materials. Is it truly that extensive? Indeed, it is quite substantial, which is why, for this evening, we shall make an exception and allow you to utilize the shorthand quill. Next time, however, hand transcription will be required, for it lacks the essence of true engagement. William jested lightly, noting that these case excerpts were indeed part of the penance, should one rely on the quill for shorthand. There would be no time left for genuine note-taking, rendering the punishment mere formalism devoid of significance. Professor, transcribing by hand is quite laborious. Not to worry. I am in discussions with Professor Binns. Perhaps a pop quiz in the history of magic will suffice, and those who fail can come here to transcribe. We shall soon have an adequate number of participants. After all, it was not during class hours. William, feeling confident, didn't even bother with a draft. Even if Professor Binns did intend to administer an examination, diligent students would still gain knowledge through prior preparation. He was unperturbed by the thought of two individuals leaking details of his boasting as news. Surely no student would dare approach a teacher to complain about a mythical exam they failed. What nonsense! William had once been a student himself. The matter of examinations was not one that required accountability for mere bravado. The reality was that due to a shortage of students penalized for infractions, Professor Binns had decided to cover this segment of the curriculum before delving into the history of past headmasters. Even William wondered why this spectral professor was so remarkably swift. It was a pace that even 007 could not elucidate. After an exchange of light-hearted banter with the two students, William's curiosity began to wane, and he returned to his own work. Although he had nearly completed the examination questions for the first-year subjects, there remained a plethora of knowledge to review. Preparing the paper in advance could only be seen as prudent foresight. Observing students in lockdown could also be considered a fragmented use of time, while research risked distraction, and studying might undermine the professor's authority. Crafting the examination paper was just right, efficiently utilizing time without encroaching upon other responsibilities. Fred, do you think the professor is jesting? As William diligently prepared the questions, the twins exchanged glances filled with concern. Jesting? Which professor at Hogwarts would dare administer a test before the term concludes? If there is to be an examination in the history of magic, what else could possibly be assessed? Potions certainly won't be tested. It is certain that Snape despises the self-defense professor, which is indeed reassuring news. The two shared a knowing look before their spirits sank. Potions appeared to be the only subject where the new professor would not impose an examination. I sense an ominous atmosphere. Me too. Could it be that we are truly crafting examination papers? After several rounds of silent persuasion, through exchanged glances, and nearly raising their voices, they finally decided who would venture to inquire about the professor's current activities. Professor, regarding this document, it seems to have been recorded by a different administrator than the rest. Should we transcribe it together? Let me see. William set aside his book and papers, commanded the quill to cease its movements, and took the document in hand. It appears there has indeed been a change in administrators. It may have been misplaced, or perhaps the administrator was replaced that year. First, let us separate this document from the others of the same kind, without organizing them just yet. That is reassuring, Professor. Life has felt considerably lighter, as if I have been rejuvenated. Are you preparing the exam papers? Oh, this? William lifted the paper he had composed, while also checking the functionality of his quill. Indeed, Professor, it is not an examination paper. This revelation eased the minds of the two brothers, who, despite Professor Lockhart's apparent busyness, couldn't help but worry what would happen if he decided to request the papers from Professor William. The exam papers have been completed. This is merely the homework assigned to those who have not passed. Suddenly, something fell with a thud. I cannot finish this. Let us reconvene tomorrow at noon. Thus commenced the weekend at Hogwarts. Sundays at Hogwarts are typically tranquil and serene, and today was no exception. However, in a vacant classroom nestled within the corners of the castle, this tranquility was shattered by a group of students embroiled in a heated argument. Weasley brothers. It is the weekend and quite early in the morning. What could possibly warrant such a discussion at this hour? The speaker bore a pair of ethereal dark circles beneath his eyes, exuding an air of confrontation that suggested he would retaliate if no satisfactory explanation was provided. In days past, such minor disputes would have been swiftly quelled by the others. Yet today, a tacit understanding prevailed among them to remain silent, exhibiting no intention of offering a way out. It was only 5:30 on a Sunday. Should the Weasley brothers fail to provide an adequate explanation, they could expect to be hoisted upside down in the tower. Discuss? Chuckled one of them. You know how many Hufflepuffs there are? They had an upperclassman awaken us at the crack of dawn. Do you have any idea how these two rascals summoned me? Early this morning, they sent an owl with a howler letter, instructing me to bring the others out. The absurdity of the howler was nearly everyone's initial reaction, quickly followed by suppressed laughter. What are you laughing at? Our dormitory has decided that if you two do not provide a reasonable explanation, they plan to ambush you and hang you at the entrance of Filch's office. One omen to speak of so early in the day. Indeed, do you not fear becoming a target for that foul cat? Perhaps the severity of the punishment inspired everyone to curse the unfortunate soul who had been roused by the howler. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers reveled in the satisfaction of witnessing their friends, now awake, in a state of disarray. They were all frequent visitors to Filch's office, agents of Hogwarts' secret passages and shadows, and companions of Peeves, forever at odds with the caretaker. Summoning people at such an early hour had been a deliberate act on their part. After all, their Quidditch captain, Wood, had risen early to prepare for Quidditch practice, and the thrilling news they had received the previous night needed to be addressed promptly. Surely, striving for the collective good was not solely their responsibility? Certainly not. Working together toward a shared objective was the rightful path. As for the howler, in the face of such a dire dilemma, it seemed trivial. What were we arguing about? They exchanged glances and descended from their seats. We have an urgent matter to communicate. We have risked much, potentially incurring extended detention, to bring forth the news regarding our new professor. William, who has assigned an abundance of papers, not just for exams, but also for supplementary exercises. Is that true? Goodness. Indeed, it is true. We have been confined since last night, taking considerable risks to uncover this information. The two spoke in unison, vouching for the reliability of the news. Yet this did little to lift the spirits of the throng engaged in fervent discussion. Homework? What sort of news is this? We already completed some exercises yesterday, and then you woke us up this morning. Had I known it was about this, I would have slept a bit longer. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. By the way, you two wait for me until I've had enough rest. The student, sporting dark circles under his eyes, instantly lost interest. He still had a paper to write, and upon waking, there remained a great deal of work ahead. What do you mean, is that all? This is information we labored hard to obtain. You have fallen into despair. Consider it extra assignments. I believe that after finishing those tasks, I could excel in that initial exam. Perhaps the professor is right. My foundation has indeed faltered. You finished it? That was a total of 4 sheets. The other 5th graders gasped. They had not exerted themselves to such extremes, and the papers merely elicited nods of agreement. May I borrow your exam to copy? Sure. Once I wake up, come find me. I'm far too weary for anything else, so I shall take my leave. As the classroom door closed, everyone's gaze once again shifted toward the Weasley twins. The 5th graders were unconcerned. Why should a 4th grader be in such a rush? Surely not. Professors have their own teaching techniques. That new professor has only been here for less than a year. Could he really make other professors follow suit during classroom examinations? How could it be otherwise? We heard yesterday that Professor Binns is likely to conduct a history of magic exam. Why didn't you say so earlier? A chorus of students, ranging from 2nd to 7th grade, erupted in astonished exclamations. Professor Binns is universally acknowledged by students as the most consistent professor in his lectures. Well, we must go train now. We hope you can devise a good strategy for our future, as it relies on you. With that, the twins hurriedly exited the classroom, leaving the stunned and sleepless crowd behind. Wasn't the last 4th grade discussion about whose idea it was? We didn't attend, but wasn't it handled rather poorly? The indecisive crowd felt that the previous suggestion seemed rather sound. It was indeed the Weasley twins, but Professor Lockhart's club has garnered quite a following. Shall we proceed as suggested? The speaker noticed a shift in the gazes of those around him, feeling a sense of disdain directed at him. Professor Lockhart had a long-standing fan base. It is understandable that a new batch of admirers might emerge at Hogwarts. But Professor William has been here for less than a month. Why should there suddenly be a plethora of fans? What is the appeal? Is it due to his extensive exams, his workload, his vast knowledge, and the engaging nature of his courses? Ahem, speaking solely of the 6th grade curriculum, Professor William teaches quite well. The 6th graders could not resist chiming in. The 7th grade feels similarly. I find it quite enjoyable. This is neither class nor Professor Filch's office. Are we discussing this? The speaker glared at the two who had interrupted, feeling as if a traitor had emerged from within their ranks. Finding tasks for the new professor, who possesses a remarkable flair for writing, is a task that calls for a bold approach. Perhaps a covert love letter, subtly expressing admiration while considering the implications of such affection, could be discreetly passed along to the professor. Is this not rather audacious? Madame Lolita, a voice cried out from below, prompting a swift exodus toward the doorway. Amidst the chaotic clamor of students urging each other to flee, the weekend at Hogwarts commenced. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words. Sunday presented a rare opportunity for a leisurely morning. Even William, who had not squandered time since his release from Azkaban, indulged himself by turning off his alarm, intending to sleep until sunlight graced his bed, a luxury that usually occurred post 9 o'clock due to the positioning of his bed. However, this morning, William was abruptly roused from his slumber by the commotion echoing through the castle, a sound that penetrated even the well-insulated confines of his office's attached lounge. What was happening? Why such a ruckus so early? Yawning, William rose, hastily abandoning his night attire, and summoned his house elf. Bart? This time, the house elf did not appear immediately. As William pondered what might be occupying Bart, a gentle sound heralded the elf's arrival in his room. Professor, here is your breakfast. I apologize. Peas has been causing mischief in the kitchen, which delayed preparations. Not a problem. You have been remarkably quick, thank you, Bart. Was causing all this noise in the castle. Although not particularly hungry just yet, William expressed his gratitude to the elf. Does Peeves clock in for work in the kitchen? Please hold for a moment, Professor. A group of students is plotting some mischief and has been cornered by Mr. Filch in an empty classroom. Despite their desperate attempts to escape, Mr. Filch has noted their appearances and names and is currently rounding them up by house. Rounding them up by house. At last, William comprehended why Mr. Filch was not particularly well regarded among the students. Such a method of capturing would hardly endear him to the student body. Professor William, I've heard that you and Professor Binns have a significant project underway. I happen to have a batch of misbehaving children on hand. If you require assistance from individuals beyond your usual needs, how many students would you need? The more, the better. However, will the other professors not require students who do not need to be confined? Due to Professor Binns' unexpectedly demanding workload, William found himself burdened with quite a bit of work. Nevertheless, Hogwarts was not a place where professors could simply confine students as if they were laborers. Students were, after all, students, not graduate researchers to be commanded at will. Too many, Professor. This time, the capture has been excessive. Even the hospital's toilets are overwhelmed. All the requests submitted by the professors have been met, and I have already prepared students according to your needs. However, with all the tasks assigned, there are still surplus students remaining. The number caught this time is simply too great. Mr. Filch's beaming expression gave William the distinct impression that he had just reaped a bountiful harvest from his fields. How many individuals were apprehended? The previously errant students were insufficient. The demands must be addressed in rotation. Why are there so many students making mistakes? Indeed, they congregated in an empty classroom on a weekend morning. A classroom filled with individuals. I was initially focused on the Weasley twins. You must remember them, right? William nodded emphatically. As a professor, witnessing that substantial stack of violation records, it would be hard to forget the names of those students, especially since both were currently under his confinement. Yes, those two Weasleys, as Mr. Filch animatedly described. I instructed Madame Loris, my cat, to keep an eye on them and prevent those rascals from engaging in any rule-breaking antics before Quidditch practice. However, I soon discovered that the two had begun to gather a motley crew of misbehaving children from the house in the empty classroom early that morning. As he recounted this, he gestured dramatically. The entire classroom was filled with familiar troublemakers from my office. A gathering of such mischief makers could hardly lead to anything good. I had Madame Loris intimidate them a bit, and the group, feeling guilty, scampered out. Did they think I wouldn't recognize their faces? The administrator wore a proud expression, claiming that this was the first time in several years he had fulfilled all the requests submitted by the professors. So what were they planning? This question went unasked, but it was evident that this group of young miscreants was not up to anything virtuous. Mr. Filch asserted confidently, just as they spotted the deputy headmistress around the corner. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Professor William, Mr. Filch. Professor McGonagall's expression appeared far from cheerful, despite her greeting. William sensed an impending ire from her. Indeed, her next statement was almost accusatory. Mr. Filch, why have you apprehended so many Gryffindor students? Mr. Filch had caught them from the house, so your statement seems somewhat biased. Professor, having heard this news earlier that morning, William found himself leaning towards Mr. Filch's perspective, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Among those who had accumulated the most records under Mr. Filch's watch, which house had the highest representation? This question had a rather straightforward answer. As Mr. Filch spoke, he opened the door to his office, immediately alerting William to the fact that these students were locked inside. This action seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? Yet, William was not the architect of the rules, and personal opinions and regulations were two separate matters. My office is well guarded. Those youngsters would dream of stuffing something into my office, but they are utterly incapable of doing so. Mr. Filch's voice abruptly ceased, leaving both William and Professor McGonagall momentarily stunned. At that moment, within Mr. Filch's office, a group of students was collaborating diligently. Some were pressed against the walls, as if eavesdropping. Others were rapidly rifling through documents, while some began to catalog confiscated dangerous items. The entire room resembled a highly skilled team of thieves. Well then, Professor McGonagall, you have come in vain. Until William arrived at Mr. Filch's door, he remained skeptical about Mr. Filch's claims of having apprehended numerous troublemakers. A student gathering was hardly a justification for punishing students. Even if this group of children had witnessed the caretaker sprinting away, and despite their previous misdeeds, the notion of detaining someone for questioning was even more far-fetched. Although William had never attended Hogwarts, he was well aware from his own school days that for children prone to mischief, unless one possessed irrefutable evidence, they would never confess. It was akin to the head of the disciplinary committee catching a group of students exceeding the number of available stalls in the boys' restroom. As long as no one found any cigarettes, they would simply assert that they had come to chat. What? You claim the restroom has a strong odor? Well, some enjoy the scent of gasoline. Are we not allowed to appreciate the fragrance of the lavatory? Smoking was out of the question. Even if you summoned the homeroom teacher today, I would still maintain that I was merely an innocent bystander caught mid-urination. Mr. Filch, far more acquainted with students' excuses than the students themselves, had heard far more elaborate fibs throughout his career. As for Professor McGonagall, She was not there to rescue every student. Her primary concern was the sheer number of apprehended students, curious if any unfortunate souls from Gryffindor had been inadvertently ensnared in the chaos. However, everything changed when the door swung open. Mr. Filch's meticulously guarded office thwarted the mission of those lurking about, and Professor McGonagall's intentions of assisting them were swiftly cast aside. In the eyes of these children, even the Forbidden Forest, the secret passages of the school, and the headmaster's office paled in comparison to the allure of Mr. Filch's office. When Mr. Filch, having captured an abundance of wrongdoers, reached out to the professors to inquire whether more students should be confined, the students could no longer suppress their desire to explore the confines of his office. One wondered, was Mr. Filch intentionally absent, perhaps off on an errand? This thought crossed William's mind, but it was quickly dispelled by Professor McGonagall, whose expression had turned stern. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze sharpened. Under her scrutiny, those rifling through the files halted their actions, closing drawers, their hands awkwardly dangling as if unsure of where to rest, as though interrupted mid-task. As the professor's eyes surveyed Mr. Filch's office, the once lively atmosphere transformed into one resembling a frostbitten eggplant patch. Each student wilted. Very well, very well. Professor McGonagall uttered words of praise, yet anyone perceptive enough could detect the chill in her tone. Mr. Filch, I entrust these students to your care. Madame Pomfrey will surely be pleased. A resounding noise shattered the tranquility of the room, compelling everyone to direct their gaze towards the source. A student had seemingly climbed onto Professor Filch's hammock, feigning death in an attempt to evade detection by the professors. However, overwhelmed by tension, he fell from the hammock. Lee Jordan. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated louder than usual. The child, who had initially remained motionless in his charade, sprang to his feet almost instantly, resembling a drenched quail as he looked up at Professor McGonagall. William distinctly observed the professor swallow hard several times, as if contemplating the announcement of a specific punishment, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Thus, these students were spared. Professor McGonagall departed hastily. William surmised that her hurried pace indicated a desire to avoid the temptation of personally disciplining the students further. As her footsteps faded down the corridor, William heard the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing emanating from Professor Filch's office. Look at how frightened these children are, he mused, inquiring of Professor Filch how many Gryffindors were among them. Lee Jordan, you are to report to the hospital wing for a week to clean the chamber pots. What a stroke of misfortune for this child, William thought, listening as Professor Filch called out the names of those who were originally assigned to the hospital, all of whom had been replaced with Gryffindors, just as Professor McGonagall had predicted. However, the arrangements yielded only a handful of students, and after accommodating the professor's requests, William was left with just over 20 students, which felt like a timely boon for organizing the school's history. Those students may leave now. Remember to report to your professors punctually, Professor Filch proclaimed with a sense of pride. I told you, capturing so many students this time would be impossible to punish adequately. Silence. If you had guarded the door properly, Professor McGonagall would not have seen us rummaging through the office. Following the selection of students, the others would have to wait. Wouldn't they? Wait? Will Filch truly let us go? It'll merely be noted for a few weeks. A delay is still better than nothing. No whispering. Just as Professor Filch had posed his inquiry to William regarding the number of students who could be accommodated, he noticed many engaging in hushed conversations. Fear not. This evening, all of you will report to the classroom for a lesson in defense of magic. With so many gathered, we certainly cannot fit into a single office. Professor, may I inquire about the purpose of this? A bold student dared to ask. To transcribe and organize some materials. No need to bring paper or pens. I shall prepare everything for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may leave, but remember, tonight at 8 o'clock, assemble in the classroom. I would prefer not to have to speak with your headmaster about your whereabouts. William spoke kindly to the eager students who had voluntarily come forward to assist. Upon exiting the office, the group of students who had barely caught any sleep before being apprehended began to converse. Being confined in the classroom with so many, I dare say, Hogwarts has not witnessed such a spectacle in 30 years. I thought we might be released since no professor's office could accommodate this many. Use a classroom? Well, let us adopt a positive outlook. Good fortune? Where does it come from? Did the Weasley brothers not mention that they initially lacked sufficient manpower and required an examination? At least now, we are spared from one such ordeal. The intricacies of love and hate cannot rival a mere piece of parchment. Weekends are not a respite for any Quidditch team, particularly this year, as Slytherin has unveiled their team equipped with a Nimbus 2001, igniting a frenzy among all houses. With their gear outclassed, the only recourse is to exert greater effort. As for the Slytherins, They are more than eager to showcase the speed of their brand new brooms on the field, even if it fails to deliver a crushing blow to their opponent's morale. Displaying aerial maneuvers atop the latest brooms is a source of joy, regardless of one's skill in gameplay. The shoes worn must exude style. A mere sandwich suffices. Do you wish to lose to those Slytherins? He admonished his teammates, cleaning toilets, washing chamber pots, polishing trophies, handling potion ingredients, fermenting dragon dung. These are the menial tasks we Gryffindors have taken on. I dare say, after graduation, we could easily join the Hogwarts kitchen staff. Hey, Kevin Lee, what are you up to? George, stifling the fatigue of a day as training, greeted his friends. However, remarkably, his enthusiastic salutation was met with indifference. Kevin shot them a glance, while Lee Jordan remained as motionless as a statue. Hey, Lee, keep your distance, at least for a week. Weasley. Have I become a Weasley? What's going on, Kevin? Their friend Lee Jordan refused to turn and engage in conversation, which left them feeling dejected and compelled to abandon further attempts at communication. Their training may have concluded, but they still faced the prospect of detention that evening. The two bid a hasty farewell and hurried to the showers to prepare for their evening confinement. Little did they know, were we too excessive? Once the twins departed, the assembled crowd began to voice their concerns. It's not excessive. No one knows if this is just a new prank concocted by the two of them. Can you assure us this is not one of his attempts to frighten us that spiraled out of control? This question had arisen earlier in the afternoon, but aside from Lee Jordan, no one could firmly assert that the twins were devoid of mischievous intentions. Since the day the Weasley brothers enrolled, they had been up to tricks, albeit not with malicious intent. Nevertheless, they had a history of pranking their fellow students. This incident could very well be a scheme concocted by them to have Filch frighten everyone. Had they not been caught rummaging through Filch's office, all students could have departed Hogwarts after providing a plausible reason, as there exists no rule forbidding gatherings. Change Lee's position. If it remains the same, then the whole Polyjuice potion affair will be exposed. George, it seems we've been labeled as traitors. Indeed, Fred, but it has been ages since we engaged in such petty pranks. And what about Lee? Wait a moment, it appears Lee is under control. This conclusion brought joy to the two. Suddenly, inspiration struck the two individuals, and just as they were about to discuss its feasibility, a knight charged swiftly along the wall and halted his horse beside the oil painting that adorned it. The horse came to a perfect stop, panting heavily while tossing its hooves, as if eager for another gallop. Gentleman Weasley, I bring you Professor Williams' apologies. The detention location has been changed at the last minute, and you are to proceed to the classroom for the defensive magic course. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. A true knight never denies aid to the vulnerable. The latter part of his statement was swept away by the galloping horse, leaving the notified brothers with expressions of dismay. They could no longer feign forgetfulness regarding their detention, nor could they claim illness, and certainly not delay due to being caught by Filch. Exchanging a glance, the two abandoned any thoughts of evading their punishment, realizing that offering excuses would be no different from awaiting expulsion. George, Fred, you have arrived as well? As they languidly approached the classroom, a familiar voice resonated from within. Their companions, who had previously displayed cold indifference, now wore expressions of joy and warmth, albeit tinged with a measure of awkwardness. We were beginning to suspect you were playing tricks on us, Kevin said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he apologized to the twins. The rest of their peers also approached, offering sincere apologies, for nothing men's riffs quite like enduring detention together. Naturally, the twins forgave them, just as they had once been forgiven for their own pranks. They even began to discuss the remaining unfortunate souls. What? Lee has gone to fetch the chamber pot? Just as their conversation grew animated, the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Good evening, class. Here, take a paper each. Complete it before we commence today's tasks. Those who fail may as well scrub toilets, thanks to Mr. Filch, who has discovered yet another restroom that needs cleaning. William wore a warm smile as he addressed them. Isn't it merely copying notes? Well, copying notes requires a basic standard. Otherwise, the compiled material will be unusable. So please take care with your answers. If the paper is too messy, it will be deemed a failure. William explained with a chuckle, having arranged for too many students. To facilitate organization, he had crafted an examination paper that combined the entrance exam content from a certain site with material from the history of magic and library management. Be diligent. I added an extra class this afternoon just for you.